Thump, thump, thump. Coming, coming. What's the rush? The youth opened the door impatiently and asked grumpily, what is it? Hey handsome, is Liu Shuai here? This is his package. A large box lay quietly outside the door with a faint dark stain on its lower left corner. Looking closer, the four corners of the box were uneven. It was a wonder how the courier had managed to keep it steady. Him. But, package delivered, please sign. Liu Shuai was about to say I didn't order anything when the box suddenly trembled slightly. Damn, it's moving. Bang crack. A disheveled woman in white burst out, long fingernails still stained with fresh blood. Woo. A zombie. Don't come close. The courier scrambled away in panic. Liu Shuai stood frozen, too terrified to flee, staring blankly. At the same time, the female zombie lunged at him and sank her teeth into his neck. Ding ding ding. His phone vibrated violently. Liu Shuai groggily opened his eyes, instinctively touched his neck, and thought, thank goodness it was just a dream. Scared me half to death. Wait. As he was about to lower his hand from his neck, his ring finger brushed against a small hole. He turned on the selfie camera and saw several clear bite marks. Holy crap. I've been bitten by a zombie. I've been bitten by a zombie. After shouting for who knows how long, Liu Shuai gradually calmed down. He slowly brought his finger to his eyes and saw that aside from being pale, there was no other change. Whatever, at least I'm not a zombie yet. I should enjoy my last moments. He struggled to stand up, but his foot kicked something cold and elastic. Well, what's that? Liu Shuai grabbed the bedside lamp and gently pulled the covers. Soon a dainty little foot appeared. A woman. Liu Shuai's heart raced. His eyes lit up as he continued pulling the covers. A breathtakingly beautiful thigh came into view. He swallowed hard, eyes wide, mouth slightly open, hands trembling. Ing. Sis, say. No response. Liu Shuai's heart pounded faster as he slowly pulled the blanket. Yeah. The girl under the covers suddenly sat up, tilted her head, and stared at him. Liu Shuai stared back, mesmerized, repeating, so white. A nosebleed dripped onto his chest. The girl felt a sharp pain in her head and looked down to see she was naked. She let out a scream. I didn't see anything. Why, you saw everything. Liu Shuai had never been this close to a girl and didn't know what to do. He turned his back and kept explaining. The girl tried to stand but lost her balance and stumbled toward Liu Shuai. Ouch! Liu Shuai felt a pain at the back of his neck and instinctively reached back only to touch her silky cheek. The girl sucked his blood with relish, a satisfied smile on her face, and slowly closed her eyes. Burp. So delicious. Hearing this, Liu Shuai almost cried. He struggled to turn over and got a full look at her. What a beautiful creature. Damn, she's a zombie, not a girl. As he struggled internally, the girl crawled toward him and murmured, I'm still hungry. Damn it, you're going to drain me dry. The girl wrapped herself in the quilt and said scornfully, puffed. Why are you so dirty-minded? You're not a zombie. I don't know either. I only remember that when I was at the courier company, the power went out and something hit me on the back of the head. Liu Shuai tried to recall recent news and found no reports of zombies. A bold idea emerged. Could someone be pranking me? The more he thought about it, the more it seemed likely. He pulled the girl into his arms and yelled, tell me, did you conspire with someone to prank me? Yeah. His grip was so strong that the girl's eyes welled with tears. She begged tearfully, if you don't tell the truth, don't blame me for using force. Liu Shuai leaned in, his strong masculine scent wafting into her nostrils. She excitedly bit his shoulder. Gulp, gulp. Let go. He struggled fiercely, and the friction between their bodies brought an unusual sensation. Hey, what are you doing? If you don't let go, you know what'll happen. Reluctantly, the girl raised her head, but her gaze was fixed on the wound still bleeding. Within minutes, Liu Shuai had lost blood 3 times and felt weak. As he crouched, his peripheral vision caught sight of his lower body, and his face turned redder than an apple. He hurriedly looked around, spotted clothes in the corner, rushed over, and threw them on haphazardly. What a loss. The girl tried to find her own clothes, but spotted a large t-shirt and slipped it on directly. Shuai, are you hungry? They'll cook for you. Liu Shuai, still in a daze, replied, okay. Soon a faint fragrance wafted over. As he looked up, he saw the girl's busy back. He quickly turned away, but the image of her enticing figure kept replaying in his mind. Eat up. She carried a large plate of food, walking with a model's stride, a slight smile on her lips. Liu Shuai was ravenous. He grabbed the food and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling, aren't you eating? He'll just eat you. No way. Tisk, pervert. I meant drink your blood. Liu Shuai paused, touched his forehead, then touched hers. So cold. Let me ask you, what's your name? Where do you live? The girl frowned, blinked her big eyes, and gently shook her head. She doesn't seem to be lying. Maybe she got hit on the head. They'll take her to the hospital later. He made up his mind and stopped talking. After eating a lot, his weakness gradually faded. Don't help me, I can walk by myself. Liu Shuai was really afraid she might bite him again. He lay down on the sofa and turned on the TV. TV dramas these days are so terrible. Just as he was about to change the channel, the screen went snowy, then a flustered anchor appeared. Urgent notice. An outbreak has occurred at a courier warehouse in this city. Citizens are advised to close doors and windows and stay home. If necessary, contact your local community. Necessary daily necessities will be delivered to every household. Damn. Liu Shuai quickly searched for this incident on his phone. On WeChat and QQ, multiple people had taken risky videos. Near the courier warehouse, there was a bloodbath and dense zombies were banging against a huge iron door. I was attacked there. See, I told you I wasn't lying. The girl touched the back of her head looking scared. It's real, it's real. Liu Shuai's already pale face grew even paler. His hand accidentally touched his neck and a stinging pain like ant bites shot through him. The wound healed. He checked again and found only a few red dots where the holes had been. Could I be the legendary savior? Slap, ouch. Why did you hit me? I'm hungry. Damn, stay away, stay away. But the girl ignored him and clung to him like an octopus. Liu Shuai twisted her neck while reaching for a nearby scarf. He tied it up and breathed a long sigh saying, let's see you bite now. Before he could finish, the scarf snapped and her little fangs sank into his arm. Damn it, you're going to suck me dry. The girl swallowed a mouthful of blood, smiled contentedly, and fell asleep without a care. Liu Shuai wanted to teach her a lesson, but the girl hugged his arm and giggled twice in her sleep. You know she is quite pretty. Liu Shuai was a young man full of vigor, having soft fragrance in his arms stirred his heart. His right hand slowly reached for the girl's cheek and gently touched it. You pervert. Liu Shuai tried to suppress his rising desire. After a torturous half-hour, a strong drowsiness hit, and he fell into a deep sleep. Shuai, wake up. A fragrance like musk and orchid reached his nostrils. Liu Shuai slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the girl's beautiful lips. Smack. You're dead. The girl wiped her lips in disgust, her eyes turning bloodshot. She tried to control her anger, but couldn't. She wanted to punch Liu Shuai, but glanced at the large table beside them. Her fist came down. Bang crash. The 3-meter-long solid wood dining table collapsed under one punch. Damn, so strong. The girl looked at her right hand in bewilderment and muttered, did I really do that? Before Liu Shuai could answer, a roar came from downstairs. Upstairs. Are you tearing down the building? I finally made a pot of porridge and you ruined it. Sorry. Liu Shuai rushed to the window to apologize, but saw a large group of uniformed people retreating rapidly in the distance. Woo. We're in trouble. The zombies have already reached our neighborhood. What do we do? The girl suddenly walked to his side and said softly, Shuai, don't be afraid. Lin'er will protect you. Lin'er, you remember your name. Some fragmented memories. Brother Shuai, let me have a little more, maybe I'll remember more. Stop right there. Liu Shuai was already traumatized and refused to let her come close, always keeping a 2-meter distance. The apartment was small, and the distance quickly closed. Let us through. Noise from downstairs. Terrified residents were rushing to the gate, trying to break through the guards. Outside the gate, a large group of zombies was constantly battering the iron door. In lower areas, zombies had formed a human ladder, and guards were trying to knock them down with iron rods. Everyone's attention was on the front door, but they ignored a small hole near the flower bed. A tiny zombie child had already crawled into the neighborhood. The shrill cries of zombies grew louder, and the community's iron gate, overwhelmed, creaked noisily. Organize a second line of defense immediately. Yes, Captain. After a dozen young men left, those remaining held the line with greater difficulty. At the same time, a group of men ranging from teenagers to those in their 50s rushed from all directions toward the main gate. Everyone hurry, we must defend our homes. Chairman Ma, you're over 60, don't go. Let me lead them. As chairman of Levi community, how can I be afraid of death? Chairman Ma snatched the baseball bat from his hand and charged at the front of the line. With thousands of homeowners helping, all major entrances could be temporarily held. Vice Chairman Longo, notify all homeowners and have the able-bodied assemble here. Yes, several of you follow me. Levi community was vast with dozens of high-rise buildings. Even if one person covered one floor, a huge workforce was needed. Fortunately, everyone cooperated and the vast majority had been notified. Noisy sounds from all directions entered Liu Shuai's room. In the middle of the living room floor, Liu Shuai, fast asleep, groggily opened his eyes. Struggling to stand up, he murmured, what's all that noise? He walked to the balcony and saw a dense crowd of men and women below. What's going on? Turning his head, he caught a glimpse of a distant horde of zombies in the corner of his eye, nearly causing him to fall from the 26th floor in fright. Rushing into the living room, he saw a beautiful woman smacking her lips in her sleep, as if dreaming. Lin'er. At the third call, she slowly opened her eyes, tilted her head, and asked, what? The zombies are about to break into the community. We need to escape immediately. Lin'er lightly leaped onto the balcony, glanced at the zombies outside, and muttered, too weak, boring. Deary little ancestor, don't be so loud. The guards and some homeowners downstairs looked up in unison. A sharp-tongued middle-aged woman said, this kid has such a big heart. At such a critical moment, he's still doing indecent things. Aren't you ashamed? An extremely seductive older sister giggled, don't you see blood on his clothes? It's his first time, he has to be absolutely focused. Shameless, said Andy B. Disgraceful, echoed the group of aunties. Chairman Ma happened to walk over and said coldly, what time is it now, still gossiping? If I hear anyone speaking ill of others again, I'll throw her out to feed the zombies. In the past, if anyone dared to speak to them like that, they would have scratched faces. But now, under special circumstances, they dared not act recklessly, glaring up at the building with murderous eyes. Liu Shuai could only smile bitterly as he helped Lin'er by the shoulders back inside. Shuai, don't be angry. I'm not angry, just find it ridiculous. The apocalypse is right in front of us, yet they can so calmly mock others. If the zombies really break into the community, we'll be grateful if they don't wet themselves. Lin'er's head throbbed with pain, again memories flooding in like a tide. Are you okay? I'm fine. First things first, we need to find some decent weapons to be prepared. A hint of gravity crossed Lin'er's brows. Liu Shuai thought for a moment and said, there's a martial arts gym owner in our community. He should have a collection of weapons at home. Then let's go find him. Just after following her for 2 steps, he quickly reminded, Lin'er, you should change your clothes. Oh. She looked around, found a smaller set of pajamas, and put them on directly. You'd better not wear the t-shirt inside. Lin'er didn't think much and just took it off. Damn. Liu Shuai looked away, but still saw something he shouldn't have. All changed, let's go. Liu Shuai's whole body burned his cheeks, so red they almost dripped blood. Near the flower bed of Building 27, there was a small zombie crawling forward slowly. It was short and mostly hidden by lush vegetation, so you might not spot it even standing close by. Not far away, an elderly man with limited mobility was staring toward the main gate. Russell, who's there? The old man looked around in panic. No one answered from the grass, but the rustling grew louder. The old man, frightened, pushed his wheelchair toward the stairway. At the same time, the small zombie appeared behind him. Woo-wah! Ah! A scream rang out. The old man was bitten by the zombie. Soon the old man, covered in bites, suddenly opened his eyes, trembling as he stood up from the wheelchair. Clang! The wheelchair was knocked over its wheel, breaking the glass. What's going on? An old haggard woman appeared. Off. The sight before her was far beyond what anyone could psychologically endure. She collapsed directly. The old man and the small zombie rushed to her side almost simultaneously and bit her to death in an instant. After awakening, the old woman did not go into the corridor, but walked toward the door instead. She could have continued forward, but suddenly turned and closed the iron gate. She had no consciousness, just an instinctive reaction after being like this for a long time. Thus, Building 27 became the first severely affected area. People elsewhere didn't know what happened until the zombie old woman appeared in everyone's sight, making them realize a major problem had arisen inside the community. Organize a team to clear them out immediately. We must be quick. He'll lead the team. The man was in his 40s with a determined square face, clear muscle definition, and an aura of intimidating dominance. Master Tianlong, be careful. Zhang Tianlong nodded and led several strong men with sharp weapons toward Building 27. Liu Shuai and Lin'er, needing to get to Building 26, had to pass Building 27, and they just saw Zhang Tianlong and his men arriving. You few seal off the parking lot entrance immediately. You block the elevator. As the men dispersed, he finally spotted Liu Shuai and Lin'er in the distance. Young folks, it's dangerous here. Go back to your homes and don't cause trouble. Hurry. Lin'er didn't let him finish, snapping back. You're the one causing trouble. Your whole family causes trouble. Small in stature, but big in temper. Zhang Tianlong, as a gym master, usually had great tolerance, but today for some reason his anger got the better of him. Lin'er's hand was grabbed and a shoulder throw was nearly executed. Although he had only used 30% of his strength, enough to throw an adult man, this delicate-looking girl stood perfectly still. As Zhang Tianlong was stunned, a tremendous force came from his wrist, nearly making him stumble before he steadied himself. A junior who can block 30% of my strength, Zhang Tianlong. I should have heard of you. Who is your master? M.O. Before she could finish, Liu Shuai pulled her back and asked politely, Are you Master Zhang from Tianlong Martial Arts Gym? Seeing him nod, he continued, Could you give us some weapons? All right, but things are urgent here. You'll have to fetch them from my home. He tossed a key over. Liu Shuai opened his palm, and on the key was written 2683. The two headed straight there. Soon they arrived at his home. As the door opened, the dazzling array of collectibles almost blinded them. Holy crap, this isn't a home, it's a weapon museum. Stop gawking, start looking. Lin'er was too strong. Ordinary weapons didn't catch her eye until she found a fine steel long spear and nodded in satisfaction. Turning the spear, the words Lung Dian were engraved on it. Liu Shuai didn't find anything satisfactory in the living room and went straight to the study. On the top shelf of the bookcase lay a Tang Dao. This thing is good, it's the one. Standing there, he couldn't reach it, even on a chair. He jumped and grabbed it, but the scabbard hit the edge of the cabinet. Crash! A well-wrapped object popped out. What the hell? He carefully opened it, revealing a 20-something centimeter cylindrical object lying inside. He picked it up and examined it closely, finding a button on the top. Shaklang! A green laser beam emerged. Liu Shuai's mind went blank, not even feeling the laser cutting into his arm. Oh dear, I almost lost my hand. As he was about to throw it away in fear, a strange sound echoed in his mind. Mad scientist Houston combined various cutting-edge technologies to create this device. It's not quite perfected yet. Congratulations, you are the first test subject. The Beauty Jade System is now active. Blood verification passed. DNA binding successful. Half a second later, something appeared in Liu Shuai's mind, a virtual interface emerging. Young man, for the sake of beauties, show your strength. He searched carefully for a long time, but found no other clues besides this sentence. Holy crap, you think I've been reading crappy web novels all these years for nothing? 10 systems, 9 are traps. Get as far away from me as you can. His voice was a bit loud and Lin'er rushed over anxiously, asking, What's wrong? Nothing. Liu Shuai wanted to tell her, but worried she wouldn't understand, so he secretly looked around. Crash! A dull thud came from another building. Lin'er rushed to the balcony immediately, just in time to see a female zombie covered in blood and flesh. Let's get out of here. The two hurried downstairs. The mangled corpse in the distance suddenly let out a guttural roar. Lin'er caught a glimpse of Liu Shuai's pained expression and charged over with her Lung Dian spear in fury. Die! She impaled the zombie, then shook the spear, violently shattering the already cracked body into chunks of meat. Ugh! Liu Shuai had never seen such bloody scenes before, nearly vomiting up bile. Shuai, are you feeling better? The more she cared, the worse Liu Shuai felt. After all, he was a man, yet he had to hide behind a woman. The psychological gap was hard to recover from quickly. Lin'er watched the surroundings warily, pulling Liu Shuai back at the slightest stir. Minutes passed, and a zombie roar came from not far away. Woo roar. The roar was mixed with the sound of chains and metal objects dragging on the ground. The unit door of Building 26 was crashed open, and a dense crowd of zombies was pouring out endlessly. Liu Shuai looked up, his gaze falling upon the dense pitch-black horde of zombies. A chill ran through him, and his limbs grew unresponsive. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid, he muttered under his breath. At that moment, Lin'er let out a sharp cry, her cold lightning spear sweeping out in a swift arc. The heads of the two fastest zombies were severed. The grotesque skulls rolled to Liu Shuai's feet, nearly causing him to collapse in terror. Meanwhile, Lin'er grew more valiant with each passing moment, soon cutting a swath through the zombie ranks, creating a gap in their formation. A zombie not yet fully dead extended its claws from the pile of corpses. It crept closer, nearly reaching Lin'er. Lin'er! Seeing her wounded, Liu Shuai's rage surged to a blazing inferno. He charged forward recklessly. Clang! The Tang Saber slid from its sheath. The claw was severed cleanly. Back to back, he asked, "Are you all right?" "I feel a bit dizzy." Liu Shuai immediately offered his arm before her. "Not for now." "Oh." Before the words faded, a more piercing shriek came from the left flank of the zombies. "Everyone follow me closely." Zhang Tianlong took the lead, swiftly clearing the sole path to the unit door. Liu Shuai had already spotted them and shouted, "Hurry over." The young man beside Zhang Tianlong replied for him. "This place has become a severe disaster zone. Before it spreads elsewhere, we must clear it out first." "All right, Lin'er, and I will handle the perimeter. You take the interior. Follow me." Lin'er forced back a few elderly male zombies with a thrust of her spear before retreating to his side. The passage was sealed, preventing the zombies from breaking out. Hoo-ho, not good. Some zombies have already escaped before we secured this area. Lin'er, you hold this position. They'll deal with those few. Are you sure? Maybe I should go. Liu Shuai knew her concern was genuine, but as a man, if he lacked even this much courage, how could he survive in a world overrun by zombies? With that thought, he nodded firmly and took 2 deep breaths of the frigid air. Lin'er watched his not-so-tall figure, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Outside the residential complex, driven wild by the internal zombies' cries, they attacked the key passages with greater ferocity. The residents and security guards defending them struggled desperately. "Quickly go to the units under renovation and find some useful tools. We're short on manpower now, but we can't spare anyone." Sigh. This sigh deepened everyone's panic, and their mistakes in fighting the zombies grew more frequent. "Focus if you don't want to die." He was a retired veteran wielding a large steel pipe. Zombies within several meters had no chance to approach him. The crowd jolted, no longer daring to be distracted. The zombies were temporarily held at bay outside, but the situation inside was dire. Zombies that had escaped from Building 27 had already surged into nearby buildings. "I will find you all." Liu Shuai had never been so serious. He bound the Tang Saber to his right hand with cloth strips and slowly pushed open the heavy iron door of Building 26. The surroundings were eerily silent, so quiet that only the sound of footsteps could be heard. Crackle. The lights above flickered, occasionally spitting sparks. Liu Shuai touched his wildly pounding heart and continued forward. Near the elevator entrance, a figure was crouched on the ground. "Who's there?" Receiving no answer, Liu Shuai advanced even more cautiously. As he drew near, the dark figure suddenly stood up, 2 blood-stained fangs descending like venomous snakes. Having anticipated this, Liu Shuai swiftly sidestepped to the left, dodging the attack. The male zombie, having missed its strike, charged forward with claws outstretched. Just dodging won't work, he thought. While evading, he searched for its weakness. When its claw strike reached its full extension, he found an opening. The Tang Saber sliced upward, severing one arm. Hoo-hoo! The zombie swung its other arm. Liu Shuai rolled with the momentum, driving the tip of his saber directly into its head. Ding! Kill successful. Gained 1 exchange point. He quickly pulled up the system interface, but found no exchange list nor any newly activated functions. As expected, systems are all useless junk. Might as well not have it. A sudden surge of bioelectricity coursed through him, causing Liu Shuai to convulse for several seconds. Damn system. Remembering his recent experience, he quickly covered his mouth. Suddenly, the elevator chimed with an opening signal. Liu Shuai retreated, gripping his saber, tightly staring at the doors. As the elevator doors slid open a crack, a withered arm reached out from within. With a swing of his blade, the arm fell. 3 zombies burst out simultaneously. Liu Shuai had never faced so many zombies at once, and his heart pounded with anxiety. "Young man, do you wish to possess countless beauties, eh? Do you yearn to be surrounded by flowers? Take up your blade and slay every zombie that dares appear before you. The path of beauty hunting has been opened. What are you waiting for?" Listening to the incessant mechanical voice, Liu Shuai wished he could beat it senseless. He narrowly dodged a claw strike from his left side, but before he could turn, a searing pain shot through his back. "I'm doomed." The thought barely crossed his mind before he remembered Lin'er. His grim face lit up with extreme excitement. No longer afraid of injury, the zombies found no advantage. He rolled on the spot, then abruptly leaned back, driving the Tang Saber through the head of the one-armed zombie. With a forceful twist to the left, the blade slashed into another zombie's head. Die! He pulled with all his might, cleaving it in two. Who? A zombie charged with full force. There was no time to bring the saber back, so in desperation, he used the scabbard. Thud! The zombie's head took a heavy blow, slowing its movements. The Tang Saber swung back, splitting it in two. Huff huff, so tired, so tired. Congratulations, host. First triple kill achieved. Bonus of 2 exchange points awarded. Staring at the exchange value of 6, there were still no prompts nearby, nor any list to be found. Forget it. They'll just pretend it doesn't exist. As he wiped the blood from his saber, the wound from the zombie's scratch began to itch. The moment his fingers touched it, an even more intense itch spread through his body. What? What the hell is this? The itch was unbearable. Liu Shuai couldn't resist, his nails scraped the skin near the wound. Blood trickled down, and the itching instantly subsided by half. Oh, what relief. Chirp chirp. Strange sounds came from the fire escape. Meanwhile, at the complex's side gate, the guards were exhausted, their strength nearly spent. In a corner behind the sandbags, a middle-aged man with a peculiar expression rolled his eyes, blood seeping from his nose and mouth. Hoo-ho! The sound was faint, ignored by all, mistaken for the zombies outside. The middle-aged man slowly rose, sniffing the scent of the living nearby with a hint of excitement. Seconds later, his claws rested on the shoulder of the nearest person. If you're tired, go rest. Before he could utter the next word, he was bitten. Someone finally noticed the sudden change. As they tried to warn others, the middle-aged zombie bit several more. Pandemonium broke out among the defenders. The already precarious heavy iron gate collapsed instantly. After waiting for a long time, without seeing Liu Shuai return, Lin'er slew the last zombie and hurried toward Building 26. As she stepped inside, she was met with a scene of severed limbs scattered across the floor, a chill of unease creeping into her heart. Shuai, please don't let anything happen to you. Rushing to the elevator, she spotted several more corpses, panic rendering her unsure of which way to turn. Clang. Boom. A muffled sound came from the fire escape staircase. It must be Shuai. Driven by anxiety, she dashed over and pushed open the door, narrowly escaping a blade that nearly cleaved her in two. Phew, you scared me to death. Lin'er, without a word, rushed over with red-rimmed eyes and clung to him like an octopus. Liu Shuai patted her back, soothing her. There, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Lin'er reveled in the sensation, the smile on her lips growing ever brighter, though her eyes treacherously began to close. A soft sound of breathing reached him, and Liu Shuai could only offer a wry smile. Lin'er, how can your heart be so at ease? How can you fall asleep in a place like this? She had indeed dozed off, but only lightly. At the sound of his voice, she awoke, recalling their awkward position, and her face flushed crimson. Unaware that she was awake, Liu Shuai's arms grew sore from holding her. As her body began to slip, he quickly pulled her up, and their lips met by accident. Their minds went blank in an instant. After a long moment, Liu Shuai's lips grew numb, and he instinctively extended his tongue. Caught in the kiss, Lin'er exclaimed, "Hey, what are you doing?" That. I didn't mean to. As if I believe you. As she pulled away, a faint, barely perceptible smile of sweetness lingered at the corner of Liner's lips. The atmosphere grew awkward. As Liu Shuai racked his brain for a way to break the tension, a fragrant sensation filled his mouth. At the same time, a warm current surged through his limbs and bones. A wave of comfort washed over his entire body, nearly making him cry out. "What's wrong with you?" The moment Liner's hand touched him, Liu Shuai pulled her into his arms and pressed his lips firmly to hers. As the sweet nectar entered his belly, the flow of warmth intensified several-fold. "If you let her." Liu Shuai braced himself for a slap, but instead she merely scolded him and then shyly lowered her head. He chuckled inwardly, thinking, "This is good, this is great." Then, woo-woo. Damn, my good mood is ruined. Just you wait. Liu Shuai hoisted his blade and charged up the stairs. He quickly reached the fire door on the second floor. The area was utterly silent, a stillness that was deeply unsettling. Shuai, go in. Lin'er, let me tell you, never speak behind me in a situation like this. You can scare a person to death. Oh. She obediently stuck out her tongue. Liu Shuai felt a sudden urge to savor the sight, but he forced himself to take a couple of deep breaths of cold air to calm down. The fire door was heavy, and he had to push with all his might to open it. At the same time, a massive arm reached out. "Help save me." Neither of them expected to find a survivor here. As they froze in shock, a scream rang out. "Lock it down." With nothing usable nearby, they could only retreat to the stairs. Boom. Crash. The door collapsed, and dozens of zombies came pouring out, claws outstretched. "Fall back to the unit in trance." Lin'er used her electrified silver spear to hold off the front ranks of zombies, shouting as she retreated. Liu Shuai watched her slender, resilient back, a warmth filling his heart. He murmured, "As long as we survive, we'll live a good life from now on." "Who wants to live with you? Are you part dog? How can you hear that?" Lin'er shot him a glare, then swept her spear in a wide arc, cleaving 3 zombies in an instant. "Hurry up, I can't hold them off much longer." Liu Shuai was already pushing his speed to the limit. Just as he was about to slow down, 2 streams of energy surged into his legs, making his body feel lighter and his speed nearly double. "Damn." As he pushed open the door, he shouted, "Lin'er, hurry. Coming." She rushed over panting, but still took the time to slay the trailing zombies. Seeing that she was out, Liu Shuai followed, grabbing a cement rod from the ground to jam the door handle. Since when are you so strong? All thanks to you. Me, let me kiss you a few more times, and it'll get even stronger. You pervert. Liu Shuai had no time to explain further. After securing the main door, he grabbed her hand and fled toward building 27. The situation there was much the same, the only difference being that the entrance was heavily fortified with sandbags. 2 lookouts spotted them approaching and eyed them warily. We're human, not zombies. After turning around twice and showing them the exposed skin on their bodies, the 2 men finally relaxed. Is Guild Master Zhang not here? No. He led a team to reinforce the side gate. It seems it's already been breached. Liu Shuai was calmer than ever. In an instant he understood a fundamental truth in the apocalypse: if they didn't unite, they would all die here. Then we'll go reinforce them too. Lin'er, let's move. The 2 rushed to the side gate in a panic. Near the east side gate, a large number of zombies had already gathered, relentlessly attacking the tall sandbag barricades, trying to topple them. Zhang Tianlong, along with some residents who knew martial arts, fought desperately to protect the sandbags. Guild Master Zhang, this can't go on. We should fall back to the core area. Sai, even if we can hold, we're just waiting to die. No. I just received a notice from the military. We are to hold our position and await reinforcements. Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at the speaker. Some recognized him. He was one of the city's key figures, and his words carried weight. Having run a martial arts school for years, Zhang Tianlong had seen all sorts of people. Catching a flicker of guilt in the man's eyes, he signaled with his gaze for him to come closer. There are no reinforcements, are there? The situation around us is even worse than here. They can't do anything either. I understand. Zhang Tianlong had decent mental fortitude. After a moment of shock, he stood up and shouted, "Those over 50 retreat to the central area of the compound and use the green belts for layered defense. Those aged 20 to 35 stay behind to cover the retreat." The crowd began to evacuate. The sandbag barrier was extremely unstable, on the verge of collapse at any moment. Boom. Dust and smoke billowed, reducing visibility to nearly zero. Fall back now. Zhang Tianlong spread his arms and moved backward, retreating slowly. A few minutes later, visibility returned. The zombies had mostly crossed the sandbags and were dispersing in all directions. The largest group headed toward the central courtyard. The defenders there, all pulled back from the perimeter, were already exhausted. They barely put up a fight before their line was broken. The fallen quickly swelled the ranks of the undead. At this rate, we'll all be wiped out. I suggest we have everyone hold a few buildings and then find a way to break out. I suppose that's the only option. Zhang Tianlong led his group toward building 13. Liu Shuai and Lin'er also arrived nearby, but a dense horde of zombies blocked their path, forcing them to retreat in the opposite direction. There weren't many zombies on this road, and even when they noticed you approaching, they didn't attack immediately. Strange. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand their unusual behavior. Lin'er, however, pointed into the far distance where a faint multicolored light flickered intermittently. Liu Shuai furrowed his brows, analyzing the possibilities under his breath. Could it be something dangerous, or perhaps a creature? As the words left his mouth, a shiver ran down his spine, raising goosebumps. Coward! Lin'er hoisted her cold lightning silver spear and strode forward with bold steps. As the distance widened, Liu Shuai snapped back to reality and sprinted to her side. Who's a coward? I was just thinking. Oh. Lin'er didn't call him out, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. Her face, as lovely as a peach blossom, made Liu Shuai freeze in a daze at the sight of her smile. You're drooling. No, that must be an illusion. Giggles echoed. So beautiful. Liu Shuai murmured, his face drawing closer and closer. Just as he was about to kiss her cheek, a flash of 7-colored light burst forth. Something's wrong over there. Hurry. Lin'er's cheeks flushed crimson. She murmured an embarrassed, and quickened her pace to follow. At the very center of the 7-colored glow, a tall, middle-aged man was shaking a bell in his hand. With every motion, the 7 large banners planted around him shifted in color. The man's hands weaved through a series of strange, arcane gestures. What kind of alien entity is this? Even the 7-star expulsion array can't fully banish it. A mournful howl rose. No good, the array's foundation is collapsing. A bitter smile crossed his face as he sighed, recalling years of tragic experience. To think that I, 9 dragons, Taoist scion of a noble lineage, would find my lifelong arts utterly useless against them. So be it, so be it. With a swift change of hand seals, the radiant banners dimmed and lost their luster. He drew an ancient, weathered longsword. A resonant clang echoed. A blinding flash of cold light sent chills down the spine. Abominations, face your doom. 9 dragons, Taoist formed a sword gesture and charged toward the horde of zombies. Meanwhile, Liu Shuai and Lin'er were not far off. Hearing the sounds of battle, their hearts tightened. Shuai, should we go? Let's check it out. As she stepped forward, a powerful force gripped her waist. Before she could break free, the strong scent of a man filled her senses. Let me go. Liu Shuai, savoring the sweetness, was reluctant to release her. After a dozen seconds, he pulled back abruptly, a look of ecstasy on his face. I'm brimming with power. You shameless jerk. Before she could react, he slapped her bottom. A shriek rang out as he dashed over a dozen meters away. How annoying. Lin'er feigned anger, but a strange feeling stirred within her. Blushing, she muttered, so embarrassing. Liu Shuai didn't hear her. His eyes were fixed on Nine Dragons Taoist, who was locked in combat. Holy crap, a Taoist. He thought his eyes were playing tricks, but after rubbing them the sight remained unchanged. Puzzled, his feet moved swiftly nonetheless. The scent of the living drew the zombies on the perimeter, who turned and lurched toward Liu Shuai. Uncle, come over here. Nine Dragons Taoist hadn't expected anyone to risk coming to his aid. Gratitude flickered in his usually calm eyes. All right, I'm coming. With a flick of his longsword, a radiant milky white blade of light shot into the distance. With a series of tearing sounds, every zombie in its path was cleaved in two. What the hell is this, a martial arts film? Liu Shuai was so stunned by the scene that he stood frozen. A zombie lunged from behind. Its gaping maw was less than half a meter from his neck when Lin'er sent it flying with a strike from her cold lightning spear. A thunderous crash followed. Such a formidable young woman. I wonder which sect she belongs to. Distracted, Nine Dragons Taoist was nearly struck by the dense zombie horde. Focusing entirely on fighting his way out, he finally broke through. Get out of here. The three retreated side by side. The commotion in this area rippled outward, affecting zombies elsewhere. They attacked not only the living, but also the freshly dead. Among the most mauled were cats and dogs. Once turned into zombies, they were no longer their owners' beloved pets, but sought to attack them by any means. As a result, the number of infected grew rapidly. The central stronghold had long fallen, and now even the last few buildings were barely holding. Chairman Ma, if this continues, well, I'll die. Please save us. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. An elderly woman collapsed on the ground, tugging desperately at his clothes. Chairman Ma scanned the crowd inside, mostly the old, weak women and children with hardly any able-bodied men. How can I survive alone? He adjusted his glasses and shouted, we must unite and fight together. That's our only chance. Chairman Ma is right. Follow me. A stout woman weighing over 200 Jean grabbed a large iron rod and charged out of the building entrance. The zombies, catching the long mist scent of humans, swarmed toward them. The trembling crowd still hesitated to fight. Chairman Ma fought while shouting sternly, if we die, none of you will survive. Those words jolted many into action. They grabbed the piled weapons, wooden clubs and steel pipes, and surged out in waves. A chaotic battle erupted. For every zombie lost, another person was infected. This won't work. Fall back. The others hurried inside, while the able-bodied stayed to cover the retreat. Across Greenleaf Estate, fierce skirmishes raged. In just a few hours, over half the residents had turned into zombies. Near Building 27, the worst-hit area, no living soul remained. After prolonged fighting, hunger and thirst took their toll. To regain strength, many ate large amounts of food. As a result, supplies were quickly exhausted. Starving survivors risked scavenging through the buildings for food. Conflicts erupted over it. The group that found the most locked themselves in a room, barring others from entering. Desperate survivors managed to force the door open. Have you no shame? Chairman Ma fumed, his glasses nearly slipping off his nose. Shame? An elderly woman in her 60s clutched the food as if guarding it from thieves. We found this. Don't even think about taking it. Several stout women blocked the way, their expressions screaming, try it and die. Chairman Ma shook his head in disappointment. The middle-aged man beside him, unable to bear it, brought his iron rod down on one of the women. With a thud and a scream, the woman's skull was cracked, leaving her barely breathing. You murderers! They'll report you. The other women yelled, but instinctively backed away. Chairman Ma sighed again and nodded to his companions. They raised their clubs and beat the women down. Give back our food. Give it back. Help. Murder. They're killing people. The group retreated from the room and sealed every exit. Chairman Ma tossed the keys out the window, muttering through gritted teeth, let such selfish people fend for themselves. Liu Shuai's strength was failing. With effort, he swung his blade and shouted, Taoist, you're the fastest. Rush to Building 13 and open the unit door. Jiulong Shangren grunted in acknowledgement, a shimmering white aura enveloping his longsword. With a crash, the path cleared, and he darted forward. Watch out. Lin'er had been looking after Liu Shuai the entire time. Her stamina drained more than theirs, yet she held on with unwavering resolve. Thanks. Pulling her, he charged toward Building 13. The zombies swiftly encircled them, and the only passage vanished in an instant. Looks like we're done for here. As long as Lin'er draws breath, I won't let them harm Shuai. A smile broke across Liu Shuai's grim face as he pulled her into his arms and pressed his lips to hers. Whether from exhaustion or a desire to savor this fleeting tenderness, Lin'er yielded this time. As the sweet essence entered her, her depleted strength began to surge back. Though it feels long in the telling, it was but a second or two. As the nearest zombie lunged, Liu Shuai held Lin'er and sidestepped right, his Tang, sword slicing out. The zombie's head was cleaved, dead beyond death. Lin'er, let's fight back to back. Yes, Shuai. Lin'er licked her lips, tinged with a faint bloody taste, as a powerful aura surged into her hands. With a shout, she swept her silver spear, sending dozens of zombies reeling. Though Liu Shuai didn't see it, he sensed from the force that its power rivaled the old Taoists. They fought their way closer to Building 13's entrance. Quick, get in. Jiulong Shangran strained to hold the electromagnetic door. You go first. No, Shuai goes first. A warmth filled Liu Shuai's heart as he pushed her toward the door. Come on, you little scum. He wiped the blood from his Tang, sword, sneering at the gathering zombies. The zombies moved sluggishly, still some distance from the door. Liu Shuai hesitated to enter because he heard rustling in the grass. If something rushed in as the door closed, their last haven would turn perilous. His worry was justified. A cute little cat cautiously poked its head out. Wow, what a beautiful kitty. Girls are naturally drawn to adorable creatures, and Lin'er's eyes sparkled, her lips parting slightly. It sprang from the grass, but Liu Shuai spotted several tiny blood holes on its body. Watch out, close the door, close it. Lin'er didn't react, but Yitong Express slammed the door shut. No, Shuai's still out there. She pounded against the door. The little cat had already reached Liu Shuai, its sharp claws descending in swift strokes. It was too agile to evade, leaving long bloody gashes on his back. You dare hurt my Shuai. Lin'er's fury erupted, a formidable aura radiating from her, nearly knocking Yitong Express back. This one is no ordinary child. With a crackling sound, the door was forced open and Lin'er charged furiously into the zombie horde. Die. Where her silver spear passed, zombies were either slain or wounded. Seizing the moment, Liu Shuai adapted to the cat's attack speed, flipping his Tang sword and striking its belly with the scabbard from the right. A mew, a standard zombie cry. Lin'er loathed the sound and charged recklessly ahead. In doing so, the hard-won escape route was instantly overrun by zombies. Yitong Express saw it all, hesitation flickering in his brow before he dashed out as well. Clearing the area nearby, he yelled, "Come over here." Liu Shuai had regrouped, with Lin'er retreating while fighting. Whether spurred by the cat's cries or their repeated provocations, the zombies now grew frenzied. Howls and growls rang out incessantly, shattering concentration. In a moment of evasion, a cat claw grazed Liu Shuai's left thigh. This cat's a nuisance. I've got to cut it down. Resolved, he deliberately held back his strength, and when the cat thought it had an opening, his hidden Tang sword slashed horizontally. A flash of steel, and the cat was split in two. Freed from its threat, Liu Shuai could finally aid Lin'er. He shifted his blade from a horizontal slash to a vertical chop, a faint white phantom appearing. The three zombies stacked ahead were cleaved apart. Damn, that's fierce. Lin'er turned, her eyes gleaming. Shuai's amazing. I'm even better after a kiss. Fuck you, rogue. Yitong Express couldn't bear it. You two flirting at a time like this. I can't help but admire it. Lin'er then remembered others were present, her face flushing crimson as she looked down in embarrassment. But standing amidst the zombie horde, hesitation was suicide. Two sharp claw strikes were about to hit her. Liu Shuai pulled her into his arms, taking the blows on his back. Are you okay? Fine, just a torn shirt. He spoke lightly, but the pain was excruciating. Meanwhile, Yitong Express had finally cleared a path, shouting as he fended off the converging zombies. Lin'er, go. They charged together toward the door, but just as they neared it, two large cats burst out from both sides. Kill the young and the old, come. Yitong Express's sword danced faster, enveloping the area in dense shadows. Unable to break through, the two cats turned fully on Liu Shuai. Think him a pushover. He swung his Tang sword repeatedly, but didn't even touch a hair. Young man, brute force won't cut it. Didn't your master teach you strategy and adaptation? If I had a master, would I be this pathetic against them? Yitong Express was stunned. If true, it meant the young man was a rare martial prodigy. If you're willing to take me as your master, I'll teach you everything. Old Taoist, if you lure him into monkhood, he'll kill you. Liu Shuai was about to respond, but they were already at each other's throats. He quickly changed the subject. Let's finish off these two big cats. The zombie horde is almost here. Reluctantly, they joined forces. Yitong Express, eager to win Liu Shuai as his disciple, knew the best way was to display absolute power. His robes billowed and his longsword hummed. With a sharp sound, a white sword arc flashed. A piercing feline shriek rang out, and the two big cats lay dead beyond death. How was that move? Not impressive. Liu Shuai had no time to mediate, using the owner's key to open the electromagnetic door. What are you waiting for? Get in. He shoved them inside and slammed the door shut. Thud thud. The zombies pounded on the door, unable to break it open for now. Phew, so tired. Let's rest a bit. Lin'er, who had been radiant moments ago, now slumped languidly into Liu Shuai's arms. You've worked hard. Sleep peacefully. He lifted her in a princess carry and walked slowly toward the elevator. Returning to his home, Liu Shuai gently placed Lin'er on the sofa before crouching down on the floor. Make yourself at home. Yitong Express nodded, crouched down as well, and slowly closed his eyes. Over half an hour later, Liu Shuai had regained some strength and struggled to stand up by leaning on the sofa. His vision went dark and he nearly fell. That little vixen sucked too much. Oh, I'm severely anemic now. The sleeping Lin'er seemed to hear him, lazily turning over and smacking her lips. Liu Shuai, traumatized by this action, rushed to the refrigerator. Thankfully, there are eggs and frozen meat. Let's eat something first. Dragging his exhausted body to the kitchen, he turned on the faucet only to find the water tinged with red. Holy crap. His voice was loud enough to make Lin'er and Yitong Express open their eyes simultaneously. What's wrong? Nothing. Lin'er didn't believe him and rushed over only to see the bloody residue in the sink. Gulp, I'm so hungry. Hey, don't come any closer. I'm about to pass out. Lin'er ignored him and drew nearer. Liu Shuai braced himself for a bite, but instead felt a wet sensation on his lips. Yitong Express quickly turned away, his face burning with embarrassment. 2 minutes later, Lin'er released Liu Shuai and asked softly, feeling better. Hey, my dizziness is gone. He jumped a few times without any discomfort and said excitedly, so this works. Let's do it to each other from now on. Lin'er knew he meant no harm, but with another person in the room, she felt embarrassed. She pinched Liu Shuai's arm and scolded softly, "In your dreams." Yitong Express couldn't bear to listen anymore and went straight to the balcony, locking the glass door behind him. Growl, growl. What's that sound? Lin'er looked around warily. Liu Shuai patted his stomach and smiled bitterly. I'm hungry. I wanted to cook something, but there's no water. Lin'er pushed him aside, deftly lit the stove, and poured oil. The eggs sizzled with a rich aroma. If there's food, save some for me. Yitong Express stared at the pan expectantly. Liu Shuai tilted his head and asked seriously, can a Taoist eat meat? You ignorant bumpkin. Do you know that even monks can marry and have children? Hee, I forgot. A large plate of eggs was quickly devoured, leaving only one. Lin'er, have the last one. No need, he'll just have some blood. As she spoke, her two cute little fangs appeared. Young lady, stay away, stay away. Liu Shuai grabbed a pillow and backed away in fear. His panicked expression resembled a child being punished by an adult. Hee. Alright, I'm just teasing you. Meanwhile, Yitong Express slowly stood up and said, I want freeload off your food. Let me set up the 7 stars expulsion array on this floor. Even if zombies attack, they won't be able to enter. Yitong Express, you remind me of a classic term. What? Charlatan. Forget it, how could a mundane person understand a transcendent master? Yitong Express walked toward the door with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of authority. Let's check other apartments, or we might find more food. Lin'er, you're so smart. In his excitement, he kissed her on the cheek. Gross, you didn't even wipe your mouth after eating. Disgusting. He wiped his mouth with a tissue and kissed her 3 more times. Liu Shuai dashed out of the apartment like lightning. Meanwhile, most of the neighborhood had fallen except for the groups led by quick-thinking individuals. Everyone else had turned into zombies. In the largest sports field, a dense horde of zombies slowly moved toward the tall buildings. They had all died at the hands of zombies, leaving them with missing limbs. Despite their sluggish movements, their destructive power was astonishing, tearing trees and lampposts into pieces. In the nearest building, a group of overweight women were frantically pounding on the windows. Crash! Glass shattered from the high floors. Whoosh! Groans and screams followed as hundreds of zombies were crushed and never rose again. This works. Keep going. A woman weighing over 200 Jean grabbed a chair and charged excitedly into another room. Another loud crash echoed, and more zombies were crushed below. Ha! Overjoyed, she failed to notice the window frame at her feet lost her balance and plummeted. A thud. The 200 weight a person fell from the 32nd floor into the zombie horde, creating a large crater. Whether due to her body fat or her rare blood type, the nearby zombies scrambled to get closer. The zombies chewing on her limbs emitted a squeaking sound. As the sound grew louder, the zombies that had consumed the most began to grow bone spurs on their backs. Growl, roar. The zombies at the rear slowly raised their heads in terror. The roars intensified, and all the zombies in the Green Leaf neighborhood joined in a chilling sound lingering in the air. Yitong Express placed the last flag and took out a bagua compass, muttering as he turned it, a miscalculation, a miscalculation. Liu Shuai had been helping him set up the 7 stars expulsion array, and the word charlatan had long been forgotten. What's wrong? It's fine during the day, but once night falls and the Yin energy peaks, this array will fail. A slip. Aren't you a master? Is this all you've got? Yitong Express shot him a disdainful look and sighed. Many exquisite Taoist techniques and arrays have been lost. I pieced this one together from dozens of fragments I collected. No wonder it's so shoddy. You infuriate me. As he left, Lin'er returned carrying several large bags and hugging an even bigger one. Where did you get all this food? The apartment next to the God of Food canteen. There's plenty more inside. Liu Shuai slapped his forehead and grinned. How could I forget that? Let's go get some good stuff. He rushed over excitedly and saw that the high-tech doors had been opened. Glancing at Lin'er, he asked, did you open them? The last one, but not the others. So someone else was here before us. Must be. Look here. Lin'er pointed to clear handprints. The print was huge, unlike a human's. Could there be a monster inside? At this thought, Liu Shuai's expression turned grim. He slowly drew his Tang Saber, while the cold lightning silver spear also pointed straight ahead. The surroundings were far too quiet, so quiet that even the sounds of breathing and heartbeat were clearly audible. Tap, tap, tap. Liu Shuai abruptly turned around, but saw nothing suspicious. Patting his wildly pounding heart, he muttered, it's just footsteps, startled me for nothing. Lin'er had been staring at those handprints, thinking, what kind of creature left these behind? A gorilla? Doesn't seem right. A large monkey? Doesn't fit either. Soon they arrived at the door. A streak of crimson light shot towards them from afar. Liu Shuai quickly pulled Lin'er into a backward lean. The crimson light grazed above their cheeks. A strand of hair drifted slowly down in the wind. What the hell? A restaurant hidden in a residential complex protected by lasers. This. Lin'er finally snapped back to reality, exclaiming with excitement. I finally know what creature left those marks. What is it? An ape? Not quite accurate, it should be an ape. Liu Shuai was stunned and roared. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This is a high-end neighborhood. Who would bring such a large creature here? Could it be them? As these thoughts surfaced, his expression grew increasingly grim and his grip on the Tang Saber tightened. Lin'er picked up a small bottle from the ground and tossed it over there. The laser appeared again, as expected. They tried several times, and it always activated instantly. It seems we can't get in. Let's head back. Liu Shuai gazed into Lin'er's watery big eyes, pulled her into his arms, and planted a firm kiss on her cheek. His restless heart instantly calmed, and his strength began to recover rapidly. Let go. Lin'er was somewhat angry, biting down hard on his hand. The faint taste of blood spread in her mouth. Liu Shuai smiled wryly, trying to push her away. But she refused, greedily sucking his blood. After a few seconds, Liu Shuai finally managed to pull her away. Rubbing his swollen arm, he shook his head with a bitter smile. He'll be drained dry by you sooner or later. It's just a bit of nasty blood. Don't be so stingy. Lin'er's cheeks were rosy, her face as delicate as a peach blossom, exceptionally beautiful. Liu Shuai's mind wavered for a moment. He quickly took a deep breath of cold air and said seriously, this laser is too annoying. Let's try one more time. If it's still the same, we'll search elsewhere. Lin'er hummed in agreement and pulled him down to lie flat. She tossed a small half bottle into the distance. Thud thud thud. After waiting several seconds, the laser did not reappear. Stay down and don't move. Liu Shuai slowly raised the scabbard of the Tang Saber. The scabbard had already passed the laser's activation threshold, yet it still did not appear. Still uneasy, Liu Shuai stood up slowly, letting his hair touch the boundary line, and stood still there. It should be safe now. Hurry up and open the door. The password requires a fingerprint and iris scan. No luck. Lin'er shook her head in disappointment. Liu Shuai sighed and turned to leave with her, but his peripheral vision caught some unevenness in the corner of the wall. He gently brushed away the nearby debris with the tip of the Tang Saber, revealing a small box. Be careful. Lin'er was frightened, clutching tightly to his denim jacket. He carefully cleared the area around it until the small box was fully exposed. Just as he was about to pry it open with the blade, it opened by itself. A beam of light projected an image onto the opposite wall. A man in his 50s wearing a research lab coat appeared with a grave expression. If anyone is watching this recording, it means our research has completely failed. The world is likely already plunged into apocalypse. The old man was filled with remorse, and tears of anguish streamed down his cheeks. After a few seconds, he wiped away his tears and choked out, If you can find the mad doctor, Houston, you might be able to stop this catastrophe. Liu Shuai felt the name was familiar. After a moment of thought, he exclaimed in shock, damn, that lunatic who gave me the system. The mention of the system made Liu Shuai's face darken. From the moment it appeared aside from the counter changing, everything else was blank. While he was lost in thought, a beam of light flashed from the iron box, and the fingerprint and iris lock were unlocked directly. Amidst the creaking sound, faint cries could be heard. What the hell is that? Liu Shuai's heart pounded with anxiety as he quickly retreated to the left wall. The door slowly opened, releasing a nauseating stench of blood mixed with the putrid smell of decay. What is this thing? Lin'er covered her mouth and nose with both hands, but the nausea refused to subside. She bent over, retching continuously. Liu Shuai was also uncomfortable, but not to the point of retching. He slowly stepped in front of her to shield her. Lin'er gazed at his not-so-tall back, and her anxious heart gradually calmed. The door was now wide open, and a pool of bloody filth was slowly oozing out. Be careful. I will. Lin'er tightened her grip on the cold lightning silver spear. A strange current flowed from the spear shaft into her arms, driving away all her unease and fear. Stay behind me. Liu Shuai was momentarily stunned, but she had already charged inside. Just a moment ago she was a scared little kitten, now suddenly she's a cold, domineering queen. What a transformation. Whatever, it'll just follow. The deeper they went, the more blood and filth there was. Swollen dead fish and rotten shrimp continuously emitted an unbearably foul stench. Ugh, this is horrible. Prolonged exposure to such an environment would break even the strongest constitution. As he took a deep breath, a cold, delicate hand covered his mouth and nose. A fragrance like musk and orchid instantly dispelled the foul odor inside him. So comfortable. Liu Shuai, whether intoxicated or truly exhausted, felt his eyelids growing heavy. Lin'er withdrew her hand with a cold snort. How annoying. Liu Shuai snapped awake, realizing that the external stench could no longer enter his body. He was so excited he almost shouted. Drip, drip, drop. A faint sound came from far away. Lin'er made a stop gesture. Simultaneously, the sound ceased abruptly. It seems there's something alive in there. Be careful. Liu Shuai intended to advance alongside her, but Lin'er's pace was quicker. As footsteps sounded, the dripping noise resumed. The cold lightning silver spear thrust forward, its invisible force attacking the source of the sound. No effect. Both of them reacted with the same thought. Let's search back to back. As Liu Shuai turned, his peripheral vision caught a dark shadow flashing behind them. It moved too fast for him to identify what it was. Lin'er, I don't know what's wrong with you, but if you want to get out safely, you have to listen to me. Lin'er's body trembled, and she whispered, go away. Liu Shuai quickly stepped back to increase the distance between them. A bitter smile had just formed on his face when her soft, boneless arms tightly wrapped around his waist. I don't want to be apart from you. All right, we won't be apart. Lin'er glanced at the cold lightning silver spear with disdain and threw it away. Liu Shuai caught it and asked, why are you throwing it away? It's bad. Lin'er wanted to tell him the truth, but was afraid she couldn't explain, so she gave a vague answer. He scraped the Tang Saber against the spear shaft and shouted, I don't care what kind of power you possess. If you dare harm Lin'er again, it'll destroy you. The cold lightning silver spear seemed to understand, its shaft trembling slightly. Liu Shuai handed the cold lightning silver spear to her, his voice gentle. Take it. Let's go take a look ahead. Mom Lin'er replied, having returned to her sweet and adorable self. My Lin'er is back. He lightly tapped her nose. Stop it. Liu Shuai's body trembled slightly, and he smiled wryly to himself. This little enchantress grows more captivating by the day. I can barely hold on. Drip, drip, drip. He looked up sharply. At the highest point, a suspended corpse was steadily dripping blood. It died not long ago. Having reached this conclusion, Liu Shuai cautiously advanced to explore. Lin'er, after all, was a girl. If not for the aura of the cold lightning silver spear that temporarily calmed her, she would have surely screamed and fled outside. Whoosh. The black figure appeared once more in the distance. It's a zombie cat. Be careful, Mum. As they slowly approached, the zombie cat, which had been gnawing on an animal carcass, whirled around. Its blood-red eyes bulged, and its small mouth suddenly transformed into a gaping maw. So scary. Don't be afraid. He'll protect you. Despite his own pounding heart, Liu Shuai stepped in front of her, shifting his Tang sword into a downward grip. Mew. The zombie cat suddenly lunged, moving so fast, it was merely a blur. Before Liu Shuai could even think how to react, a swift spear thrust in from the left at an angle. Only after a piercing shriek did they see the cat impaled on the spear. You dare hurt my Shuai. You're asking for death. A voice rang out, icy with fury. The spear swung, and the zombie cat was torn apart. Drip, drip, drip. The sound of water falling echoed nearby. Looking around, they saw many green glints in the darkness. Damn, a pack of zombie cats. Liu Shuai grabbed Lin'er and bolted for the exit. At the same time, an endless stream of zombie cats charged from every direction. Lin'er's face paled, and her hand, gripping the cold lightning silver spear, trembled slightly. Yet within her heart, a resolute voice declared, I will protect Shuai. As if hearing her call, the spear surged with a powerful current of electricity, causing her clothes and hair to billow without wind. As her aura expanded, the zombie cats screeched to a halt. Little did they know it was precisely this aura that spared them from the cat's most ferocious assault. Lin'er, just how many secrets do you hold? He muttered. Then she lifted his arm and sank her small fangs into it. After swallowing his blood, her presence grew even stronger. Mew. The zombie cats no longer wished to remain, slowly backing away. You think you can just leave after messing with us? Before the words faded, Lin'er shot forward like an arrow from a bow. Come back. Knowing it was futile to call out, Liu Shuai grabbed his Tang sword and followed close behind. Lin'er swept her spear horizontally, cleaving two zombie cats that were too slow to dodge. They fell, but didn't die instantly, writhing forward with great effort. They crawled directly toward Liu Shuai. With a flick of his Tang sword, they were dead. Ding. Exchange value increased by 1. Ding. Exchange value increased by 1. The crisp electronic chimes startled him, then filled him with elation. From then on, Liu Shuai delivered the final blow to every zombie cat that was still alive. After a relentless slaughter, the zombie cats were finally wiped out. Shuai, I feel really uneasy. We should leave now. Whatever you say. Taking Lin'er's delicate hand, he stepped back. As they neared the center of the room, the ceiling suddenly shuddered. Something big is coming. Run. They pushed their speed to the limit. Just as they were about to reach the door, the long-defunct electronic door slammed shut. Despite their haste, they couldn't make it. They could only stand back to back, scanning their surroundings. Boom. Dust rained down from above. Thump, thump, thump. The center of the floor suddenly caved in. As the depression widened, a massive black arm punched through the concrete. Lin'er, stay right here. Liu Shuai knew that once it fully descended, he would be no match. To seize any chance of survival, he had to strike first. No. Where you go, I go. Lin'er brandished her spear and quickly followed. The depression grew larger, and a black leg much thicker than the arm came into view. He brought the Tang sword down in a vertical slash, but just before it struck, the leg jerked upward. It's not coming down. Before the thought finished, a more intense tremor shook the area above his head. As dust fell, chunks of concrete followed. He used his sword to deflect the larger pieces. It was as if the creature above had calculated everything, hammering at the breach while they dodged. It focused on Liu Shuai but overlooked Lin'er. The cold lightning silver spear suddenly stabbed into the black leg. Roar. A furious bellow echoed, and two long fangs appeared at the opening. Liu Shuai desperately wanted to attack, but the distance was too great. Even a full-power leap wouldn't reach. Then he remembered that Lin'er could grant him the strength he needed. He rushed over and kissed her on the lips. As her sweet saliva entered his stomach, a strange energy rapidly descended to his legs. His body became incredibly light, and with one leap, he was near the opening. He slashed horizontally with the Tang sword, then followed with a vertical chop. The fierce blade aura forced the black creature to retreat hastily, but one leg wasn't pulled back in time. Two deep gashes appeared, and it grew increasingly frenzied. Through the hole, Liu Shuai saw a black ape. His eyes went wide with shock. Although this was an upscale neighborhood, how could a protected animal like this be here? Unable to figure it out for the moment, he could only land first. Lin'er, lend me some more strength. Blushing deeply, Lin'er slowly nodded. After another passionate kiss, Liu Shuai's power indeed increased. Hungry. Before he could react, his arm was bitten and blood flowed into Lin'er's mouth. After several big gulps of blood, she released him with satisfaction. Liu Shuai's vision blurred, and he nearly collapsed. You're going to drain me dry one day. Don't go kissing me all the time from now on. Then I won't be hungry. Hearing this, Liu Shuai finally understood the problem. He smiled wryly and nodded. Thump. Crash. The The floor could no longer bear the weight and collapsed with a roar. The zombie black ape landed, shaking the entire ground. Ooh. Ow. The black ape beat its chest and charged furiously. They'll hold it off. You watch for an opening. Lin'er wanted to go herself, but seeing his determined gaze, she could only nod. Liu Shuai had no experience fighting large zombies. Every strike was a probe trying to quickly find its weak point. The zombie black ape seemed to read his mind. No matter how he tested it, it never went all out. Time passed, and his energy consumption was terrifying. Lin'er watched everything, secretly pushing the cold lightning silver spear to its limit. A faint light glimmered on the spear's tip. With a sharp cry, the spear stabbed into the black ape's flank. Roar! Enraged, the zombie black ape brought its massive hand down in a frantic attempt to crush Lin'er. At the same moment, Liu Shuai rushed over, grabbed her, and quickly fled to the right at an angle. Despite their speed, they failed to reach safety before the heavy fist descended. Better one bear the burden than both be wounded, he thought. Having made his decision, Liu Shuai hurled Lin'er far away with all his might. At the same moment, a tremendous force struck his spine, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Liu Shuai collapsed limply. Shuai, 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 Shuai. Lin'er cried, tears streaming down her face. The zombie black ape could have crushed him into pulp, but it sensed the terrifying aura of the cold lightning silver spear. Roar! Its right fist swung upward from below. Die! Lin'er had never been so furious. Her spear danced into countless afterimages, covering the ape's entire upper body. As they clashed fiercely, Liu Shuai groggily opened his eyes. The moment he stirred, an excruciating pain coursed through his body. His back especially felt alien to him. The slightest twist sent stars flashing before his eyes. Huff, huff. The heavy breathing reached her, and Lin'er, her eyes still brimming with tears, instantly broke into a smile. The zombie black ape, puzzled, followed the sound and charged directly toward him. Liu Shuai, unable to move, could only watch in anguish. Just as he was about to be struck, Lin'er pulled him aside in the nick of time. Boom. Cracks fissured the ground. The entire 26th floor shuddered violently. Zhilong Shangren, who had just finished reinforcing the 7-star expulsion array, was about to rest when he felt the tremor and detected an extremely sinister aura. Counting on his fingers, he exclaimed in shock, "A day of great calamity, a day of great calamity." The Bagua plate appeared, its needle spinning wildly toward the house of the food god. As he neared the door, the plate shattered completely. Alas, if only those ancient Taoist arts had been passed down, when would these abominations less than ghosts have the audacity to act so arrogantly? As he lamented, the electronic lock sparked with a crack and burst into flames. You must hold on. I'll get you out as fast as I can. He repeatedly struck the alloy door with his longsword. Lin'er had narrowly escaped the zombie black ape's blows several times, saved only by the aura erupting from the cold lightning silver spear, which threw off its aim. Even so, she was exhausted beyond measure. Without finding a better solution, death was certain. Negative emotions flooded her heart, making her movements even more sluggish. Liu Shuai shouted with all his remaining strength, "Watch out." Lin'er's delicate frame trembled. She murmured, "For Shuai Shuai, I must survive." She thrust the cold lightning silver spear and then forcefully pried it upward. The move appeared utterly simple, yet it concealed profound subtlety. Just as the zombie black ape thought it saw an opening, points of icy light flashed. Rip! A gash nearly 2 meters long was torn across the black ape's body. Screech howl! The ape beat its chest and charged forward with a roar. Its speed was immense, and the surrounding area was devastated, the floor sinking slightly. Lin'er's heart pounded with anxiety as she gripped the cold lightning silver spear tightly. The black ape was upon her, its claws descending one after the other. Dodged. Liu Shuai was frantic, but helpless. Enraged and anguished, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Without his awareness, his right hand had reached before his eyes. After confirming it several times, he realized he could move again. He slowly rose, a profound weakness spreading through his body. He staggered over. At that moment, Lin'er saw Liu Shuai approaching, her furrowed brow instantly relaxed. A long afterimage appeared. The zombie black ape lunged into empty air, letting out a piercing shriek. The sound echoed into the distance, driving the nearby zombies into a frenzy of violence. Boom. The ground was pounded repeatedly, now a web of cracks. After struggling to stabilize himself, Liu Shuai drew closer. Calm. Finally, he was less than 3 meters away. Even with a minor mistake, the Tang Saber could strike it with precision. He leaped and brought the saber down. The black ape, sensing no great danger, swatted at him as if shooing a fly. Liu Shuai quickly spun, rotating the Tang Saber in place. Rip! A finger was severed. Shriek! The zombie black ape furiously smashed everything around it. The area was already unstable, threatening to collapse at any moment. Are you alright? Lin'er caught the falling Liu Shuai, her face etched with concern. I'm fine, he said, only to reassure her. Creak. The steel beam sank further. The zombie black ape, also sensing the danger, leaped to a distant spot with all its might. Crash bang. A gaping hole dozens of square meters appeared. Lin'er, it seems we are truly going to die here. The path to the exit was gone, and without a rope, crossing the chasm was impossible. With Shuai by my side, Lin'er is not afraid. As she spoke, she pressed her lips to his. The sweet nectar entered his mouth, easing the pain in his back and lifting his spirits. Liu Shuai initially thought it was the power of love, but upon examining himself, he was astonished. Her saliva can heal wounds. This. Shriek. The zombie black ape charged at them, claws bared. As the Tang Saber spun, it felt as if it had gained a soul, slicing at the angles he desired without much conscious control. The blade carved a long gash in the ape's belly. Its foul intestines spilled out, nearly making them vomit. A drop of liquid splashed onto Liu Shuai. Sizzle. His skin instantly blistered, and the burn began to spread rapidly. Shuai. Lin'er, weak and struggling to stand, watched. Liu Shuai had to prevent the blisters from spreading and couldn't dodge. Just as he was about to be struck, the cold lightning silver spear appeared again. With little strength left and desperate to save him, Lin'er had the spear knocked away. Just as the ape's heavy fist was about to land on them, the spear, which should have fallen, flew back into her hand. A vast torrent of power surged into her, replenishing her depleted strength instantly. The force was overwhelming, and her power and aura continued to swell. The cold lightning is a king. How dare you profane it? The words came from Lin'er's lips, cold and utterly devoid of human warmth. Purple lightning coiled around the spear, then gathered into a net. The net converged rapidly in the air, forming a bolt of thunder as thick as an arm. It descended with the speed of lightning. Purple lightning, heaven's wrath. Boom. Boom rumble. The zombie black ape was scorched all over and collapsed limply into the gaping hole. It was so heavy that it crashed through the 25th floor, then several more, finally stopping on the 20th. Lin'er. He called her name several times, but she gave no response. Thump thump. A loud noise came from the entrance. Are you two alright? Yitong Express's voice came through muffled. Lin'er snapped back to reality and replied, we're fine. Find a rope to pull us back. Alright, wait there. Liu Shuai stared at her back, feeling that the Lin'er before him was somehow different. Yet he couldn't quite pinpoint what had changed. He followed behind with a wry smile, replaying the scene of her sudden surge in power. Boom. The door was forced open and Yitong Express appeared in the distance. Catched. A large coil of fire hose was thrown over. The two grabbed it and swung across the chasm. The 7-star expulsion array guarded the 26th floor of Building 13, preventing the zombies from the parking lot from ascending. For now, though, they had completely blocked all passageways. Some people, cowering in fear within their rooms, screamed in terror. This undoubtedly revealed their location to the zombies, as many of them pounded against the doors. The 18th floor hotel had the highest concentration of zombies, most of them foreign tourists, while the cashier girl and a few servers hid in a small safe room. Xiaomei, what do we do? Asked a tall, slender woman in her 30s with an oval face dressed in a professional suit. Sister Chen, I don't know either. A trembling young woman in her 20s with delicate features clutched tightly to the cloth covering the safe. 3 others were equally tense, gripping the dust cover just as firmly. Time passed slowly, the surrounding silence broken only by the sound of breathing as they stared intently at the door. Bang. Thump. Oh no. Before the words could finish, Sister Chen covered the mouth of the woman on the verge of breaking down. In this situation, we can only rely on ourselves, she said, picking up a nearby stick and standing abruptly. Xiaomei, still terrified, stood up as well and said, Sister Chen is right. Fighting for our lives is better than waiting to die. Yes, let's take the gamble. The other 3 stood up in turn. As they moved, Xiaomei seemed to kick something. Looking closely, she exclaimed with joy, we're saved. We're saved. A promotional long-range communicator. Yes, let me try. Sister Chen cleared her throat and called out, hey, can anyone hear me? Is anyone there? Her repeated shouts received no response. Instead, the sound attracted more zombies, completely sealing off the entire 18th floor. Bang. The door collapsed and faint, piercing screams echoed. We're doomed, absolutely doomed. What do we do? What do we do? 2 young women, pale-faced, stared in utter terror. Sister Chen grabbed their collars and slapped them several times. Calm down, both of you. If you truly don't want to live, jump down the ventilation shaft. The words were spoken without thought, but Xiaomei's eyes lit up as she stared at it. The vent was small, only allowing passage for a young child. Hope had barely flickered before it was extinguished, leaving them all in despair. Hey, is anyone still alive? A faint male voice came from the vent. As the voice grew louder, its tone became clearer, and they shrieked with excitement. Can you hear me? After several seconds, a reply came, yes. But not very clearly. The plump woman snatched the communicator and yelled, we're on the 18th floor of Building 13. Come save us. For nearly a minute, the male voice didn't return, and they slumped to the floor in defeat. Ding. Dingling. The 5 women, startled, stared in unison at the phone near the safe. Xiaomei picked up the receiver tremblingly, and a slightly youthful male voice came through. Where are you? Let me see if I can come save you. Oh, we're on the 18th floor of Building 13. I'm on the 26th floor. Wait for me, and don't let the zombies break in. Liu Shuai put down the receiver, a hint of seriousness crossing his brow. Shuai, are you really going to save them? Lin'er, the apocalypse has arrived. The more companions we can save, the better. But, the zombies have sealed off everything around us. We can't get through. Before he could answer, Yitong Express said, your silver spear has some deterrent effect on them. He'll draw 2 talismans on it, it should be able to drive them away. And if it doesn't work, then we'll have to cut a bloody path. Lin'er handed the cold lightning silver spear to Yitong Express. The moment his hand touched it, a bioelectric current surged from the spear, causing his hair and beard to stand on end. Ha. May I ask, Taoist, were you sent here by a monkey as a joke? Yitong Express was taken aback, then a smile spread across his face, and he burst into laughter. After the joyful laughter, their tense nerves were greatly eased. Express, this is our last line of defense. You must hold it. Rest assured I will give it my all. Lin'er, let's go. The two moved quickly already at the most heavily guarded fire escape. In the distance a few scattered zombies wandered. Liu Shuai shielded Lin'er as they slowly advanced. The scent of the living reached the zombies, causing them to twist their bodies stiffly. Ugly abominations die. The Tang sword slashed diagonally, cleaving a zombie in two. As Liu Shuai shook the blood from his blade, the cold lightning silver spear plunged straight into a zombie's head. Their weakness is in the head, you have to destroy it. My mistake, thank you, Lin'er. He planted a kiss on her cheek. Meanwhile, the zombies on the 18th floor, whether provoked by their presence or for another reason, began to act differently. What had been merely a crowded mass of zombies now relentlessly pounded against all the doors, a constant thumping echoing. Sister Chen, I'm scared. I'm scared too. Two young women in their 20s clung tightly to her clothes. Sister Chen Shuang was equally fearful, but dared not show her terror, silently praying, "Little hero, hurry up, hurry up." Xiao Mei, however, stood at the door gripping a wooden stick. Bang, bang, bang. Under the relentless assault, the reinforced safe door frame, usually hard to breach, began to bulge. After more battering, its support points would give way entirely. Please hurry up. Another woman kept calling into the communicator. Zhilong Shangren, having just completed his patrol, heard the cries and immediately replied, "Stay calm. They've already set out and will be down soon. The door is about to break. Hurry. A loud crashing sound came through the communicator. Zhilong Shangren sighed, then remembered Liu Shuai had a phone and quickly dialed. The number you have dialed is switched off. He waited and dialed again. The number you have dialed is not in service. Young ones, whether you can hold on until Liu Shuai arrives depends on your fate. Liu Shuai and Lin'er had a smooth journey, now reaching the fire escape between the 20th and 19th floors. Wait, I have a bad feeling. Be careful. They took a cautious step forward, and the sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed. They held their breath immediately, and the sound abruptly stopped. Lin'er slowly closed her eyes, focusing all her attention on her hearing, faintly detecting the sound coming from below. She pointed downward, then proceeded very quietly. The moment her foot landed on the step, the sound of high heels echoed several times louder than before. Liu Shuai heard it clearly. It came from the fire room on the 19th floor. Lin'er, let's move back to back. He intended to take the lead, but Lin'er stepped ahead of him. As they descended several more steps, the distinct sound of high heels continued to ring out. The sound-activated light in the corridor flickered incessantly, making the already tense atmosphere even more oppressive. Click-clack, click-clack. The distinct sound of high heels echoed, and the two gripped their weapons nervously. After checking repeatedly and finding nothing amiss, Lin'er made a bold assumption. It's been so long and it hasn't appeared. Could it be that there are no zombies at all? Highly likely. Liu Shuai also observed carefully and noticed that the sound only occurred when footsteps landed on the ground. It didn't sound when he tapped his Tang sword or scabbard. Keep an eye on our surroundings. Let me try something. He lay down on the ground, supporting himself with his hands. After waiting silently for several seconds, the urgent clicking of high heels did not resume. Your deduction is correct. If I'm not mistaken, someone must have installed a sensor here just to scare people. There are people that boring. Rice feeds 1,000 kinds of people in this world. All sorts of strange folks exist. Liu Shuai sighed, reflecting on the fickleness of human relationships. Lin'er suddenly turned around and hugged him tightly, saying, Shuai, rest assured I will never leave you. Thank you, Lin'er. After a few seconds, Liu Shuai completely calmed down. He gently pushed Lin'er away and walked slowly toward the corridor. The sound of high heels grew clearer. In the dark corner at the turn of the escalator, there was a small black dot. He struck it with his blade and said coldly, utterly ridiculous. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sensor ceased, and the sound of high heels never returned. Little did they know it was precisely because of this device that no zombies roamed nearby. Outside the small vault on the 18th floor, zombies piled up more and more. The security door, already burdened beyond its limits, was dented and deformed. Bang, bang, bang. I don't want to stay here. I don't want to stay here. Kaimei calmed down. 2 slaps landed and she finally stopped screaming. The longest screw on the security door kept protruding outward until it fell to the ground. Crack, boom. The door was about to collapse. Chen Shuang rushed to the safe and exerted all her strength, but it remained unmoving. What are you standing there for? Help. Oh. The 5 girls, drawing on unknown reserves of strength, slowly pushed the heavy safe forward. It was less than a meter from the doorway when a broken brick blocked its path. Boom. The door collapsed. It was nearly 2 meters long and the door frame just rested on the safe. Take these if you want to live. Chen Shuang handed out 2 poles, then grabbed the longest one and leaped onto the safe. At the same time, Xiao Mei followed suit. The first zombie crawled nearby. Chen Shuang took a deep breath and struck its shoulder with the pole. The zombie slid down, but charged again. Can't this thing be killed? Try hitting the head. Xiao Mei, an avid drama watcher, recalled scenes of dealing with zombies. Chen Shuang struck its head with full force, and the zombie flew backward limply. It actually works. If you 3 keep standing there, you'll be waiting for death. Wang Shui and Luo Yuxiao had already climbed onto the safe with poles, but Kaimei dared not, dropping her pole while clutching her head. You? Everyone was furious, but had no time to scold her, focusing all their efforts on fighting the relentless zombies. Meanwhile, Liu Shuai and Lin'er had reached the hotel entrance. Before they could open the door, several elderly female zombies attacked. Their heads had been struck repeatedly, yet they refused to fall. Tisk, such tenacious vitality. Let me handle this. The cold lightning silver spear gleamed with a faint silver light as it swept across their foreheads. The zombies collapsed. I'll help. Piercing screams echoed from deep within the hotel. We need to hurry. Without a word, Lin'er rolled up his sleeve and bit into his arm. As his blood entered her powers surged wildly. An invisible aura of dominance spread rapidly. The zombies instinctively felt fear and slowly moved aside. Follow me. Liu Shuai grunted in acknowledgement, trailing behind and cutting down nearby zombies whenever possible. Though the hotel wasn't large, its layout was complicated. After searching extensively, they still couldn't find the vault. Shuai, I can't hold on much longer. Then don't hold on. Lin'er paused, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth. She thought to herself, so I'm that important to Shuai. How touching. Woo war. The invisible dominance vanished, and the zombies gradually closed in. Want some more blood? This was the first time Liu Shuai had voluntarily offered, and Lin'er felt a bit unaccustomed. She smiled sweetly and shook her head. Help save me. A faint voice came from a crack in the door on the left. Let's check it out. Lin'er charged ahead, and Liu Shuai had to follow as fast as he could. He kicked open the door, and two zombies approaching the bathroom slowly turned around. One each. Liu Shuai leaped swiftly, his Tang sword slashing horizontally. The zombies, too sluggish to dodge, could only block with their hands. The blade, made of unknown material, was as sharp as an ancient divine weapon, cutting through arms like tofu. Armless, the zombie lunged with its gaping maw. Liu Shuai shifted 30 degrees to the left and brought the sword down in a diagonal slash. The rotting head slid off, and the zombie was dead beyond death. On the other side, Lin'er had also killed her zombie. Woo. A mournful roar came from the restroom. Liu Shuai signaled Lin'er to be careful and slowly approached. Just as he was about to open the door, it fell forward, and a tall, beautiful zombie in pajamas lunged at him. It moved fast, and Liu Shuai had no time to dodge. In desperation, he leaned back. At the same time, seeing him in danger, Lin'er hurled her cold lightning silver spear without a second thought. Thud boom. The zombie was pinned to the floor, already dead. Scared me to death. Lin'er pulled him up and pressed her lips to his. Liu Shuai wanted to kiss her deeply, but remembered the consequences of swallowing saliva and clamped his teeth shut. All right, Lin'er. It's dangerous here. Let's find other survivors. Her cheeks flushed, and she hung her head in embarrassment. Her pitiful appearance made Liu Shuai want to pull her into his arms again. Pick up your weapon. Let's go. As Lin'er pulled out the spear, she clearly heard cries for help. They must be nearby. Liu Shuai quickly went to the window and peered out, spotting sounds coming from a nearby vent. Is anyone there? Expecting no reply, a panicked voice came. Save us, please save us. If you get me out, I'll do anything you want, including that. Hearing that voice, Liu Shuai felt reluctant to help. Shuai, what's wrong? Nothing. I'm just thinking about how to save them. Oh. Lin'er said nothing more, but her lips moved silently, eventually forming the words, pervert, still a pervert after all. The cries for help grew more desperate, the sound of wooden clubs striking zombies faintly audible. Shuai, look over there. She pointed to a narrow ledge, barely the width of a foot. They'll cross from here. You guard the room, and don't let any zombies in. All right. Liu Shuai took a deep breath of cold air, placed his right foot on the ledge, and began to inch forward. Stay back. Two shrill voices rang out. Steady. They had already given up resistance, but this voice became a lifeline as everyone raised their clubs again. The zombies had swarmed the security door, their combined weight exceeding several tons, causing it to sink. With a creaking sound, the door bent inward, forming a shape that ironically became the best natural barrier. Meanwhile, Liu Shuai reached the vent. After careful comparison, he realized he couldn't fit inside. Listen up, those inside. Climb out from here quickly. Kaimei, the most timid, was the first to rush over, but she was so weak, she couldn't even reach the vent. Lift me up. Her tone was commanding. Luo Yuxiao shoved her away and barked. Usually the boss backs you up, so we all put up with you. But in this situation, I won't tolerate you anymore. Wang Shui, who had also suffered from her attitude, angrily added, exactly. Just because you're the boss mistress. What's so great about that? Shut up, all of you. Chen Shuang, the lobby manager, still commanded authority. The three bickering women immediately fell silent. At the same time, Liu Shuai's voice came through, the one who was yelling earlier, you're last. Kaimei never expected the outsider to say that. She quickly wiped away her tears, forcing a smile uglier than tears. Handsome, if you save me, I'm all yours. Hearing her sickly sweet tone that gave him goosebumps, Liu Shuai felt like strangling her. Get lost. If anyone dares let her out first, none of you are getting out. Kaimei collapsed to the floor in terror. Luo Yuxiao, you go first. Let Xiaomei go first. No more nonsense. Chen Shui made the decision, and they had to set up a stool and ladder. By now the zombies at the door were so dense that cracks had spread across the damaged wall. Kaimei suddenly lunged at the stool like a madwoman, screaming hoarsely, no one leaves, no one is allowed to leave. Xiaomei couldn't take it anymore and struck her on the back with a club. Hurry up. Just then the bent security door was deforming further. If it flattened completely, the zombies would pour into the room. Faster. I'm going as fast as I can, the vent is too narrow. Luo Yuxiao was telling the truth. Wang Shui couldn't hold back and squeezed in after her. She quickly caught up with Luo Yuxiao and desperately pushed her forward. After several seconds of effort, her head finally reached Liu Shuai. Slow down. It was dangerous. If he couldn't steady her, he might fall himself. For safety, Liu Shuai unbuckled his belt and tied it to the window frame holding the air conditioner unit. Grab my hand and move slowly. Yes, just like that. With no stable center of gravity in midair, it was easy to lose balance. Fortunately, Luo Yuxiao cooperated well, otherwise they would have both fallen. Most of her body was now outside. Hanging upside down, Luo Yuxiao's face was pale with fear, but she dared not move. He'll support you. Slowly pull your legs out. This was the most dangerous part. If she lost her center of gravity, Liu Shuai wouldn't be able to catch her. He managed to hold her without incident and slowly lowered her against the wall. They stood almost face to face on the narrow ledge. The zombies are about to get in. Those in front, hurry up. Liu Shuai quickly collected himself, released Luo Yuxiao, and said, follow this path to the third room. Someone will be there to receive you. Luo Yuxiao's face flushed crimson as she nodded shyly. The next two managed smoothly, leaving only the unconscious Kai Mei and Qin Shuang inside. Wang Shui watched Kai Mei being pushed forward and shouted, Sister Qin, she's so selfish. Why are you saving her? This isn't the time to dwell on that. Staying alive is what matters. Liu Shuai hadn't expected such magnanimity from her and nodded slightly. Boom. The security door shattered and the weakened wall collapsed with a roar. The immense force struck Qin Shuang directly. By instinct, she shoved Kai Mei forward. Half her body dangling in the air, Kai Mei jolted awake and screamed. Shut up. Wang Shui slapped her across the face. With their combined effort, Kai Mei was safely on the ledge. Move it. The ground was nearly 80 meters below. They all tried not to look down, pressing their bodies against the wall. Qin Shuang was almost at the exit when something grabbed her left leg. Turning, she saw a small zombie. I'll get off, get off. Don't panic, kick it, kick it. She remained calm, repeatedly kicking the frail zombie with her right foot. After 3 kicks, she broke free and scrambled out. Liu Shuai was ready, pulling her out and using his belt to absorb the momentum. By sheer accident, his lips met hers. Qin Shuang, nearly 30 and never even had a boyfriend, was stunned. But Liu Shuai couldn't afford distraction. He flipped his Tang sword and beheaded the pursuing zombie. Don't look down. Focus. Qin Shuang snapped back to reality when her feet touched the ground. Remembering what happened, her face burned red. Move faster. They're coming. Liu Shuai walked backward, nearly falling several times. In the third room, the presence of strangers had attracted a horde of zombies. Why aren't they back yet? Kai Mei stomped her feet in frustration. Shut your mouth. Lin'er was not one to be trifled with. She pressed her cold silver spear against Kai Mei's throat, one slight push, and she'd be dead. Everyone find a weapon. We're fighting our way out together. Liu Shuai's voice preceded him as he entered. Qin Shuang was in a business suit, making it hard to climb in through the window. Without a second thought, Liu Shuai grabbed her waist and tossed her inside. I can do it. No more talk. Luckily, everyone was focused on the zombies, so no one mentioned the awkward incident. But Qin Shuang's body burned and her breath quickened. So embarrassing. As Liu Shuai entered, he heard her muttering. What did you say? Nothing. By the way, we don't have any weapons. How are we going to charge out? A broken chair leg was handed to her. Listen up, everyone. They'll take the lead. Lin'er, guard the rear. If anyone doesn't give their all, I won't hesitate to leave them behind. Understood. Little did Liu Shuai know, while he was speaking, Lin'er had secretly activated the power within her cold silver spear, which was why they had become so obedient. Thanks to the cold electric silver spear, the doorway was not yet completely blocked by the zombie horde, and they immediately followed Liu Shuai, rushing outward. Wherever the Tang Saber passed, zombies fell one after another. Those that pursued them met their demise at Lin'er's hands. By the time they smoothly retreated to the fire escape stairs between the 18th and 19th floors, Qin Shuang and the others still felt somewhat dazed. Kai Mei's eyes gleamed as she thought to herself, this man is 10,000 times better than that dead fat pig. If I can latch onto him, not only can I save my own skin, but I might even turn him into my protector. Then wouldn't I have whatever I want? She quickly dashed to Liu Shuai's side, twisting her body coquettishly, her face flushed with allure as she cast amorous glances. To be honest, she was quite attractive, with a well-proportioned figure and long legs. If the apocalypse hadn't come, Liu Shuai might have fallen for it, but now he found it utterly repulsive. He glared and snapped, if you want to keep your dog eyes, stop right there. If you don't know what's good for you. Before she could finish, Wang Shui slapped her across the face and roared, you little slut, look at the situation before you start acting like a whore. Exactly, you've been spoiled. Luo Yuxiao and Xiao Mei chimed in unison. After being slapped repeatedly, Kai Mei was already furious, pointing at them and cursing loudly. Meanwhile, above their heads, a small zombie bird was slowly approaching. Its movements were light, and the sound of its flapping wings was drowned out by the shouting, making it undetectable to her. Only Lin'er and Wang Shui noticed the faint noise. Wang Shui, being the closest to Kai Mei, not only refrained from warning her, but even bumped into her deliberately. The zombie bird truly had to thank Wang Shui. If she hadn't knocked the person over, its beak wouldn't have landed on Kai Mei's neck. Ah, save me, save me. She flailed wildly at the zombie bird, but it clung tightly to her neck. The zombie bird only withdrew its beak after its belly had bulged from drinking. Flap! It wobbled unsteadily and flew downstairs. Kai Mei clutched her neck tightly, staring at them in terror, hoping these people would save her. You reap what you sow. Wang Shui turned away in disdain. Liu Shuai observed everything and thought to himself, this Wang Shui is as venomous as a snake. He'll have to be wary of her. Whoa. Kai Mai's pupils grew vacant and blood began to seep from her mouth and nose. Zombie transformation. Luo Yuxiao, terrified, scurried over to Qin Shuang and clung tightly to her arm. Liu Shuai frowned and was about to seek Lin'er's opinion with a glance, but she spoke first. Scum like her are just a waste of food. Let her fend for herself. All right, let's go. The group gradually moved away, and under the influence of the virus, Kai Mei had already turned into a true zombie. Drawn by the scent of living humans, she followed at a distance. Liu Shuai and the others were unaware of this until they heard the sound of a stick dragging on the ground behind them, prompting them to look back. Leave her to me. Without waiting for Liu Shuai's consent, Lin'er charged straight ahead. Before the flailing Kai Mei could get close, the cold electric silver spear had already pierced her skull, and she collapsed limply. With a swing of the long spear, her body shattered into pieces. Humph, dreaming of getting Shuai to save trash like you. Such a ferocious hunting scene was deeply etched into the minds of Wang Shui and the others. Lin'er, usually so gentle, whether driven by jealousy today or repulsed by Kai Mei's loathsome face, stomped on the corpse and roared, "Put away your petty schemes. If I catch anyone causing trouble again, this will be your fate." Guts and blood splattered everywhere. Overwhelmed by her formidable force, they had no choice but to comply, setting aside their ulterior motives. Among the group, Qin Shuang and Xiao Mei harbored no ill intentions, nodding to each other before following Liu Shuai. The group fell silent, the surrounding stillness so profound that even heartbeats were audible. Drip drip. Ah. Luo Yuxiao, terrified, clung tightly to Wang Shui. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Liu Shuai signaled Lin'er to observe carefully, but nothing was found. Woo woo woo. Damn, they're coming, stay close to me. Liu Shuai hadn't expected the 23rd floor, previously devoid of zombie activity, to be teeming with them. Humanoid ones were manageable, but the most fearsome were zombies born from small creatures, striking when least expected. Lin'er let out a sharp cry, and electric currents began to crackle along the cold electric silver spear. A web of electricity emerged, stunning several zombie birds and bats. Move it. Liu Shuai had been leading the charge since coming down, his energy consumption immense. As he climbed the ladder, his legs trembled violently. After a few steps, his vision suddenly went dark. Just as he was about to fall, Xiao Mei and Qin Shuang caught him. Are you okay? He waved his hand, slowly, panting heavily as he sat down to rest. Lin'er rushed over, and seeing him crouched on the ground, quickly scanned the group. Confirming it was exhaustion, she walked over to him gently. No one knew what she intended to do. Just as they were about to ask, they saw her lips press against Liu Shuai's. What the? Hey, what are you two doing? Xiao Mei and Qin Shuang's faces flushed crimson. They dared not even look. A second later, Liu Shuai gently pushed Lin'er away and asked softly, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Liu Shuai had intended for her to drink some blood, but Lin'er vetoed the idea with her eyes. "I still trust people too easily," he mused bitterly, rising to continue the journey. They carefully passed this floor. Once they reached the 25th, the 9 dragons ascendant could come to their aid. With this thought, Liu Shuai mustered his strength and supported the faltering Lin'er. Qin Shuang watched their retreating figures and murmured, "If a man treated me like that, even dying on the spot would be worth it." The 24th floor was devoid of any zombies, perhaps cleared by the 9 dragons ascendant or due to the 7-star expulsion array. Xiao Mei had somehow moved to Liner's side, supporting her while reminding, "The more peaceful it seems, the more cautious we must be." At her words, Liu Shuai and Lin'er saw her in a new light. They approached the entrance to the 25th floor, cautiously, encountering no danger. Finally safe. Before he could utter the last word, a fully rotted zombie lunged out. At the same moment, Qin Shuang appeared in front of Liu Shuai, shoving them aside. The zombie lost its balance and sank its teeth into her arm. "Oh!" Hearing her cry, Liu Shuai reacted, using the Tang Saber's scabbard to brace himself and steady his stance. Then with a sidestep, he cleaved the blade directly into the zombie's head. "Are you alright?" Qin Shuang shook her head with a bitter smile, slowly backing away. "I've been bitten. I don't want to turn into a monster like them. Please kill me, okay?" Her bitter smile began to twist, tears glistening in her eyes. "Alright." The long blade approached slowly, yet a faint smile of relief curled at the corners of her lips. Qin Shuang closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. A flicker of hesitation crossed Liu Shuai's eyes, but the Tang Saber descended swiftly and decisively. Just as she was about to be struck, Qin Shuang was hit on the back of her neck by Lin'er and collapsed limply. "Did you really want to kill her?" Before Liu Shuai could answer, Wang Shui and Luo Yuxiao had already distanced themselves from them, trembling as they pointed at Qin Shuang. "She was bitten by a zombie. She'll turn into one soon. Quick, kill her. I know you can't bring yourselves to do it." "I will." Wang Shui swung a steel pipe and charged toward Qin Shuang. When she was still half a meter away, Liu Shuai's Tang sword was already pressed against her neck. He barked sternly, "If you cause any more trouble, I'll kill you first." But she was bitten. Luo Yuxiao snatched the steel pipe and reasoned, "They're not afraid. Why should we be?" A flicker of hesitation crossed Wang Shui's brow, but in the end she had to relent. Still, she kept a distance of nearly 2 meters from them. The journey went smoothly enough, and they had entered the range of the 7 stars expulsion array. The 9 dragons, Saint, also came forward to greet them. "Injured? It's nothing. They'll handle it." Before the words faded, Wang Shui and Luo Yuxiao instinctively stepped back and shrieked, "She was bitten by a zombie. She was bitten." Having endured them the entire way, Lin'er could no longer hold back. She raised her hand and slapped them several times. Stunned and dazed, they sobbed with teary eyes. Lin'er rushed to Liu Shuai's side, supporting the slumping Qin Shuang. She glanced back at them contemptuously and shouted, "If you dare yell at Shuai again, he'll snap your necks." Wang Shui and Luo Yuxiao were terrified, trembling as they followed behind. Upon entering the room, Liu Shuai took Qin Shuang directly into his own room. "Lin'er, should I feed her the blood now, or let her suck it herself when the corpse poison takes effect? Feeding her is safer." "All right then." Liu Shuai grabbed a fruit knife and was about to cut his arm. "No need for that trouble." As Lin'er spoke, she snatched the knife and made a small cut on his middle finger. Blood dripped down, but Qin Shuang's jaws were clenched tight. Lin'er pried her mouth open with one hand. The faint scent of blood reached her nostrils, and Qin Shuang's brow twitched, the corners of her mouth spasming. "It seems to be working." Liu Shuai brought his finger closer. Qin Shuang smacked her lips, swallowing a large mouthful of blood, but her expression twisted in agony. "It hurts so much. The pain." Liu Shuai looked at Lin'er and asked, "Did this ever happen to you before?" "I can't remember." Within seconds, Qin Shuang's clothes were drenched in fragrant sweat, her exquisite figure breathtakingly alluring. "What are you staring at?" Liu Shuai snapped back to reality, his cheeks flushed. He smiled sheepishly, scratching his head in embarrassment. The laughter was soft, but Qin Shuang suddenly opened her eyes. A sharp scream rang out. Liu Shuai and Lin'er both flinched, quickly stepping back. Gurgle, gurgle. Qin Shuang's stomach growled with intense hunger. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted the bleeding finger. Like the wind, she dashed over, grabbed the finger, and began to suck. Meanwhile, the three people outside, alarmed by the scream, rushed in anxiously, only to witness Qin Shuang pressed against Liu Shuai. Her clothes soaked, the scene utterly suggestive. "Shameless. Tisk tisk, nearly blinded my dog eyes." Having endured their taunts throughout the journey, Xiao Mei could no longer bear it. With a tearful plea, she begged, "Sister Shui, sister, Xiao, please stop this, won't you?" At that moment, the Nine Dragon Saint arrived and overheard Wang Shui and Luo Yuxiao's caustic remarks. He roared angrily, "Young ladies, show some decency." Wang Shui and Luo Yuxiao shot him a contemptuous glance before turning to walk toward the living room. Liu Shuai's face had turned deathly pale, yet Qin Shuang continued to suckle with a look of pure bliss, so much so that even Lin'er couldn't pull her away. "Let her suck for 3 more seconds." The 3 seconds passed in an instant. Lin'er was already prepared to knock her out again, but Qin Shuang leaned back with a smile. Shui, are you alright?" I'm fine. You can't even stand straight, and you say you're fine." Lin'er was on the verge of tears. A warmth filled Liu Shuai's heart. He slowly sat on the floor, nodding and shaking his head intermittently. Lin'er quietly stayed with him for over 10 minutes, then suddenly remembered he would get hungry later. She slipped out silently. "You two go make some good food. Remember, it must be nutritious." Reluctant as they were, Wang Shui and Luo Yuxiao had no choice but to prepare the meal. Seeing their clumsy movements, Lin'er felt like giving them a beating. "Get out of the way. He'll do it." They were more than happy to let her take over, smiling as they withdrew from the kitchen. Lin'er busily prepared the soup. Over an hour later, a rich aroma drifted into the room. Liu Shuai snapped out of his daze and struggled to his feet. At the same time, Lin'er approached, carrying a steaming bowl of broth. Phew, careful, it's hot." Liu Shuai stared fixedly at Lin'er, who was blowing on the scalding soup. His heart stirred. Luo Yuxiao happened to catch this scene and murmured, "How heartwarming. If someone treated me like that, I'd die without regrets." "Stop daydreaming. He's not your type. I wouldn't want him anyway. Sisters, I beg you, please stop this." Wang Shui shoved Xiao Mei away and said coldly, "Stop playing the saint. Get lost." Sobs echoed into the room. Lin'er came out just then and walked unhurriedly toward the kitchen. As she passed by them, she delivered a slap to Wang Shui's face, channeling 70% of her strength. A sharp crack and a splat. Wang Shui's mouth was split open, blood streaming, her face swollen like a pig's head. "If I hear anything I shouldn't again, I'll kill you." The bone-chilling murderous intent locked onto her, forcing her to her knees. Though Luo Yuxiao kept her head down, a sly smile of amusement curled at the corner of her lips. At the base of Building 8, a group of disheveled men and women were rapidly approaching Building 13. "Help, help, please help." The piercing cries reached Liu Shuai's room. "Should we save them?" Lin'er and the Nine Dragons Saint both looked at him and said in unison, "You're the master of this house. The decision to save them is yours." Liu Shuai initially didn't want to intervene, but then he spotted a familiar figure. "Xiao Wu, don't stop me. I'm not stopping you. I'm taking you down." Before the words were out, Lin'er had already scooped up Liu Shuai and leaped from the 26th floor balcony. Such a reckless act baffled even the Nine Dragons Saint, let alone the 3 women who were frozen in shock. The cold lightning silver spear pierced the outer wall, dragging a long trail of sparks. Meanwhile, Liu Shuai gradually calmed down. He drew his Tang sword to absorb the momentum. The commotion they caused drew the attention of the fleeing group. Though their faces were unclear, there was a faintly familiar feeling. "Liangzi, hurry and rush over." "Got it, Brother Wu." Liangzi swung his long iron rod, forcefully sweeping away the zombies that had closed in. By then, Liu Shuai and Lin'er had reached the 5th floor and could clearly see the situation below. "Xiao Wu, over here." Hearing the familiar voice, Xiao Wu sliced down a nearby zombie and looked up to see the two descending. "Brother Liu, I knew you were too tough to die." The two were childhood friends bound by deep affection. How could they not be stirred to see each other in such dire straits? Meanwhile, Liangzi whirled his iron staff in an impenetrable arc, instantly clearing the area around their landing spot. As they were about to descend, Lin'er hurled Liu Shuai toward Xiao Wu while she plummeted sharply downward. Boom. Dust rose high from the ground. Liu Shuai charged forward, his Tang Dao flashing as it reaped the lives of many zombies in an instant. Yet even this did not deter them. Xiao Wu, fight as we retreat. The two brothers stood back to back, exchanging a glance with faint smiles on their lips. Little did they know their actions had drawn even more zombies, and they were now surrounded on all sides. The group huddled together, their circle of movement shrinking rapidly. Lin'er, find the weakest point. Before her voice faded, she slowly closed her eyes, scenes from moments ago flashing through her mind. Her slender finger pointed to 35 degrees on the right. Liu Shuai surveyed the group. Aside from Xiao Wu and Liangzi, only two middle-aged men wielding kitchen knives still had strength to fight. The rest were either exhausted or women paralyzed by fear. Lin'er, protect them. Xiao Wu and Liangzi, follow me. Before the words ended, Liu Shuai had already charged out. The three moved swiftly. The outermost zombies were slain, and if they could cut through the next two layers, they would break the iron-tight encirclement. The plan was sound, but they underestimated the zombies' encircling ability and nearly became trapped. As they retreated, a bitter smile flickered across Liu Shuai's face. Lin'er, I'm dragging you into danger again. She smiled sweetly, tapped his nose, and said with a hint of playfulness, where Shuai goes, I go. Sister-in-law. Xiao Wu called out, and Liangzi echoed him. Liner's pretty face flushed, though her heart swelled with joy. Let's go. As her delicate voice rang out, Lin'er dashed like a whirlwind into the zombie horde. Her cold lightning spear swept across, instantly killing dozens of zombies. Damn, she's fierce. You're a lucky man. As they teased, Liu Shuai charged out too, his Tang Dao dancing, sending zombies collapsing continuously. Follow me. Liangzi, quickest to react, shielded the exhausted group as they fled. The crowd was too large, Xiao Wu and the others could only guard the flanks. As time wore on, their stamina drained, and they couldn't protect everyone. The two panicked young women at the rear were overwhelmed by zombies. On. Go run. She was already torn and bloody, yet still worried about Liangzi. I have to save her, I have to save her. A middle-aged man held him tight, shouting, don't let her death be in vain. Liangzi gradually calmed down. He thrust a steel pipe through his elbow sleeve and used it to strike zombies' heads with brutal elbow blows. On the other side, Liu Shuai and Lin'er worked in perfect sync, nearly reaching the main entrance of Building 13. Too many zombies, let's find another spot. Go to the side door. After charging ahead, a massive figure emerged among the zombies. Damn fat zombie, it's blocking the path to the side door. Xiao Wu swung his long staff, shouting, big guy, come eat me. The fat zombie couldn't hear, it only sensed his scent, drawing it toward the fresh blood. Growl. The dragging of chains alerted other zombies who turned toward Xiao Wu. How could I miss out on bashing zombies? And me? Xiao Wu was deeply moved and made a crucial decision in his heart. He charged forward swiftly, now close to the fat zombie. Ugh, blah. Xiao Wu couldn't hold it in any longer and vomited heavily. Lin'er glanced at Liu Shuai, then unleashed her special aura. The thick stench of decay faded and the air around them became less suffocating. He'll draw its attention, you find a chance to strike. Okay. Xiao Wu was in bad shape and Lin'er stayed close to support him. Liu Shuai was separated from them, now surrounded by a massive horde. Take care of yourself, he'll be fine. You trust him that much? Of course. Seeing Liner's confident smile, even Xiao Wu's drained strength seemed to revive a little. Liu Shuai struck swiftly at the fat zombie, but it dodged easily, its long chain crashing down fast and fierce. Damn it. He leaped back, but a long-armed zombie grabbed his clothes. He twisted his body to the right, thrusting his Tang Dao upward. The zombie's arm was pierced, but its other hand clawed at him. Using the momentum, Liu Shuai slashed off its arm, at the same time the scabbard pierced its throat. So that's how you attack. Before the thought finished, the chain was above his head. He spun his legs, urgently, barely dodging. Groan. The chain claimed several zombie lives. I was just worrying about clearing a path. Your help is perfect. Liu Shuai deliberately lured it toward the passage. Each time the chain fell, a few zombies were killed. Lin'er, tending to Xiao Wu all the way, was utterly exhausted, stars dancing before her eyes. At the same time, a tiny zombie latched onto Xiao Wu's foot. Up. He shouted as his iron staff came down on its head. Lin'er snapped back, asking, are you okay? I'm fine. As she turned away, Xiao Wu's eyes flicked to the small wound on his ankle. Fighting on, Xiao Wu suddenly felt a sweet taste in his throat and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Then blood trickled from his nose and ears. Were you bitten? No, stay away. Xiao Wu was losing himself, but fought to hold on. His eyes caught the steel pipe in his hand. He slowly bent down, leaning his head toward it. Live well. With the last word, he drove his forehead onto the sharp pipe. Liu Shuai was far away, but heard only the final word. His eyes bloodshot, he screamed, Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. Consumed by rage, he ignored his injuries and furiously hacked at the fat zombie with his Tang Dao. After dozens of strikes, the fat zombie's arms were gone, its body covered in deep, endless gashes. Especially on its brow, a thin slit ran down to its throat. Crash boom. The 200-pound giant fell, crushing many zombies. Quick go. Lin'er appeared nearby, her face etched with exhaustion. Liu Shuai gradually calmed down. He rushed to support her and slit his own arm. I'm healed. Come save the others. No need, look. Following Lin'er's point, Liu Shuai saw two zombies wielding kitchen knives approaching rapidly. You go. Liangzi, covered in blood, swung his deformed steel pipe in a last desperate fight against the zombies. Tears glistened in Liu Shuai's eyes. These were his dear friends, his brothers, and now he could only watch them die before him. Liangzi was spent bitten in many places. Yet no pain showed on his face, instead a faint smile emerged. As two small bottles shattered on the ground, he slowly pulled out a lighter. A towering blaze erupted behind them as Liu Shuai was carried away on Lin'er's shoulders, his voice hoarse with desperation as he screamed, Xiao Wu Liangzi. Shuai, they are dead. You must accept reality. No matter how much Lin'er tried to console him, he refused to listen, hanging limply on her shoulder like a walking corpse. The situation around them was already dire, and with Liu Shuai now a burden, Lin'er could barely withstand the relentless tide of zombies. Her body was covered in scratches. With a sharp cry, she swung the cold lightning silver spear horizontally, cleaving the zombie about to bite Liu Shuai in two. At the same time, a rusted blade slashed a long gash across her back. Shuai. Liu Shuai looked over blankly and saw Lin'er drenched in blood. In an instant, he snapped back to reality from his grief. You will all die? His rage surged skyward as he swung the Tang blade like a venomous serpent. A faint smile touched Lin'er's lips as she lost consciousness. Liu Shuai chopped down a nearby tree, swiftly stripped the bark, and bound her to his back. Cold lightning, let's fight our way through together. As if it understood his words, a surge of electricity flowed into his body when he gripped it. A feeling of immense power coursed through him, and he swung it experimentally in all directions. Crack. Boom. The zombies were swept away, creating more space. What a spear. The cold lightning silver spear praised crackled with even stronger currents. In his fury, Liu Shuai was unaware that his eyes had turned blood red, his veins bulged across his body, and his fierce, killing intent was chilling enough to freeze anyone in place. Charging with reckless abandon, he finally reached the side gate only to find it occupied by zombie dogs and cats. Breaking through there seemed even harder than the main entrance. Meow. Woof. The sounds were hoarse, barely more than low growls. At the same time, Lin'er shuddered violently, then fell into severe convulsions. Hold on. With no other choice, Liu Shuai cut his arm and fed her some of his blood. After 3 drops, her convulsions ceased, and dark, tainted blood oozed from her wounds. After swallowing dozens of drops, she slowly opened her eyes. Shuai. Her voice was faint, but Liu Shuai heard it clearly. His heart eased, and he shouted, rest a while longer. Once I carve a path of blood, we can go back. Lin'er obediently buried her head in the nape of his neck, murmuring an mm. Liu Shuai gripped the cold lightning silver spear in his right hand and drew the Tang blade with his left. He used the spear for distant zombie cats and dogs, and the blade for those up close. After a few minutes, he finally broke through the doorway. Cold lightning, come. Before Lin'er finished speaking, the spear slipped from Liu Shuai's grasp and obediently leaped into her hand. Purple lightning thunderclap. Purple electric currents coiled around the cold lightning silver spear, gathering into a web. The web converged rapidly in the air, forming a thunderbolt as thick as an arm. It struck with lightning speed. Boom. The thunder spread, freezing every zombie it touched in place. We have about 30 seconds. Hurry. Lin'er was too weak to even hold the spear steady, but it clung to her hand on its own. Liu Shuai didn't dare waste a second, dashing toward the fire escape. Thankfully, the door blocks these zombie cats and dogs from entering the stairwell. Just as his vigilance eased, a rotting arm reached out from behind the door. The Tang blade fell, severing the arm. At the same time, its other hand lunged at Lin'er. Liu Shuai twisted his body, using his back to block the zombie's attack. Uproar. I may be exhausted, but I can still command the cold lightning silver spear to strike. Liu Shuai looked at the zombie pinned behind the door and offered a heartfelt thank you. In the room on the 26th floor, the aura around Chen Shuang had grown eerily strange, leaving even the well-traveled 9 Dragons Master at a loss. Will she turn into a zombie? 80% chance. Wang Shui and Luo Yuxiao chimed in. Xiao Mei, however, moved closer and said, even if Sister Chen becomes a zombie, I will take care of her. You're insane. Exactly, if you want to die, don't drag us with you. Xiao Mei had finally had enough of them. She locked the door and snapped, are you satisfied now? Wang Shui glanced furtively at the 9 Dragons Master, a smug smile curling at the corner of her mouth as she lowered her head. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of agonized pounding came from inside the room. Xiao Mei, are you all right? Luo Yuxiao clenched her fists, her voice filled with worry. A shrill scream made the 9 Dragons Master's heart sink to rock bottom. Bang. Crash. The door fell, and Chen Shuang crashed onto it, with Xiao Mei in her arms. She shook her head, slowly stood up, and looked around with open palms. She is not a zombie. I told you Sister Chen would make it through. Luo Yuxiao rushed over with a beaming smile, but just as her hand was about to touch Chen Shuang, the latter swung her right arm and snapped, don't think I didn't hear what you said. Whoosh. Thump, thump. Chen Shuang's heart raced faster and faster, her face turning pale. What's wrong with me? Her heart pounded even harder, as if it might burst out of her chest. They're in danger. I have to save them. With that, she dashed to the hall entrance, then suddenly turned to the 9 Dragons Master and said, Master, lend me your weapon. I can, but it's not light. Before he could finish, Chen Shuang had already grabbed the long sword and read aloud, true martial sword. Seeing her lift the sword with one hand so effortlessly, the Nine Dragons master smiled wryly and shook his head. Keep an eye on them. Anyone who causes trouble, throw them out to the zombies. Her emotionless words sent them stumbling back several steps. By now Liu Shuai had reached the stairwell on the 20th floor. Though only a few zombies lingered, they attacked relentlessly. Severely exhausted and weakened by continuous blood loss, the only thing keeping him upright was the thought of saving Lin'er. Stars danced before his eyes, and his body felt utterly drained. Liu Shuai collapsed to his knees, gripping the railing, his chest heaving violently. Shuai, 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 leave me behind, and go on your own. No, we live or die together. Lin'er was both moved and felt utterly helpless. She vowed that if she survived today, she would never let such a thing happen again. Struggling forward, she finally pressed her lips to his. As her sweet saliva entered his mouth, his depleted body began to recover rapidly. But the zombies gave them no time, charging from 3 directions. The situation was critical. Standing up to fight back was impossible, so he could only pivot on his knees. The Tang blade and the cold lightning silver spear each took down one zombie, but the remaining one lunged with its gaping maw. Just as Lin'er was about to be bitten, Liu Shuai twisted around to shield her. Whoosh! A heavy ancient longsword weighing over 20 Jin plunged straight into the zombie's head, leaving only the hilt exposed. Master, thank you. Chun Shuang leaped down from a 3-step ladder, shot him a disdainful glance, and pouted, so, after all my worry, you wished it wasn't me who saved you. Liu Shuai forced himself to stand and smiled. Who said that? Chun Shuang chose not to argue, retrieved the true martial sword, and helped them back. Throughout the journey, Liu Shuai harbored numerous doubts, but found it awkward to inquire directly, often pausing blankly on the ladder. Chun Shuang tilted her head and stared at him, asking, what are you doing? Sorry, I was lost in thought. Liu Shuai grinned foolishly while rubbing his head. You're such an idiot. Before the words faded, Chun Shuang strode ahead. A sharp pain shot through Liu Shuai's thigh, and his peripheral vision caught sight of the awakened Lin'er. He asked, gently, feeling better. I'm completely drained. It's fine, just drink some of this. He raised his arm to her lips. At that moment, Chun Shuang turned around, and upon seeing the scene, her delicate face flushed crimson instantly. Hey, it's not what you think. Womanizer. Liu Shuai grimaced and muttered, I'll never be able to clear my name now. The atmosphere grew awkward. None of them spoke, heads bowed as they advanced toward the 26th floor. Soon they reached the passage from the 24th to the 25th floor. Wait, isn't it too quiet here? Liu Shuai concentrated for a moment, nodded, and scanned their surroundings. Lin'er was severely exhausted and refused to drink blood. She lacked even the strength to steady herself, her body sliding downward rapidly. Are you alright? Liu Shuai immediately stabilized her with his arms, but due to excessive force, his elbow bumped against her hip. I am fine. Lin'er's face burned so red it seemed ready to bleed, and she shyly buried her head in the nape of his neck. Ahem. At a time like this, you two still have the mood to flirt. Aren't you ashamed? Liu Shuai could only force a bitter smile. They waited silently for a dozen seconds, and with no unusual incidents, his anxious heart finally eased. Let's go. A yellow figure rushed from the stairway turn. In such situations, women tend to panic, and Chun Shuang was no exception. She even dropped her true martial sword without realizing it. The yellow figure drew closer, and Liu Shuai reached her just before it could harm her, slashing horizontally with his Tang sword while striking downward with the scabbard. Under the dual assault, the yellow figure was struck. Zombie cat. The judgment flashed through his mind as the Tang sword descended swiftly. The zombie cat, writhing in pain, fled recklessly toward Chun Shuang. Get away. She was frightened to tears. To drive off the zombie cat without hurting her, the cold lightning silver spear was the only option, but its luster had dimmed, and its usability was questionable. In the critical moment, Liu Shuai cast caution aside, flipping the spear and thrusting it upward toward the zombie cat. The area was completely sealed off, with the only escape route being under Chun Shuang's armpit. Meanwhile, her mind had gone blank, and she even forgot to retreat further. The zombie cat just managed to slip through her armpit. Liu Shuai rushed over with the cold lightning silver spear, but was still a step too slow. In desperation, he hurled the spear. With a sharp thud and clang, the spear pierced the steps, and its momentum carried Liu Shuai directly forward, pressing him down. You. Hearing the angry and bashful voice, Liu Shuai desperately wanted to stand up, but carrying Lin'er on his back made it awkward. As he fumbled for support, his hand inadvertently pressed against her chest. You lecher. Sorry, I didn't mean it. In such a situation, not explaining would have been better. Once he did, Chun Shuang felt like slapping him several times. Just as he steadied himself, Lin'er's body kept sliding down, prompting him to shout in alarm. Let's go quickly. Chun Shuang's mind was consumed with thoughts of how to deal with him, but the urgent cry snapped her back to reality. She picked up her true martial sword and supported Lin'er from the side. They carefully reached the edge of the 7-star exorcism array, letting out long sighs of relief. Julong Shangren, who had come here several times, finally saw them return and asked anxiously, are you injured? No, just exhausted. That's good. He welcomed them back into the room. Liu Shuai, carrying Lin'er on his back, passed by Wang Shui and Luo Yuxiao and said, go prepare some food. The more meat, the better. Oh, okay, right away. Wang Shui pulled Luo Yuxiao toward the kitchen. Shangren, hey, raise your weapon. He'll go help too. Chun Shuang hurried to the kitchen and saw Luo Yuxiao toss a large piece of meat onto the floor. What's wrong with you? Si Chen Jia, Wang Shui quickly stepped in to smooth things over, smiling, just a slip of the hand, no big deal, no big deal. As she bent down, Qin Shuang also went to pick it up, her lips close to Wang Shui's ear. She whispered, "Swear, I warn you, if you try any tricks, I won't let you off." "Jia, what are you saying? I'm not that kind of person." A faint smile lingered on Wang Shui's lips. "You'd better not be." Qin Shuang's gaze turned icy as she shot a contemptuous look. Wang Shui's body trembled, and after a fleeting pause of a fraction of a second, she still wore a smile. Qin Shuang took it all and turned and began handling the meat. In the room, Liu Shuai held Lin'er's hand with deep concern and said softly, "You'll be fine. Lin'er, don't sleep anymore, wake up, okay? Did you close the door?" Liu Shuai nodded quickly. Lin'er struggled to sit up and asked gently, "I bailed you out. How will you thank me?" "Here." She pushed his arm away. "You don't need my blood to recover now. I can, but it's very slow." Liu Shuai gazed at Lin'er, who always considered his well-being, and a warmth surged in his heart. He instinctively pulled her into an embrace. Lin'er rested her head on his shoulder and asked, "What do you think of Qin Shuang?" "Not bad. Great. When I get the chance, I'll capture her and have her warm your bed." A sputter of coughs followed. "Lin'er, are you sure you're not sick?" She pushed his hand off her forehead and pouted, "You're the one who's sick. Than you. My dear, Shuai's blood isn't free. There should be some return, right?" Liu Shuai's forehead darkened with exasperation. He thought to himself, "By your logic, if I give them a bit of blood, they all ought to warm my bed. I really can't fathom how such dirty thoughts pop into that little head of yours. What are you doing?" "I was just thinking, since you mentioned returning the favor, shouldn't you set an example first?" His eyes gleamed as he looked her over. "I can't. Trying to run. No way." A flicker of pain crossed Lin'er's face, her brows furrowed tightly, and her fists clenched hard. "I'm just joking. Get a good rest. I'm hungry, you'll grab something to eat." Liu Shuai opened the door and turned back to give her a reassuring smile. The moment the door closed, Lin'er was already in tears. She murmured, Shuai, wait for me. When I'm ready, you'll give you everything." A blurry image surfaced again in her mind. A tall, thin man, with a somewhat refined silhouette, was tightly gripping a girl. She struggled desperately, but couldn't break free. The man wore a lecherous grin as he slowly approached the fallen girl. "No, get away, get away." Liu Shuai rushed in immediately, but Lin'er swung the cold lightning silver spear at him. Just as he was about to be struck, Qin Shuang, who had arrived, tackled him to the ground, the spear tip grazing his hair. "Why, I didn't mean to." "Lin'er, whatever grievances you have, tell me. I'll do everything I can to help." Qin Shuang tugged at him and shook her head gently. "Let me talk to her. You go rest." With a sigh and a bitter smile, he walked toward the living room. At this moment, on the 8th floor of Building 26, a Zhang Tianlong and his martial arts disciples gnawed on dry, tough jerky, many choking back tears. "Master, if this continues, well, all die here." They all hung their heads in despair. Zhang Jiao tugged at Zhang Tianlong's sleeve and whispered, "Dad, we still have a chance." Zhang Tianlong glanced at the place where the Tang Saber was stored and replied, "You mean the one who took it?" "Yes." Zhang Jiao now held a special communication device. Hello, is anyone there?" Liu Shuai, who was about to use the restroom, heard a voice in his mind, startling him so badly he nearly lost control. "You, who are you?" "Yes, the communication works. Houston didn't lie to me." "Hey, young lady, don't just shout like that. You scared the color out of my face. No time for nonsense. We're trapped in Building 26. Help us break through the obstacles." Hello. The communication line went dead. Liu Shuai relayed the news to the group. Wang Shui and Luo Yuxiao insisted on joining. He wanted to refuse, but Qin Shuang used her eyes to make him agree. "Fine, but everyone be careful." The group left the room. Whether it was their commotion that stirred the zombies or the fleeing zombie cat that summoned its kin, the area outside the 7-star expulsion array was teeming with all kinds of undead. "Shangren will take the rear. Qin Shuang take care of them. Lin'er and I will lead the charge." No one objected, and they followed closely behind. Growls. 2 obese zombies lunged forward. Liu Shuai's Tang Saber flashed, cleaving them in 2. Not good, the passage is completely blocked. Wang Shui and Luo Yuxiao screamed in terror, fall back. Go if you want, we're not going." Qin Shuang stepped aside, casting a contemptuous glance, pulling the silent Xiao Mei along. They quickly calmed down. Although the 7-star expulsion array was above, food was scarce. Staying inside meant either being devoured by zombies or starving to death. Trembling, the 2 gripped their baseball bats tightly. Lin'er swept her spear, temporarily clearing the area. Back to back, she said, "At this rate, we'll be exhausted before we can break through." "I have an idea." Qin Shuang approached them, pointing at the cold lightning silver spear. "What do you mean?" "You must know how to fully activate it." Lin'er was jolted. She had only learned this after recovering some memories. How could Qin Shuang know? A flurry of questions arose, and Lin'er even forgot to wield the cold lightning silver spear. Fortunately, Liu Shuai was quick enough. His Tang Saber slashed repeatedly, forcing back the surging horde. Qin Shuang held them off. Lin'er grabbed Liu Shuai's hand and bit down. Blood flowed into her stomach, transforming into a powerful current that surged toward the cold lightning silver spear. In about a second, the entire spear blazed brighter, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. The spear spun, and the nearby zombies recoiled in fear. Their numbers were vast and packed together. The staircase groaned under the strain, emitting creaking sounds. "Charge through." Liu Shuai didn't hesitate, following behind Lin'er. Luo Yuxiao and Wang Shui saw them stepping over the zombies, their faces turning pale with terror, their feet refusing to obey. Hurry! Chen Shuang and Xiao Mei had already caught up and Zhulong Shangren was now beside them. But, no buts. Go. The unequivocal command finally steadied them a little, and they carefully trod over the shattered corpses. A headliner's cold lightning silver spear cleared the way, and the zombies dared not attack. However, the central position was different. Not only was the distance greater, but their terrified auras constantly agitated the undead. After advancing further, they neared the 20th floor. A beastly roar suddenly erupted from a broken wall. Even the experienced Zhulong Shangren was so frightened his legs refused to move. Get up, move. He grabbed Wang Shui with one hand and hoisted Luo Yuxiao with the other. The roar grew closer, and the ground began to tremble. Liu Shuai had suspected it, but refused to believe. Recognizing the familiar vibration pattern, he urged, "Hurry, it's that damn infected ape." Hearing this, Wang Shui and Luo Yuxiao were already limp, entirely supported by Zhulong Shangren. Boom. Crash. The battered infected ape appeared at the stairwell, sending the zombies scrambling backward. The staircase could no longer bear the weight and collapsed. Shangren dropped them. Chen Shuang's emotionless words reached the two women's ears. Wang Shui reacted first, clinging desperately to Zhulong Shangren's leg, tears streaming down her face. Luo Yuxiao also snapped out of it, repeatedly chanting, "Don't leave me behind." The infected ape drew nearer. Zhulong Shangren quickly shook them off and tossed them toward Liu Shuai. Clang! The true martial sword glowed with a pearly light before striking down. The sharp sword aura indeed drove the infected ape back. Quick, faster. Zhulong Shangren pushed his strength to the limit, finally catching up to the group, letting out a long sigh. "Shangren, though you risked your life to save them, those two ingrates won't appreciate it." Before Chen Shuang finished speaking, Luo Yuxiao glared at her furiously, her small fists clenched so tightly they creaked. Slap! Slap! Two resounding blows landed on her face. Sobs and wails. The zombies grew increasingly frenzied under the infected ape's cries. Liu Shuai brandished his Tang Saber and shouted, "Get going." Having experienced what just happened, Zhulong Shangren was clear-headed. He grabbed Chen Shuang and charged forward. Wang Shui, clever as ever, clung tightly to his clothes. Luo Yuxiao flailed wildly, thinking she had grasped Zhulong Shangren, but it was actually a relatively intact zombie hand. "No, don't come near." Her voice faded as she was swallowed by the horde. Liu Shuai paused, a bitter smile flickering at the corner of his mouth. Chen Shuang, somehow already beside him with Xiao Mei, slashed as she spoke. "Are you cursing me for being cruel?" "No, I just can't understand why we abandoned them when we clearly had the strength to save them. Because they were dead weight." Chen Shuang wanted to reveal everything they had done, but danger was everywhere, leaving no time for detailed explanations, so she had to be vague. Honest, Xiao Mei couldn't bear it any longer. Pointing at them, she shouted, "They put rat poison in Liu Shuai and the others' food. If Sister Shuang hadn't thrown it away, we'd all be dead." Liu Shuai and Lin'er glared at them in fury. Zhulong Shangren was the first to explode. Shaking off Wang Shui, he roared, "Indeed, the more beautiful a woman, the more poisonous. People like you don't deserve to live. I was wrong, I was wrong. Don't leave me, don't leave me." No matter how she begged, no one looked back. Boom. Crash. The infected ape landed from above, and the shockwave sent her flying. Before she could react, sharp claws pierced her body, and she was tossed into its gaping maw. After spitting out splinters of wood, the nearby zombies became frenzied, charging fearlessly at Liu Shuai and the others. After Liu Shuai and his team set off, Zhang Tianlong initially intended to lead a rescue party himself, but his daughter Zhang Jiao insisted on taking charge. Several female disciples called out to her retreating figure, "Senior sister, be careful." "I will." Zhang Jiao strode into the fire escape stairwell. A group of 6, 4 men and 2 girls, followed. At the 7th floor landing, a sudden orange zombie cat sprang out. Had Zhang Jiao not reacted in time, the youngest junior sister would surely have been injured. Yang, if you're so reckless again, go back." The ponytailed young woman stuck out her tongue and made a playful face. The 4 men spoke in unison, "Senior sister, we will protect our junior sister well. You're all spoiling her rotten. Yang is just so adorable." Zhang Jiao shot her a glance and quickened her pace forward. Meanwhile, Liu Shuai and his group had already reached the ground floor, but the dense horde of zombies blocked their advance. "Lin'er, take a rest. My turn." Chen Shuang snatched the cold lightning silver spear and charged straight into the zombie horde, sweeping the shaft in a wide arc. Every undead within 3 meters was either killed or maimed. As 9 Dragons Taoist swiftly approached, he muttered, "This girl has remarkable talent, but her weapon is ill-suited. If she wielded a long whip, her power would double." Liu Shuai, however, committed this observation to memory. Soon they fought their way to the center of the hall, but 2 black cats suddenly dropped from the ceiling light. Xiao Mei shrieked in terror. 9 Dragons Taoist shielded her with his wide sleeve. The cats were lightning fast. Even Liu Shuai's swift strikes failed to slay them. Meow. The cat's head suddenly split into several pieces, each rapidly elongating. Ugh, so disgusting. Before the words faded, a tremendous rumbling erupted from behind. "We have to break out now? That damned infected ape is chasing us again." Liu Shuai pushed his speed to the limit, coordinating with Chen Shuang to clear the immediate vicinity. The zombies were easy enough to handle, but the 2 disruptive zombie black cats proved extremely difficult to hunt. Distract them. 9 Dragons Taoist had been gathering his power, but couldn't find the right moment to strike. Liu Shuai scanned the surroundings and realized only by luring them close could he seize a killing opportunity. Ill gamble. He feigned slowing down during the assault, and the two zombie black cats, not missing such a chance, attacked him from both sides. As the distance shrank to less than half a meter, Liu Shuai sidestepped. His Tang sword traced a circle outward from the heart area. The black cats, unable to halt their momentum, could only sacrifice part of their heads. One lost a third of its head, the other half. A gleaming white sword light landed precisely near them. Splatter and hiss. The sword light, after slaying the black cats, continued forward, clearing several meters of zombies in its path. After a brief rest, Lin'er had mostly recovered. She seized the cold lightning silver spear and drove the zombies back with relentless thrusts. Alas, I've become the most useless one. Young man, don't sell yourself short. I'd wager your future achievements will surpass theirs tenfold. Thank you, senior. Nine Dragons Taoist smiled and nodded, shielding Xiao Mei as they followed behind. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiao's group, having encountered less trouble, had already reached the square. The zombies loitering nearby, sensing the scent of the living, converged on them. Stay close to me. Zhang Jiao moved swiftly, already tens of meters ahead. Yang was the quickest to react, keeping pace, while even dispatching a zombie with a single stroke. Our junior sister's blade technique grows ever more refined. Compared to you, senior sister, I'm still far behind. The playful look was gone from Yang's face, replaced by a gravity she had never shown before. After advancing about a li, several towering zombies blocked their path. They'll lead the attack. You find an opening. Yes, senior sister. After images trailed behind Zhang Jiao as she closed in on the zombie. In that instant, the Tang sword at her waist flew from its scabbard. Shing crash. The sword was already sheathed, but the zombie stood frozen in place. With a gush of foul blood, it shattered into pieces. Chaos blade art. Swift slash. Senior sister has mastered it. This. Despite her usual frivolity, Yang was a true martial arts fanatic. Otherwise, she couldn't have become one of the top 10 experts of the Heavenly Dragon Martial Arts Hall at just 16. It's just a fraction of the skill. With effort, you can do it too. Zhang Jiao's words cemented her confidence. Yang nodded firmly, and the Mandarin duck blades appeared in her hands. Just then, a zombie charged. Leaving an afterimage, Yang reappeared 3 meters away. Crack thud. Our junior sister knows the chaos blade art too. This. The four exchanged bewildered glances. I just learned it from senior sister. Yang replied earnestly, her large eyes blinking. Comparisons are odious. Tell me about it. It took me days just to memorize the forms, but she picks it up at a glance. La, you're all so slow. If anyone else had said that, they might have started a fight, but they were long accustomed to Yang's constant teasing. This is no time for jokes. Zhang Jiao's angry words snapped them back to seriousness as they advanced, weapons at the ready. Half an hour later, their stamina was severely depleted, their hands trembled as they wielded their weapons. Senior sister, are we going to die here? As long as I live, I won't let you die. Yang nodded solemnly, pushing her remaining strength to its peak. Chaos blade art, blade net. The Mandarin duck blades spun faster and faster, the razor-sharp lines weaving together into a colossal fishing net. Every zombie that touched it was instantly diced. The path ahead was temporarily cleared, but Yang collapsed from sheer exhaustion. Yang. Fifth junior brother Shanlong caught her. Zhuanyin Gongjun relieved the senior sister. Duanmu Jia guard the rear. Though exhausted, Zhang Jiao first checked on Yang. Relieved to find it was only fatigue, she took a breath. Swallow this. What is it? Without answering, Zhang Jiao poured it directly into her mouth. The clamor of battle from their side guided Liu Shuai's group, who were fighting their way over with all their might. Intimidated by the infected ape's aura, the zombies were encircling them from all directions. The vast square was packed with the undead, making it impossible to choose a direction to break through. Shuai, rest for a while. I'm not tired yet. Be good. Lin'er offered him a sweet kiss. Watching the two slender figures fighting ahead, Liu Shuai felt a pang of guilt and silently vowed, as soon as he had free time, he would train his physique so as not to be a burden. Little did he know, without him, Lin'er and Qin Shuang could never have unleashed such combat power. With a crisp shout, Qin Shuang swept a fire hose, sending zombies flying for meters around. Your blood is no ordinary thing, boy. Nine Dragons Taoist had brought Xiao Mei to his side. Xiao Mei tugged his arm and said very seriously, I want to drink some too. Liu Shuai's eyes rolled back, and he fell stiffly backward. Zhang Jiao and the others were already drawing near. Just as they prepared to rush forward and regroup, the obese zombie woman swung a long iron chain, sealing off the gap. Protect them. Follow me. Zhuanyin gripped his short sword vertically and charged toward the obese zombie. At that very moment, a zombie cat lunged from the left flank, blindingly fast. It was mere inches from raking Zhuanyin when a dart pierced it clean through, pinning it lifeless to the ground. Brother disciple or Shiliu, outstanding. Watch out. Thankfully, Duanmujia's warning came just in time. Yang barely managed to dodge sideways, clutching Zhang Jiao as the zombie struck. Screech. The infected ape had appeared nearby, sending the zombies into even greater frenzy. Over there. Hurry this way. The path is blocked. We can't get through. Liu Shuai scanned the surroundings carefully, then sighed. If only we could strike from above, we'd surely breach their line. Simple enough. Before Qin Shuang could finish speaking, a fire hose coiled tightly around his leg and yanked hard, launching Liu Shuai skyward. Grandma, you're going to give me a heart attack. Two zombies leapt upward, within a hair's breadth of seizing him from behind. Liu Shuai twisted midair, and his Tang Saber slashed horizontally with lethal speed, cleaving the left flank zombie cleanly in two. The second zombie attempted to retreat, but the saber's tip sliced across its throat instead. Its corpse hit the ground with a muffled thud, freezing the nearest zombies in stunned silence. A golden opportunity had arisen, and Liu Shuai would not let it slip. His Tang Saber flashed again, and again, dozens of zombies fell beneath its edge. Hurry over. Exhausted yet resolute Zhang Jiao and her group braced themselves for a desperate countercharge. The mountainous pile of corpses also impeded the infected ape's advance. It would have to clear the area first before moving forward. Chen Shuang meanwhile spun the fire hose to its utmost velocity, then hurled it outward. Dozens of zombies were instantly bound tight, completely blocking the infected ape's path forward. Both groups were spent, but still held firm against the surrounding horde. Yang failed to evade in time. The zombie's claws raked a long, bloody gash across her back. To spare the others' worry, she deliberately shielded the wound. As time passed, her vision blurred further, until even her strength seemed to drain away. When she crouched, Liu Shuai happened to surge past, assuming she'd simply collapsed from exhaustion. He strained to lift her up. Whimper. You've been bitten. Agony contorted Yang's face. Two clear tears traced silent paths down her cheeks. I won't become a monster. Trembling, she snatched up the twin blade Dao and drove it toward her heart. Liu Shuai seized the blade midair, then slit his own fingertip. On the verge of zombification, Yang could no longer resist the siren call of fresh blood. She grabbed his hand and pressed it fiercely to her lips. Zhang Jiao happened to glance over. Her brows furrowed sharply. What are you doing? No time to explain. Liu Shuai shoved her aside with effort, then hurriedly staunched his own bleeding. Yang had now lapsed into unconsciousness, leaving no choice but to carry her. Little junior sister. Little junior sister. The Tianlong Martial Arts Academy disciples were deeply alarmed, yet Chen Shuang calmly assured them, stay calm. Earlier they'd barely carved a path through the dense zombie swarm. Now their main fighter was gone, and Xiao Mei's stamina was utterly depleted, forcing Gong Jun to carry her. Quick, contact Master Zhang and request reinforcements. Jiulong Shangren, a veteran of countless trials, never failed to issue the most decisive command at critical moments. Zhang Jiao immediately pulled out her walkie-talkie and called Dad. Dad. Seconds later a voice replied, what is it? We're trapped near the plaza by a massive horde. Send help immediately. And send masters. Understood. I'm coming myself. Hearing that aid was imminent, their exhausted bodies surged with renewed vigor. Liu Shuai charged hardest of all. Any zombie daring to close within range met death or grievous injury. Ding. A point of exchange currency acquired. Ding. 100 points accumulated. Ding. First time reaching triple digits. Reward 1 lottery draw. Before Liu Shuai could react, a colossal spinning wheel materialized before him. Time was too scarce to examine details. He shouted blindly, stop. The needle slowed, then halted upon an image of a long whip. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the solitary moon long whip. A 3-meter-long whip lay quietly in his palm. Chen Shuang. She turned, just in time to catch the object hurled toward her. A powerful bioelectric current surged through her body, rapidly restoring her drained vitality. Crack. She flicked the whip. Zombies edging forward recoiled instantly. An extraordinary whip. Truly extraordinary. With a light, fluid motion, the undead shattered like brittle porcelain. Chen Shuang's smile widened, so elated she nearly cried out in triumph. Now with her leading the way, not a single zombie dared approach. Liu Shuai and his companions finally secured a brief respite for their battered bodies. Elsewhere, Zhang Tianlong arrived with several of his most formidable disciples, only to encounter multiple obese zombies just before reaching the plaza. Master, leave them to me. Hurry and reinforce senior sister. Song Feng, be cautious. Leave it to me. He drew a halberd head from his waist and affixed it to a steel rod, forging a makeshift Fengtian halberd on the spot. In a blur of motion, he swept it downward. The nearest obese zombie split cleanly in two. Ninth Brother's mastery of the halberd surpasses anything we imagined. Indeed, perhaps he'll instruct you thoroughly someday. Excellent. At Zhang Tianlong's word, the disciples' eyes gleamed with renewed fervor, and they redoubled their onslaught upon the zombies. Both groups pressed forward relentlessly, soon spotting each other in the distance. What a masterful whip wielder. That man wielding the Tang Saber. He isn't one of our brothers-in-arms. How does he know the chaotic combat saber technique? As if hearing them, Liu Shuai whirled his Tang Saber in a blinding, impenetrable vortex. Any zombie breaching the 1-meter radius perished instantly. Wail. Suffering heavy losses, the infected ape pounded the ground repeatedly, appending several nearby cars with its massive claws, then contemptuously swatting them aside. Fuel tanks scraped sparks from the asphalt, igniting violent explosions. Several girls screamed in unison. The zombies, however, grew frenzied, moving faster than ever before. Liu Shuai and Jiulong Shangren formed a protective ring around them. Remain calm. A shiver ran through the girls. They swiftly fell into formation and charged forward alongside Liu Shuai. The zombies multiplied relentlessly, overwhelming their defenses. Just as the line threatened to collapse, a swift crescent-shaped aura descended. Boom. Crumble. Dad. Zhang Jiao saw Zhang Tianlong descending from the air, and her suspended heart finally settled. Let's go now. Behind them, zombies trampled over limbs and torsos in pursuit. As Zhang Tianlong covered their retreat, he drew near Liu Shuai and murmured softly, "The Tang Saber, no one in the Zhang sect could ever draw. It answered to you. Remarkable young man." Liu Shuai utterly suffered severe cerebral hypoperfusion, his mind too fogged to ponder deeply. He replied instinctively, "Just luck." Zhang Tianlong nodded, then delivered a sharp palm strike to his back. Liu Shuai shot headlong into the zombie throng. He nearly roared in outrage, but the press of bodies left no breath for curses. At that instant, a strange, alien energy pulsed from the Tang Saber. His right arm moved of its own accord, guided by the blade. The Tang-style saber grew increasingly nimble. Wherever Liu Shuai passed, zombies fell in swift, clean strokes. What an exquisite sensation. The moment he spoke, a surge of energy coursing through his body erupted from his throat. His right arm instantly grew heavy. Before he could even react, a mechanical voice blared. A new requirements for unlocking the exchange list have been met. Activate immediately. Liu Shuai blinked in confusion and reflexively shouted, "Activate." A faint ethereal list materialized before him, containing only a single exchangeable character. Name: Zhao Xiaoying. Affinity 60. Height 170 centimeters. Weight 45 kilograms. Weapon: longsword. Beneath these details stood only a single confirm button. Meanwhile, two zombies advanced swiftly from the distance. As they drew perilously close, on the verge of striking, Zhang Tianlong lunged forward, seized Liu Shuai's right hand, and swung it in a decisive arc. "What are you spacing out for?" Liu Shuai had already regained his composure, yet cold sweat trickled unbidden from his temples. He hadn't even noticed Zhang Tianlong guiding his movements in combat. Swish! Only after the zombies lay severed did he fully register what had happened, and burst forth exhilarated, "Master, could you teach me that technique?" "Yes. But first, we must break out." "Understood." Liu Shuai and Zhang Tianlong forged ahead, clearing the path. 15 minutes later, they reached the vicinity of Building 20, only to find themselves encircled by a far denser horde of zombies. Boom, boom, boom. Glass bottles brimming with gasoline and alcohol smashed against the zombies. Wails pierced the air, shrill, agonized cries, as flames ignited numerous corpses, sending them careening wildly in all directions. The surrounding horde was simply too dense. They could not divert their course. The fire spread rapidly, igniting still more zombies. "Master, hurry over here." Disciples of Tianlong Martial Arts Academy hurled bottle after bottle. Zhang Tianlong glanced at Chen Shuang and asked, "Can you temporarily separate them?" "I'll do my best." Chen Shuang had never witnessed such a scene. The fire-scorched zombies, their flesh sloughing off in grotesque patches, their visages twisted into nightmarish masks. That she hadn't fainted outright was solely due to Liu Shuai's unique blood. Just imagine them as background extras in a zombie film. Liu Shuai grinned, flashing her a row of immaculately white teeth. Instantly, Chen Shuang's tension dissolved. A faint, tender smile softened her solemn expression. With a sharp flick of her solitary moon whip, a thunderous crack echoed far across the ruins. After several strikes, her cheeks paled, and her steps faltered, growing unsteady. Yet her peripheral vision remained locked onto Liu Shuai's carotid artery. Shuai. HM. Just as he turned to ask Lin'er what she needed, a sudden force shoved him hard toward Chen Shuang, and before he could react, searing pain flared at his shoulder. Chen Shuang slowly closed her eyes in quiet rapture, swallowing hungrily. Let go, let go." She clung with desperate tenacity. Even both hands failed to pry her head from his shoulder. Zhang Jiao and Yang, drawn by the commotion, turned to look, yet owing to their angle mistook the scene for a passionate kiss. Really? Even now? Doing something so embarrassing? Absolutely inappropriate for young ladies. Yang's remark drifted over, and only then did Chen Shuang reluctantly release her grip. Catching sight of Liu Shuai's exasperated expression from the corner of her eye, her cheeks flushed crimson as if scalded. Which? I. She stammered, endlessly unable to form a coherent sentence. "No more dawdling. We're about to collapse." Shouts rang out from Dan Long and Gong Jun. Her grip on the whip trembled violently, then surged with a potent bioelectric current unlike any before, wild, volatile, and wrenching agony up her entire arm. Chen Shuang bore it with every ounce of restraint, but the current flooded in faster than ever. Too much. Zhang Tianlong dashed behind her and struck several precise acupressure points in rapid succession. The current found an outlet, flowing along the newly opened meridian, and Chen Shuang felt her body suddenly grow light, unburdened. A deep crimson radiance bloomed along the solitary moon whip, its length hardening into unyielding iron. Wherever it swept, be it hulking abominations or feral canine and feline zombies, all fell severed in an instant. A magnificent sweeping strike, truly formidable. Few disciples had ever earned such praise from Zhang Tianlong, a martial master ranked among the nation's very finest. Zhang Jiao and the others nodded approvingly. Inside, quickly. Meanwhile, Zhilong Shangren had spent most of his time tending to Xiao Mei and the others, scarcely lifting a hand, until spotting zombies still guarding the entrance. Then his Jinwu sword shimmered with a soft, luminous white light. SHHRRK. A sword beam nearly 1 meter wide shot forth like lightning. A forbidden Wudong sword technique. "Who are you?" This Taoist is Jiulong. Zhang Tianlong searched his memory intently, yet drew a complete blank on this figure. We'll discuss it upstairs. Understood. With two supreme masters blazing the trail ahead, their advance accelerated markedly. Upon reaching the second-floor, disciples stationed nearby hurried forward to usher them inside. Rise quickly. Liu Shuai and the others struggled upright, gazing at them in bewildered silence. There's an indoor roller rink ahead. Only 2 entrances and exits. Head there first. You go ahead. Those whose stamina remains intact will accompany me to set up the 7-star expulsion formation. At first, no one grasped his meaning, but after walking a short distance, their brows furrowed in dawning realization. A Taoist. You truly believe formations work on them? Before Jiulong Shangren could reply, Zhang Tianlong delivered a sharp rap to the speaker's skull and barked, I hold this master in the highest reverence. How dare you insult him? When the master himself erupted, none dared utter another word. They followed Jiulong Shangren with reverent caution, while Liu Shuai and the others had already entered the rink, reclining comfortably on the floor to rest. Drowsiness deepened, relentless and impossible to shake. A jolt against his hip startled Liu Shuai bolt upright, whereupon he beheld a massive drumstick before him, and his mouth betrayed him with an involuntary flood of saliva. After wolfing it down, he noticed several others salivating openly. You want some too? He'd merely tossed it out idly, yet they glared back with murderous intensity. In this apocalypse, food is scarce. Don't blame them, Zhang Tianlong said, settling beside him. I understand. By the way, doesn't Building 7 have a commercial street? Fresh market, supermarkets, plenty of supplies. Zhang Tianlong shook his head with a wry, weary smile. An infected ape patrols nearby. Getting close is utterly impossible. We must find a way to eliminate it. Yes. Rest now. I'll make my rounds. Understood. Liu Shuai watched their tireless silhouettes recede, and silently swore to slay the infected ape. Shuai, if you wish to rapidly enhance your strength, claim her. Following Lin'er's pointing finger, Liu Shuai's gaze landed precisely on Chen Shuang, who had just lifted her head. He meant to look away, but the memory of her bite flashed vividly before him, and mischief stirred. Lin'er, when you said claim her, what exactly did you mean? I'm not well read. You'll have to explain it plainly. As he spoke, his eyes roamed boldly over Chen Shuang, his voice loud enough to draw curious glances from everyone nearby. Chen Shuang's face flared scarlet. She bowed her head in acute embarrassment, twisting her garment tightly between trembling fingers. See, absolutely authentic. Lin'er whispered the words into his ear and blew softly upon his skin. A shiver raced through his limbs, and Liu Shuai gasped, gulping great draughts of cold air. Before long, the 9-dragon ascetic returned, his form weary and fatigued. Sensing the tense atmosphere within, he chuckled and said, the formation has been set. Everyone can rest now. Really? Yeah. The group, who had been constantly on edge, fearing the zombies might slip, and finally felt a sense of relief. Overjoyed, they jumped and cheered. Liu Shuai sidled over and whispered to Zhang Tianlong, do you have any meat left? Not much. Then give it all to me to eat. Zhang Tianlong hesitated, but still had someone bring over a large bag of meat. Liu Shuai didn't stand on ceremony, he wolfed it all down. Gulp gulp. Everyone hadn't eaten meat like this in ages, their eyes gleamed at the sight of the bones on the ground. Liu Shuai paid them no mind, lying down and quickly falling asleep. He slept until the next morning, then jerked awake and shouted, Lin'er, Chen Shuang, get up and work. Although the words were innocent, Chen Shuang interpreted them differently and shot him a glare that could kill. Manager Zhang, are all the things I asked you to prepare ready? Zhang Tianlong handed over a thick bag containing dozens of woven sacks and a large coil of rope, nothing else. What are you planning? To take down the infected ape. What, just the 3 of you? Liu Shuai didn't answer, already nearly out the door. Lin'er, arm in arm with Chen Shuang, followed with a smile. At the widest part of the stairway from the 2nd to the 1st floor, Liu Shuai suddenly stopped and said softly, later try your best to hold off the nearby small zombies. Leave the infected ape to me. You? Are you sure? Absolutely. Chen Shuang, seeing his cocky demeanor, felt an urge to kick him. As Liu Shuai passed through, a zombie cat lurking in the shadows lunged out, nearly scratching him. Lin'er killed it with a single shot and gently reminded, be careful. He gently pinched her nose. Chen Shuang, having been single for years, couldn't stand their public display of affection and snapped, can you two stop torturing this single dog? After we get back, I'll have my Shuai do something with you, and you'll never be single again. You wicked girl, always thinking dirty thoughts. Chen Shuang, genuinely irritated, charged to the front, her solitary moon whip cracking loudly. See that, Shuai? Free labor. Liu Shuai gave a thumbs up and then planted a firm kiss on her cheek. You're so annoying. This remark only provoked Chen Shuang further, and she swung her whip twice as fast as before. The passage was quickly cleared, with Liu Shuai and Lin'er smiling as they followed. After about 10 minutes, Chen Shuang gradually calmed down, stepped back near Lin'er, and shouted, your turn. The cold lightning silver spear struck forward, driving back the encroaching zombies. Among them, 2 short, obese zombie women blocked the retreating ones, emitting sharp, phlegmy screeches. The zombies, provoked, charged with howls. Facing such a horde, Lin'er couldn't fend them off alone. Fortunately, Liu Shuai intervened just in time, preventing the flanking zombies from closing in. This pace is too slow. Use your ultimate move. Lin'er was ready, but Liu Shuai shouted, let me do it. He pulled up the summon interface and clicked confirm. A golden hexagram array materialized, growing brighter until it emanated a blinding flash akin to a flashbang. During the 3 seconds of blindness, a tall, completely naked woman burst forth from the center. Golden light swirled around her, and a fiery red leather dress gradually took form. Zhao Xiaoying, are you trying to get us killed? As Liu Shuai spoke, his vision slowly returned. Zhao Xiaoying didn't answer. Her sword gleamed with golden light before she slashed it in all directions. The zombies suddenly froze. Clatter crack. As the first zombie's body slumped, the others followed suit. Amazing. Chen Shuang and Lin'er were astonished because most of the zombies struck hadn't been hit in the head, yet they were now completely dead. Clear the way for me. Liu Shuai, still fuming from being flashed and faced with her cold contempt, was furious. Zhao Xiaoying ignored him and slowly walked backward. Houston, what kind of monster did you create? At the mention of Houston, a contemplative look flickered in Zhao Xiaoying's eyes, and a series of data hidden in her mind was activated. It hurts. During this time, the nearby zombies stood still. Although they didn't move, Lin'er and Chen Shuang didn't idle. Their weapons swept through them like scythes cutting wheat. Liu Shuai dared not approach and asked hesitantly, Are you okay? Zhao Xiaoying lifted her head, sharply scanning the surroundings with an icy gaze, then dashed diagonally to the right. Her sword blazed with golden light, and any zombie daring to approach met a swift end. With her leading the way, they soon reached the outskirts of the infected ape's territory. Everyone be careful. We will. Lin'er, as she spoke, pointed her cold lightning silver spear at Zhao Xiaoying and commanded, Protect Shuai, or he'll kill you. Zhao Xiaoying wanted to ignore her, but the spear tip exuded an oppressive pressure, forcing her to nod. Seeing her subdued, Liu Shuai couldn't stop grinning. Nay, wail. Guided by the infected ape, zombies were converging from all directions. Hold them off. I'm going. Liu Shuai's smile vanished, his expression turning grim. With a flick of his long blade, he charged at the infected ape. Sensing the familiar aura, it roared and rushed toward him. Anything in its path, zombies, cars, stools, was smashed to pieces with a single slap. This left Liu Shuai only needing to clear the zombies around him. Lin'er and Chen Shuang worked in tandem, keeping the horde at bay. Liu Shuai clashed fiercely with the infected ape, alarmed. Its speed has increased. I can't let it grow any stronger. He swung his tang blade faster while the sheath stabbed like a thrusting weapon. Such bizarre moves caught the infected ape off guard, and even Zhang Jiao might have struggled to evade them. Nay, wail. Die. He suddenly tossed the tang blade to his left hand, and in that instant a long blade shadow flashed. Although it struck the infected ape, it only cut through its thick hide. The ape roared, pounding the ground in fury. Liu Shuai, already off balance, was knocked back by the shockwave and stumbled backward. Just as he was about to fall, a silky smooth sensation met his back, and a fragrance like musk and orchid drifted into his nose. Assuming it was Lin'er, his right hand instinctively wrapped around the other's back. Zhao Xiaoying glared at him with a murderous coldness. Sorry. She wanted to lash out, but something in her mind restrained her, so she vented all her fury on the infected ape. A golden sword light swept through. The infected ape and the nearby zombies stood still. Bang rumble. As the infected ape's head fell, the surrounding zombies collapsed to the ground. Liu Shuai stared wide-eyed at the mountain of zombie corpses, his mouth agape as drool trickled unchecked from the corner of his lips. Zhao Xiaoying landed without paying attention. Only glancing over did she notice something was off, and instinctively glanced down at her lower body. Startled awake, Liu Shuai opened his mouth to explain, only for Lin'er to burst between them with imperial authority, her frost silver spear already pressed coldly against Zhao Xiaoying's throat. Do you believe me? If I so much as twitch your head rolls, I believe it. Zhao Xiaoying seethed in frustration, powerless to retaliate, and silently chalked the entire humiliation up to Liu Shuai. With few zombies nearby right now, we must storm the supermarket. Understood. I'll lead the charge. With Chen Shuang's solitary moon whip carving a path ahead, they swiftly reached a convenience store named Your Home Market. Lin'er, come inside with me to gather supplies. I don't know what to choose. Better send Chen Shuang instead. She resisted fiercely, until Lin'er leaned close and whispered in her ear, Refuse, and you'll regret it. Clatter. The rolling shutter door had already been wrenched open by Liu Shuai. Hold the perimeter, we're going in. Chen Shuang moved sluggishly, eager to save time. Liu Shuai seized her hand and dragged her straight inside. The supermarket's lighting was dim to begin with, and their haste only worsened matters. They crashed headlong into a shelf. Ouch! Fearing Chen Shuang would be struck, Liu Shuai instinctively raised his right arm to shield her forehead. A dense masculine musk flooded her nostrils. Chen Shuang's cheeks flared crimson as she gripped blindly at whatever lay within reach. Let go! Let go! Liu Shuai nearly exploded. Of all places to grab, she'd latched onto his sole vulnerable spot. Pain shot through him. He writhed helplessly to dull the agony. Chen Shuang saw it differently. Attempting to shove him away, she suddenly realized she couldn't muster even a whisper of strength. Her hands could only push feebly against his shoulders. Don't do that. Hearing the cry, Lin'er's lips curled into a sly, enigmatic smile. The pain had eased somewhat, but Liu Shuai remained bent, awkwardly hopping sporadically in discomfort. Chen Shuang remained utterly drained, her face burning so fiercely it seemed ready to bleed. Leaning weakly against the shelf, she whispered like a gnat, "Help me stand." Hi. Liu Shuai hadn't heard a thing, still twisting his legs absently. Seconds ticked by. Then finally catching the plea, he shuffled forward in an ungainly duck walk. "If anything ever happens to me, you'll have to care for me for life." What? Do you think that is somewhere you can just grab freely?" Chun Shuang followed his pointing finger, and instantly wished the floor would swallow her whole. "A horde of zombies is closing in. Hurry up. Use the high-tech comm light to illuminate. Skip chips and broad beans. Load up on chicken feet, pig trotters, and other meats." Oh. Once swift and dexterous Chun Shuang now fumbled clumsily, managing fewer than 10 packages after long minutes. Liu Shuai could bear it no longer. He swept items from the shelves and dumped them wholesale into burlap sacks. 2 massive bags filled in moments. But just as they prepared to load, more fighting erupted outside. "Take these out. I'll grab more." Liu Shuai bolted toward the ham sausages, vacuum-packed salamis, and cured meats. Shuai, get out now. Our escape route's about to be cut off." Coming. Now Liu Shuai bore 3 bulging sacks strapped across his back, each hand gripping yet another. 1 bag per person. I'll carry 3. Time was critical. They dared not linger. Snatching up provisions, they hurried back. After bursting outside, Liu Shuai doubled back and slammed the shutter door shut. Faster. His heart pounded prayers as zombies surged closer. At last the shutter sealed fully, and to divert pursuit, Liu Shuai hurled 2 hefty slabs of cured meat into the distance. Damn it, wasting my precious meat. Yet the zombies preferred him. Drawn irresistibly to his scent, they lunged with gnashing jaws and clawed limbs. Burdened by his load, his agility plummeted. He fought now with only one hand swinging his Tang Saber. Fortunately, the blade was razor-sharp. Any zombie struck fell instantly, or at least lost all capacity to fight. Cutting a brutal path, he'd already cleared half the distance. "Zhao Xiaoying, hand me the supplies and clear the way with full force." Without reply, she tossed them to him, while Chun Shuang likewise passed her load to Lin'er. Sword and whip forged a lethal corridor. Zombies fell like rotten fruit. "If only I possessed their strength. Shuai, I believe you'll surpass them both." He glanced gratefully at Lin'er, his smile widening, warm and genuine. Minutes later, nearing their destination, Zhang Tianlong himself arrived with disciples in tow. Handing over the supplies, Liu Shuai declared, "I'll fetch more." Lin'er darted after him instantly. Chun Shuang paused, murmuring in quiet awe, "Just what kind of man is he?" Before the words left her lips, Zhang, Jiao Yang, Yang Shan Long, Gong Jun, Zunyin, and Duanmu Jia had already fallen in a step behind. "Count me in 2. As Tsang Feng sprang forward, Zhao Xiaoying shot past him in a blur. Chun Shuang cracked her whip and cried, "And how could I possibly be left behind?" 11 figures surged toward the supermarket entrance, only to draw a far larger horde of zombies. This time prioritize water, but no carbonated drinks. Zhang Jiao's suggestion was sound. Liu Shuai led several men inside to haul supplies, yet water proved agonizingly heavy and unwieldy to transport. "Look, what's that?" A large shopping cart hidden behind a shelf would have gone unnoticed entirely had Gong Jun not spotted it, his sharp eyes catching what 10 revisits might have missed. Stack the water securely on top. They worked with lightning speed. Within 2 minutes, the cart brimmed 3 layers high. "All right, you go first. The rest of you, each take 1 sack of food." Everyone hoisted a single sack, except Liu Shuai, who bore 2 overflowing ones. "Place 3 packages atop the cart. You're responsible for clearing the path." "Understood." Gong Jun, Tsang Feng, and Duanmu Jia immediately swept aside zombie carcasses ahead with their weapons. The sheer volume slowed them drastically. The shutter had been closed for ages, yet they'd advanced less than 50 meters. "Let me take over." Zhang Jiao relieved Gong Jun, immediately boosting their pace by nearly 30%. Liu Shuai passed his load to Gong Jun and swung his Tang Saber, cleaving down every zombie bold enough to approach. The journey remained relatively smooth, until near their destination 2 grotesque zombies emerged, their backs bristling, with jagged bone spines, greedily devouring a freshly killed rat. Ugh, disgusting. Every girl recoiled, retching violently. Even the men grimaced in visceral revulsion. Liu Shuai recoiled too, yet charged forward without hesitation. His Tang Saber traced a sweeping arc, then slashed horizontally. Though hulking, the spine-backed zombies moved with startling agility, evading precise strikes in split seconds. Before he could recover, the second zombie's barbed spine lunged for his armpit. Stay calm. Twisting his torso sharply left, Liu Shuai jammed the tip of his scabbard through the spine, pinning it against the zombie's bloated, rotting flesh. Zhao Xiaoying could watch no longer. She blurred forward like a gale, sword flashing. Thud, thud. 2 muffled impacts, and the 2 formidable spine zombies collapsed utterly lifeless. Incredible. Absolutely legendary. Majestic. Amidst a chorus of awestruck male voices, even Zhao Xiaoying's icy lips softened, just slightly, into a rare, fleeting smile. The ample food brought back by Liu Shuai and the others lifted the dispirited morale. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone fell into a peaceful slumber. In her sleep, Yang Yang's serene lips twitched slightly, and then her brow furrowed. A flash of pain crossed her face and her fists clenched tightly. Beads of sweat dripped incessantly from her temples. Those inside were in a deep sleep, and the sentries outside were too far away to hear her agonized cries, which were as faint as a mosquito's buzz. As time passed, Yang Yang sat up in great pain, her eyes still tightly shut. Slowly rising from the ground, the pain finally subsided, and she abruptly opened her eyes. "What's wrong with me?" she murmured, touching her nearly soaked clothes, a question mark hanging over her head. A sudden intense hunger seized Yang Yang, and she grabbed an uneaten pig trotter to gnaw on. "Why do I feel hungrier and hungrier?" Initially she thought it was an illusion. Only after devouring 2 pig trotters and over a dozen sausages did she realize something was amiss. She touched her stomach, finding it still flat. "Let me try some bread." She wolfed down a great deal, but her stomach remained empty. Tears glistened in the young girl's eyes, threatening to spill. "It must be that damn zombie virus. I can't stay here any longer. What if I turn into a zombie? I'd definitely harm my senior brothers and sisters." Yang Yang carefully set down the food, retrieved her mandarin duck blades from under her pillow, and tiptoed outside. Meanwhile, Liu Shuai, having drunk too much water, was awakened by a full bladder in the dead of night. Stumbling groggily to a corner of the hallway, he was about to relieve himself when someone bumped into him. "Ah, you? What are you doing?" Yang Yang was genuinely startled, patting her wildly beating heart. "Ah, why aren't you asleep in the middle of the night? What are you doing here? Aren't you here too?" Liu Shuai, still half asleep and not thinking straight, directly pulled out his big fella. With a hiss and a splash, Yang Yang was nearly driven mad. She wanted to scream, but turned away, covering her mouth with her hand. "You pervert, you absolute pervert," she cursed several times in a row. A glimmer of light streaked across the horizon, just enough to illuminate the back of Liu Shuai's neck. Gurgle, gurgle. Her stomach let out an uncontrollable noisy growl. Her eyes gleamed as she stared at the occasionally bulging carotid artery. Her body was no longer under her control as she leaned in, about to sink her teeth into his neck. Just as Liu Shuai was enjoying himself, a sharp pain shot through his neck, and a scent like musk and orchid surged wildly into his body. This position was just too damn seductive. He didn't know whether he should push her away. But Yang Yang wasn't thinking about that. Her only thought was to satisfy her hunger. The artery was bitten and blood loss was severe. Liu Shuai's vision darkened and he nearly collapsed. He quickly pulled up his pants and, using all his strength, finally managed to push her head away. Yang Yang, unwilling, clung to him like an octopus constantly lapping at the flowing blood. Burp. So full. As soon as she spoke, a smile graced her lips and she was already fast asleep. Feeling her body go limp, Liu Shuai quickly stopped his own bleeding. However, the blood from the carotid artery was hard to staunch. Just as he was about to call Lin'er and the others for help, the wound closed on its own. Huff huff. What kind of people are these, sucking blood at the drop of a hat? I want more. In her dreams, Yang Yang clung to him, tightly smacking her little lips incessantly. Liu Shuai's already grim face turned even more ashen. He stared at the pitch-black night sky with a look of utter despair. After about 10 minutes, he was too exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. But Yang Yang suddenly opened her eyes, barely stifling a scream. She carefully withdrew her hands from his back. As she stood up, an intense itching sensation spread across her arm, and she instinctively scratched it with her other hand. The itching grew more intense, and she scratched with both hands, using more and more force. Her skin was broken and blood dripped down her arms onto the ground. What's happening to me? Yang Yang was only 16, not yet mature enough to handle this. Scared tears streamed down her face. A rustling sound came from beneath her muscles, as if something was trying to grow out. No. Her voice was a bit loud, startling Liu Shuai awake. What's wrong? He asked. I've turned into a monster. Yang Yang's mental defenses were on the verge of collapse. Liu Shuai quickly pulled her into his arms and covered her mouth. Her muffled sobs grew louder. At his wits' end, Liu Shuai silenced her with his lips. An electric sensation shot through Yang Yang's entire body. The strangely itching arms stopped, and a peculiar bioelectrical current flowed from her little mouth into his body. As soon as it entered, it began to continuously improve Liu Shuai's constitution. Half an hour passed, and they had both returned to normal. Neither dared to move. Their breathing grew heavier, and their bodies grew hotter. Liu Shuai pushed her away. To avoid awkwardness, he quickly asked, Are your arms okay now? Yang Yang, being an innocent young girl, looked carefully, and then said happily, They're fine. Her voice was a bit loud, and the sentry Gong Jun could hear her clearly. Before he even got close, his voice preceded him. Little junior sister, why are you shouting in the middle of the night? Can't you sleep? Can't sleep, just came out for some air. Yang Yang stuck out her tongue and bounded back to the doorway with a skip. All this time, Liu Shuai stood motionless, silently leaning against the wall. Gong Jun didn't come over to check. He simply returned to his post. Yang Yang lay back down in her spot, but the earlier scene flashed through her mind. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly hugged her pillow tightly. Her arms fully encircled the pillow, but there was no cold touch. Where did my mandarin duck blades go? She searched carefully, but they were gone. Thinking they might be on her person, she searched again, but still found nothing. Where are my blades? Where? Anxious, she thought of Liu Shuai. She rushed outside, only to find he had already returned to his own resting spot. You scoundrel, you kissed me, and then stole my blades. When you wake up, they'll beat you until you willingly return them. Damn. Before she could finish the word damn it, the male blade popped out from the joint of her right arm. Oh. The scream carried far, waking most people. What's wrong? What's wrong? Yang Yang quickly hid the mail blade behind her back and replied with a smile, "It's too dark, I almost tripped." Everyone laid back down to sleep. Yang Yang carefully replayed the words she had said before, damn it, trying them out word by word. Blade come. Sure enough, the female blade popped out from her left arm. Blade return. Both blades had vanished without a trace, and there were no wounds on her hands as if they had never existed. Great. I won't need to carry weapons anymore. Damned girl, what are you howling about in the middle of the night? Sorry. Having been disturbed twice, most people had lost all desire to sleep. Some were stretching, while others gathered in small groups to chat. Yang Yang wanted to rest, but the noise kept her awake, so she went outside. 17th senior brother, you go get some rest. They'll take over for you. No need, it's only a few hours until dawn. 5th senior brother will relieve me. Before he finished speaking, Shanlong was already standing nearby. Since I can't sleep anyway, he'll take your watch. You go rest. Shanlong's words had barely faded when the pitch-black night sky suddenly blazed with light. The moon is out. Hey, its color seems off. Everyone quickly looked up and saw that the glow near the moon was a bloody crimson. Wails and howls filled the air. As the blood-red light descended, the zombies grew increasingly frenzied, relentlessly crashing into nearby objects. Trouble, they're attacking the 7 stars expulsion array. Reinforcements now. Duanmu Jia's voice rang out, and everyone rushed out clutching their weapons. The right flank is yours, Guild Master Zhang. We'll take the left. Before Liu Shuai could finish speaking, he charged forward with Lin'er Chen Shuang, Zhao Xiaoying, and Xiao Mei close behind. Meanwhile, the moonlight turned an even deeper shade of red, and the zombies tore relentlessly at the defenses. Zhang Feng and Xiao Mei hold the passage. The rest of you follow me. Lin'er and Chen Shuang quickly fell in, but Zhao Xiaoying remained motionless at the main entrance. Liu Shuai ignored her and dashed to the defenses. His Tang sword hacked repeatedly at the zombie arms reaching through the barrier. Even those that lost their arms remained restless, gnawing at the wire mesh with their teeth. Give me a boost. Chen Shuang wanted to attack from above, but Lin'er shook her head and pointed at a black bird perched on the high-voltage line. Protect me. Lin'er's focus sharpened to a razor's edge. Purple electricity coiled around her cold lightning silver spear, gathering into a net. The net converged midair into a thunderbolt as thick as an arm, striking down with the speed of a lightning flash. With a deafening boom and crackle, the strike cleared the zombies near the wire mesh. It would take the approaching horde at least a minute or two to advance again. Seizing the moment, Liu Shuai charged out, dragging his Tang sword as he rushed toward the zombie swarm. The scent of a living human drove them into a frenzy, and they scrambled forward with reckless abandon. Amid the wails and roars, a towering zombie swung a manhole cover tethered by a chain, wreaking devastating havoc. Don't let it near the wire mesh. Leave it to me. Chen Shuang's lonely moon whip cracked through the air, keeping all zombies within a 5-meter radius at bay. With that threat neutralized, Liu Shuai and Lin'er exchanged a glance and charged straight into the fray. As he swung his blade repeatedly, Liu Shuai's mastery of the Tang sword grew. Every thought that crossed his mind was instantly translated into a corresponding strike from his right hand. Gradually, he forgot the zombies entirely, his sword swinging with deliberate slowness. Yet this apparent sluggishness masked a terrifying new speed. Anyone who dared to stand before him would be struck repeatedly by the blade. Before the manhole cover zombie even got close, its chain came hurtling through the air. Lin'er shouted in alarm, "Watch out." Caught in a unique state, Liu Shuai didn't hear her. He simply pulled his sword in a slow arc, and the incoming chain and cover shattered into pieces. Chen Shuang's tense heart finally relaxed as she murmured, "Incredible." Unaware of her reaction, Liu Shuai continued moving forward at a glacial pace. The manhole cover zombie was far from finished. Another cover came crashing down faster than the first. The wind howled, shattering Liu Shuai's trance. He snapped back to reality just in time to see the speeding projectile. Though startled, he didn't panic. He leaned his body to the left and used the scabbard to deflect the blow. The momentum threw him off balance, and he stumbled a few steps. The waiting crow-like zombies swarmed down from the high-voltage lines in great flocks. They closed in rapidly, and with his stance still unsteady, Liu Shuai could only roll on the ground to evade. Xiao Shuai, Shuai Shuai. Chen Shuang and Lin'er rushed to his aid from opposite sides. Go back and find. As he spoke, a ghostly light flickered along his Tang sword. Any zombie struck by that radiance was frozen in place. With a crash, the frozen forms shattered instantly. He gave the Tang sword a slight shake and whispered, "Such a unique feeling. Did you give this to me?" The sword trembled faintly, as if answering, "Of course." The right flank faced greater peril. Not only were there manhole cover zombies, but also many wielding street lamp poles. They swung the long poles with devastating force, making it impossible for weaker fighters to approach within 2 meters. Hold the wire mesh. Zunyin Shanlong, follow me. Zhang Tianlong had fought countless battles in his life, but never had he felt so tense. His hand gripping the Tang sword trembled slightly. Zunyin moved swiftly. By the time Zhang Tianlong had cut down 2 minor zombies, he had already reached the front just in time to block a female zombie's ambush on his master. Though Shanlong's steel whip was a blunt weapon, its killing power surpassed that of their Tang swords and short blades. After a few strikes, he had cleared the immediate area. They're not so tough. Shanlong, you're good in many ways, but you're too impulsive. When you learn to curb that flaw, you'll be ready to open your own school and take apprentices. Hearing his master's assessment, Shanlong paused and nodded solemnly. Suddenly, a manhole-cover zombie hurled its cover at them. Zhuan Yin reacted fastest, shoving his master aside with all his might and raising his twin short blades to withstand the immense weight. His body was forced backward until he tripped over a corpse. At the same time, two undead zombies that hadn't yet expired grabbed his legs, their bloody mouths snapping shut to bite. Third senior brother. With no time to run, he leaped into the air and then shot forward in a flat trajectory. Shan Long killed the zombie on the left, but the one on the right was about to bite down when a short blade pierced through its face. Zhang Tianlong saw the two of them safe, but shaken, and his heart finally eased. Let's join forces and take down the leaders. Yes, master. The three of them shot forward like arrows from a bowstring. As time passed, the right flank finally stabilized, leaving only the left flank to be cleared. Switch. Let her take over. Exhausted Liu Shuai used his scabbard as a crutch and limped off the battlefield. Zhao Xiaoying cast him a contemptuous glance and remained rooted to the spot. Liu Shuai grumbled under his breath. Houston, you useless piece of junk, what kind of garbage did you invent? It won't even follow orders. An overwhelming killing aura instantly locked onto him, suffocating. Lin'er and Chen Shuang also fell back, their cold lightning silver spear and lonely moon whip trained on her. Try moving and see what happens. Amid the standoff, the zombies crept closer, nearly reaching the wire mesh. Zhao Xiaoying paid them no heed, but a command echoed in her mind, act immediately. As she surged forward, Lin'er muttered angrily, just wait until I have time. I'll tie you to Shuai's bed and show you how treacherous the world really is. Chen Shuang burst into laughter. Well, that's perfect. Liu Shuai shuddered and forced a bitter smile. Don't set me up like that. An ice queen like her, I couldn't handle it. Fortunately, Zhao Xiaoying was far enough away not to hear their conversation. If she had, all three of them would likely have been beaten to a pulp. It had to be said she had the right to be arrogant. In just 5 minutes, she had slain every zombie within 100 meters. The piled-up corpses temporarily halted the advance of the horde. The few who had retreated to the wire mesh waited anxiously for the dawn. Crack. Thunder echoed across the sky, yet no lightning flashed, nor did a single raindrop fall. The Nine Dragons master was jolted from his slumber, with each snap of his fingers as he calculated, his brow furrowed deeper. Trouble. Tomorrow is the day when Yin energy peaks for the year. If this thing, like other Yin creatures, grows stronger in such conditions, everyone might face mortal peril. Fortunately, no one was nearby, so panic did not spread. He dashed straight to Liu Shuai's location, signaled him over with a glance, and poured out his concerns without reservation. Best not to let too many know about this. Let's go find Hall Master Zhang. All right. The two forced their expressions to remain natural along the way, and none who saw them suspected a thing. They found Zhang Tianlong and relayed the news. Master, do you have a plan? Alas, my skills are too shallow. I have none. Then we'll have to tough it out. As they discussed, Liu Shuai's gaze fixed on a barbecue shop, his lips moving in silent murmurs. What are you thinking? We've got over a dozen hours until tomorrow. If we gather the gas canisters and combustibles from those shops, maybe we can survive the toughest day. That's a good idea, but dangerous. No time to worry about that. Pick a few strong men and follow me. They'll lead the charge. Most of those capable of fighting were students of the Tianlong Martial Arts Hall. With their master taking the lead, none dared complain. Liu Shuai and his group slipped away unnoticed, but the sharp-eyed Lin'er seemed to sense something and watched her surroundings with heightened vigilance. I'm dead tired, gonna catch some sleep. Chen Shuang stretched lazily and leaned against an iron pillar. Go ahead. She didn't reply, but just as her eyes closed, they snapped open. Why did you sigh? Nothing, it's nothing. Impossible. She glanced around and asked, where's Liu Shuai? No idea, probably went back to sleep. Did he go out? Lin'er smiled bitterly and nodded. Most likely. Chen Shuang's heart suddenly grew restless, a nameless fury surged to her head. She took several deep breaths of cold air before calming down. Sis, if you're worried about him, go find him. Lin'er pointed at distant dark figures. Find him. I'd rather sleep. Chen Shuang feigned composure and shut her eyes, but her mind was filled with Liu Shuai's image. Agitated, she muttered a soft curse, annoying. Ah, achoo. Who's cursing me? Liu Shuai's startled cry immediately drew the attention of wandering zombies. Meow. Before the sound faded, countless green eyes glowed in the surroundings. Damn, a pack of cat zombies. This is trouble. Zhang Tianlong stepped to the front, his robes slowly billowing as a fierce killing aura radiated outward. Meow. The cat zombies retreated but halted 10 meters away. They won't attack for now. Hurry and collect the gas canisters. Yes, master. Zhuan Yin, Gong Jun, Duanmu Jia, and Shan Long each led 3 people to search nearby. Liu Shuai and Zhang Tianlong stood back to back watching the zombie cats. Within a minute, sweat dripped from their temples and their vests were soaked. As time passed, Zhang Tianlong was drenched and utterly exhausted. His aura weakened, and the frontmost zombie cats crept forward to test. We can't keep this up. Let's just fight. No, they're still inside the building. Liu Shuai knew this too, but desperation drove his suggestion. The zombie cats closed in to 5 meters, just as Gong Jun's Wen Yin and 6 others burst out, each carrying 2 gas canisters. Soon after, Shan Long's group emerged, but Duanmu Jia was missing. They'll go get him. As Liu Shuai moved to charge, Duanmu Jia stumbled out covered in blood, followed by a horde of zombies. Save him. Before the words faded, Gong Jun and Zhuan Yin rushed over. These zombies were unlike any before. Their upper halves were human, but their lower halves were giant centipede bodies. Master Run, they have no weak points. Duanmu Jia, who had been struck by a centipede tail while saving a comrade, felt zombie venom and toxins ravaging the nearby muscles. Don't come close. Black blood oozed from Duanmu Jia's nose and mouth, his eyes growing vacant. Brother. Zwen Yin and Gong Jun cried out, their voices choked with tears. Zhang Tianlong's grief was no less. Duanmu Jia was an abandoned infant he had rescued with nothing but a slip of paper bearing his name in the swaddling clothes. After over 2 decades together, he had come to see Duanmu Jia as his own son. Jiar. Zhang Tianlong's eyes glistened with tears, his voice breaking. On the verge of turning into a zombie, Duanmu Jia jolted awake and, enduring the agony, shouted, "Dad, I'm Chinese, not some Jap scum." Right? Yes. Duanmu has always been a Chinese surname. Only the ignorant mistake it for a Jap one. With that, it's enough. Before the words ended, the ghost head blade plunged straight into his brow. Jiar. Brother. The Tianlong martial arts hall members went berserk, but Liu Shuai grabbed them and barked, "Don't let his death be in vain." With his last breath, Duanmu Jia struggled to press the electronic igniter. The gas canister he held exploded. Boom crash. Brother, well done. Zwen Yin had smelled gas earlier, thinking it came from his own side, but never realized Duanmu Jia had already embraced death before leaving. Zhang Tianlong, devastated by the loss of his adopted son, seemed to age a decade in an instant, drained of all strength. He'll hold them off. Take Hall Master Zhang and go. Gong Jun, still composed, fought back tears, hoisted Zhang Tianlong, and sprinted back. The commotion drew the attention of those guarding the barbed wire. Something's happened to Shuai. I have to save him. You guard, he'll go. Chen Shuang dashed off without waiting for a reply. The explosions agitated the nearby zombies, who charged at the scent of living humans. Gu Yu's long whip swept out, slaying any that dared approach. On the other side, Liu Shuai struggled mightily. The mutated zombies were too strong. Even dozens of cuts couldn't fell them. Dodging, he saw Gong Jun had reached the wire, twisted open a gas canister, and hurled it at a lamppost. Sparks flew. A towering blaze erupted, igniting the ordinary zombies. The area became a sea of fire, temporarily blocking the centipede zombies. Chen Shuang caught the staggering Liu Shuai and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. You can barely stand, and you say you're fine." Tears glistened in Chen Shuang's beautiful eyes. Liu Shuai felt a warmth in his heart. He almost reached out to pinch her nose, but stopped when he realized she wasn't Lin'er, quickly lowering his hand. Chen Shuang froze for a moment, then quickly kissed his cheek before shyly running back toward the barbed wire. The news of Duanmu Jia's sacrifice spread, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts, especially Xiao Mei, who felt utterly useless. "I won't hold everyone back." Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, she stealthily approached the barbed wire fence, carefully concealing herself in the shadows. The guards stood there listlessly, soon growing drowsy. Once they fell asleep, she slipped out unnoticed. "I can't linger nearby, UITLL attract the zombies." She hurried straight ahead until she reached a battered car, where she discovered a large wrench in the trunk. It was somewhat unwieldy, but still better than having no weapon at all. She advanced cautiously. At that moment, Liu Shuai went to look for Xiao Mei, and upon finding her missing, assumed she had gone to the restroom. "Have any of you seen Xiao Mei?" "No." He asked many people, but no one knew, and a sense of dread crept into his heart. "Silly girl, please don't be in trouble." Anxiously, he rushed to the guard post, gave a brief explanation, and dashed out. Following the path straight ahead, he found faint footprints near a wrecked car and muttered, "Xiao Mei was here." His worry deepened, and he quickened his pace, but the footprints vanished. Logically, she should be nearby. Why can't I find her? Liu Shuai's mind was unsettled, and he failed to notice the obscured traces. Clatter. A low, dull thud of something heavy tumbling down a staircase echoed from afar. Liu Shuai warily scanned his surroundings, and only after confirming no zombies were present did he slowly move toward the sound. A minute later, he was close to the source of the noise, yet saw no zombies, which only made him more uneasy. The area was eerily silent, so quiet that even his own breathing was distinctly audible. Bang! Clang! He spun around abruptly, spotting an iron rod that had fallen from above. Could there be other survivors nearby? The thought flashed through his mind, but he dismissed it immediately. They had been here many times before. If anyone were alive, they would have surely called out for help. A woman's scream pierced the distance. "Xiao Mei! It's Xiao Mei!" Liu Shuai sprinted toward the sound, but as he rounded a corner, a lurking zombie cat sprang out. He slashed diagonally with his Tang sword while thrusting the scabbard in his left hand. The zombie cat reacted, swiftly dodging to the right and swiping its claws, nearly lacerating Liu Shuai's left hand. Has it gained intelligence? The implications of this judgment were immense. If true, it spelled doom for the surviving group. In battle, a distracted mind is the greatest peril. The zombie cat seized the rare opportunity, attacking with both claws and fangs simultaneously. Liu Shuai would be injured no matter which way he dodged. In a desperate move, he leaned back sharply and thrust the Tang sword forward with both hands. The zombie cat was impaled, letting out a piercing wail. With a vigorous shake, it shattered into pieces. Help, someone help. Composing himself, Liu Shuai dashed toward the cries. In a dilapidated shop 200 meters away, Xiao Mei gripped the large wrench, tightly backing away step by step. Though many zombies surrounded her, they kept their distance. The centipede zombie slowly emerged from the horde, eyeing Xiao Mei with greedy intent. It drew closer, and Xiao Mei's mind went blank. Ryup. The centipede's tail stinger plunged into her abdomen. It hurts so much. Her agonized screams grew fainter until finally silence fell. Meanwhile, Liu Shuai had neared the area. Spotting the numerous zombies, he dared not act recklessly. Catching sight of a nearby fire hydrant, he rushed toward it. The scent of a living human drifted to the zombies, and those at the rear stealthily turned around. Liu Shuai pushed his speed to the limit, striking the fire hydrant with his Tang sword. A massive jet of water surged toward the zombies, temporarily trapping them as they howled in fury. Xiao Mei was on the verge of fainting. Through a blurry haze, she glimpsed a spray of water, and a bitter smile flickered across her pained face. She longed to stand, but her body was drained of strength, allowing only a faint, powerless sigh. The nearby zombies were swept away by the water, and Liu Shuai could now see Xiao Mei struggling. Stay calm, I must stay calm. Scenes from his previous battle with the centipede zombie flashed through his mind. He had not found its weakness, but his peripheral vision caught sight of its retracted tail stinger. Could this be its weak spot? Though uncertain, Liu Shuai decided to take the risk and charge forward. The centipede zombie sensed the threat and emitted a strange sound. Hearing it, the other zombies quickly converged. Xiao Mei thought her eyes were playing tricks on her, but when she confirmed it was really Liu Shuai, she mustered all her strength to shout, run away. While fending off zombies with his sword, Liu Shuai replied, I want to abandon you. Thank you. She was in such a dire state that the words were only spoken in her heart, while her trembling hand reached for the large wrench. Her intention was simple, not to become a burden. Don't do anything foolish. Before the words had even faded, Liu Shuai had already rushed close. He stomped his left foot hard on the ground, leaped into the air, and flipped. The Tang sword swung to its fullest, resembled a massive drill, instantly killing any zombie that dared approach. Upon landing, he used the scabbard to absorb the impact, touching down steadily near Xiao Mei. Black blood was already oozing from her 7 orifices, and occasionally zombie-like growls escaped her throat. Her last shred of sanity kept telling her, do not harm this person before you. Seeing her agony, Liu Shuai slit his own finger and placed it in her mouth. The zombie's craving for blood had completely overwhelmed her reason, and she sucked greedily. Meanwhile, the scent of blood attracted even more zombies. The centipede zombie lunged at them with flailing limbs. Liu Shuai wanted to evade, but remembering Xiao Mei beside him, he steeled himself and took the hit. Its stinger pierced his shoulder blade, and the searing pain nearly made him black out. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Shuai grabbed it and slashed upward with his Tang sword. Whimper. Its tail was severed, and the dangerous stinger automatically extended in response to the threat. This was exactly what Liu Shuai had been waiting for. He struck the stinger directly with his scabbard. Crack. Whimper. The centipede zombie's weak point was hit, draining 90% of its strength. Its arms waved weakly, utterly powerless. He brought the Tang sword down in a vertical slash, cleaving it in two. With its death, the other zombies, which had been held back by fear, surged forward. In the dire situation, Liu Shuai strapped Xiao Mei to his back with a belt and fought his way out with one hand wielding the sword. Having finally found fresh blood, the zombies were not about to let him escape, converging from all directions. The space for movement shrank, and a bitter smile crossed Liu Shuai's face. Xiao Mei, as long as I live, I won't let them hurt you. He patted her back, but unexpectedly spotted an opening at the 5 o'clock position and charged toward it. The zombies quickly closed in, and the area was soon sealed off. Seeing no hope of escape, Liu Shuai resolved to die fighting. He tightened the belt, let out a fierce roar. And the zombies roared back in response. There are 5 zombies stronger than the rest. If I can kill them, I can break out. Having made up his mind, he charged at them with all his might. Before Liu Shuai could get close, 2 lurking small zombies suddenly leaped, clawing at him from front and back. He quickly ducked and slashed horizontally with his Tang sword. As the 2 small zombies fell, 2 massive bloody hands were about to grab Xiao Mei. He dodged by tilting 45 degrees to the left, barely escaping. Before he could stand up, several bloody hands appeared in succession. The Tang sword swung rapidly, severing the arms of nearby zombies. Oh! Xiao Mei's sudden scream startled him, causing him to rise a bit slower, nearly being struck by a rusty blade zombie. He narrowly avoided it, but a chain whipped against his leg. Sharp pain shot through him, yet Liu Shuai didn't even grunt, limping as he charged outward. Though his kills were swift, their encirclement was faster. If all nearby zombies were drawn here, he could never break out. He forced himself to calm down, carefully calculating an escape route. A faint tremor shook the ground, then grew increasingly frequent. How heavy must that person be? Liu Shuai muttered with a bitter smile, binding the Tang sword to his right hand, ready for a desperate fight. The zombies seemed to sense his resolve and backed off slightly. Time was urgent, so Liu Shuai didn't dwell on it, moving with them. Soon he reached the doorway. If he acted fast, he could dash out before they fully encircled him. Though the plan was sound, reality was brutally cruel. Dog and cat zombies shattered his hopes entirely. Death either way. Charge. As he charged with all his might, abandoning defense, a small cylinder over 20 centimeters long fell from his chest as the Tang sword swung. His left hand, though not nimble, caught it easily. What's this? He didn't recognize it at first, but a flash of memory surfaced. Then he gasped, a lightsaber. He flipped it over and found a small button on the bottom. With a swoosh, a green laser emerged. Right hand with the Tang sword, left hand with the lightsaber. He soon broke through the encirclement. The rumbling grew more urgent. Smaller zombies dared not stay in the direct path. Seeing this golden opportunity, Liu Shuai accelerated. Before the croaks faded, dozens of zombie crows swooped down. The lightsaber lashed out instantly, slaying several. The rest fled in panic. Though brief, the nimble dog zombie had already charged over its split head, sprouting many spike-like protrusions. With a bark, its head snapped shut. Liu Shuai quickly retreated. The dog zombie's first strike missed, but its second came much faster. Left with no choice, Liu Shuai turned the Tang sword's blade and lightsaber forward, waiting for the attack. As the split head enveloped him, it was instantly severed into several pieces by the lightsaber. So that works. With the annoying zombie dog dealt with, his fierce will to survive reignited. The tremors intensified. A severely damaged small pavilion in the distance collapsed with a roar, sending dust billowing outward. The zombies, attracted by the sound, all turned around. Liu Shuai quickly straightened Xiao Mei and charged toward the wire fence. Don't spot me, don't spot me. He prayed inwardly, having already covered over 20 meters. A bit more, and he could call for help. His confidence soared, and even his fatigue seemed to vanish. He advanced further, but a stronger tremor rang out, and the zombies gradually snapped back to attention. Liu Shuai cursed the howling zombie that had roused them. Without it, the nearby zombies would never have regained focus, but now he was surrounded on all sides. Normal dodging was impossible. He could only keep rolling, barely avoiding grabs. Amid the violent collisions, Xiao Mei groggily opened her blood-red eyes. Where is this? Her voice was so faint that Liu Shuai didn't hear it until she touched his injured shoulder blade, jolting him awake. You're okay. Xiao Mei shook her head vigorously, then snatched the lightsaber. After cutting the belt that bound her to Liu Shuai, she staggered into the zombie horde. Liu Shuai was furious. Head barely carried her back, and now she charged straight into the thick of it. Though enraged, he couldn't abandon her. With a roar, he followed. Xiao Mei had no technique, wildly swinging the lightsaber. Yet a miraculous scene unfolded wherever she passed. Zombies were slain. Liu Shuai was deeply awed, muttering as he slashed, so she's this powerful too. Die, die, die. Her swings grew faster until only a green flash remained. As zombies fell in droves, the one causing the violent tremors finally came into view. It was an ultramassive fat zombie estimated to weigh over 1,000 kilograms, carrying a 10-meter-long concrete pole. No wonder the ground shook. Together that's nearly 3,000 kilos. Liu Shuai muttered, then snapped to attention, shouting, "Come back, Xiao Mei." She didn't reply, but charged even more fiercely. The fat zombie, sensing the threat, swung the concrete pole at her. It came fast. Liu Shuai feared Xiao Mei would be crushed into paste. But as dust flew, he saw her weaving forward nimbly. What just happened defied his understanding, but now wasn't the time to ponder. He could only keep accelerating. Before he got far, small zombies reinforced by crow zombies brought him to a standstill. Xiao Mei, take care of yourself. Liu Shuai was calmer than ever. To save her, he first had to eliminate the nearby zombies. The Tang sword slashed repeatedly, leaving bright blade shadows. These shadows stacked together, forming a more complex silhouette. Why does it look like Zhang Jiao's sword technique? The more he studied it, the more it resembled it. He recalled memories of it, then shook his head instantly. But the zombies gave him no respite, lunging from all directions. A faint light flashed, freezing all zombies within a 2-meter radius. A second later, they shattered into pieces. Did I really do that? Liu Shuai was astonished, but his gaze remained on Xiao Mei. She was losing her composure. If he didn't intervene, she'd be dead within a minute. Dragging his exhausted body, he moved quickly. The fat zombie, sensing more enticing blood, abandoned Xiao Mei and charged at him with the concrete pole. The ground trembled incessantly, nearly causing Liu Shuai to fall. A not-quite-dead zombie suddenly grabbed his calf. Without a glance, he swung his sword back, killing it, then charged straight for the fat zombie. Meanwhile, Xiao Mei, now without a target, grew even redder in the eyes. A strange aura emanated from her, and she moved faster than Liu Shuai. That wasn't all. The most peculiar thing was that her lightsaber had now stretched to about 2 meters in length and was still growing. Lin'er and Chen Shuang were deeply worried about them, anxiously waiting near the barbed wire fence. After feeling the violent tremors, they initially wanted to go and assist, but ultimately left the defensive-minded Chen Shuang behind. Shuai, you must hold on until I get there. Anxious at heart, she refrained from tangling with the zombies, unnecessarily pushing through as best she could. Sprinting all the way, she could already see the tall cement pole zombie, and hastily shouted, "Watch out." Her shout distracted Liu Shuai instead. Had Xiao Mei's laser sword not appeared in the nick of time, Liu Shuai would have been crushed into a meat patty. Even so, his right arm trembled violently, temporarily losing its combat capability. "How dare you harm my Shuai? You're asking for death." Lin'er's aura turned ferocious, her face frosty and chilling to the core. Xiao Mei felt as if she had been plunged into an ice cavern under Lin'er's gaze. "Sister Lin'er, I'll support you." After shortening the laser sword to about 1.2 meters, its power not only did not diminish, but actually increased. The cement pole was struck and instantly broke off a section. Good. Lin'er flicked her right arm, and a gleaming white electric current surged over her cold lightning silver spear, sealing the surroundings like a net of thunder. Meanwhile, Liu Shuai's brow furrowed tighter and tighter, yet he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Seeing the electric net about to coalesce into a thunder pillar, he quickly shouted, "Change the target." Though Lin'er heard the warning, she had no time to alter the strike's trajectory. The thunder pillar landed squarely on the giant zombie's head. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Green smoke rose continuously. The giant zombie was devoid of any life, and the cement pole slid to the ground. Dust billowed, and a very faint cry sounded. It was too soft, drowned out by the falling pole, and Liu Shuai and the others could not possibly hear it. Not good, it's not dead yet. Before the words faded, the giant zombie indeed stirred, and a series of crackling bone sounds rang out. Lin'er simply could not understand why her ultimate move had caused the zombie to mutate. She pouted her lips, managing only a single word after a long while. This. Liu Shuai and Xiao Mei were equally baffled, but they set aside their confusion for the moment and hurried back. Sprinting all the way, they could faintly see the barbed wire fence when Liu Shuai suddenly stopped and roared, "We can't take it back." Xiao Mei reacted first, charging straight at the giant zombie. Lin'er followed closely behind. After a brief period of regulating his breath, Liu Shuai's right arm still trembled somewhat, but it was manageable for small-scale combat. "Liu Shuai, is that you?" A hurried voice echoed in his mind. "Zhang Jiao, don't scare me, okay? What's up? Is that shadow near the barbed wire fence you?" "Yes. Alright, I'll bring people to support you right away. Don't come. Take people and patrol the area. Don't let any small zombies raid the camp." Before Zhang Jiao could reply, Liu Shuai had already charged to the giant zombie's side. Twisting his body 30 degrees to the left, he thrust his Tang Dao blade toward its joint. The giant zombie was not very agile. A long gash was carved into its thigh, and blood with a foul stench splattered. Ugh! The cold lightning silver spear spun, and a rich fragrance appeared, instantly dispelling the nausea. Lit. Before the word "tli" could be uttered, the giant zombie's massive hand came crashing down toward Liu Shuai and Lin'er. It was too late to dodge now. In desperation, Liu Shuai pulled her tightly into his embrace, bracing his back against the blow. Just as the attack was about to land, a flash of green light streaked past. The zombie's hand fell limply to the ground. "Xiao Mei, thank you." She did not reply. Her breathing was ragged and her legs trembled slightly. With several gushes of black blood, stars swam before her eyes, and she collapsed limply to the ground. Liu Shuai rushed to her side. In an instant, Lin'er whirled the cold lightning silver spear to its utmost, trying to hold off the giant zombie. As if it would give her a chance, its massive hand descended while its gaping maw followed close behind. Dodging repeatedly, she barely evaded the hand, but the maw was about to sink into her arm. In desperation, she thrust the cold lightning silver spear into its mouth. The jaws were propped open, and Lin'er escaped, her heart still pounding. "My spear." Liu Shuai rushed to her side, carrying the unconscious Xiao Mei, and said, "Take care of her." Just as he was about to act, Lin'er's small lips pressed directly onto his. The rapidly recovering energy quickly transformed into an invisible force, terrifying the giant zombie into inaction. A few seconds later, Lin'er's steps wobbled, yet she struggled to hold Xiao Mei. Die. Liu Shuai's depleted stamina had long since recovered, as if he had inexhaustible strength. A long faint afterimage had just appeared when he was already near the giant zombie, his Tang Dao slashing upward. Having suffered greatly from the laser sword, the zombie dreaded such gleaming weapons, its bulky body tilted to the left. Though the vital point was avoided, a large chunk of flesh was hacked away. If it were a human, the pain would be unbearable, but a zombie is merely a walking corpse and feels nothing. Looks like I need another approach. Before the thought finished, his peripheral vision caught the cold lightning silver spear propping open its mouth. He leaped with all his might, but fell short. Using the scabbard to gain leverage on the obese zombie, he jumped higher. Still not enough. He drove the Tang Dao into the zombie nearby and used it as a foothold. Reaching the mouth's position, a nauseating stench nearly overwhelmed him. Suppressing the urge to vomit, he pushed the cold lightning silver spear with all his strength. Threatened at its life, the zombie kept swatting with its massive hands. Dodging, Liu Shuai conceived an even riskier plan. He deliberately retreated to the very edge of the mouth, barely evading to make the giant zombie think he was exhausted. Before long, it took the bait, punching a massive fist against its enormous teeth. The rotten flesh trembled, and the spear tip drove upward a bit more. Liu Shuai gripped the shaft with all his might, straining to thrust upward. The giant zombie finally sensed danger and kept pounding its own mouth. At the same time, a dragging force came from the spear, which should have continued upward. The moment Liu Shuai burst out of its mouth, it snapped shut completely. Falling to the chest area, he used both feet to pull out the Tang Dao. His body was severely off balance, accelerating downward. Yet Liu Shuai, heedless of the danger, thrust the cold lightning silver spear with all his might. At the same time, both feet gripping the Tang Dao drove it into the zombie's upper abdomen. The zombie's weak points were not in these areas. No matter how many times they were struck, it was futile. A sly smile flickered across Liu Shuai's lips as he struck the cold lightning silver spear with all his power. Whoosh! It shot through the massive body like an arrow from a bowstring. The powerful corrosive force provoked the cold lightning silver spear. In self-defense, a massive surge of electricity enveloped the spear. This electric current was nearly identical to the purple thunderclap, and being inside the body, the giant zombie died utterly before its hand could even reach nearby. Boom! The colossal body crashed to the ground, sending up a high wave of dust. Liu Shuai was thrown off. As he stood up, he spotted zombie silhouettes in the distance. Fleeing, he glanced around and saw multiple types of zombies rapidly closing in. Shuai, come here quickly. Lin'er was in terrible shape. After all this time, she had only managed to support Xiao Mei for about 100 meters. Liu Shuai pushed his speed to the limit. When he reached them, he had already sheathed his blade at his waist. Wrapping an arm around each of them, he sprinted desperately toward the safe zone. The zombies, for reasons unknown, had gathered around the giant zombie, emitting spine-chilling cries. In a corner of the room, Zhang Tianlong, a grandmaster in his own right, trembled as he hugged his knees. His hair turned stark white, his face etched with wrinkles. Dad, Jia is gone, and we all feel the pain. He wouldn't want to see you like this, wasting away. Please stop tormenting yourself, okay? No matter how much Zhang Jiao pleaded, he remained silent and unmoving. Help! A unique telepathic voice echoed in her mind. Zhang Jiao dashed outside, catching sight of Liu Shuai sprinting past, who plunged headlong into the room without a backward glance. She dragged Zhang Tianlong outside with all her might, pointing into the distance and shouting, "Look! They're all fighting tooth and nail to survive. As a grandmaster, aren't you ashamed? Senior sister?" The disciples had long been unable to bear the sight, yet dared not interfere in their family affairs until she shook him frantically, prompting several to hold back no longer. "All of you shut up." Zhang Jiao pointed at Yang Yang and roared, "Whoever dares to speak another word, kill him." Hoisting him up with one hand, she shouted, "Look at you. A grandmaster, yet you're no match for those who've never trained in martial arts. Don't you feel humiliated? Don't you think you're unworthy of the title grandmaster?" A glimmer of light flashed in Zhang Tianlong's dull eyes before fading again. "Grandmaster? A useless wretch who couldn't save his own disciple or adopted son. How can he be called a grandmaster?" Zhang Tianlong let out a bitter long laugh to the heavens, then suddenly leaped from the second floor. "Dad! Master!" An intense sensation of weightlessness overwhelmed him as scenes of Duanmu Jia's childhood flashed before his eyes. "Master, can I call you that like senior sister does?" "Of course, you little rascal." "Dad." Duanmu Jia rushed joyfully into his arms, and Zhang Tianlong spun him around in circles. The scene shifted to when he was gravely wounded, pressing the igniter with no trace of pain on his face. Only a look of satisfaction that seemed to say, "You've escaped, that's what matters." As he neared the ground, Zhang Tianlong stepped on his right foot with his left and landed steadily. Meanwhile, Liu Shuai spotted him, mistaking his descent for a hasty rescue prompted by concern. "Hurry, go." It was the first time Zhang Tianlong had spoken in nearly a day, his voice hoarse and raspy. Liu Shuai, exhausted, and without a second thought, poured all his remaining strength into the effort. Just as he was closing in, his vision suddenly went black, and he collapsed. Zhang Tianlong rushed over, muttering, "Jar, the one you protected with your life. I'll shield him even if it costs me everything." Girl, catch. Lin'er and Xiao Mei were thrown high into the air. Zhang Jiao quickly leaped to the balcony's edge, focusing intently to catch them. "Senior sister, let me help." Yang Yang took one of them, sparing Zhang Jiao from further chaos. Below, Liu Shuai was heavier than the girls and carried 3 weapons, making it impossible to toss him up. "Let Zhao Xiaoying handle it." Zhang Jiao remained icily calm, knowing that descending would only hinder her father, and immediately sent word to those at the other exit. Zhao Xiaoying might not have intervened for just anyone, but Liu Shuai was in a sense her half-master. His protection was a death command from the system. Wherever Zhao Xiaoying passed, zombies scattered in fear. Liu Shuai made it back safely, but remained unconscious. Before anyone could catch their breath, Xiao Mei writhed in agony, her eyes turning bloodshot. "What's wrong with you?" Zhang Jiao examined her for a long time, but couldn't find the cause. "Senior sister, if I'm not mistaken, she's been bitten by a zombie." Then what do we do? We can't just kill her." "Not necessarily." "Fine, Liu Shuai." "Him." Zhang Jiao eyed Yang Yang suspiciously, who turned her head away awkwardly and whispered, "His blood can suppress the zombie toxin." They weren't alone. Several female disciples from the Tianlong martial arts school were present, most of them casting eager glances at Liu Shuai. Simultaneously, 2 icy glares swept across the room. Zhao Xiaoying walked over, expressionlessly glanced at Xiao Mei, and said, "She's beyond saving." "Off." Chen Shuang tried to grab her arm to plead, but Zhao Xiaoying sidestepped to avoid the touch. Her brow furrowed when she spoke. "She's hiding something." Zhang Jiao had been observing her since she arrived. "There is a way, but it's risky. No matter how risky, it's better than waiting to die." Zhao Xiaoying said nothing, merely pointing at Liu Shuai. They stared for a while, clueless about how to help Xiao Mei, and chased after her, asking, "What exactly do we need to do?" She pointed at Lin'er. Chen Shuang pulled her aside and whispered, "Tell me, how can we save Xiao Mei?" "I don't know." "Opt." Zhao Xiaoying says you know, so you must." Lin'er was baffled at a loss for words. She forced herself to calm down and think hard. "Could it be Daddy?" Chen Shuang, exasperated, yanked her arm and demanded, "Tell me what to do." Liner's face flushed crimson, and she murmured, "Put her and Shuai together." "That's it." Before the words faded, Chen Shuang caught on her face, turning red as she stammered, "Isn't there another way?" "No, there isn't." "Then it has to be this way." Chen Shuang carried the unconscious Xiao Mei to where Liu Shuai lay sleeping in the corner of the hall. The fitting room, yes, the fitting room. With the help of Gong Jun and the others, Liu Shuai and Xiao Mei were taken into the changing room. As they left, Zhao Xiaoying swiftly tapped a few points on Liu Shuai's body. Bang! The door slammed shut, and Liu Shuai's eyes snapped open. Xiao Mei, Xiao Mei. He called out repeatedly, but she showed no signs of waking. Pain furrowed her brow, and her fists clenched tightly. Liu Shuai struggled to sit up, but his body was utterly weak. With great effort, he raised his hand. Drink. Drink blood. Xiao Mei, her jaw locked tight, couldn't manage to suck any blood. Searching for something, his eyes fell on the unsheathed Tang Saber nearby. A light touch sent blood streaming down. The strong metallic scent dripped, and Xiao Mei's mouth muscles twitched instinctively. As the blood entered her mouth, she smacked her lips continuously. Time passed, and Liu Shuai grew deathly pale, yet she remained unconscious. Trembling, he tried to pull his finger away, but she clung tightly. The force was too great, and he was yanked close. The strong scent of a man filled her nostrils, and Xiao Mei's lashes fluttered violently, as if she might wake at any moment. Stars swam before Liu Shuai's eyes, his limbs went limp, and his eyelids closed. As his cheek brushed against Xiao Mei's face, she opened her eyes in a panic only to smile, and pull him into a tight embrace upon recognizing him. The following 3,000 words are omitted. 2 hours later, the sky that should have long been bright was shrouded in dark clouds, and the occasional westerly wind could easily blow away a bottle of mineral water. The hardest moment is approaching. Prepare everyone for a desperate fight. Zhang Tianlong had experienced countless bloody battles in his life, yet now his brows were tightly furrowed, his gaze flickering. Whines and howls of zombies gradually drew closer until cries came from all directions. Zongfeng, are you ready? Zhang Tianlong slowly turned around, his expression solemn. Ready. He had intended to persuade his master, but caught the unwavering determination in his eyes and could only sigh inwardly. Minutes later, a few scattered zombies could already be seen wandering near the wire fence. Let's move. Zongfeng charged out with several junior disciples advancing triumphantly and swiftly slaying all nearby zombies. With a chorus of growls and croaks, a dense horde of zombies appeared in their sight. These were different from ordinary zombies. Their movements were more agile, their speed faster. Ninth senior brother, I'm scared. A tall, thin young man in his 20s trembled slightly. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Facing such a terrifying multitude, fear was inevitable, but Zongfeng dared not show it. He slowly brandished a crude replica of the Fangtian Huaji to draw their attention. As the zombies drew nearer, he called softly, retreat. His junior brothers had long wished to flee and now wished they had more legs. But Zongfeng kept a distance of about 20 meters from them. When they neared the wire fence, he shouted hoarsely, now. Long cloth strips soaked in gasoline were ignited, and the flames spread rapidly to the slightly loosened gas canisters. With a thunderous roar, flames shot into the sky, and the zombies suffered heavy casualties. Ha ha ha, damn zombies, come on, keep coming. The guards near the wire fence were exhilarated. Nine Dragons Master, who was refining the 7 Stars expulsion array, heard their laughter and barked, don't celebrate too early. This is just the beginning. The zombies grew more ferocious, charging recklessly at the wire fence. Simultaneously, the 7 Stars expulsion array activated at full power, repelling the vanguard of zombies. No matter the cost, they relentlessly hurled themselves at the wire fence. In the empty roller skating rink, only Zhang Tianlong and Yang Yang remained. As time trickled by, Zhang Tianlong suddenly said, Yang Yang, you are your master's hope. I beg you. No, I won't leave, I want. Yang Yang wept bitterly. A faint smile appeared on Zhang Tianlong's stern face. He tenderly stroked her head and said softly, you must have heard the conversation between the master and me, right? Yang Yang nodded, then shook her head vigorously. Since you know, why won't you go? I can't bear to leave you, master, nor my senior brothers and sisters. She fought back the urge to wail, but tears betrayed her and streamed down. Zhang Tianlong's heart ached too, but he dared not show it. He barked, if you still regard me as your master, do as I say. With that, he turned and rushed out, the hot tears he could no longer hold back spilling onto his clothes. During this time, the defenders at the wire fence had used countless oil bottles to keep the zombies at bay beyond the flames. Meanwhile, an oppressive darkness gathered overhead, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Zhang Tianlong approached Zongfeng and said softly, if we can't hold the line later, open a gap and let them in. Zongfeng paused, then immediately grasped his master's intent, nodding solemnly. The other disciples also looked at their master with unwavering resolve. Before the flames died out, a horde of zombie housewives brandishing battered kitchen knives and cleavers fearlessly charged the wire fence. Let them in. A corner of the wire fence was opened, and they all tried to surge in first, but got stuck at the entrance due to their bulk. This allowed the nearby defenders to pick them off without injury. More and more corpses piled up by the gate, their horrifying weight deforming the wire fence. Where's the gasoline you found? Over there. Pour it all at the entrance, hurry. Zongfeng and the swiftest disciples worked together. Ignite. A blazing fire shot into the sky, illuminating the area like daylight. Fall back to the second line of defense, quick. They all withdrew, but Zhang Tianlong did not. He stood with arms crossed. Meanwhile, at another exit, Yang Yang was gathering her senior sisters. Hurry up, master, and the others are buying us as much time as they can. Zuan ran over from the wire fence and asked, are we ready? Yes. There's a large underground pipe leading from here. Take them in first, well, follow shortly. Understood, third senior brother. The group quickly followed Yang Yang. Zuan approached Chen Shuang and Lin'er, smiling. You should withdraw too. Leave the time buying to us. I'm not leaving. Shuai and Xiao Mei haven't woken up yet. I want to wait for them. Sai, why are you so stubborn? Before he finished, a loud crash came from the wire fence. Trouble, they've breached the first line. Get out of here now. None of them replied. They gripped their weapons and silently awaited the zombies. At the highest point, 9 Dragons Master muttered incantations, his hand seals shifting constantly. 7 stars expulsion banish. The 7 beads connecting the array blazed with blinding light, and an invisible shockwave erupted at the perimeter. With a deafening boom, the front row of zombies crashed into the second, crushing many. Well done, Master. The cheers reached his ears, but 9 Dragons Master could only smile bitterly, thinking, I would never use this move unless absolutely necessary. His hand seals turned, and a stronger force emerged. With a crack, all 7 beads shattered. 9 Dragons Master clutched his heaving chest, a coppery taste filled his mouth, and he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Are you alright? Zhang Jiao had been guarding nearby, wanting to rush over, but fearing to disturb him. I'm fine. But without the array protecting this place, we may not hold out long. My father has prepared an escape route. This way, Master. 9 Dragons Master walked beside her, his bitter smile growing more strained. He thought, Hall Master Zhang, do you think I don't know your intentions? Rest assured I won't let you have any worries. Soon they reached the passage. 9 Dragons Master feigned a stumble from exhaustion, and Zhang Jiao hurried to support him. Suddenly Zhang Jiao found she couldn't move. She exclaimed in shock, what are you doing? Child, your father is willing to give his life for you all. Are you going to betray his heartfelt sacrifice? Zhang Jiao had long sensed this outcome, but refused to dwell on it. Hearing 9 Dragons Master speak it aloud, her tears betrayed her and streamed down. 9 Dragons Master sighed a few times and then set her down. Old Zhang 9 Dragons has come to aid you. A faint smile gradually appeared on his solemn face. The battles were brutal on multiple fronts, with the most threatening being the position defended by Zhang Tianlong. Not only were there giant zombies, but also aerial threats like black crows and eagles. Master, if this continues, even if we all die in battle, we won't be able to hold them off. Zhang Feng's stamina was severely depleted, his swings of the imitation Fangtian Huaji becoming erratic. Zhang Tianlong understood this truth all too well, but could only smile bitterly. The sea of zombies grew ever denser, gradually extinguishing the flames. Men stay, women retreat. Master, we want leave. Get out now. It had been years since Zhang Tianlong had erupted in such fury, leaving his disciples frozen in place. Yang, what are you waiting for? She had already dissolved into tears, yet choked out a reply forcefully, turning her senior sisters around. Go. Every second we stay, Master and senior brothers have less chance of returning. This statement finally convinced them. Zhang Tianlong glanced at their retreating figures and said softly, hold them off for 10 minutes, then you withdraw too. And you. Before Zhang Feng could finish, he pointed to the claw marks on his inner arm. Don't make a sound. Zhang Feng stepped back half a pace, suddenly recalling that when urging the female disciples to leave, a zombie cat had darted out beside one of them, only to be sent flying by their master. Master! Zhang Feng's eyes reddened, his voice choked with emotion. Don't let the others see. Zhang Feng could only vent his fury on the zombies, swinging the imitation Fangtian Huaji relentlessly. The 10 minutes passed in an instant. Over 90% of those defending this position were scratched by zombies, leaving only Zhang Feng and one middle-aged man unscathed. Zhang Tianlong could no longer suppress the zombie toxin, his eyes had turned bloodshot. He desperately struck down the approaching zombies, shouting, get out now. Go. Don't let us die in vain. The young man who shouted this tore open his shirt, revealing oil bottles strapped around his body. Bang! Boom! As flames erupted, others followed suit. His junior brothers sacrificed their lives to buy them time to escape. Reluctant as they were, Zhang Feng and the other could only flee with tears in their eyes. Zhang Tianlong's consciousness was fading, but he fixed his gaze on the direction of the blazing inferno, his right hand slowly moving to his belt. Fingerprint confirmed. Destruction device activated. 3, 2, 1. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, its terrifying shockwave instantly claiming the lives of countless zombies. Even those that dodged were temporarily unable to advance. It also jolted Liu Shuai and Xiao Mei awake. Both cried out in surprise as they hastily dressed. Now's not the time for this. Let's see what happened. They pushed open the door shattered by the blast, and saw crimson flames flickering everywhere. Everyone, please don't be hurt, don't be hurt. Liu Shuai's prayers did not change reality. The situation was worse than he had imagined. Xiao Mei gripped her laser sword and asked softly, Shuai, what do we do now? Let's check nearby first. There must be survivors. Before he finished speaking, he spotted Zhilong Shangren hurrying by and quickly called out to stop him. You haven't left yet. We just woke up. How could I forget that? You two go quickly. They'll find the survivors. Liu Shuai grabbed his arm and said, you're badly injured. Let me go instead. All right, girl, come with me. Xiao Mei gazed deeply at Liu Shuai and whispered, I'll wait for you. Liu Shuai grunted in acknowledgement and charged toward the direction they were supposed to defend. Although Zhao Xiaoying was holding the line there, the resistance was arduous. With their stamina nearly spent, many positions had already been breached. Chun Shuang delivered her final whip strike and crouched on the ground, utterly drained of strength. Sister Chun, Lin'er knocked away a nearby zombie cat. Their stamina was completely exhausted, they could no longer hold the line and retreated in unison. Gong Jun brandished his steel rod and shouted, you go first. The zombies were rapidly encircling them, making escape impossible. Just as they prepared to fight to the death, the zombies behind them suddenly fell. Come here quickly. Seeing Liu Shuai, a glimmer of hope finally appeared on their grim faces. Gong Jun's Wenyin Shanlong, you withdraw too. They had intended to stay and help, but sensing the aura emanating from Liu Shuai, they immediately abandoned the idea. Charging into the enemy ranks, Liu Shuai was astonished to feel a warm current in his abdomen flowing continuously into his right arm. What a marvelous sensation. The zombies gave him no time to ponder, lunging at him with claws bared. The Tang Dao slashed horizontally and vertically. Unconsciously, Liu Shuai had surged dozens of meters forward. Any zombie within a 2-meter radius stood frozen in place. Whoosh. Crash. As the first fell, the others followed suit. So after that, I get such benefits. Images of Lin'er, Chen Shuang, Zhao Xiaoying, Zhang Jiao, and others flashed before Liu Shuai's eyes. He slapped himself hard and cursed, "Pervert, what are you thinking? Hey, can you hear me?" Zhang Jiao's anxious voice echoed in his mind. This was her 20th attempt, and she had already given up hope. "Where are you?" "Ah, you're alive. Where's my dad? Is he okay?" Liu Shuai paused and replied, "He's fine. I knew he'd be fine. Location. Follow the small passage outside the roller skating rink, and you'll see a large pipe." All right. Liu Shuai retreated while pursuing them. Soon they reached the second floor, where the narrow corridor became their best barrier. Zuanyin and I will hold off the enemy. Shanlong, go find Shangren and the others. Remember, whether you find them or not, you must be back in 5 minutes. Got it. After they left, Liu Shuai told Zuanyin to sit and rest while he alone held back the advancing zombies. The more he used the Tang Dao, the more awe it inspired. Eventually, even with wild swings, the blade would land precisely on a zombie's head. In less than 3 minutes, Shanlong appeared in the distance, with Jiulong, Shangren, Zongfeng, and Lu Jia. The others. Zuanyin had already guessed the outcome, but clung to a sliver of hope. All gone. Even our master. How can I explain this to our senior sister? Everyone fell silent. Why are you standing there? Let's go. Liu Shuai's words snapped them back to reality, and they quickly followed Jiulong Shangren. You go too. Zuanyin walked backward, maintaining a distance of about 1 meter from him. As they neared the pipe entrance, the passage became too narrow. Women could barely pass, while men had to go sideways. This left them unable to fully defend themselves. Fortunately, there were no cat or bird zombies nearby for the moment, granting them temporary safety. Liu Shuai knelt on the ground, shouting anxiously, "Get down quickly." Everyone moved swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, he was the only one left. Once we descend, the approaching zombies might open the passage. We must find a way to block it. He scrutinized the surroundings, but found no heavy objects. Smiling bitterly as he crawled into the passage, his gaze fell upon the Tang Saber. How could I forget you? He struck the nearby wall with all his might. Bang bang. The left side was breached, and he dashed into a room to search for heavy items. A large iron box sat a dozen meters away. Pushing with all his strength, he could barely move it. Liu Shuai dared not pause, exerting every ounce of his energy until the iron box rolled with increasing speed. Driven by inertia, he shoved it to the opening in less than half a minute. He rammed the box against the wall until it hung askew, then hastily leaped into the passage. At that moment, the wall crumbled, instantly, bricks tumbling into the channel as the iron box crashed down. Liu Shuai swung his Tang Saber wildly, but he could not evade the dense barrage. A brick struck his back, nearly knocking him unconscious. Biting back the searing pain, he accelerated his descent. Soon he reached a winding area, but a thunderous roar from above sent cracks spidering through the pipe. Damn, is the building collapsing? The thought flashed through his mind as he charged forward in desperation. The path ahead widened, allowing him to stand upright. Shuai, you're safe. Lin'er wanted to rush over, but Xiaomei was faster, clinging to him like a koala. Her little fists rained down on him, and Liu Shuai could only grimace and endure. Oh, you're injured? Xiaomei quickly checked, finding his back badly swollen, and gently blew on it. It's not safe here. Let's go deeper. Only then did Xiaomei remember the others, her cheeks flushing crimson as she shyly hid behind Liu Shuai. Lin'er took Liu Shuai's arm, both to reassure him and to make her position in his heart clear to the others. Minutes later, they reached a relatively spacious area where all the escapees had gathered. Zhang Jiao and Yang, dejected, looked up sharply. Seeing only Liu Shuai, the light in their eyes faded. The apocalypse is here. Living on is the best way to honor them. If you die at the hands of zombies while mourning them, that would be the greatest unfilial act. Not just them, but everyone present was still drowning in grief over their fallen masters and fellow disciples. His words were a stark wake-up call, snapping many back to reality. He's right. We must live on. Zuanyin, as the eldest and most senior brother, carried weight with his words. Everyone slowly rose except Zhang Jiao and Yang. Liu Shuai strode over, grabbed Zhang Jiao, and barked, Look around. How many are left now? And you? With all your skills, you can't grasp the simplest truth. Are you worthy of those who sacrificed themselves to protect you? His words cut like blades, unleashing a torrent of grievance and worthlessness. They collapsed onto Liu Shuai's shoulders, sobbing loudly. They let it all out. After a minute, Zhang Jiao pulled away, wiped her tears, and declared, As long as I live, I won't let anyone else die. The men shared the same resolve. It's still dangerous here. Keep moving. Liu Shuai gently pushed Yang Yang aside, tenderly wiped her cheeks, and whispered, "Let's go." Her voice was hoarse from crying. The group moved swiftly, passing through the widest section. Ahead the passage narrowed, reeking of a foul stench. Lin'er twisted her cold, lightning silver spear, releasing a strange fragrance that masked the odor. What an amazing spear. Of course it was made by Dr. Houston. Zhang Jiao caught herself and fell silent. And then, oi. The others looked at her expectantly, but Zhang Jiao pretended not to notice and plunged into the narrow space. It was cramped with a central ditch flowing with gray-black filth. Though the stench was masked, the sight in the ditch was nauseating. They forced themselves to calm down and pressed on slowly. Meanwhile, the wall Liu Shuai had damaged was the building's load-bearing pillar. It could no longer withstand the weight and crashed into the neighboring structure. It collapsed directly, then slammed into another building. The chain reaction sent flying bricks and concrete, instantly killing many zombies, while even those untouched were knocked flat by the tremor. The dust cloud from the 33-story building's fall lingered, buying Liu Shuai and the others precious escape time. But every coin has two sides. The underground filth was churned up, nearly burying many alive. Forget the dirt. Just run. Liu Shuai had become their pillar of strength, and everyone followed his orders without question. They quickly passed through, emerging into a much wider path. Rest, let's rest. I'm exhausted. Song Feng leaned against the wall. The handle of his imitation Fangtian Huaji struck the surface, producing a hollow sound. He knocked a few more times, and a long-lost smile crept onto his face. Everyone come here. There's another path. Before he finished speaking, his weapon had already struck the hollow spot. Boom. Light streamed in, revealing an empty space. Stand back. Let me do it. Liu Jie swung his bronze hammer at the opening. After several blows, a hole over a meter high appeared. Wait. This place may have been sealed for ages. Let's wait before entering. Everyone agreed with Gong Jun's suggestion. During the break, few spoke until a beautiful girl suddenly fainted. All eyes turned to her. Senior Sister Bien. Senior Sister Bien. Yang Yang called out, laying her flat and fanning her furiously. Liu Shuai rushed over and asked, "What's wrong with her?" Senior Sister Bien Shuang has congenital asthma. Oh. Liu Shuai paused, then shouted, "It's from lack of air. Get inside now." The men led the way while Yang Yang and Zhang Jiao carried the unconscious Bien Shuang at the rear. The musty smell of age filled the air, making everyone frown with tension. They advanced without encountering any danger, nor did they feel the suffocating lack of air. The two tallest members, bent over for so long, ached in their backs and reclined to ease the discomfort. "Hey, I feel a breeze. Let me see. Good fortune favors us. This must be an air-raid shelter from the war with many hidden vents." The words of Yitong Express put everyone at ease as they walked on steadily. As they continued forward, the path unexpectedly widened until three could walk side by side with ease. This doesn't look like a bomb shelter at all, does it? Could it? Could it be a mine? Or a tunnel? Yitong Express's brow furrowed deeper. Since we're here, we'll make the best of it. Just stay cautious. That's all we can do. Liu Shuai and Yitong Express carefully scouted their surroundings. After over 10 minutes, a strange noise came from far away. Yitong Express made a silencing gesture and crept closer. Liu Shuai also moved forward with great caution. "It's people." Zhao Xiaoying suddenly spoke. Without a second thought, Yitong Express barked, "Who goes there?" The cave was mostly sealed, so even the slightest sound turned into a piercing echo. "Who are you?" A trembling, aged voice replied. Hearing that voice, the tension in everyone's hearts dissolved, and they stood up excitedly. "We're survivors who escaped from Lily residential area." "So are we." The old man cried out in exhilaration. The two groups quickly converged. Liu Shuai then realized it was Chairman Ma of the Owners Committee and Vice Chairman Lan. "How many of you are there?" "Around 30. Chairman Ma sighed repeatedly. Understanding his pain, Liu Shuai patted his shoulder and said, "My condolences." After a long silence, Liu Shuai suddenly asked, "You seem very familiar with this place. May I ask where we are?" "It's a tunnel left from the war-torn era. I only learned of it after joining the army." "You served in the military. Infantry demolition expert." A surge of respect filled Liu Shuai, followed by wild excitement. He grabbed the man and asked, "Can you make some high-explosive, high-lethality devices?" "Only if I have the raw materials." This was like a bucket of cold water, and Liu Shuai could only force a bitter smile. Vice Chairman Lan, who hadn't spoken a word since arriving, suddenly pointed to the right slope and said, "Don't you think it's time you showed everyone what's in there?" Chairman Ma shuddered, his eyes flickering. He stood up slowly, shaking his head vigorously. "That place belongs to the nation, not to me, and certainly not to any of you." "How stubborn. Look at the times we're in. Can your faith save us all?" Vice Chairman Lan screamed, his face red with rage, as he pointed accusingly. Liu Shuai hadn't expected the gentlemanly Vice Chairman Lan to harbor such an ugly side. He sighed inwardly, thinking, the human heart and human nature, how unfathomable they truly are. As they remained deadlocked, several young men armed with iron bars and shovels began chipping away at the nearby wall. Clang clang. "Stop. Stop right now." Despite being over 60, Chairman Ma exuded an aura of authority that sent chills down one's spine. The men dropped their shovels in terror. Liu Shuai, disgusted by these people, glanced at Lin'er and said coldly, "Keep an eye on them. Anyone who dares to cause trouble, kill them on the spot." His frosty, otherworldly tone struck their ears, nearly scaring the faint-hearted into wetting themselves. Liu Shuai walked over to Chairman Ma and said, "Let's talk over there." Without a word, the man walked over. Once they were alone, Liu Shuai asked, "What exactly is going on in there?" Chairman Ma sighed several times. This matter can be big or small. If what's inside could have been destroyed, the nation wouldn't have let it remain until now. What exactly is it? A germ warfare arsenal from the Japanese. The leak was so severe back then that it had to be permanently sealed. What? The revelation was so shocking that Liu Shuai was stunned for a long moment. Finally, he came to his senses and said, "The zombies outside are also a mutation caused by some kind of germ weapon. This place really cannot be opened. In the past, I wouldn't have worried, but the recent earthquake loosened it, or no one would have known about this place." Liu Shuai calmly processed the information, then suddenly thrust his right fist toward Chairman Ma's throat. Caught off guard, the old man's body reacted, instinctively blocking the punch with his left palm. "Your real purpose for living in Lui residential area all these years was to guard this place, wasn't it?" Chairman Ma was genuinely shaken. Only a handful of people had known about this back then, and now aside from the classified national archives that recorded his existence, everyone who knew was long dead. "Young man, you are no ordinary person." The aura around Chairman Ma underwent a dramatic transformation. His deep eyes seemed capable of piercing through any secret. "The elite among elites. You, sir, are extraordinary. You little rascal, stop flattering me. Tell me your thoughts on this matter." Liu Shuai thought for a moment and said, "Elder Ma, as you can see, the apocalypse has arrived. Everywhere is struggling to survive. If we don't save ourselves, we'll surely die here. I suggest that if we truly reach a point of no return, we might open that place. But have you considered that if the germs inside haven't died out or have mutated, opening it would only hasten our deaths? As I said, when there's no other way, death is death. Does it matter where?" A faint smile appeared on Chairman Ma's frosty face. He gave a thumbs up and said, "You've convinced me, boy. Then let's head back." Wait a moment. Before the words faded, his aura steadily retracted until he once again became the slightly stooped, less agile Chairman Ma. Liu Shuai's eyes lit up as he grabbed him and asked earnestly, "Sir, do you take disciples? What about me? If we can get out of here alive, I might teach you a thing or two." "Ah, thank you, Elder Ma. No, master. Cut that out. I never take disciples." Chairman Ma walked back with his hands behind his back, muttering, "But we could certainly spar with each other." Liu Shuai quickly caught up, grinning as he followed. Meanwhile, the waiting crowd grew increasingly restless. It was only the fear of Lin'er and Zhao Xiaoying that kept them from descending into chaos. "They're back. They're back." Everyone sprang to their feet and hurried toward Chairman Ma and Liu Shuai. "What's the verdict?" "Little hero, how did it go?" "Old Ma, what did you decide?" Vice Chairman Lan fawned over Liu Shuai, even fanning him with a small wooden board. "Everyone pack up. We're moving forward to explore further." Hearing this, most people's smiles vanished as they stared fixedly at Liu Shuai. "Gong Jun Song Feng, keep an eye on them. If anyone causes trouble, just throw them out." "You got it." The two worked well together, exuding a chilling, killing intent as they moved forward. Everyone shuddered and could only follow along. Before long, the path ahead grew extremely narrow, barely enough for one person to pass. Drip, drip. Liu Shuai's expression turned grim as he slowly looked up. A glint of light flashed from the top. Fall back now." Before the words faded, a rustling sound came from above as sand and small stones began to rain down. With a thunderous crash, the ceiling collapsed entirely, instantly burying the passage. The terrified group found themselves back in their original position. "Xiao Mei, open it." The laser sword quickly pierced through the thick wall. Meanwhile, Liu Shuai and the others had taken cover to the side, leaving only Vice Chairman Lan and his few blind followers to charge in with ecstatic joy. The mad laughter and footsteps soon faded into silence. After more than 10 minutes, Liu Shuai asked, "Should we go in?" "Well, follow your lead." Liu Shuai, reluctant to expose him, could only feign the role of supreme commander and order everyone inside. As they neared the entrance, a pungent stench of decay, mixed with an acrid odor, assailed them. Before anyone could react, Lin'er brandished her cold lightning silver spear, and a rich, fragrant aroma completely masked the foul smell. Liu Shuai led the way, but a vague sense of dread gnawed at him, prompting him to whisper a warning to the others. Hiss hiss. A strange sound echoed nearby, and everyone watched their surroundings warily. Up. Following the direction someone pointed, they saw a giant lizard, its green tongue flickering, slowly approaching. Heavenly Dragon Martial Arts Hall, protect them. Xiao Mei with me. Liu Shuai's Tang Saber was already drawn, his pace quickening. At the same time, sensing the threat, the giant lizard's green tongue grew longer. What is it trying to do? The thought flashed through his mind as he swiftly changed his forward trajectory. Smack! The long tongue lashed out like a whip, striking the spot where Liu Shuai had stood a moment before. A green radiance arced from the right, slashing toward the massive tongue. Sensing danger, the lizard quickly coiled its tongue back, and its tail, thick as a human thigh, swept down diagonally. If Xiao Mei dared to sever its tongue, she would surely be sent flying by the tail's immense force, weighing 1,000 jin. Unwilling to trade a severe injury for the lizard's tongue, she leaned backward to a 60-degree angle, narrowly evading the tail whip. Just as she prepared to rise, the lizard's tongue shot toward her in a spiral. Its full attention was on Xiao Mei, leaving Liu Shuai unnoticed on the side. As the Tang Saber carved a sky full of blade shadows, the scabbard silently thrust into the lizard's throat. Hiss, trying to flee. Before the words faded, Lin'er had already hurled her cold lightning silver spear. The spear pierced straight through the lizard, which convulsed a few times before dying completely. This place is too eerie. Everyone be careful. Those who had escaped with Liu Shuai quickly adapted to the environment. But those who had followed Chairman Ma were a mixed lot, the most difficult to communicate with being a perpetually grim-faced Aunt O. Her lips moved constantly, yet no sound emerged. Those nearby, out of deference to Vice Chairman Lan's face, dared not intervene and could only endure in silence. Zhang Jiao, however, paid no heed to such niceties. As she passed near Aunt O, she deliberately bumped into her. Ouch! Oh dear! The short, stout Aunt O fell flat on her back, rolling over several times. As luck would have it, her hand landed right by the lizard's mouth. The nearly dead lizard suddenly opened its eyes, its long tongue dragging her into its maw before clamping down. It all happened so fast that even the 9 Dragons Master had no time to react. Quickly take them to a safe place. Lin'er, Qinshuang, Xiao Mei, and I will stay. Zhao Xiaoying initially intended to strike down the lizard herself, but then sensed a strange probing force. When she tried to trace it, it had vanished. Worried that someone among the group harbored ill intentions, she could only follow Liu Shuai's plan. Qinshuang and Lin'er, hold it off. Xiao Mei, flank. You flank. Xiao Mei, without waiting for his agreement, charged forward wielding her laser sword. After swallowing the last of its blood meal, the lizard grew sharp-boned spurs on its back, and its claws lengthened rapidly. Though it takes time to describe, it happened in less than 2 seconds. By the time Xiao Mei reached it, its claws were already striking at her one after the other. Xiao Mei was startled, quickly leaping and twisting her body in midair. Though she dodged the first strike, the lizard's massive tongue, like a fire hose, coiled around her with terrifying speed. Get back! Liu Shuai shoved her aside, taking the tongue's blow himself. At that moment, his Tang Saber sliced across the tongue. Vile green liquid splattered everywhere. Lin'er. The moment she heard his call, she whirled her cold lightning silver spear to its fullest, enveloping them in a dense, fragrant aura. They were unaware how crucial Liu Shuai's action had been. A moment's delay, and the mutated bacteria would have invaded. Crack. The lonely moon whip lashed out with sweeping force, denying the lizard any chance to get close again. Though the blood meal had reanimated it, its previously injured parts remained stiff, offering Liu Shuai and his companions a perfect opportunity. Under everyone's cover, Xiao Mei finally got close enough, her laser sword cleaving at its tail. Unable to dodge, in time a small portion of the tail was severed. Hiss hiss. The lizard never expected these intruders to be so formidable. A flicker of hesitation passed through its eyes before it began to retreat. Don't let it escape. Stop it. The path of its retreat led straight to Vice Chairman Lan's position. Instead of blocking it, he dropped his weapon and fled to the side. Good, so terrifying. Everyone knew he was putting on an act, but had no time to punish him. Just as a sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth, a sharp blade pierced his rotund body. You? Gurk. They have no time for you, but Yitong Feng do. Vice Chairman Lan's life force rapidly drained away, and he collapsed to the ground in bitter resignation. No one noticed that the blood had attracted minuscule creatures invisible to the naked eye, which crawled out of the darkness and burrowed into his body. On the other side, with Qinshuang's help, Liu Shuai had successfully cornered the lizard. Knowing it could not escape, it let out a furious roar and charged like a tiger breaking free from its pen. Is it throwing away its life? Liu Shuai stared at its exposed belly, his mind racing with thoughts. Just as he was about to clash with it, Qinshuang used her lonely moon whip to yank him back. The lizard's cunning plan failed. As it tried to change its tactic, Xiao Mei and Lin'er struck almost simultaneously, the cold lightning silver spear and the laser sword, each severing one of its front claws. Thus the lizard was stripped of all its weapons. It let out a bitter, anguished wail. Die! The lonely moon whip cleaved it in two. After confirming it was truly dead, a faint smile finally graced their faces. I'll get away. Don't come near me, don't. Trouble over there. The 4 of them rushed out to see Vice Chairman Lan, who had clearly died, standing up again. His movements were somewhat mechanical, but his goal was eerily clear. Zhao Xiaoying flicked her longsword, and a flash of golden light swept through. He was instantly dismembered. Tiny pearly white particles gushed from the wounds. What in the world is this? Everyone's scalps tingled and goosebumps rose. Not good. The bacteria infected the microorganisms, and they've turned into something else. A man in his 40s with a square face and an air of righteousness spoke. A fleeting glint of sharpness shot from Chairman Ma's eyes. He communicated through body language. Wagwood, don't panic. They can handle it. Lin'er, violet lightning and sky-shattering thunder. Qinshuang sweeping 1,000 armies. As Liu Shuai shouted, he whirled his Tang Saber to its limit, creating a crisscrossing web of countless blade shadows reminiscent of the net technique in chaotic blade arts. The Tang sword technique, which had been invincible so far, lost its effectiveness. With every twisted step, Vice Chairman Lan took countless tiny shimmering white particles scattered around him. They were so light that they drifted along the currents created by the slashing blade. Liu Shuai's expression turned extremely grim. Suddenly recalling that his own blood could neutralize the zombie toxin, he feared for the others as he rushed forward and shouted, Zhao Xiaoying, protect everyone. She flicked her longsword, and a spherical sword aura emerged, blowing the approaching shimmering white particles far away. A guttural strange sound came from Vice Chairman Lan's throat and black blood oozed from his 7 orifices. Liu Shuai circled nearby, but his heart grew increasingly frantic. To calm himself, he took deep, steadying breaths. Unaware of the true terror of those shimmering white particles, he felt an intense itch in his throat. He coughed dryly, but instead of subsiding, the irritation only grew stronger. He kept rubbing his neck with the hand, holding the scabbard, finally finding some relief from the maddening itch. At the same moment, Vice Chairman Lan lunged, closed his clumsy hands, reaching out slowly. Normally, Liu Shuai could have dodged by instinct without even looking, but now he found himself unable to move. Just as the attack was about to land, a combat dagger pierced through the enemy's arm. Weigwa, be careful. Don't worry, Dad. Despite being mid-aged, Ma Weigwa moved with speed and strength surpassing even Zhang Tianlong's, reaching Vice Chairman Lan in an instant. After the combat dagger returned to his hand, he struck the enemy with relentless, increasingly swift blows. During this time, Liu Shuai finally adapted to the itch in his throat. He bit his lip until it bled and licked the wound. As the blood entered his throat, the once dominant shimmering white points fled downward in panic. The blood chased them relentlessly, eventually cornering them in his stomach, where they were annihilated by gastric acid and blood. They'll help you. Liu Shuai swung his Tang sword with even greater speed. Even the unflappable Chairman Ma nodded with a faint approving smile. He'll take the left, you take the right. Ma Weigwa gripped his dagger vertically. Though his attack speed decreased slightly, its destructive power increased by 30%. The area where Vice Chairman Lan had been repeatedly struck was nearly severed. At the wound, shimmering white points flickered, and the gash visibly healed at an astonishing speed. What the hell is this stuff? I don't know either. Recalling his own experience and fearing for Ma Weigwa, Liu Shuai cut his finger while dodging and shouted, "Open your mouth." Naturally, anyone would open their mouth to ask in such a situation. Liu Shuai flicked his blood into Ma Weigwa's mouth. A foul, rancid smell emanated, and Ma Weigwa frowned, but asked no questions. With full freedom to act, their coordination grew increasingly seamless. Xiaomei had wanted to ask for a long time, but feared disturbing the others. Finally, unable to contain herself, she whispered, "Chairman Ma, they've been fighting for so long. Why can't they kill that damned Vice Chairman Lan? Soon. At most 2 more minutes, and there will be a result." No one noticed the strange glint deep in Chairman Ma's pupils. Just as he had predicted, before 2 minutes were up, Liu Shuai and Ma Weigwa had already retreated to the side. Crack snap. Where Vice Chairman Lan's skin had burst, it was filled with shimmering white points. Trying to reform, Ma Weigwa snapped his fingers, and several tiny explosive charges hidden on Vice Chairman Lan detonated instantly. Amidst the towering flames, the shimmering white points rapidly disintegrated. Not enough yet. Little girl, you go. Yang pointed at herself. Chairman Ma nodded with a smile. She dashed forward, and with a cry of "Blades come!" a pair of Mandarin duck blades materialized in her hands. Her swing seemed chaotic, yet every strike precisely cleaved through the shimmering white points. Soon the area was finally restored to normal. So tired. Yang is amazing. She beamed with joy, her face radiant. Don't celebrate too soon. The crisis isn't over yet. Chairman Ma's words sobered everyone. They turned to look at him in unison. Why are you looking at me? Ask him. Liu Shuai had just caught his breath. He grimaced and replied, "Old Ma, that's not fair. More ability, more responsibility." Ma Weigwa chimed in. Liu Shuai had nothing more to say. He carefully reviewed their entry into the place and pondered the reaction to the shimmering white points entering the body. Finally, he said, "As long as we don't touch any unknown objects with our bodies, we can get out safely. We figured that out long ago. Young man, can you see the end?" "No." "Well, there you have it. None of us know what dangers lie ahead. Even if we don't touch anything, what about the ground beneath our feet?" Liu Shuai was startled and rubbed his head sheepishly. While they were racking their brains for a solution, some shimmering white points that had not been destroyed at the spot where Vice Chairman Lan fell were slowly gathering together, moving away from the loose soil into the distance. All of this happened in utter silence. Soon they slipped out of Liu Shuai's group's perception range, burrowed into the shadows, and vanished completely. Following Chairman Ma's suggestion, Liu Shuai, Ma Weigwa, and Yang went ahead to scout the path. "We've been walking for almost half an hour without encountering any danger. Should we go back? How about this, brother Ma? Go back and bring them here. We'll continue scouting ahead." "All right." After Ma Weigwa left, Liu Shuai and Yang continued forward until they reached a very narrow passage. "Damn, how are we supposed to get through this? I can barely squeeze through sideways, but the rest of you, go check it out first." Yang cautiously poked her head in. "Stuck. I'm stuck." Liu Shuai quickly pulled her out, asking with concern, "Where are you stuck?" Yang's pretty face flushed crimson, and she muttered, "Pervert. You." Liu Shuai's gaze happened to fall on the dust on her collar, and he suddenly understood. The atmosphere grew awkward. Neither knew how to break the silence, so they just stood there quietly. Time seemed to crawl for them, and an inexplicable restlessness set in. As the moments passed, both felt an urge to rush over and punch the other. Almost simultaneously, they charged at each other. The Tang sword and the Mandarin duck blades clashed directly. Clang. They both recoiled violently and quickly separated. What just happened to me? I don't know. A voice suddenly appeared in my mind saying, "Kill him." Liu Shuai thought it over, and goosebumps erupted all over his skin, his scalp tingling. "Let's fall back to a safe place and figure things out once they arrive." Yang obediently stayed by his side. As they left, a faint, ghostly wailing emerged from the narrow passage. The sound grew louder, and a spine-chilling sensation arose. Strangely enough, the eerie sound that should have traveled far into the distance vanished completely as it approached this passageway. How's the path exploration going? Startled, the two turned around to see Ma Weiguo and Zhang Jiao leading the group. There's a very peculiar place ahead. The passage is extremely narrow. This road might be impassable. I've checked other areas too, they're all dead ends. This is the only path left. Liu Shuai glanced at the still shaken Yang Yang and said to Xiao Mei, give me the laser sword. Lin'er and Qin Shuang, follow me. Just as they were about to move, Zhao Xiaoying directly blocked them and strode forward. Stay here. They'll be right back. Liu Shuai chased after her, holding a Tang sword in one hand and the laser sword in the other. As he rounded the corner, the mournful wails of ghosts echoed incessantly, instantly, making his skin crawl. Yet Zhao Xiaoying showed no fear. She let out a cold snort, and the sound abruptly ceased. The Ice Queen is so terrifying she even silences ghosts. What did you say? Nothing. Liu Shuai wasn't sure if she had heard him, but he would never admit to saying it. Soon they arrived at the narrow passage. Give it here. Without waiting for Liu Shuai's consent, the laser sword was snatched away. He stood there fuming, thinking, damn it, once I'm strong enough, he'll teach that little wench a lesson. Sizzle sizzle. The narrow passage was neatly cut into a wide corridor by the laser sword, but ahead lay deep darkness with even the sword's light barely penetrating 10 meters. Didn't Houston give you any lighting equipment? Zhao Xiaoying shot him a cold glare, swung the laser sword faster, and its bright radiance finally illuminated the distance. That looks like a huge warehouse over there. Liu Shuai's question went unanswered, so he could only mutter to himself. Should I go notify the others? You go. Liu Shuai felt like charging over and giving her a piece of his mind, but fearing he couldn't win, he could only return to relay the message. After he left, Zhao Xiaoying cautiously advanced, now able to vaguely discern nearby objects. Nearby were numerous mound-like structures about 3 meters high. Farther away lay many bizarrely shaped bones which from their degree of weathering seemed to have been dead for 50 or 60 years. Gurgle gurgle. Zhao Xiaoying watched her surroundings warily. The sound came again from the right slope, and the laser sword slashed down instantly. The mound was struck, releasing an unbearably foul stench. She quickly covered her nose and mouth and retreated outside. After half a minute with no discomfort, she hesitantly approached again. As she neared the previous spot, a strong sense of danger came from above. She dodged aside while swinging the laser sword continuously. In the faint light, she finally saw what it was, swallowed in terror, and backed away. A rat. Zhao Xiaoying stomped her feet frantically like a little girl encountering a mouse. Liu Shuai and the others, hearing the scream, rushed over without delay. At the same time, a rat larger than a weasel lunged at Zhao Xiaoying. Overwhelmed by panic, she couldn't calm down, forgetting even her formidable skills. Watch out. Liu Shuai and the others were too far to help, so they could only sprint faster. Just as the giant rat was about to harm her, a whip over 3 meters long lashed toward its head. If it didn't dodge, the whip would surely kill it. The rat, being clever, wouldn't risk its life. It hunched its body and retreated into the shadows. Squeak. The moment the rat's cry rang out, hundreds of smaller rat calls followed. Go away, go away. Stay back, stay back. Cries laced with tears echoed through the group. Don't panic, don't panic. No matter how Lin'er shouted, it was useless. Several unarmed women had already been scratched. Half a minute later, the screams suddenly stopped. Those who had been scratched stood motionless in place. Qin Shuang wanted to check on them, but Lin'er stopped her. Ugh. The sounds grew increasingly bizarre, and the uninjured retreated to safety. Form a circle around them. The group shielded the weaker members in the center. Liu Shuai and Cang Feng had already killed many small rats, their dark black blood pooling in the low spots. Amid the battle, no one noticed a single drop of pale yellow liquid falling into the blood from above. As bubble-like swellings formed, the dark black blood seemed to repel it. Yet the pale yellow liquid persistently seeped in. Wah! Those scratched by the rats had blood-red eyes and crimson veins bulging beneath their skin. They charged wildly, flailing their claws. They're more terrifying than zombies. Be careful. Before they moved, Qin Shuang had already struck one with her Guyu whip, shattering its upper body, yet it didn't fall, but surged forward faster. At the same time as she swung the whip, a piece of flesh inadvertently landed in the mixed liquid. Gurgle gurgle. A faint mist appeared, freezing every infected person it touched in place. Crack crack. The upper body of the fleshless one transformed fastest. Bone spurs grew on every bone, and long bone blades extended from its arms. Many women couldn't bear the sight, but fortunately the men were strong and kept them safely enclosed. Old Ma, isn't it time to show your skills? Liu Shuai, his right arm numb from swinging the Tang sword, had to ask for help. Ma Weiguo didn't answer, but roared and unleashed a rapid cross punch. Everyone expected great results from such a powerful attack, but to their shock, the mutants remained unharmed. Boom crack. A second mutant's upper body was shattered, and it collapsed limply. Penetrating palm. Just a trick. Zhiulong Shangren nodded slightly, his Zhenwu sword glowing softly before he slashed fiercely. A flash of light cut down 2 more mutants. Qin Shuang. Sweeping strike. The Guyu whip blazed crimson, then turned hard as iron. Its swing stirred a terrifying airwave, enveloping all mutants within 5 meters. At the same time, the mutant nearest the puddle stepped right into it. Awag. Piercing screams erupted as it tried to shake off the liquid, but most of the splattered fluid landed on the mutants behind it. Bone spurs continued to grow, forming a barrel-like white bone armor, while its hands became two black bone blades. How do we fight this? Gong Jun voiced everyone's thoughts, and all brows furrowed deeply. Chairman Ma hesitated briefly, then nodded to his son. His aura surged rapidly, blending intense dominance with a chilling, murderous intent. The disciples of Tianlong Martial Arts School stared fixedly at him. The Tianlong students were stunned as Ma Feng's face gradually morphed into Zhang Tianlong's. He looks like Master. That's the same aura Master had when he crippled 32 men for senior brother Ying. A true master. The aberrant finally sensed the threat, its howls growing more and more piercing while the rats that had retreated into the shadows joined in with shrill squeaks. The colossal rat also emerged. You must hold the perimeter. Weigwa charge. The father and son lunged forward almost simultaneously. At the same time, whether provoked by their actions or for some other reason, the giant rat led hundreds of minions surging from all directions. Gong Jun Song Feng hold the left flank. Zunyan Shan Feng hold the right flank. Lu Jiebian Shuang guard the rear. Zhang Jiao Yang Yang Xiao Mei Chen Shuang, Zhao Xiaoying Jiulong Shangren defend the front. Everyone took their positions, leaving only Lin'er and himself unassigned. Well, assist you. Lin'er brandished her cold lightning silver spear, clearing the nearby rats as she charged straight for the aberrant. Their actions also provoked the aberrant, whose movements rapidly grew more agile. Get back. Old Ma's concern was genuine, without any ulterior motive. Liu Shuai felt a bitter pang in his heart, silently vowing to strengthen himself as quickly as possible. He unleashed his broad and forceful Tang sword techniques, slaying all the nearby lesser rats. Squeak squeak. The colossal rat enraged roared and charged at Liu Shuai. Fearing he might be overwhelmed, Lin'er swept her cold lightning silver spear and rushed to reinforce him at top speed. The rat slithered along the spear shaft, evading the attack, and lunged straight for Liner's wrist. She had no fear of ordinary rats, but this monstrous creature was not only hideous but exuded a chilling malevolence. Worried for Lin'er, Liu Shuai ignored a rat crawling up his pant leg and threw himself forward, reaching her just as the giant rat was about to sink its teeth into her. He swung his Tang sword horizontally while striking vertically with the scabbard. Unwilling to be injured, the giant rat leaped off the cold lightning silver spear. Meanwhile, a rat bit Liu Shuai's calf, and the searing pain made him furrow his brow. With the battle raging, there was no time to tend to the wound. He could only grit his teeth and endure. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, and Lin'er noticed his distress. Are you injured? I'm fine. As he spoke, his Tang sword cleaved two more nearby rats. They were faring relatively well, but Old Ma and Ma Weigua were gradually losing ground, being pressed hard by the aberrant. If this continues, we'll all die here. We need to get out. The surroundings are blocked, we can't break through. There's another way. Old Ma retreated to the right incline and punched the smooth wall. Boom. A stone door collapsed. Send 2 men to scout ahead. Lu Jia and Shan Feng being the closest charged in. Time ticked by, and the scouts had yet to report back. Liu Shuai shouted anxiously, how much longer? You can come down now. Everyone stay calm. Women and the elderly go first, the rest will cover the rear. Old Ma's authority was immense, a single word from him steadied the panicked crowd. Sensing the rapid decrease in living beings, the aberrant shrieked and charged. Its strength had increased significantly, and Old Ma could no longer withstand it, stumbling back several steps before barely regaining his footing. Ma Weigua, back to back with his father, shouted hoarsely, get them out of here. Both were growing weaker and could only hold for a few more seconds before the aberrant would break through their defense. The situation grew dire. Liu Shuai and Lin'er finally broke free from the giant rat's entanglement and rushed from both flanks to support. You retreat too. Old Ma and Ma Weigua exchanged a glance and stepped back. Chen Shuang and the others had not been idle. They escorted the retreating group until they entered the passage, then came out to relieve those above. Fewer and fewer remained above. Only Zhang Jiao and Xiao Mei were still waiting. You go down too. But, no buts. Liu Shuai snapped, and Xiao Mei had to drag Zhang Jiao inside. Lin'er was exhausted, her steps unsteady, leaning heavily against him. Monsters, come on, come eat me. Liu Shuai supported Lin'er as they slowly retreated. Just as they neared the entrance, he slashed his Tang sword against the wall. The expected collapse did not happen, so he continued hacking. Shuai Shuai. As he turned his head, their lips met. A sweet nectar entered his mouth, and a strange surge of energy erupted from his dantian, rushing toward the Tang's sword. He shouted. Clang. The massive rock was covered in dense cracks. One more blow would surely bring it down. As he carried Lin'er into the passage, he used the cold lightning silver spear to strike the largest crack. Boom crash. The entrance was sealed, but 2 infected rats had slipped in. With the exhausted Lin'er to care for, Liu Shuai had no hands free to deal with them. He rolled to the side, narrowly dodging their attack. Crash rumble. Falling rocks shattered the only stone staircase. A large fragment flew near Lin'er. Lin'er, are you alright? I'm fine. It had been perilously closed, but the cold lightning silver spear was strong enough to block the stone. Squeak squeak. The rats no longer attacked them, but scurried toward the right incline. In a sealed space, rats can sense the nearest exit first. Liu Shuai wanted to follow, but Lin'er was completely drained, so he had to give up. Clatter crash. The persistent aberrant is clearing a path. This. Everything that had happened today was beyond Liu Shuai's understanding. He could only try not to dwell on it. Just as he was about to rest, Qin Shuang and Xiao Mai's anxious voices rang out from a distance. We're fine. Confirming they were unharmed, the two let out a long sigh of relief. Xiao Mei, you're in the best shape. Go tell everyone to stand by. As she turned, Liu Shuai added, ask old Ma to come here quickly. Soon Liu Shuai shared his judgment with old Ma. There is indeed a path ahead, but it's very dangerous. From his evasive gaze, Liu Shuai deduced that old Ma had been here before, otherwise he wouldn't look so terrified. Regardless, we have to try. Boom crash. The rocks above sank further. There's no more time to hesitate, old Ma. Very well. Call everyone over. We'll take a shortcut. The message spread quickly. Those who had been terrified upon hearing the words "can get out" had their eyes shine with hope and felt renewed strength. Quiet. The crowd finally stilled, but wide smiles lingered on their lips. Liu Shuai observed it all, thinking, whether we'll make it out alive, even I don't know. What are you all so happy about? As the last group passed near the staircase, more rocks fell from above, completely sealing the area. So there's no turning back now. Take things as they come. Song Feng patted Liu Shuai's shoulder, his gaze resolute. At the same time, a strange flicker crossed old Ma's solemn face. The group moved swiftly, arriving within 10 minutes at an exceptionally vast chamber. Aside from several crumbling lampstands eroded by time, the most astonishing feature stood at the center: two colossal pillars, each as thick as a grown man's arm. The left pillar coiled like a serpent, the right a five-clawed golden dragon. Are they carved? Before old Master Ma could reply, Ma Weigua answered, they must be natural formations. As the others gazed in awe, a flash of anguish crossed old Master Ma's face, subtle, yet not subtle enough to escape Lin'er's keen eyes. Her delicate brows knitted faintly as she wondered inwardly, why does this man suffer so? She nudged Zhang Jiao with her elbow and confided her suspicions. Say nothing, just listen. Old Master Ma knows something we don't. He deliberately brought us here. Zhang Jiao activated her high-tech private comlink, exclusive to herself and Liu Shuai, and whispered, I sense it too. You and Yang seal the rear exit. I'll confront him directly. Agreed. She severed the connection. Liu Shuai strode forward with a calm smile, and in one fluid motion drew his Tang Saber, slashing straight for old Master Ma's throat. The sudden assault caught even Ma Weigua, who stood nearest, off guard. Before he could react, the blade rested cold against his father's throat. What is the meaning of this? Weigua, silence. The young man replied, I had been wondering how you'd ask me that question, and never imagined you'd resort to such extremity. No matter. With the apocalypse upon us, it is time this place saw the light once more. Sighing deeply, old Master Ma stood rigid before the twin pillars, straightened his uniform, and rendered a precise, solemn military salute. Comrades, I Ma Feng have failed you, bringing so many into your eternal rest. The old hero wept uncontrollably. 40 years earlier, on a fateful day, Ma Feng, codenamed Phantom Shadow and newly appointed commander of the elite anti-biological warfare unit Shadow Spear Team, and 6 others received an SSSS-class top-secret mission. The 7 were airdropped near the verdant wild jungle, the site now known as Green Leaf Residential Complex. Commander, what exactly are we after? Asked Bien Liang, assault team member codenamed Side Shadow. Ma Feng checked the time, plenty remained. After assembling the team, he said gravely, this mission concerns not only national security, but the very survival of our descendants. There lies the former biological weapons depot of the Japanese, destroyed decades ago by a single platoon. That entire unit perished overnight. Those who died rose again, attacking humans and beasts alike, then devouring even corpses. HSS, such grotesque horror exists. Dingyu Deputy Commander codenamed Lone Shadow spoke next. All faces darkened, all eyes locked intently on the spot Ma Feng indicated. For safety, snipers will remain outside as backup. I'll lead the assault team in. This is no ordinary engagement. Leaving snipers behind serves little purpose. Wei Ming Sniper Team Leader codenamed Tree Shadow, Li Xiaobing Observer codenamed Reverse Shadow. Jiang Wu Medic codenamed Bright Shadow chuckled softly. How could any operation proceed without its medic? Then lowering his voice he asked, brothers, do you truly grasp what awaits us inside? Life and death, shared as one. Life and death, shared as one. Half an hour passed after their entry, yet no anomaly emerged. Doubt crept in. Was the mission briefing accurate? Pressing onward, they reached the twin pillars, one serpentine, one draconic. Exhausting every method, they found no entrance, until finally resorting to controlled demolition. A stone gate burst open. Kai Peng assault team leader codenamed Hawk Shadow donned his gas mask and charged inside. Rapid gunfire erupted, prompting the others to rush in. Darkness swallowed them whole. Only flashlight beams pierced the gloom. Far off, faint red specks pulsed rhythmically. Bang, 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 rat-a-tat. After emptying a magazine, the red dots did not vanish. They multiplied. Tree Shadow, Reverse Shadow, secure the perimeter. Hawk Shadow and Side Shadow, left flank. Lone Shadow, follow me. As they advanced cautiously, the red specks abruptly shifted position. Just as confusion set in, the red lights surged forward at terrifying speed. Gunfire rang out incessantly, yet failed to wound them in the slightest. Fall back now. They formed a tight back-to-back defense. only for the red specks to descend from above and erupt from the floor beneath. Ah! Hawk Shadow clutched his nape where a red had struck, his face contorted in agony. Are you alright? Before the words fully left his mouth, Hawk Shadow lifted his head, eyes blazing crimson, and strained desperately to seize Tree Shadow. Medic! Medic! Bright Shadow dashed forward to restrain him, but Hawk Shadow wrenched free instantly. With no choice, Tree Shadow rushed to assist. Together they barely pinned him down as Bright Shadow cried sedative. Quickly sedative. Reverse Shadow abandoned his observation post to open the medical kit. In that instant, only 3 remained on guard, utterly incapable of halting the red speck's relentless advance. 2 more fell to the floor, then roared like feral beasts as claws and canines elongated violently. Kill us. No. They had faced death side by side countless times, never imagining they'd one day have to end the lives of comrades' brothers. Bang! Hawk Shadow pressed the barrel to his temple and fired. No, don't. The cry tore through the air, then Bright Shadow and Tree Shadow followed suit, each pulling the trigger on themselves. In an instant, 3 beloved brothers, 3 lifelong comrades, were gone. The survivors felt the sky itself collapse. Side Shadow shoved the remaining men away and bellowed, "Go now? I'll hold them off." Life and death, shared as one. Pressing the gun to his own temple, he sobbed, "If you don't leave now, I'll die before your eyes. Go." Phantom Shadow's heart bled. Gripping one man in each hand, he dragged them away, just as a cataclysmic explosion detonated behind them. The blast wave hurled them forward and scattered some of the crimson lights. Lone Shadow memorized every detail, then fought fiercely to cover their retreat. Soon ammunition and rations ran dry. They clutched only their daggers. The red specks closed in faster than ever. Lone Shadow hurled them several meters clear, while his backpack packed with high-yield explosives ignited fully. "No, please no." Tears streamed down Reverse Shadow's face as he clung to Phantom Shadow, shouting, "So long as you live, the Shadow Spear lives." Phantom Shadow heard nothing, lost in paralyzing grief. With no other option, Reverse Shadow hoisted him onto his shoulders and ran. Lone Shadow turned once more toward their retreating figures, then smiled faintly and shouted, "Damn red specks, perish with me." Boom. Crumble. Crumble. Boulders crashed down. Reverse Shadow dodged frantically while bearing Phantom Shadow, finally bursting through the entrance. Then, the ceiling directly above collapsed. Half a day later, I stirred awake, dazed and disoriented. My hand brushed something warm and viscous. I raised it shakily before my eyes. Ah! Ma Feng broke into anguished sobs as if aged a decade in that single moment. Reverse Shadow saved me, hiding me in a corner, then shielding me with his own flesh and blood, blocking every falling stone. Sobbing, uncontrollable, raw, and deep. The crowd was profoundly shaken, with most having dissolved into tears. The few who hadn't wept had bloodshot eyes, tears swirling in their sockets. After a few minutes, Ma Weigua abruptly stood up, his gaze fixed firmly on the dragon and serpent pillars. "I was once a soldier," he said. "For the nation and its people we charge forward without hesitation. That our forebears defined brotherhood and camaraderie with their very lives. If we continue to wallow in such despondency, can we face them with honor?" Ma Feng shuddered violently, clenching his fists as he rose. "I must destroy this place," he declared. Liu Shuai and the others remained silent until he approached the farthest corner, where Tsang Feng called out to him. "Old master, you said earlier that it was so eerie inside, yet now you're determined to open it. Do you truly believe they can match Special Forces soldiers? Your reasoning holds weight, but staying here only buys us a little more time. We'll either suffocate or starve in the end." A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. "I won't force anyone," he said. "Those willing to go stand to the left, the rest stay put." As his words faded, over half chose to take the risk. Time slipped by, with a few elders reluctant to venture forth. "Everyone prepare yourselves. We move out in 2 minutes." Lin'er sidled up to Liu Shuai and whispered, "We must not get separated." "All right." Her words carried an unspoken weight, yet she couldn't elaborate. He'd have to find another chance to ask. The thought had barely crossed his mind when Ma Feng heaved open the thick stone wall. A foul stench emanated, causing everyone to gag and cover their noses. With a flourish of the cold lightning silver spear, a peculiar fragrant aroma spread, instantly dispelling the unpleasant odor. Ma Weigua nodded at them gratefully. As the group entered, they found the area strewn with rubble. To advance, they had to leap from stone to stone. Those skilled in martial arts like Liu Shuai navigated with ease, but the elderly men and women with weaker stamina needed escorts to cross. This took a heavy toll on the escort's energy. "What a wretched place. My old back is about to break." Her complaint drew echoes from many. Chun Shuang, overhearing, barked sternly, "If you don't want to be left behind, shut up." They fell silent at once, though their glares were far from friendly. The escort's efforts waned. As long as no one fell, they offered no further assistance. After about 10 minutes, they reached the central area, where an intense chill pervaded the air. Even vigorous jumping couldn't generate a trace of warmth in one's back. "No one touch anything here." Jilong Shangren's face was grim. As he produced his bagua plate, the needle spun wildly. "This is a gathering array set by someone with ill intent. We must retreat at once." Before he finished, the elderly at the rear scrambled frantically outward. In their panic, they didn't even notice their skin being cut by the rocks. Only when a blood-curdling scream rang out near the entrance did everyone snap back to their senses. Zombies. The elders who had refused to take risks were now bent over emitting guttural zombie-like groans. Their cries grew more agonized as they slowly straightened up. Pale faces, vacant eyes, and a swaying gait. Unmistakably zombies. Help! The plump woman was terrified, struggling to rise, but finding no leverage on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, an old man with a cut finger crept closer from behind. When he was mere inches away, he lunged and sank his teeth into her carotid artery. The more she thrashed, the faster her blood drained, and the zombie feasted greedily. Everyone follow me. Liu Shuai and Lin'er led the charge. Only a few helpless souls remained, but they coordinated while trailing at a safe distance. Meanwhile, Ma Feng and Ma Weiguo hadn't followed. They exchanged a glance, then with grim smiles dashed toward the deepest part. Liu Shuai and the others, moving swiftly, had already reached the entrance. Ma Feng and the others are gone. Since they had opened this place, many suspected that he had been scheming from the very start. Eliminate the remaining zombies and hold position. Liu Shuai nodded at Lin'er Shuang and Yang, then turned and rushed back. Guided by memory, Ma Feng found a stone door half buried under rubble. Wait, with this is the spot we failed to destroy. Even if it costs me my life today, I will fulfill the final mission of the Shadow Strike Squad. Dad, I'm with you. Foolish child. You've borne everything for me all these years. If not for me, your career wouldn't have been cut short. It's what a son should do. Ma Weiguo had already unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a vest-like high-explosive device. Now that it's on me, can you still refuse my participation? Ma Feng could only smile bitterly and nod. After clearing the rubble nearby, he took a deep breath and slowly pulled the hidden iron chain. Creak, creak. The gear turning the chain seemed stuck. No matter how hard he pulled, it wouldn't budge an inch. Let me help. Even with Ma Weiguo's assistance, it remained immovable. It seems we can't open this with just our strength. Let's go get their help. Stop. Do you realize what coming here means? At worst, I die. Liu Shuai's voice preceded him. Ma Feng stared at him intently. You're not afraid. Afraid, yes, but some things must be done by someone. Good. Ma Weiguo laughed heartily and clapped him on the shoulder. Let's begin. With the four of them joining in, the gear began to turn slowly. After relentless effort, the stone door cracked open, releasing a strange aura. Liu Shuai recognized the scent. Zombie virus, the primordial strain. Lin'er frowned, brandishing her cold lightning silver spear to drive the miasma back. You two fall back. Chen Shuang, loop your whip around the chain, quick. Once ready, Liu Shuai covered Lin'er as they retreated. Now about 10 meters from the door, everyone pulled the whip with all their might. Creak, creak. The door inched open, the atmosphere growing ever more sinister. Go fetch more people. Liu Shuai and the others struggled, beads of sweat the size of beans dripping to the ground. Soon Jiulong Shangren arrived, channeling immense force into the chain. The ingathering array, combined with various viruses, produced a novel substance resembling the zombie virus, essentially the first-generation virus transmitted through blood. Jiulong Shangren's words dispelled the Ma father and son's doubts. The door was now half open, and the emanating aura grew even more bizarre. Liu Shuai's brow furrowed deeply. Lin'er and I will enter. You guard the passage. Without waiting for a reply, they charged in together. Liu Shuai and Lin'er were cautious. Aside from the darkness, there seemed to be no issues. Suddenly Lin'er nudged him and pointed her cold lightning silver spear in that direction. There's nothing wrong, is there? Precisely because there's nothing wrong, I feel uneasy. Your concern is justified. They advanced even more carefully, finding no other places like the groove. I suspect that was part of a series of linked mechanisms. Step back. He'll pull it and see. Lin'er hesitated, then recalled his unique blood and slowly retreated. Only after thorough preparation did Liu Shuai use his Tang blade to pry open the groove's edge, revealing a corroded iron chain within. To get it out, he'll have to break the surrounding rock. I wish I'd brought the laser sword. He glanced at the tip of his Tang blade and thrust it in with full force. The solid rock was pierced like tofu. After some effort, the iron chain finally emerged. Be careful. I will. Liu Shuai pulled the chain with great care, a series of clicks echoing. After several minutes, the chain could no longer be moved, yet no hidden doors had opened nearby. Impossible. What mechanism could this be for? Let's keep exploring. The answer must lie ahead. All right. Liu Shuai intended to take the lead, but Lin'er stepped ahead of him, leaving him to follow obediently. Half an hour later, at a safe point, Ma Feng was the most restless. Ma Weiguo, with no other choice, could only accompany his father to investigate. Seeing the chain pulled taut, Ma Feng shouted in terror, It's over. Dad, what other secrets are here? Can't you just tell us everything at once? A look of immense pain crossed Ma Feng's face. Those damn bastards, to speed up their experiments, they brought many prisoners of war here. Among them were the elderly and children, even pregnant women. Those monsters showed no mercy. Ma Weiguo punched the wall, his rage flaring. Just as he was about to charge forward, he suddenly thought of the timeline and shouted, They've been dead for over 40 years. They shouldn't pose any threat to us, right? Didn't you hear Liu Shuai and the others? They've already developed a prototype of the zombie virus here. He shuddered and rushed off into the distance. By then, Liu Shuai and Lin'er had passed through that area and arrived at a place with 3 paths. The first one makes me very uneasy. The second is the quietest. It might be the most dangerous. The third has a faint breeze, meaning there's a vent not far ahead. So which one do we choose? None of them. Liu Shuai's words left Lin'er stunned for a moment. Time passed quickly. The sound of Ma Weiguo's footsteps echoed in the distance, and soon Ma Feng appeared in view. Good thing you didn't go in. We've been waiting for you. What took you so long? Ma Feng paused, then gave a thumbs up. Young man, if we had been as calm as you back, then we wouldn't have been completely annihilated. It's been so many years, sir. You should let it go. As long as I live, this matter isn't over. Liu Shuai read something in his eyes and nodded firmly, standing still. Mr. Ma, which path should we take? Before Lin'er finished speaking, he pointed to the middle one. Ma Weiguo gripped his dagger and charged in. As predicted, the path held no danger, not even plants or animals. It was long. They walked for nearly 20 minutes without reaching the end. Mr. Ma, is there something you haven't told us? Liu Shuai had been observing and noticed him glancing at the walls from time to time, as if worried. No, nothing. Liu Shuai didn't press further. He nodded at Lin'er and distanced themselves from the others. After a few more minutes, light finally appeared at the end. Ha ha ha, we made it out. Not only were Liu Shuai and Lin'er bewildered, but even Ma Weiguo was surprised. It didn't match his father's description at all. Is that really the exit? The excited Ma Feng's face darkened. He clenched his fists tightly. Since we're here, I might as well hold nothing back. Ahead lies the largest detention area. If what you said is true, those prisoners of war must be living in another form. Now I understand why you keep tugging at your sleeve. The explosives on your son, they're all on you now, aren't they? Ma Weiguo was startled. He lifted his shirt, and they were indeed gone. Dad, I haven't had a peaceful night's sleep in all these years. I should have died here with my comrades long ago, but this concerns national security. I couldn't die before reporting it. Son, let this old soldier fulfill his final wish. Ma Feng bowed slightly to him. Liu Shuai steadied him. Things might not be as bad as you think. Why don't we take a look first before deciding? Yes, Liu Shuai is right. After much persuasion, Ma Feng finally agreed to explore together. For safety, Liu Shuai took the lead while Lin'er guarded the rear. Passing through the light, he felt as if he had penetrated an invisible membrane. Just as he was about to mutter something, the sight before him left him speechless. Dried corpses and bones hung from above, while mutilated remains were pinned to the walls with spears and steel bars. The ground was the worst. Black bones of all sizes lay scattered everywhere. Damn Japanese. Monstrous, utterly monstrous. Everyone struggled to suppress their fury. Liu Shuai continued exploring. He noticed something odd about a lamp panel on the left slope. Just as he was about to inspect it, a withered arm suddenly reached for him. Startled, but not panicked, he quickly leaned back as the arm swept past his face. A faint stench of decay hit him, nearly making him vomit. The withered arm withdrew after the failed strike. Spirits, Ma Feng has come to take you home. Tears streamed down his face as he cried out hoarsely. Lin'er wanted to help Liu Shuai, but worried about the others. She called out to Ma Feng, signaling him to be on guard. Meanwhile, Liu Shuai heard a noise behind him and spun around, but the withered arm was gone. As he pondered how to lure it out, Lin'er appeared in his sight. Whether it was her unique scent or Liu Shuai's provocation, dozens of withered hands lunged at them simultaneously. The area was narrow with limited space to dodge, making it impossible to avoid them all. In desperation, he swung his tang blade, wildly severing any hand that came near. Wails filled the air. Zombies. They've truly become zombies. Shuai, watch out. Focused on his surroundings, he failed to notice a small zombie dropping from above. As Liu Shuai prepared to leap and twist his body, the frost lightning silver spear shot forth, impaling the small zombie directly into the ground. The moment the crisis subsided, she had already dashed to Liu Shuai's side, seized the spear, and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Logically, zombies bred from the nascent form shouldn't be this powerful. Could it be that the nascent form is stronger than the mature one? Impossible. Lin'er was indeed the most qualified to speak. She had been attacked by a zombie herself and knew its terror firsthand. A low mournful wail echoed. "Their numbers are growing. Retreat now." "We cannot retreat. Ma Weiguo, immediately summon everyone here. Hurry. This is far too risky. If you don't want us all to die here, obey my orders, now." He had served in the military for nearly 2 decades. His instincts flared instantly. This was the only correct decision. Without hesitation, he turned and charged back with Ma Feng. "Let me go. Zombies, witness now what true shadow piercing truly means." Ma Feng's robes billowed outward, his entire being radiated renewed vigor. "Go now." The final syllable had barely left his lips when Ma Feng reached Liu Shuai's vicinity, then delivered a light, effortless palm strike. 5 zombies directly ahead shattered into fragments instantly. Before astonishment could settle, he appeared amid a horde of zombies, let out a thunderous shout, and every one of them was hurled backward by sheer force. Such overwhelming shadow piercing. "Young man, this is merely an appetizer. Watch closely." Before the words fully faded, a desiccated arm bone lying on the ground was kicked upward. The instant Ma Feng seized it, faint streams of qi coalesced around its jagged tip. In less than half a second, the qi condensed into a brilliant, searing light. "Go!" With a swift swing of the bone, a pale golden beam lanced forth like a laser, cleaving through every zombie within a 10-meter straight line. Ma Feng grew ever more formidable with each strike. Liu Shuai and Lin'er stood idle, having no zombies left to fight, forced instead to catch their breath. Old Master Ma is simply extraordinary. He must have activated some secret art. Otherwise, why would he be so urgently pressed for time? Liu Shuai studied Ma Feng's back intently, and noticed he had never once used his left hand to attack. His left fist remained tightly clenched around a small rectangular object. 2 seconds later, the rectangular artifact blazed with incandescent light, enveloping Ma Feng's entire body in a thick shimmering aura. Golden bell shield. Ma Feng himself was even more startled. This artifact had been given to him by a mysterious figure who upon departing had uttered these chilling words, "You shall live because of it, and perish because of it." Clang, clang, clang. Why haven't they arrived yet? They're coming. Here they come. Liu Shuai and Lin'er formed a protective flank as panicked crowds surged through the center. Those from Tianlong Martial Arts Hall may also advance. Liu Jie burst forward first, paused not a moment, then sprinted straight toward the distance. What is he doing? No idea. Liu Shuai, baffled, could only follow in his wake. Liu Jie wielded a bronze hammer. Its swings roaring with raw power, any zombie daring to close within 2 meters was instantly crushed. The zombies here were swiftly eradicated, but Ma Feng did not pause to rest. Instead, he surged onward toward the deeper shadows. You two coordinate the evacuation. Zhang Feng, follow me. Zhang Jiao led him to Liu Shuai's side and shouted, "Rest for a moment." "No need. I sense grave danger ahead." The three raced forward and found Ma Feng locked in combat with 2 colossal stone statues. Though massive and seemingly clumsy, they moved with uncanny agility, deflecting every treacherous close-range strike with eerie precision. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, no one would ever mistake them for mere statues. "Master Ma, we're here to help." Liu Shuai and Zhang Feng threw themselves fully into the fray, finally halting the left statue's advance. Yet from its nostrils 2 thick plumes of dense white vapor suddenly erupted. Fearing poison, they clapped hands over mouths and noses and recoiled backward. Seizing the opening, the statue lunged toward Zhang Jiao. "Girl, beware." Ma Feng proved truly extraordinary. Without even touching the statue's massive hand with his bone-wielding right hand, he sent it reeling backward with sheer concussive force. Zhang Jiao, overcome by the sight, shed 2 silent, glistening tears. Meanwhile, the statue to the right's long-awaited opportunity finally arrived. Its twin fists descended like falling meteors. Just as impact seemed inevitable, Liu Jie hurled her aside, his lower back grazed by the statue's fingertips. "HSSSH. Brother Disciple 22, are you unharmed?" "Fine, perfectly fine." Liu Jie's injury to the iliac region was severe, but fearing distraction, he kept it hidden, saying nothing. Ma Feng struck the statue from behind, landing 2 heavy blows in succession. Crash! Dust rained down like sifted flour, obscuring vision. Each fighter instinctively shielded their vital points. The statue swept both arms horizontally. A blow carrying several thousand Jin of force would shatter bone and tear sinew upon contact. Ma Feng yearned to intervene, yet blind in the haze, he could not locate them. Desperate, he hurled the small artifact instead. It pulsed with a soft, ethereal glow. Though visibility remained imperfect, it improved manifold. Zhang Jiao instantly assessed the situation, dropped flat, dragging Liu Jie down with her. Whoosh! The colossal stone hand slashed overhead. Zhang Feng. Liu Shuai's cry had barely left his lips. Zhang Feng was already airborne. The instant the sound faded, he landed squarely atop the statue's shoulder guard. A counterfeit Fangtian halberd stabbed fiercely toward the next side. Devoid of intellect, the statue had no inkling of his intent. As the halberd withdrew, its trajectory shifted slightly, the inner blade gliding smoothly along the stone surface. Screech! The statue's haughty head plummeted from above. What a terrifying junior generation. Had that technique struck me, Ma Feng, I'd surely meet the same fate as this statue. Master Ma, don't lose focus. Liu Shuai's warning came just in time, a fraction slower, and though Ma Feng might have escaped harm, Zhang Jiao would have been struck. For warriors converged upon the statue. It quickly faltered, pierced repeatedly, its stony hide riddled with gaping holes. Peering through the wounds, something writhed faintly within. A closer look nearly made them vomit. The creature's innards were a grotesque amalgam of human and beast organs, nauseating to behold and reeking of decay. Tenfold stronger than ordinary corpse fluid stench. Whoa, bad. This odor has drawn more zombies. Organize the retreat. You two lead the way. Liu Jie didn't wait for reply. He hoisted his bronze hammer and charged straight toward the loudest concentration of moans. When Ma Feng drew near, he murmured softly, "You're wound. Is it serious?" "The iliac bone is severely fractured. Even if it heals, I'll never walk normally again." Even as he spoke, several zombies fell dead beneath his hammer. "Young man, I admire you deeply. Were our ages aligned, I'd have welcomed you into the ranks of shadow piercing without hesitation. Your praise honors me, Master Ma." They exchanged no further words, only shared quiet smiles as they continued cutting down zombies. Prolonged battle exacted a terrifying toll. Liu Jie's suppressed injury erupted fully. His right leg lost all sensation. A desiccated hand pierced Liu Jie's chest. "Run now." Twisting violently, he smashed the assailant with his hammer. Blood gushed freely from nose and mouth. Ma Feng knew he was beyond saving, yet refused to yield. Twice he charged forward, both times halted by the dense, unbroken wall of zombies. Seeing Ma Feng fall back, Liu Jie reached into his waistband, withdrew a high-explosive charge, and twisted it hard. With a thunderous roar, Ma Feng endured his tears as he caught the flying bronze hammer and charged forward with all his might. No one noticed that a tiny fragment from the explosion had shot into the unarmed person. Everyone was too busy fleeing for their lives to think about it, until the first infected let out a ghastly zombie cry, drawing Yang Yang's attention. Auntie! Before the words faded, she lunged at him with bloodshot eyes. Yang Yang dodged, swiftly, barely escaping injury as the Mandarin duck blades suddenly sprang from the joints of his hands. The moment she was struck, several others also raised their heads with howls. Don't freeze, move. Zhang Jiao calmer than ever suppressed the urge to sob, and swung her Tang sword relentlessly. The center was cleared, but more nascent zombies piled up on both flanks. Unlike the others, their muscles were withered, resembling dried corpses, and they moved in strange leaping motions. Don't let them touch blood. Nine Dragons' master warned in time, yet one nascent zombie still made contact with gore, its desiccated areas rapidly swelling. The nascent virus combined with the current one, creating a new zombie virus of greater power and transmissibility. If you dared to touch it, you were doomed. Several disciples of the Tianlong martial arts hall fell victim. Zhang Jiao and Yang Yang shielded them as they rushed to Liu Shuai's side, pleading with tearful sobs, "Please save them, I beg you." Liu Shuai quickly helped her up and said, "I don't know if this will work." Without hesitation, he cut his own skin. After swallowing his blood, the three men only worsened, the corpse poison spreading faster. Bian Shuang and another girl, however, showed the opposite reaction. "I get it. His blood only works on girls." At this, all the men's faces darkened, while the girls stared at Liu Shuai with gleaming eyes. "Don't dawdle, move out." The infected Tianlong disciples distanced themselves from the group, holding back the zombie horde with sheer willpower. Junior brother, junior brother." Zhang Jiao's heart bled, but she dared not cry aloud, leading Bian Shuang and Zhu away with choked sobs. Liu Shuai and Lin'er stayed behind to cover their retreat, their stamina severely depleted. "Are you alright?" "I'm fine." Liu Shuai, weak from blood loss and exhaustion, stood only by sheer will. Lin'er glanced at him and pressed her lips to his. As her sweet saliva entered his stomach, his strength rapidly recovered. "You go first, I'll hold on a bit longer." "Alright, be careful." Shortly after Lin'er left, Chen Shuang rushed over. "Sister Chen, you should protect them instead. With Zhao Xiaoying around, no one can harm them." Liu Shuai had nothing more to say, so he retreated with her blocking the enemies. The rear went smoothly, but the front was dire. Ma Feng was exhausted and couldn't effectively kill the nascent zombies. As more zombies piled up nearby, their path forward was completely blocked. "Senior sister Xiao Mei, let's go." Yang Yang charged forward before finishing his words. The other two followed closely, albeit a step behind. Are the youngsters these days all this strong? Ma Weiguo forced a bitter smile and followed. With the four taking over for Ma Feng, their advance quickened. Just as the front pressure eased, the rear pressure grew. The nascent zombies that had contacted the mutated virus became a new species, less vulnerable to cold weapons. "Looks like we have to completely smash their heads to finish them. Cover me." The Tang sword swung faster and faster, keeping the zombies at bay. Chen Shuang channeled all her power into the solitary moon whip, exuding a terrifying aura, sweeping 1,000 armies. The solitary moon whip glowed crimson, then hardened like iron, unleashing terrifying shockwaves with each swing. Any creature within 5 meters struck by the whip would instantly shatter. The zombies were momentarily scattered, and they hurried back. Before Liu Shuai could approach, he saw Zhao Xiaoying's disdainful sneer and snapped, "What's the use of bringing a waste like you? You what? Dare to yell at Shuai, and he'll kill you." Chen Shuang was usually gentle, but anyone who shouted at Liu Shuai ignited an uncontrollable fury within her. Her loud words startled Lin'er, who was resting in the center. She sprang up and pressed her cold lightning silver spear against Zhao Xiaoying's neck. "Get to the rear guard." If anyone else had said that, Zhao Xiaoying would have erupted, but for some reason, she feared Lin'er and sulkily moved to the back. Standing in the rear, she didn't need to lift a finger. Even the mutated zombies dared not attack her. With the rear secure, everyone could focus on moving forward. Before long, the passage widened and the zombies thinned out. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tired, so tired. Yang Yang and the others leaned back to back, recovering their severely depleted stamina. Gurgle, gurgle. Their nerves just relaxed, tensed again as they glanced around. Yang Yang pointed at his stomach and grinned. "It's hungry." The tension eased and their recovery sped up. Everyone focused on recuperating, oblivious to Ma Feng, who secretly took the concentrated ultra-high explosive hidden in Ma Weiguo's belt. As he entered, he slowly turned to look at the resting group, thinking, "Thank you for letting this old soldier in his twilight years fulfill the promise I made to my country and comrades. Farewell, my son. Farewell, a group of passionate young souls." Ma Feng stood straight and gave them a crisp military salute. As he turned, Ma Weiguo looked over, tears streaming down his face, thinking, "Dad, rest assured. If I escape, I will rebuild Shadow Sting." Boom, boom, boom. The explosion jolted everyone awake, but Ma Weiguo shouted, "Don't panic, it's just the detonation of a sealed room." "Alright, everyone, follow me." Liu Shuai rushed to his side and whispered, "Where's old Ma? He's gone to fulfill his mission. We don't wait for him." Liu Shuai had suspected the outcome, but refused to believe it. Hearing Ma Weiguo's own words left a heavy weight in his chest. Death comes to all, but it can be lighter than a feather or heavier than a mountain. Liu Shuai noticed Ma Weiguo's trembling lips, bloodshot eyes, and fists clenched so tight they seemed to bleed. "Well, remember old Ma." "Yes, well, all remember him." Ma Weiguo looked at them with gratitude and choked out a thank you. As the group passed the widest spot, Ma Feng lay sprawled on the ground, covered in wounds, a satisfied smile on his lips. He slowly pressed the button on his belt and roared, "You little devils, all of you die." Boom, 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 boom. 2 hours later, Liu Shuai and his group had escaped to the outside of the cave. Gazing at the ruins behind them, a heavy gloom settled in everyone's heart. This is no time for grief. Let us discuss our next course of action. No one spoke, but all eyes turned to Liu Shuai. Shuai, wherever you go we follow." Lin'er and the others who were already with him naturally deferred to his judgment. To their surprise, the disciples of the Heavenly Dragon Martial Hall echoed the sentiment. "Don't look at me like that, Father. Father once told me that if he were ever gone, the entire Heavenly Dragon Martial Hall would heed your command." Zhang Jiao's words left him stunned for a long moment. "Does anyone have a map?" 9 Dragons Hermit stepped forward holding a yellowed map. "I have one." The moment the map was unfurled, everyone felt the urge to strike him. It was decades old, utterly useless for their current predicament. "Who says it's useless?" Ma Weiguo carefully examined several major landmarks, cross-referencing them with the surrounding mountain ranges and terrain. "I'm certain there's a town over there. We can try our luck there first. What do you all think?" "Well, follow your lead." After a careful head count, there were fewer than 20 people left. A pang of bitterness struck Liu Shuai's heart. He sighed. "Everyone rest and replenish your food. Then we'll head that way. I have no objections." "Nor do we." While the others rested, Ma Weiguo did not. He took Zhang Feng with him to forage for food nearby. The explosions had frightened away all the wildlife. They only managed to gather some pine nuts and other dry fruits. "Everyone's energy is running low. Without meat and water, we'll lose our fighting strength soon." "I know, but there's nothing to be found nearby." Ma Weiguo made a silencing gesture, pressing his ear to the ground and listening intently for a long time. His face lit up with excitement. "There should be a stream ahead." Zhang Feng licked his parched lips and dashed toward the direction with gleaming eyes. Soon they indeed found a stream. The sweet, clear mountain spring water slaked their thirst, and their fatigue vanished in an instant. "Go and tell the others to come." "All right." Zhang Feng was swift. Within half an hour he had led them there. Before they even drew near, the rich aroma of roasting fish filled the air, and everyone swallowed hard. "What's the hurry? They're not cooked yet." Everyone's eyes were fixed on the 5 modestly sized grilled fish. "There are too many of us. This won't be enough." "Hey, race the plan. A few of you come with me to catch more." Ma Weiguo left with several men, leaving only the women gathered around the fire. The scorching heat made many drowsy. Zhang Jiao urged them to eat half a fish each before sleeping. Liu Shuai and his group were not having an easy time. Whether it was because their presence had scared the fish away, or the stream was simply sparse, they caught fewer than 10 in half an hour. "Zunyan, brother Ma, and I will go down. The rest of you stay up here." The 3 of them sank underwater, clutching stones. The bone-chilling cold of the mountain spring made their teeth chatter. They continued to descend, but still saw no fish. Just as they were about to let go of the stones and swim up, a large dark shadow flashed diagonally to the right. Though Ma Weiguo hadn't seen it clearly, he judged it to be a large silver carp. He signaled Zunyan to circle around, and Liu Shuai to go right while he swam directly toward it. The big carp, startled by the disturbance in the water, charged with its mouth wide open when it saw only one person. The sudden attack forced Ma Weiguo to retreat frantically. In the water, no human can outswim a fish. Get caught up in an instant. As the gaping maw was about to close in, a faint smile crept onto Ma Weiguo's terrified face. Liu Shuai's Tang Saber was already descending. If it dared to bite Ma Weiguo, it would surely be slain. The big carp valued its life. It swished its tail sharply and veered towards Zunyan instead. Zunyan had already prepared his strongest strike, eagerly awaiting its approach. A fish is but a fish. Its intelligence can rarely surpass a human's. As it dodged, a sharp blade pierced its throat. At the same moment, Ma Weiguo lunged forward, driving his military knife into its skull. Liu Shuai quickly used his head to push the big carp's belly upward as he swam. When the 3 burst out of the water, the nearby stream was stained red with the carp's blood. A fine catch, a fine catch. The fish was estimated to weigh about 60 jin. Divided among the group, each person would get 3 jin of meat. Gong Jun and Zunyan hurried to help, finally hauling it onto the bank. "Gather dry branches. Well, roast the fish." On it. Everyone was overjoyed and busied themselves with what they could. Over an hour passed. The fish wasn't fully cooked through, but the outside was already charred. They let those with weaker stamina eat first. After most had eaten, only Liu Shuai and a few others remained. To expedite their rest, they cut the large fish into several pieces, each skewering a portion on a stick to roast. "You go ahead and eat. They'll take some to her." The others murmured an acknowledgement. Liu Shuai carried a large golden brown piece of fish with bone to Zhao Xiaoying and said softly, "You should have some too." She paused, then took it and began tearing off pieces with her fingers. "Mine should be done soon. If you need more, come find me." Zhao Xiaoying did not reply, merely nodding slightly. Just as Liu Shuai returned to his spot, a mechanical electronic voice rang out. "Giving food has moved Zhao Xiaoying. Affinity increased by 10 points. Total affinity is now 70 points. What the hell?" The others eating fish all craned their necks to stare at him. Nothing. Just thinking about some random stuff." They said no more, wolfing down their food. Overwhelming fatigue soon lulled them to sleep. During this time the stream, now thick with the carp's blood, seeped through rock crevices and dripped onto the cave's entrance. The dripping increased, and the ground grew damp. Half an hour later, a withered hand twitched. More time passed, and it labored to twist its body, sending small stones tumbling down. As if sensing its need for blood, the dripping water at the cave mouth transformed into a steady stream, cascading down. The zombie's body, soaked in blood for so long, had become bloated and grotesque. With a series of guttural howls, other zombies nearby rose to their feet. These zombies were different from those inside. They appeared to be Eastern Island guards clutching rusted Type 38 rifles. A large pile of rubble blocked the cave entrance, trapping them for now, so they lashed out wildly at their surroundings. After prolonged assault, the largest boulder was covered in cracks on the verge of collapse. At daybreak, a thunderous crash jolted Liu Shuai and the others from their sleep. Damn it, the zombies have broken out. Calm down. You take people to gather water and food. You set up traps. The rest of you come with me to hold them off. The composed Ma Weigua had transformed back into the legendary king of soldiers, every command precise and effective. Although Liu Shuai and his team moved swiftly, they could not intercept all the zombies. Several accidentally fell into the stream. Given their abnormal vitality, water alone could not drown them. Eliminate as many as possible. Remember, do not let any of their remains fall into the stream or the gorge. We can only try. Liu Shuai and the others held back in their attacks, and danger soon emerged. Had it not been for the bold and decisive Zongfeng's timely rescue, at least 2 would have been injured. Even so, their energy was draining at an alarming rate. If they could not shake off the zombies, they would be surrounded. Whimpers and roars filled the air. Damn, zombies are bad enough, and now a horde of infected animals. Aye. Calm down, calm down. Liu Shuai decapitated a nearby zombie and shouted into his special communicator, send a few to relieve us. Upon receiving the message, Zhang Jiao wanted to go herself, but remembered she was the only one who could contact Liu Shuai. She quickly dispatched Chen Shuang and Yang Yang to assist. Wherever Gu Yu's whip-lash zombies fell in droves, cut down in swathes. They thought she was already formidable, but Yang Yang's skills proved even more astonishing. Attacking just one zombie caused a cascade of deaths behind it, the total surpassing even Chen Shuang's kill count. Little junior sister, what kind of skill is that? I don't know. The group nearly staggered backward in disbelief. The immediate area was temporarily cleared. If they could eliminate all infected creatures, the entire forest would be saved from contamination. The plan was sound, but reality was cruel. The zombies swept away by the current had infected not only the fish, but also the creatures on the banks. Like a chain reaction, the forest quickly descended into a full-blown disaster. Terrifying zombie cries echoed from all directions, making it impossible for anyone to keep their composure. As frustration mounted, one of them fell victim. That person, showing grim resolve, chose not to become an accomplice and leaped into the abyss, clutching a dozen zombies. His death was only the beginning. Several weaker members were bitten one after another and followed his example. Only the strongest remained alive, fighting back-to-back as they retreated. Can't stop. Can't stop. Liu Shuai knew this all too well, but his severely overexerted body refused to move. Then Lin'er kissed him directly on the lips before everyone's eyes. Swallowing a mouthful of her sweet saliva, his depleted stamina began to recover rapidly. This works. Ma Weigua had long suspected how he regained his energy, but witnessing it firsthand still left him incredulous. No time to explain now. You lead everyone to clear the path. I'll handle the flanks and the rear. Only Liu Shuai would dare to take on 3 directions at once. The way forward was opened, but the threats on both sides grew ever greater. Their biggest headache was a massive infected tiger. Already swift, the virus made it fearless, and its attacks even more vicious. Take them and go. Zhao Xiaoying and I will stay. Chen Shuang, despite her reluctance, had no choice but to obey. Shortly after they hurried away, the striped tiger fixated on Liu Shuai, ignoring Zhao Xiaoying's every attempt to block it. His Tang sword spun rapidly, and a brilliant blade flash streaked through the air. The tiger dodged left, evading the attack, and its sharp tail whip lashed across his body. The searing pain of torn flesh made him grimace through gritted teeth. Zhao Xiaoying let out a sharp cry, her long sword forming an impenetrable barrier that temporarily drove back the zombie tiger. Get out of here. If Liu Shuai were the type to abandon others, his beloved companions would not have risked their lives to save him. He grabbed her hand and sprinted back. A jolt of electricity shot through Zhao Xiaoying, her cold face flushing crimson. But with the urgency of the moment, Liu Shuai had no time to notice, until a zombie rabbit appeared ahead, forcing him to let go abruptly. His Tang sword slashed horizontally, but the rabbit leaped several times, easily evading the deadly blade. Damn! 1,000 curses raced through Liu Shuai's mind. With no progress in the fight and the zombie tiger closing in, they could only maneuver in tight spaces, causing inevitable physical contact with Zhao Xiaoying. Her face alternated between red and pale, her thoughts a mystery. A roar shook the forest, and even the smaller infected animals instinctively recoiled in fear of the king of beasts. Unintentionally, it cleared a path for Ma Weigua and the others, speeding their escape. Don't freeze. Get out now. Oh. Zhao Xiaoying would never believe she had replied in such a gentle tone. Liu Shuai focused solely on breaking out, swung his Tang sword wildly with his right hand, while gripping hers tightly with his left. After charging forward, the zombie tiger lunged, nearly injuring Zhao Xiaoying. Are you okay? I'm fine. Seeing the path ahead clear of zombies, Liu Shuai flung her forward. At the same moment, the tiger pounced again, its sharp claws leaving a long gash across his chest. The thick scent of blood attracted more zombies. Caught between two fronts, Liu Shuai could only force a bitter smile as he prepared to fight. Zhao Xiaoying, witnessing everything, let out a fierce cry as her long sword began to glow with an emerald light. The light gathered swiftly, turning the entire blade the same hue. The sword aura swept through the zombie horde like a raging storm, clearing the vicinity in an instant. Come here. Though Liu Shuai was in terrible shape, a single thought drove him escape. His Tang sword weakly parried, forcing the zombie tiger to retreat. Seizing the perfect moment to withdraw, he clutched his badly wounded chest and rushed to Zhao Xiaoying. Her forced use of the ultimate technique left her breath ragged, but carrying one person away was still within her ability. They fled at full speed until they encountered Qin Shuang coming to their aid. Take him and go, he'll hold them off. Before she could finish, Liu Shuai silenced her with a kiss. Her mind went blank, forgetting where she was, and she slowly closed her eyes. Oh my! Though Zhao Xiaoying had seen him with other women before this time, she blushed to the tips of her ears. But the zombie tiger gave them no respite, now almost upon them. Liu Shuai shoved Qin Shuang aside, stepped to the front, and thrust his Tang sword forward. The beast, somewhat clever, dodged diagonally to the left, forgetting that Zhao Xiaoying stood there. With his move already fully committed, changing tactics was impossible. He could only brace for impact. With a tearing sound, her long sword cleaved through the tiger's head. As the zombie tiger fell, the nearby smaller zombies froze in place, snarling without attacking. Hurry and catch up with the main group. Now, Liu Shuai helped them as they fled back. The moment they left, the supposedly dead zombie tiger twitched, its split skull slowly beginning to merge. The process was slow, but the restoration was unmistakable. Not long after, Liu Shuai and the others finally caught up with the main group, only to find themselves trapped in a hollow. To pass through, they would have to kill all the nearby zombies. Bitter smiles twisted even further on their already grim faces. Ma Weiguo had become exceptionally calm since his father's sacrifice. After thoroughly surveying the vicinity, he said, Shangren, please set up a simple 7-star expulsion array first. You all gather the food and water together, we'll distribute them by gender later. Liu Shuai, Feng, come help out. They followed Yitong Shangren to the narrowest spot, where he continuously traced his sword finger over a small banner. There's no array I stone now, so I'll have to use the banner as a substitute. I hope it can buy us some time. Do what you can and leave the rest to fate. You see things clearly, kid. Feng felt a bit embarrassed by the praise, scratching his head with a foolish grin. 5 array points were quickly set up, but the remaining 2 proved troublesome. The northernmost position was at the edge of a valley, where even placing a slightly heavy object risked it falling off. That's easy. They'll have Qin Shuang toss it over there. Alas, it has to be this way. Yitong Shangren saw no other option, worried that if Qin Shuang made any mistake, the array would be ruined, and he might suffer backlash. Girl, listen carefully. Focus all your spirit, and achieve unity between whip and hand. Qin Shuang had never practiced martial arts. Her mastery of the Guyu whip was a gift from it. She stared at them with a face full of dark lines. Yitong Shangren had no choice but to explain in detail. Do you understand now? Somewhat, yet not entirely. Wah. The zombies were nearly upon them. If the expulsion array wasn't set up soon, they'd have to fight Heaton. Qin Shuang steeled herself, took 3 deep breaths, and acted. The long whip landed precisely at the predetermined spot. Haha, success. Don't shake your hand, don't shake your hand. Fortunately, the reminder came in time, and she steadied herself. Scared me to death. She fanned herself with her hand, gasping in the cold air. This left everyone awkward, but Yitong Shangren reacted quickly, leading them to the final location. Once the 7-star expulsion array activated, the zombies were temporarily blocked outside. This array can hold them for 4 or 5 shurchen. That is 8 to 10 hours. With that much time, everyone should recover. Let's hope so. Yitong Shangren wasn't a pessimist, but his lack of confidence drove him to say such words. 5 hours later, Liu Shuai had mostly recovered thanks to a large supply of jerky. Lin'er, Qin Shuang, come here. They approached and asked, what is it? Liu Shuai didn't reply, rolling up his sleeves and extending his arms. Lin'er pushed his right arm back, saying, it's not needed yet. Your blood stinks, it's awful. Watching them walk away, Liu Shuai could only force a bitter smile. 2 hours later, everyone had mostly recovered, but Ma Weiguo insisted they wait another hour before departing. Do you have something to ask me? I did, but not anymore. Why? You had us rest an extra hour to see if there'd be moonlight tonight, right? Ma Weiguo stood up from the ground and gave his shoulder a heavy pat. If I'd met you earlier, I'd have recommended you for the military unit I served in. I'd like that, but it can only remain a dream never realized. Sighed. Neither spoke again, simply sitting in silence. Half an hour passed, and the sky darkened. A bright, clear moon shone down. Lucky break. Everyone pack up. Let's go. As everyone packed, Ma Weiguo tied many pieces of bark together. The old Special Forces man lives up to his reputation, turning the simplest things into such exquisite traps and mechanisms. I can't help but admire it. You flatter me, Shangren. Yitong Shangren nodded slightly and pulled out a banner. With the resistance reduced, the zombies scrambled into the canyon. Let's go. By the time the first zombie charged in, they had already reached the other opening. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dense sharp branches shot out like locusts, inflicting heavy casualties on the horde. Liu Shuai and the others hacked at nearby zombies while shouting, "Good, excellent." After fighting their way through, they emerged from the canyon to find an eerie silence. Not even the sound of insects. "Stay alert." The men advanced cautiously. "Hiss. Who's there?" No creature appeared at the source of the sound, and it never came again. "Everyone watch your heads and feet," warned Yang instinctively looked up at the sky. Everyone followed his gaze and saw a pile of withered grass resembling an animal. After the false alarm, they became even more vigilant. Passing through the dim forest, they reached a relatively open area. Ma Weigua said, "I've scouted the surroundings. There's a larger forest ahead. For safety, I suggest we rest here." Final set up the array. The area was small and needed no help, so Yitong Express finished quickly. Everyone was exhausted and soon fell asleep. Liu Shuai, however, stayed awake pondering the blade techniques of Zhang Jiao and Yang. At first glance, these two techniques seem different, but they're actually one. In other words, they're just variations of the chaotic battle blade. Lost in thought, he soon entered a state of complete absorption. In his mind, their blade techniques evolved endlessly. His hands, driven by his brain, slowly traced the movements. When the mountain grew coldest, several girls were jolted awake along with Yitong Express. "Hey, what's Shuai doing?" Lin'er moved to call him, but Zhang Jiao grabbed her arm. "He's in enlightenment." "What? Enlightenment? No way." Zhuer and Bian Shuang had struggled for years without reaching such a state, yet this kid, who'd never practiced martial arts a day in his life, was experiencing enlightenment before their eyes. Wasn't this pure fantasy? Yet the truth left them no room for disbelief. Ma Weigua had arrived nearby without their notice and whispered, "He's a rough gem. With proper polishing, his future achievements will be boundless. My Shuai is the most capable. Do I need you to say that? He's clearly my Shuai. They say one woman equals 300 ducks. This group of women was like being banished to a land full of ducks." Ma Weigua and Yitong Express couldn't stand it and plugged their ears with leaves. At that moment, Liu Shuai was at a critical point, but indistinct noise from outside kept disturbing him. The harder he tried to focus, the more elusive it became. With his composure wavering, the extraordinary state risked being broken at any moment. He desperately tried to steady himself, but it vanished without a trace. The moment he snapped back, he cursed, "Who the hell is making noise?" Opening his eyes, he saw several beautiful girls with their mouths agape, and his anger instantly dissipated. Liu Shuai rose with a roguish grin and asked, "Why are you all staring at me in the dead of night?" "Puff, this guy's got skin thicker than a fortress." "Womanizer." Several turned and left, leaving only Lin'er, Xiao Mei, and Chun Shuang behind. "Ignore them. I'm not that petty," Liu Shuai said, lifting his head to gaze at the sky. The horizon had begun to pale, dawn drawing near. "Are you cold?" "No." Xiao Mei rubbed her arms gently. "To keep from freezing, let's warm up. Watch out." The Tang blade whipped out of its sheath like a venomous serpent, striking for Xiao Mei's throat. Startled, she recoiled sharply as a laser sword snapped from her waist. Seizing the moment, a flash of green light streaked across. Liu Shuai dared not clash Hedon, pulling back some strength as the Tang blade scraped along the laser sword's edge. Xiao Mei grew angry, swinging the laser sword faster until a green glow enveloped the area. Unlike ordinary sword light touching it with flesh or weapon wrist being sliced by the fierce laser, Liu Shuai leaped up, spinning out of the dense net of blades. At the same time, Xiao Mei gave chase. A backhanded slash sent Xiao Mei's face pale with fright until a sudden burst of laser deflected the Tang blade. A lock of dark hair drifted down. "Are you insane? You nearly killed Xiao Mei. Shuai, aren't you going too far?" Hearing the rebukes, Liu Shuai snapped back to reality, bewildered. "What did I do?" As the three were about to explode, Nine Dragons' elder interjected. He was still on the verge of enlightenment. "Don't blame him." He commanded such respect that no one doubted his words. "Fine, this time it's forgiven. But if it happens again, we're done with you." Xiao Mei stormed off with Chun Shuang in a huff. Lin'er gave Liu Shuai a pointed look before turning away. "Kid, your grasp of techniques is extraordinary, but that's also your greatest weakness. Techniques without a mental cultivation method and inner energy to back them are just empty shells. I wish for that too. Will you teach me? My method is not suited for you." The words drenched him like ice water, leaving only a bitter smile. Soon the breaking dawn dispelled the awkwardness. Ma Weigua was helping everyone pack. "Kid, I've got a bad feeling today. Stay sharp." Liu Shuai nodded gravely at his solemn expression. The group passed the rest point and entered a denser forest where light barely pierced the thick canopy, leaving everything dim. The fallen leaves were so deep that standing on them sank one to the shins. For a burly man like Song Feng, they reached nearly to the thighs. At this pace, we're slower than crawling. When will we ever get out? Grumbles arose, kindling a nameless rage in many hearts. Zuanyin was the first to break, collapsing onto the leaves and shouting, I'm not going. Third senior brother, get up. We're almost through. No matter how they called, Zuanyin wouldn't stir. Zhang Jiao stormed over and slapped his shoulder, yelling, get up. Senior sister, I'm so tired. Let me sleep a little. Zuanyin's eyes fluttered shut, a strange, blissful smile curling at his lips. Just then Ma Weigua looked over. His brow furrowed instantly as he dashed over at full speed, shouting, everyone be careful. He's been bitten by a venomous creature. The timid girls glimpsed his legs buried deep in the ground and screamed, shut up. All of you shut up. Liu Shuai's roar finally calmed them. Lin'er twirled her cold lightning silver spear, releasing a thick, fragrant aroma that spread swiftly. As Zhuan Yin inhaled the scent, his blissful smile twisted into a grimace, his body convulsing. Relax, I'll be fine. Ma Weigua hoisted him up quickly and slashed open his left pant leg with a combat knife, revealing 2 tiny puncture wounds. Sprinkle some of this on your pants, and the venomous critters won't come near. Why didn't you bring this out earlier? I only just remembered. Ma Weigua shrugged helplessly. At noon, they finally emerged from the leaf-choked area. Just as they paused to rest, a thick fog rolled in from afar. What's that? Damn, it's miasma. Lin'er smirked, coldly twirling her cold lightning silver spear as a dense flower-like fragrance enveloped the area for several meters. The miasma hissed upon contact with the scent. Seeing the danger averted, Ma Weigua sidled up to Liu Shuai with a wry smile and murmured, "The beauties around you are no ordinary women." Headache, headache. Ha. Everyone turned at Ma Weiguo's sudden laughter. He offered no explanation, striding off into the distance. Just as they passed through, sporadic gunfire rang out. Someone's fighting. Ma Weigua listened carefully, then pointed northwest. There's at least a full squad engaged in battle over there. Just tell us what to do. I want to go check it out. No one spoke, but all nodded in unison. Thank you. For a hardened soldier like him to utter such words showed his deep gratitude. Captain, go on. We can't make it. 2 soldiers, bloodied and blackened all over, pushed an uninjured middle-aged man. Thornblood never abandons its brothers. Move. As the man reached for them, they broke free and roared. Thornblood without us is still Thornblood. But without you, Mountain Python, Shuai, it's nothing. Mountain Cat Vulture. I'm ordering you, go. Mountain Cat forced himself up, ripped off his comms gear, and whispered with a smile, Captain, we can't go on. You leave. Don't let us die in vain. Vulture pressed his gun to his temple to force him away. Shuai's eyes brimmed with tears as he turned and bolted into the distance. Vulture would have thought the joke on our first day in Thornblood would come true. Heh, as long as the captain escapes, it's enough. Blood trickled from their noses and mouths, yet no pain showed on their faces. Rustle. They're coming. For our country, for more people to live, we can't let them pass. Their ammunition long spent, they gripped their bayonets tightly. Footsteps drew closer, accompanied by clamorous voices. We can't let them escape. The broken Chinese was peppered with foreign words. The enemy was less than 10 meters away. Mountain Cat and Vulture braced for a final stand, but a large hand clamped over their mouths. Quiet. The voice was all too familiar. They looked up sharply to see Ma Weiguo's grim face. Be basilisk. Am I dreaming? Mountain Cat and Vulture, grievously wounded, thought they were hallucinating. They shut their eyes, then snapped them open, only to see that same, yet unfamiliar face. In another direction, Liu Shuai had just heard a sound beside him and had only drawn his tang blade halfway when a sharp dagger was already pressed against his neck. Who are you? The moment the opponent restrained him, Liu Shuai caught a very familiar scent. To avoid misunderstanding, he quickly replied in standard language, Chinese. The person behind him paused, slowly loosened his grip, then locked his arm around Liu Shuai's neck. A fraction of a second later, he suddenly released his hold. Leave now. This place isn't safe. Liu Shuai stared at his retreating figure, which reminded him of Ma Weigua. He quickly asked, Do you know Ma Weigua and Ma Feng? The man trembled all over and nodded heavily. Only then did Liu Shuai notice that although the man had no visible wounds, his clothes were torn to shreds and his body was covered in swellings and bruises. Are you in trouble? Yes. This matter is too grave. You'd better not get involved. Leave here immediately. Ma Weigua has already gone that way. Oh no. We must save him. Liu Shuai could sense that this man was an elite among experts. An enemy that could cause such panic in him was undoubtedly a formidable foe. Using a high-tech special communicator, he said to Zhang Jiao, Stay put. Don't come out until I call you. He quickly followed, but the man suddenly spun around and barked. Why are you following me? To help. Liu Shuai ignored him. His tang blade was already drawn, and a fierce, killing intent radiated from the steel, chilling the heart. Shuai initially didn't want him to follow, but worried about the safety of his 2 comrades and the old captain. He simply said, Stay with me, and don't run off, then dashed ahead. A group of people in camouflage with painted faces swiftly passed the hiding spot of Ma Weigua and his men. They must still be nearby. Foreign language. Search carefully. Local dialect. This is a critical matter. They cannot be allowed to live. Japanese. Ma Weigua wondered to himself. Who are these people? In a team of less than 10, there are people from 4 or 5 different countries. The enemies drew closer. He focused his mind, ready to strike first. Whoosh. The sound of a suppressed weapon. Halt. After him. A group quickly chased in that direction. At the same time, Liu Shuai appeared near Ma Weigua and shouted, This way. Shan Mao and Tu Jiu shuddered again. This man had no aura fluctuations, yet he moved without a sound. They're badly injured. We need to treat them first. Hurry. Liu Shuai crouched warily, scanning the surroundings, and said into the special communicator, Zhang Jiao have Lin'er, and Xiao Mei come from the 3 o'clock direction. Remember, no noise. Upon receiving the message, she immediately sent the 2 over. I've called for people to come and take care of you. Brother Ma, let's see who can take down more. All right. He turned and gave Shan Mao and Tu Jiu a reassuring look. The 2 moved swiftly and vanished from sight in an instant. Looks like we need to go back for retraining. The two men smiled bitterly as they saw the two beautiful women approaching. At that moment Shuai was leading the enemies in circles. Spotting an opening on the left flank, he threw a flying knife. Gee, he's at 1 o'clock. Rat-a-tat-tat. True to his codename, Mountain Python, Shuai moved through the forest with python-like speed, the hail of bullets unable to touch him. Surround him from all sides. Sign language. The area was completely sealed off and Shuai's room for evasion shrank. Ah! A scream rang out as the darkest-skinned man on the edge collapsed limply dead. He is help. If he hadn't shouted it might have been better, but now everyone was terrified. Liu Shuai nodded in admiration toward Ma Weiguo, then charged like a cheetah at a tall man wielding a sniper rifle. The man reacted quickly, dropping the sniper and drawing a military dagger. Clang! As the tang blade was parried, a sinister smile curled on Liu Shuai's lips. Startled, the man dodged to the side. The scabbard prepared in advance struck him squarely in the armpit. With his right hand disabled, he panicked and fled toward the largest group. Liu Shuai wouldn't give him the chance. His tang blade swept upwards, slashing open the man's back. He fell into a pool of blood-white fluid oozing from his severely damaged spine. Rat-a-tat-tat, whoosh whoosh. The remaining enemies, now in a frenzy, used every weapon at their disposal. Come out, come out. Liu Shuai was caught in the crossfire, but his position was favorable, allowing him to easily hide behind a large tree. After a minute or two, the gunfire subsided. They must be out of ammo. We'll strike after waiting a bit longer. After a long, patient wait, the sounds finally ceased. Liu Shuai and Ma Weiguo, both prepared, charged forward almost simultaneously. At nearly the same moment, Shuai, who had been hiding nearby, also rushed up. 3 shadows swift as the wind appeared, leaving the enemies unsure how to defend. In desperation, they resorted to 2-known or 3-known tactics. Clang! Clang! Such formidable opponents. Ma Weiguo had never faced enemies this tough. He constantly shifted the point of attack with his dagger. The enemies adapted quickly, parrying each strike with precision. As time wore on, the numerical advantage of the opposition began to show. Especially Shuai, whose stamina was already at its limit. Now several long gashes had appeared on his body. Mountain Python, I'll cover you. Get out of here. Do you think you can escape? Broken Chinese. Liu Shuai was fed up with this bastard. He cursed loudly. You piece of trash, like a lump of charcoal always strutting around. Do you even know how to spell shame? The opponent's language skills were limited, so he couldn't grasp the profound meaning, but he could infer the gist from Liu Shuai's expression and contemptuous tone. A torrent of foreign curses. Damn it, can you not speak gibberish? Liu Shuai kept talking, waiting for them to be distracted. When the moment came, he kicked up leaves and swung his tang blade horizontally. Rip! 2 unlucky souls were cleaved in 2. At the same time, Ma Weiguo and Shuai struck, killing one enemy and severely wounding another. The enemy no longer held a numerical advantage, the fight becoming unknown. Ma Weiguo signaled Shuai with his eyes to switch opponents, but Shuai shook his head. Kill! Liu Shuai shouted, but stood still. The 3 enemies each took a step back. Humph, trash like you dares to run rampant in my China. Go to hell. 3 different languages. Ma Weiguo had been wondering how to provoke them, but Liu Shuai's words sent them into a rage. He rolled on the ground, thrusting his dagger at a tricky angle. The white man was terrified and retreated, only to feel a piercing pain in his back. Die! Shuai, who loathed them, drove his dagger into the hilt. With this man dead, the remaining 2 panicked completely. After a few wild swings, they fled outward. Liu Shuai would not let him escape. He leaped swiftly, his tang sword arcing at a 45-degree angle, the icy white radiance sealing off the surrounding area. The burly man had no way to avoid it, and could only endure the strike with his shoulder. A large chunk of flesh was sliced away, yet he did not even furrow his brow. Are these creatures no longer human? Could they be zombies as well? Catching a glimpse of the splattered blood from the corner of his eye, he instantly dismissed the thought. As his attention wavered, another retreating man slammed his hand onto the dagger's hilt, sending 2 nearly invisible needles shooting forth. Watch out! Shuai's warning came too late. He leaped directly, knocking one needle away with his dagger, while the other flew straight toward Liu Shuai's brow. At that moment, a tiny flying blade collided with it. The Tyrannosaurus lives up to his name. His strength has not waned, but grown sharper. Before Shuai could finish, the 2 enemies stiffened, stammering the word Tyrannosaurus. Take them alive. Liu Shuai ordered in dialect, fearing the enemies might understand. The Bloodthorn squad, having been on constant missions, understood him perfectly. The 3 of them simultaneously attacked the shorter man, startling him so much he nearly dropped his dagger. Meanwhile, the other man desperately tried to widen the distance. Liu Shuai nodded at Shuai and hurled his tang sword scabbard. Hearing the wind howling behind him, the enemy instinctively dodged, thinking it was a projectile. As he rolled, Shuai caught his right arm. The arm twisted violently, nearly breaking free. Shuai wrenched it in the opposite direction, rendering the man's right arm immobile. Just as his left hand moved to counter, Liu Shuai's knee slammed down on it. Securing the man's legs with his own, Liu Shuai barked, "Still won't behave." The man struggled a few more times before going limp. Wondering why you're still alive. Shuai dropped a small oval object before him with a cold snort. You. His furious cries reached his comrade, who no longer wished to stay. After a wild, desperate strike, he turned and fled. Whiz whiz whiz. Ow. As he spun around, he was struck dead instantly. Ma Weiguo confirmed the kill, retrieved his flying blade, and muttered, "Playing with blades against me. You're still green. Speak. Who are you and why has the Bloodthorn squad marked you? Stubborn are you? Ma Weigwa stopped questioning and began to wrench the man's bones with full force. A scream like a stuck pig rang out, but he only quickened his pace. Release him. The moment Liu Shuai and Shui Zhan let go, Ma Weigwa hurled the enemy into the air, his hands tearing at the man's chest bones. How does the bone-splitting hand feel? Let. Ma Weigwa crossed his arms and barked, tell me everything I want to know, or you'll suffer 100 times worse. The burly man, tortured until stars swam before his eyes, could endure no more and capitulated. It's the Eastern Islanders. They hired us to come here for the weapons in the mountains. And that's all I know. But 30 li from here, there's a contact waiting for us. Ma Weigwa thought he was holding back more and was about to intensify the pressure when Shui Zhan whispered, what he said matches our intel. Oh, before the word faded, the burly man's neck was snapped. Liu Shuai's stomach churned violently, and he could no longer hold back, vomiting profusely. Mountain Python, take me to their temporary camp immediately. All right, but we're out of supplies and ammunition. Charging in like this won't work. Just bring them along. Shui Zhan had served under Ma Weigwa and trusted his old squad leader unconditionally. Ready, let's move. Liu Shuai, pale and nauseous, mumbled, where to? Those who disrupt my Huaxia, slay without mercy. An overwhelming abyssal killing intent erupted from Ma Weigwa. Liu Shuai had harbored a patriotic heart since childhood. Witnessing this scene, his discomfort vanished instantly. Glancing at the corpse on the ground, he echoed, slay without mercy. Zhang Jiao, bring them over. After ending the call on his special communicator, he said, if we're to strike camp, we need a meticulous plan. Wait here. They'll have the Tianlong Martial Arts Hall disciples help. Shui Zhan looked at Ma Weigwa. They can be trusted. The three discussed their next course of action. 2 hours later, they finally spotted the tents in the gorge below. Liu Shuai's Wenyin and Shan Long will launch a frontal assault. Mountain Python, Songfeng Gong Jun, and Nine Dragons Hermit sneak in from the flanks. Clear out as many obstacles as you can before we move. Leave it to us. As the team moved out, Lin'er and Yang frowned deeply. Mountain Python, Shui Zhan, was indeed formidable, silently eliminating the enemy's sentries and gradually closing in on the core. On the other side, Liu Shuai's group had long reached their assault positions, but Ma Weigwa held them back. Time passed, and Zuan grew impatient. When do we strike? He whispered. Wait a little longer. Boom, crash. Enemy attack. Charge. Ma Weigwa led the way, his flying blades shooting out like locusts, cutting down several guards before they could react. Liu Shuai moved even faster, reaching the tent when a sudden unease struck him. He dropped flat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Spotting a heavy machine gun inside through the bullet holes, he rolled in and hurled his Tang sword. As he closed in on the gunner, the wind whistled past his ear, and he dodged sharply to the right. Who goes there? They gave no answer, their attacks growing fiercer. Without his sword, Liu Shuai could barely muster a third of his strength, retreating steadily. Just as he was about to be driven to the entrance, a steel whip cracked down on the head of the enemy attacking him. A dull thud rang out, but another enemy's short blade thrust at Shan Long's throat. In the nick of time, Liu Shuai wielded his scabbard like a Tang sword, piercing the attacker's throat a moment before the blade could reach Shan Long. Close call, close call. Liu Shuai retrieved his Tang sword, charging into the distance. Spare none, he shouted. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire was intense, halting their advance. Bring out the heavy machine gun. Soon it was set up outside, its massive tongue of flame claiming many enemy lives. These are just cannon fodder. Where's the contact? Find him. Don't let him escape. As they searched, a sleazy fat man fled toward Zhang Jiao's position. Mountain Cat and Vulture, having slept groggily for a long time, just woke up. Thinking their eyes were playing tricks, they realized it was indeed their target. Seize him, they shouted. The fat man, scared half to death, scrambled to escape. Zhang Jiao, as the senior disciple of Tianlong Martial Arts Hall, excelled in every skill. In less than 2 minutes, she caught the fat man and dragged him back. Liu Shuai and his team had thoroughly cleared the temporary camp and were about to pursue the contact when they received a transmission from Zhang Jiao. Found them. This is wonderful. The news electrified everyone. Take them to replenish ammunition. Liu Shuai and I will go fetch them. Understood. After that, dispose of the bodies. Bury them or burn them. Don't worry. Half an hour later, Zhang Jiao rendezvoused with them. The moment the fat man saw Ma Weigwa, he was so terrified he foamed at the mouth and rolled his eyes back. Oomph. The bone-splitting, tendon-severing strike landed, and the fat man woke up screaming. Name? Bamboo Head Umbrella. Liu Shuai couldn't hold back his laughter. Pighead Asan. That name suits you perfectly. Even Ma Weigwa's face showed a faint smile as he continued, what business do you have in China? Delivering packages. You won't confess until you see the coffin. A sharp crack echoed as the bones in his arm were dislocated. I am telling the truth. Liu Shuai finally stopped laughing, suddenly recalling that it was a package he received that led to the neighborhood's downfall. The details. Bamboo Head Umbrella haltingly recounted the events, exactly matching the secretly filmed videos. So you're behind all this. He'll kill you. Liu Shuai had never been so furious. Just as his Tang Saber was about to sever the man's neck, Ma Weigwa grabbed his hand. Now's not the time to kill him. Tell me how many of you are there. Our team has 50 men. Each one goes to a major city. Which cities? You're Chinese. You know better than I do. Ma Weigua had anticipated the answer, but not how dire it would be. His face darkened ominously. One last question, are there other places infected besides us? Cackle. Scorched earth of the apocalypse. Hearing this, a chill ran down everyone's spine. What do we do with him? Kill him. Liu Shuai showed no mercy, severing his neck in one clean stroke. At the enemy's temporary camp, Shuai and his team had just replenished their supplies and were about to dispose of the bodies when they found the corpses of the fallen had vanished without a trace. Stay alert. They gripped their submachine guns tightly, cautiously probing outward. A howl. A burst of gunfire. The shooting ceased, and a hollow corpse, its flesh blasted to shreds, collapsed. Zombies. Zombies. Song Feng's words sank everyone's spirits. We need to break out and warn Bao Long at once. Shuai worried about Shan Mao, and Tu Jiu ran without watching his surroundings and nearly got caught by a massive hand. Fortunately, Gong Jun's steel rod came just in time to free him. You go. They'll hold them off. Shuai was a true special forces soldier. With enough ammunition, these zombies couldn't get close. The path was quickly cleared. Just as they were about to burst out of the camp, a giant ball of flesh crashed down from above. Boom. A sumo wrestler. Everyone be careful. It's a zombie. Song Feng's timely warning saves Wen Yin from being caught. Groans and howls filled the air. Unlike other zombies, the sumo zombie moved swiftly and retained fragmented combat memories. Had they not been outnumbered, they would have been overwhelmed. Unable to defeat it quickly, they fought while retreating inward. The recently slain had all been infected by the sumo zombie, turning into low-grade zombies, even weaker than ordinary ones. Though they only had the instinct to bite, their numbers made them overwhelming. Song Feng, the calmest of the group, decapitated 2 zombies with his imitation Fangtian Huaji and asked, can we reach them? Shuai wasn't sure. He adjusted the channel and called out, Mountain Python calling. Mountain Python calling. Mountain Cat here. Mountain Cat here. Go ahead. Bring everyone to the camp for support. Now. The urgent words had barely faded when the communicator went silent. Something's wrong over there. Leave a few to tend the wounded. The rest of you follow me. Liu Shuai's expression turned grim. They weren't far away. Soon they stormed into the camp and saw a dozen zombies shielding the sumo zombie as it launched a fierce attack. Lin'er. Chen Shuang. The 2 women channeled their power to the utmost. At the same time, Liu Shuai leaped onto the cold lightning silver spear. The lonely moon whip lashed out, hurling both him and the spear forward. Moved. The moment Song Feng and the others stepped aside, Liu Shuai's Tang Saber claimed several zombie lives. If he could drive the cold lightning silver spear into the sumo zombie, he was 90% sure he could kill it. The creature sidestepped left, easily dodging the spear. Attempting to follow up with the Tang Saber to its head was nearly impossible. Liu Shuai quickly adjusted his move, slashing diagonally with the saber. This allowed his left hand to grip the spear's shaft smoothly. They'll help you. A cyan light flickered across Song Feng's imitation Fangtian Huaji. The light flashed and vanished. Rip. The sumo zombie never dreamed that someone so far away could tear open its belly with pure energy. Its entrails spilled to the ground, and the zombie's combat power dropped by half. Liu Shuai seized the opportunity, spinning with the cold lightning silver spear. The wound on the sumo zombie grew larger. Finally killed it. Liu Shuai staggered upon landing, and Gong Jun quickly supported him as they retreated. Zombies spawned from the corpses surged endlessly, forcing them to fight as they fell back. Fortunately, Zhang Jiao and her team arrived in time, not only blocking the horde, but also cutting off their escape route from the area. Everyone rest up. Before nightfall, we must wipe out every last one of these abominations. Yes. Before Liu Shuai even finished speaking, he had already drifted into sleep. Lin'er sat quietly beside him. Certain no one was watching, she pressed her lips to his. As the sweet nectar entered his body, his depleted strength rapidly recovered. During his slumber, Ma Weigua and Shuai had launched an assault, leaving few mutant zombies within the camp. Yang and several other experts swept through again, thoroughly cleansing the vicinity. Where do we go from here? Silence fell over everyone. Finally, Jiulong Shangren pointed to an ancient map. Let's go here. All eyes converged on the words written there. Shadow Mist Town. It's getting late. We'll set out tomorrow. Any objections? None. Get some good rest. After we eat, Shuai and I will teach you the basics of modern weaponry. Couldn't ask for better. I'm sick of using this broken blade. Before Liu Shuai finished, the Tianlong Martial Arts Academy members glared at him. Slip of the tongue. They shot him a disdainful look, then turned their eyes to the array of modern weapons on the ground, faint smiles creeping onto their faces. As night fell, Ma Weigua and Shuai began explaining the usage of various modern weapons. These are all too cumbersome. This one suits me better. Liu Shuai toyed with the Shark Demon Eagle. Good eye. Though its magazine is small, its lethality is immense. As he spoke, Shuai had already disassembled another Shark Demon Eagle. Watch closely. To ensure everyone saw clearly, he slowed his movements nearly tenfold, yet several still failed to fully grasp it. These things are complicated to learn. First, teach us how to use these gadgets. Maintenance and repairs are your responsibility. Song Feng is right. Ma Weigua and Shuai nearly lost their tempers, but found no grounds to refute, so they grimly taught the usage methods. Several hours later, they had covered most firearms, and the majority had memorized the basics, though Jiulong Shangren and Liu Shuai only remembered how to use the Shark Demon Eagle. The only 2 shark demon eagles became theirs. Alright, that's enough for today. Everyone go rest. Shuai saw everyone off, then sat alone on a high spot. He pulled a pack of confiscated cigarettes from his pocket, but as he was about to light one, a large hand snatched it away. Special forces must never smoke or drink. Have you forgotten? Old Captain, my heart is troubled. Sighing, Shuai eyes turned bloodshot, his fists clenched tight. Our brothers were nearly wiped out. Do you think I feel any better? Shan Mang, do you remember the oath you swore when you joined the Bloodthorn? Of course I do. Ma Weigua nodded slightly, then suddenly stood straight and shouted, Shan Mang, take my order. Yes. I order you to rebuild the Bloodthorn squad within 3 days. Can you do it? I can. Good, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Ma Weigua gestured for him to sit, then sat down himself, and said, everyone from the Tianlong Martial Arts School is a master. If we can convince them to join the Bloodthorn squad, strength will rise several levels. I'm afraid they won't agree. How do you know without trying? No sooner had they spoken than Liu Shuai appeared nearby, and said, if you really want them to join, I have an idea. What idea? Keep it secret for now. See the results tomorrow. Alright. Time flew by, and soon it was the next morning. Liu Shuai went straight to Zhang Jiao and briefly outlined his plan. It's a good idea. I'll try my best. I'll wait for good news. As he left, Shuai called for everyone to set out. On the way, Zhang Jiao deliberately gathered the Tianlong Martial Arts School members and explained the pros and cons. Senior sister, this idea is excellent. However, I suggest I Shan Long Gong Jun and Tsung Feng join you. All don't need to. Zunyin, what do you mean? Look down on us women. No. Senior sister, if you've ever watched Special Forces movies or shows, you'd know the life they lead. Before he finished, Zunyin opened his palm, revealing a white worm slowly writhing. If you can swallow this, I'll let you join. Ugh. Watching their fleeing figures, Zunyin and the others smiled faintly. You must think carefully. Once you join, betrayal is forbidden for life. Otherwise, death awaits. No regrets for life. Very well, Shuai will stay with you. During this time, he'll teach you various special operation skills. In the following days, they were mostly unseen until just before approaching Shadow Mist Town when they reappeared. In 10 days, you've been utterly transformed. Now it's time to test what you've learned. Target Shadow Mist Town. Mission reconnaissance of enemy forces. Yes. Zunyin led his 3 junior brothers, quickly vanishing from sight. Sprinting at full speed, they could already see the outskirts of Shadow Mist Town in the distance. Strange, why is there no one here? Could something have gone wrong? Song Feng cautiously advanced a bit, peering through his scope. Advance, he signaled. As they moved, another group was also rushing from a different direction. Assuming it was Ma Weigua and Shuai, they paid little attention. Just as they neared the town gate, a sudden ominous feeling struck them. They quickly dove into the shadows to hide. The silence was so profound that even their heartbeats and breaths were clearly audible. On the left flank, a slow-moving object crept forward. Soon it approached Gong Jun. At the same time, sensing something behind him, he spun around and thrust his military knife. Clang! The knife was parried and a pistol pressed against Gong Jun's temple. Don't move. Song Feng's rifle also aimed at the attacker's back. Over a dozen people with various firearms burst from nearby, shouting, don't move, or we'll shoot. The tension grew, but Zunyin suddenly realized who they were and asked, are you brothers from the A Division? The man holding Gong Jun visibly flinched and asked back, who are you? Members of the Bloodthorn Squad. Impossible. Haha. If you're the Bloodthorn Squad, then we must be the Shadow Thorns. Hearing Shadow Thorns, Gong Jun and the others were convinced they were allies. But the other side still didn't believe them. It seemed they'd need to fetch Ma Weigua and the others. How to Shang, can't you even recognize my voice? He looked up abruptly and found someone standing behind him, catching a glimpse of his profile. Old company commander. You little rascal. Everyone lower your weapons. Lower them. How to Shang scratched his head with a foolish grin and said, they claimed to be from Bloodthorn, and I was puzzled. Now that I see the old company commander, I believe it. Zunyin and the others felt a bit embarrassed and smiled wryly at Ma Weigua. Captain, we've let Bloodthorn down. To have learned so much in just 10 days, you're already prodigies among prodigies. The speaker meant no harm, but the listener took it to heart. Hao Deshang stood agape, stunned for a long moment. Half of his men collapsed straight to the ground, muttering, aren't the Bloodthorns supposed to be the elite of special forces? Before being selected, if you can't endure 7 days without sleep or rest during training, they'd eliminate you on the spot. Even if you make it to the reserve team, few can last 5 days of training. Exactly. These veterans trained for only 10 days are already out on missions. How insane is that? Zunyin and the others felt a surge of pride, their faces beaming with happiness. You still have a long way to go. Take 5 hours to rest. Yes, Captain. They stood aside. Ma Weigua glanced at Hao Deshang with a half smile and said, aren't you going to invite us in? Oh, look at me, I forgot. Please, please, please. Everyone burst into laughter and followed him into Shadow Mist Town. The group who had been on tenterhooks finally got a restful sleep. The next day the sun was already high in the sky, yet Liu Shuai and the others had not yet woken. Boom. A loud crash sent them rushing outside. A man in his 20s holding a submachine gun smiled slightly at them and said, the Bloodthorn is just training, no need to panic. Oh. Liu Shuai was about to go back to sleep, but the scene of Ma Weigua silently approaching Hao Deshang flashed before his eyes. He thought to himself, that move is too useful, I'll go find him to teach me. Brother, let me ask. Did Tyrannosaurus go out too? Probably not. Liu Shuai nodded and thanks grabbed his gear and went to find Ma Weigua. About 10 minutes later Liu Shuai arrived at their camp only to find not a soul around. He muttered, "Where did everyone go?" Puzzled, he walked to the center of the camp, but still saw no one. After placing his Tang Saber where it could be easily reached, he gently pushed open the door. Swish! A dagger's gleam flashed past. Liu Shuai was badly startled and performed several backflips in succession. The dagger followed him like a venomous snake emerging from its lair, and no matter how many evasive maneuvers he tried, he couldn't shake it off. He tilted his body slightly to the left and back, flicked his right wrist, and the Tang Saber was instantly drawn. Clang! With each clash of dagger and saber, Liu Shuai was forced half a step back. Such formidable strength. Worry flickered in his heart as he channeled all the power he could muster into his right arm, bringing the Tang Saber down in a vertical slash. Just as the saber was about to strike the dagger, the assailant suddenly retracted his arm, and the Tang Saber merely grazed the tip of the dagger. Such precise judgment and adaptability. Surely this requires over 10 years of combat experience. Could it be Ma Weigua? Liu Shuai was about to call out the name, but the man gave him no chance to speak, slashing the dagger horizontally at his throat. He dodged quickly to the left, but the dagger, having missed its target, rapidly closed in again. Evasion was now impossible, so in desperation, he risked using the scabbard. Shriek! The dagger precisely pierced the scabbard. At the same time, Liu Shuai had already seen the man's face and struck him in the stomach with the saber's pommel instead. You win. Go inside. Shuizhan, where's Ma Weigua? You'll see him inside. As he turned, he noticed a strange smile at the corner of the man's mouth and quickly composed himself. The interior was very spacious, empty except for a table at the far end. Dim light, filtering in through the window, cast an eerie atmosphere over the place. As he slowly approached the center, a sharp beam of light fell, and a whip and a staff struck simultaneously, without any interval. They came too fast to block. He could only roll continuously. Just as he was about to rise, a short sword thrust at him from behind. Never more calm than at this moment, Liu Shuai rolled to the right, then quickly shifted backward, using the staff of his opponent to deflect the deadly short sword. The attacker hadn't expected him to use such an extreme method to parry the blow. In that instant of hesitation, Liu Shuai had already risen to his feet. Whish! A long, wide weapon swept over his head. Liu Shuai quickly leaned back and thrust upward, finally forcing the wielder out into the open. 4 of you ganging up on me. That's a bit much, don't you think? It's a test, we have no choice. Enough talk, let's just beat him into a pulp. Before Zuan had even finished speaking, his short sword came stabbing like the wind. The other 3, though slightly slower, coordinated perfectly, sealing off 3 major directions. Thus only the east remained. Liu Shuai instinctively moved toward it, but a strong foreboding made him retreat back to his original position. Swish! A scorching, brilliant blade of cold light swept past. Holy crap, are you serious? Do you think we have all day, eh? Liu Shuai's expression instantly turned grim. These 4 were all masters, even fighting one alone would be difficult, and now they were using coordinated attacks. Escaping unscathed seemed nearly impossible. I want die anyway, might as well take a gamble. He swung the Tang Saber repeatedly, casting a web of blade shadows over the area. Zuan and the others were cautious, each guarding a major direction and carefully countering the blade shadows. After several exchanges, Liu Shuai's stamina began to wane. He pinned his hopes on the scabbard he had been hiding. The Tang Saber was knocked from his hand. At the same time, the scabbard shot forward like a blade toward Gong Jun's throat. You're dead. Before the icy words had faded, Gong Jun had already retreated to the side. Though only 3 opponents remained on the field, their individual prowess was even more terrifying than when they fought together, leaving Liu Shuai no chance to counterattack. After a series of rolls, he was not far from his saber. Song Feng, the only one wielding a long weapon, would not let him retrieve it. With a sweep of his imitation square heaven halberd, the Tang Saber was sent flying. Thud! The blade embedded itself entirely into the wall, leaving only the hilt exposed. Unable to stand, Liu Shuai could only flail wildly with his scabbard. Meanwhile, Ma Weigua appeared behind Gong Jun, shaking his head. Rigid thinking. Isn't a steel staff a weapon? Liu Shuai was jolted alert, and quickly kicked the staff over to himself. But Shanlong's steel whip was faster. To avoid being crippled, Liu Shuai had to pull his right foot back. Zuan short sword thrust from the left at an angle. In desperation, he could only parry with the scabbard. The scabbard met no resistance. Puzzled, he thought, where's the sword? Before the thought finished, Zuan appeared behind him, his coldly gleaming short sword pressed against Liu Shuai's neck. Bam! Are you really hitting me? What did you think? Ouch. 10 minutes later, Liu Shuai was beaten black and blue, staggering to his feet, with stars spinning before his eyes. You. Oh, looks like you're still not convinced. Brothers, keep going. I surrender. Liu Shuai's entire body was swollen, and his words were slurred beyond recognition. Just as they were about to continue the beating, Zhang Jiao suddenly appeared nearby and struck him with full force on the back. A large mouthful of black blood was spat out. Fire! A flamethrower was directed at the bloodstain. In the center of the black blood were many tiny, gleaming white dots struggling in their final throes. Increase the flame. The fire grew larger, the white dots were ignited, twitched a few times in the flames, and then turned completely to ash. All right, kid, your life is saved. All our hard work wasn't for nothing. The group, exhausted, dragged themselves out of the room. Liu Shuai's mind was still reeling from the beating. He didn't react until everyone had left, then hurried after them. Seeing Lin'er and the others approaching, he quickly hid behind the door. Shuai, I heard you got beaten up. Who dares to beat my Shuai? They'll beat them to death. Shuai. Liu Shuai stood behind the door, his mouth pouted, not daring to move. He thought to himself, even if you had to expel the poison, did you have to hit my face? How am I supposed to show myself now? Half a day later, Liu Shuai's bloated appearance had long since returned to its former state, his exposed skin glistening under the sunlight. My heart hasn't felt this tranquil in a long time. Smiling, he walked to a high vantage point, observing the bustling crowd in the town. The 9 Dragons Master had arrived by his side without his notice sighed, and said, this is but a temporary respite. Do you still recall the infected mountain stream? Liu Shuai snapped back to reality, a smile more bitter than tears on his lips. The people here know nothing of the situation over there. After over a day of recuperation, we've mostly recovered. What do you think about organizing a team to go and cleanse it? A fine idea. However, sending too many people might stir up unnecessary trouble. No need for many. Just Lin'er and I will go. The 9 Dragons Master pondered, then shook his head. She's been overextending herself lately. She needs to rest and recuperate. I suggest Zhang Jiao or Xiao Mei. Why them? One can communicate with you via a special link, and the other wields high-tech weaponry. Both are ideal choices. The master sees clearly. He'll go find Xiao Mei. Watching his retreating figure, the 9 Dragons Master stroked his beard and nodded slightly. I knew you'd ask Xiao Mei for help. I've already taught her some sword techniques in advance. Soon after, Liu Shuai used the excuse of gathering some meat to bring Xiao Mei into the forest. After they left, the 9 Dragons Master wasted no time taking Ma Weiguo and Hao Deshang to set up the 7-star expulsion array across various parts of the town. Hours later, Liu Shuai and Xiao Mei had neared the most likely infected area. The surroundings were silent save for sporadic chirps of insects and birds. This place feels strange. Let's be careful. Husband. Xiao Mei's sudden address caught Liu Shuai off guard. He paused, recalling their relationship, and smiled. Should I call you wife then? If you wish. Xiao Mei lowered her head shyly. Liu Shuai, captivated by her bashful demeanor, felt his heart stir and pulled her into his arms. Their breathing grew rapid. A shrill croak echoed from afar. Liu Shuai quickly pushed Xiao Mei aside, his Tang Dao already drawn. He scanned the surroundings warily, finding no trace of any creature. As he turned, his elbow was nudged. Who's there? In the distance stood a tall woman in white robes, her features indistinct. She remained silent. Stay close to me. Liu Shuai sheathed his blade and drew the shark demon eagle. As he drew nearer, her form remained unclear, and a foreboding unease crept over him. Supporting Xiao Mei's shoulder, he leaned left and fired the shark demon eagle in rapid succession. The woman in white still did not move, standing rooted to the spot. Goosebumps rose on his skin, and a chill ran down his spine. Speak up, or he'll really shoot. The woman in white gave no answer. Bang! Liu Shuai's shot struck the very edge of the white figure, yet it remained motionless. Xiao Mei could no longer contain herself, shouting in a fluster, What is that thing? Liu Shuai was just as terrified, but to reassure Xiao Mei he feigned calm. Don't be afraid, I'm here. She dared not look, burying her face in his shoulder. Now close enough to see clearly, he said. It's just a dress hanging on a tree. Scared me to death. Xiao Mei cautiously peeked from under his arm, and confirming it was indeed a dress, let out a long sigh. Wait, why would a dress be hanging here for no reason? His gaze dropped to the ground, where bloodstains and shredded flesh startled him. Careful, they've got their eyes on us. Xiao Mei's relieved heart tightened once more. As the laser sword activated, her anxiety eased considerably. Damn zombies, show yourselves. Sharp cries echoed through the woods. Minutes passed, and not a single zombie appeared, not even a small animal. The silence is growing deeper. The master's judgment was right, Liu Shuai muttered, grabbing the laser sword's hilt. Let me use this. He gently placed it on the dry leaves, and thick smoke rose. Soon roaring flames leaped into the air. Husband, what are you doing? Forcing them out. They stood upwind, watching the blaze spread inward. A low moan. So you are indeed in there. As he spoke, more terrifying cries arose, yet no zombie broke through the flames. Husband, how does your mind even work? Why didn't I think of that? Xiao Mei tilted her head, blinking her big eyes. Liu Shuai pulled her close, kissed her, and said smugly, Your husband is the smartest one around. You're shameless. Liu Shuai chuckled and sealed her lips with a kiss. As they kissed passionately, the fire raged into the distance. At the very edge, a charred, blackened figure stirred. They're coming. Xiao Mei pushed him away, suddenly feeling lightheaded. She shook her head vigorously to steady herself. Liu Shuai, in contrast, felt an endless surge of energy. He dashed forward, swinging his Tang Dao at a 45-degree angle. At that moment, a rising zombie collided with the blade, its head cleaved off instantly. A strange squeaking sound emanated from the corpse. Liu Shuai spotted tiny gecko-like creatures writhing within and crushed them all underfoot. Things will only get worse. If I'm not mistaken, these bugs were infected by the virus in the Eastern Islanders' lab, transforming into something else. At this thought, Liu Shuai's face darkened. Wife, it's going to be very dangerous from here. You should go back. No. Wherever my Shuai goes, I go. Sigh. Don't try to persuade me. Before we left, Sister Lin'er and Sister Chun insisted that I bring you back whole even if it costs my life. Touched Liu Shuai gently tapped her nose and smiled. Neither of us will die. We'll live on. Xiao Mei hugged him tightly. They held each other close until Xiao Mei coughed violently, prompting him to release her abruptly. Sorry. I squeezed too hard. Did I hurt you? No, she replied, her face as red as a ripe apple, making him want to take a bite. He restrained the urge and walked forward slowly. The path was scorched with animal carcasses and bones burned beyond recognition. Glancing at them would startle anyone. Xiao Mei remained terrified but silently repeated to herself, I must protect Shuai. I must protect my husband. After about 10 minutes, she gradually acclimated, her tension easing slightly. Liu Shuai turned and gave her an approving smile. The outskirts of Yingwu town were now guarded by a rudimentary 7-star expulsion formation. No ferocious beasts dared approach the settlement. With peace restored, the townsfolk, long tormented by nightmares, could finally sleep soundly. Late at night, as Ma Weigua prepared to retire from the highest watchtower, the 9-dragon cultivator appeared in the distance. Master, you seek me for something? He approached and sat upon a stone pedestal, then continued, lately my spirit has been unsettled. I fear some calamity may be imminent. Could anything possibly be worse than what we've already endured? Indeed, the 9-dragon cultivator's inner turmoil eased considerably as he strolled away, hands clasped behind his back. A shadow of solemnity flickered across Ma Weigua's brow as he murmured softly, Liu Shuai, do not disappoint me. Honey, look, what's that over there? Following Xiao Mei's gaze, Liu Shuai spotted a patch of withered grass drifting slowly forward. Its movement was so imperceptibly sluggish that one would miss it entirely without close scrutiny. With a glance, he signaled Xiao Mei to hide behind a massive tree. His Tang Saber flashed from its sheath. A faint rustle startled the figure, whereupon the withered grass surged forward with sudden, unnatural speed. Liu Shuai finally discerned its true nature and muttered mid-lunge, even now you refuse to die. In the final instant, the dry grass erupted upward, and a putrid, rotting hand lunged for his throat. Anticipating the strike, Liu Shuai swerved sharply left, his Tang Saber slashed diagonally, while the empty scabbard crashed downward. Yet the decayed hand proved unervingly agile, evading both blows and closing the gap between them. A nauseating stench flooded his nostrils, churning his stomach violently, nearly forcing him to vomit. Simultaneously, the rotting hand surged forward once more, its skeletal fingers now mere inches from his throat. Ugh! As he spat a torrent of saliva, his limbs went utterly limp, as if every ounce of strength had been siphoned from his body. Then bone-white fingertips sharp as daggers pierced toward his windpipe. Watch out! Xiao Mei cried, already dashing to his side, and yanked him backward with all her might. The rotting hand swept past his head, unleashing a wave of fader several times more potent than before. Liu Shuai retched violently, his entire body drained of strength. Xiao Mei shielded him desperately, yet their evasion space was vanishingly narrow. She could only shift minutely in place. Honey! Her piercing cry jolted him awake. The wave of nausea receded slightly. He seized her instantly and retreated backward in haste. Its body was concealed beneath that withered grass all along. His Tang Saber whirled ever faster, weaving a dense net of steel around him. The putrid zombie could not breach his defense, emitting guttural roars of furious frustration. Boom! You thought I wield only blades. He blew gently upon the shark demon eagle in his palm. The zombie's skull exploded, its death absolute and irrevocable. Honey! Xiao Mei, still trembling from terror, burst into tears of relief upon seeing him unharmed. There, it's all right. Liu Shuai gently patted her back. Meanwhile, beyond their field of vision, splattered zombie blood landed precisely at the mouth of a small cave. The crimson fluid seeped inward. From deep within came an eerie alien wail, growing steadily louder until a pair of profoundly unnatural eyes glimmered in the darkness. SSSK Wu. Before the sound faded, identical eyes bloomed in every tunnel branching from the cavern. Within half a minute, every living creature that had touched the blood had already transformed into a shambling zombie. They turned on their uninfected kin, biting and infecting relentlessly. Soon the entire colony of marmots had become zombies. Shrill screams erupted from multiple directions, startling Liu Shuai and Xiao Mei deeply. Whatever you see next, do not panic. Stay close to me. Yes. Xiao Mei drew a sharp breath of cold air, recalling Lin'er's solemn instruction. Under all circumstances, Liu Shuai must come first. Her laser blade snapped forth, her gaze hardened into unyielding resolve. A few marmots remained only partially infected, their limbs jerking spasmodically as they charged forward. Keep them at bay. Liu Shuai swung his Tang Saber at blinding speed, holding the tide momentarily at bay. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out. Several marmots froze mid-lunge. Seizing the opening, Liu Shuai grabbed Xiao Mei's hand and sprinted full force. Their flight enraged the horde. Distant marmots vanished underground, pursuing through interconnected tunnels. Wherever they passed, every animal fell victim to the plague, transformed instantly into zombies. Their spread was terrifyingly swift. The forest had already fallen completely, and those zombies now gathering at the forest's edge had fixed their hollow gazes upon Yingwu town. A surging tide of zombies crashed against the 7-star expulsion formation. All personnel, take your posts. No one engages without my direct order. Yes, sir. Also, immediately reinforce all defensive points. But Liu Shuai and Xiao Mei are still outside. The middle-aged garrison commander roared, "We cannot risk the lives of tens of thousands for 2 people. Move, now." With no choice, the soldiers obeyed. The gates were swiftly sealed, bolstered by the formation. Zombies suffered catastrophic losses before even nearing the 30-meter threshold. The thick wall of corpses became an accidental bulwark, halting the advance of those behind. Meanwhile, Liu Shuai and Xiao Mei barely broke free of the woods, only to be instantly locked onto by the zombies stranded outside. "Xiao Mei, if a chance arises, go ahead without me." "No, I stay with you. Obey me." Liu Shuai pressed a swift, tender kiss to her cheek. Zombies converged from all directions. Liu Shuai strapped the Tang Saber to his forearm. The shark demon eagle materialized in his left hand. Boom. The foremost rotting zombie collapsed, yet Marmatern's zombies now scrambled over the gore-stained earth. "Zhang Jiao?" Calling Zhang Jiao. She had already reached the city gate. Hearing the call, she rushed to respond. "What's your status?" "Send reinforcements to West Gate, immediately." Before she could reply, Liu Shuai severed the connection. He cleaved nearby zombies with his Tang Saber and struck distant ones with the shark demon eagle. His ammunition ran out quickly. He discarded the weapon. Throughout, Xiao Mei remained eerily calm, ignoring any zombie that posed no immediate threat. "When I breach the corpse wall, run straight through." "Understood." Liu Shuai swung his Tang Saber with desperate intensity, finally reaching the barrier breathless but unscathed. He channeled the last reserve of qi from his abdomen into his arm, and brought the blade down in a single decisive arc. As the corpse wall split open, a jarring impact struck his lower back. He twisted just in time to see Xiao Mei's elbow retracting. "Go, you first." Xiao Mei wielded her laser blade furiously. Our enemies hesitated to close in, but endurance waned. Her once impenetrable defense now gaped with widening breaches. Marmot zombies suddenly leapt high into the air. A solitary pair would have drawn no notice, but now countless Marmot zombies soared toward them, jaws agape, claws flailing wildly. The laser sword slashed horizontally, and then pulled downward, leaving no prairie dog within nearly 2 meters alive or uninjured, securing the immediate vicinity. At the same time, Xiao Mei, who was about to land at the predetermined spot, was suddenly embraced by a large hand. "Honey." Xiao Mei looked at the tense-faced Liu Shuai, a radiant smile blooming on her face. "Let's move." The zombie prairie dogs behind surged forward again, the wall of corpses becoming increasingly unstable. Under their relentless assault, the massive corpse wall collapsed with a thunderous crash. Squeaks and howls erupted as the pursuing zombies were repelled by the 7 stars expulsion array. Finally safe. It's not as simple as you think. Fortunately, Liu Shuai had carefully inspected the surroundings, otherwise no one would have known the prairie dogs had entered the city. Zhang Jiao immediately stationed people near the city wall and keep an eye on any loose soil. Got it. The guards had not believed her words before, but only after someone on the watchtower confirmed these zombies could burrow did they actively defend. Ma Weiguo's Bloodthorn squad arrived shortly after, and the grim-faced defenders felt a surge of relief. "Summon a few flamethrowers here." "Yes, Company Commander." Go Yu, the deputy company commander of the Steel Company, was reluctant to deploy them until Hao Deshang shot him a glare, prompting him to comply unwillingly. "You must hold the inner city. They'll lead a sortie to clear them out. Bloodthorn and you few follow me. Zhang Jiao, stay and handle communications." Ma Weiguo and his men moved swiftly, lowering ropes from the wall and leaping down with a firm push of their feet, landing steadily outside the city. "Advance and search," he signaled. Though this group had not yet reached the full capability of true Bloodthorn members, they were battle-hardened warriors with ample experience tempered further by hellish training, now possessing at least 70% of a Bloodthorn member's prowess. Bang, rat-a-tat-tat. As Liu Shuai decapitated a nearby zombie prairie dog and prepared to swing his Tang sword backward, a barrage of gunfire erupted, instantly clearing the surrounding zombies. "You're here. Yeah, let's wipe them out together." Uniform assault rifles spat tongues of fire, inflicting heavy losses on the zombies. "Conserve ammo." After emptying a magazine, Ma Weiguo holstered his rifle and drew a long military spike. The Bloodthorn members all switched to cold weapons. "You hold the line, we'll break through first." Lin'er, without waiting for their reply, twirled her Frostbolt silver spear and charged into the densest horde of zombies. Simultaneously, Chun Shuang's Lone Moon whip lashed into the zombie ranks, clearing the vicinity instantly. "Watch Yang Yang." The joints of his body snapped out Yuan and Yang blades, their crossing producing a chilling metallic clang. Boom crack. The first zombie struck was unharmed, but the ground behind it fissured, spreading in a fan shape into the distance. Yang Yang is getting stronger. These experts plunged into the zombie horde, shattering it into numerous smaller clusters. Those with stamina hold them off. Those with killing power start the purge. Ma Weiguo's adept command ensured the zombies gained no advantage. Roars echoed from afar as scattered humanoid zombies stumbled in their howls, agitating the smaller zombie prairie dogs, which charged fearlessly at Liu Shuai and his companions. "Their strength has increased. We suggest fighting while retreating, using the edge of the expulsion array for a war of attrition." Liu Shuai's suggestion is sound. Execute immediately. Once they retreated, their Lin'er and Chun Shuang remained outside, their blades wreaking havoc among the zombies, leaving death and injury in their wake. Few prairie dogs remained, and the attack pace slowed considerably. You rest first, I'll lead the cleanup. All right. Northeast Tiger Nighthawk Swift Leopard follow me. Zhang Feng slung his imitation Fangtian Huaji across his back and charged out first. 1,000 troops yield to the White Robe. If White Robe Zhang Feng had lived in ancient times, he would surely rival those legendary White Robe generals. I've always wondered why you insisted on changing his code name to White Robe. Seeing this, it all clicks. Liu Shuai, overhearing their conversation, smiled faintly before fixing his gaze intently on Zhang Feng. The imitation Fangtian Huaji spun in a circle instantly, slaying the nearby zombies, then slashed diagonally to the left, obliterating a dozen humanoid zombies. Shan Long's Wen Yin and Gong Jun had already plunged into the zombie horde, their weapons cutting down enemies in an instant. Amazing. Liu Shuai's hands mimicked their movements. Soon few zombies remained nearby. Squeaks and howls. The prairie dog emitting these sounds was noticeably larger than the others, and the zombie prairie dogs emerging from the corpse pile immediately burrowed underground. Intercept, intercept. The group saw Ma Weigua panic for the first time, snapping to full alert, focusing intently on the junction between the expulsion array and the outside. The prairie dogs' tunnels were not deep enough, and most were repelled by the 7 stars expulsion array. Yet some clever ones managed to burrow deeper and pass through. Zhang Jiao, wherever the ground cracks near the city gate, pour oil and set it ablaze. Got it. She had been racking her brain for a solution. Hearing Liu Shuai's command, she immediately organized the troops. Once the inner city's crisis was fully resolved, only a handful of zombie prairie dogs remained. Lin'er, come with me to kill it. Just as she prepared to act, Chen Shuang dashed out first, asking, how could I be left out? The three moved swiftly, closing in on the large prairie dog. Enveloped in a terrifying killing intent, its body grew sluggish. Crack! The lone moon whip lashed nearby, splitting the ground with a 10-centimeter-wide fissure. The prairie dog, terrified of it, recoiled. Send me over. The lone moon whip looped around Liu Shuai's left ankle and pulled with full force, launching him into the air. Liu Shuai focused solely on decapitating it, overlooked a nearby zombie cat, which was only pinned to the ground by a thrown frostbolt silver spear. His Tang sword slashed forward with momentum, his right foot kicking the spear shaft. The frostbolt silver spear thrust forward, sealing the prairie dog's only escape route. As it prepared to burrow and flee, the Tang sword pierced it through. After a couple of twitches, it lay still. Clear the area. The three regrouped, eliminating the scattered zombies. Meanwhile, at the western gate, the guards had long shed their tension, lounging askew in the shadows to rest. A tall man in his late 20s kicked a nearby person and barked, everyone get up. Platoon leader Fong, the zombies aren't here. What's wrong with a little rest? The speaker, around 40, had a sharp face and a brutish look. Gluttonous snake, if you stir up trouble, I'll show you why the flowers bloom so red. He quickly forced a smile, replying, no, no. But the moment platoon leader Fong turned gluttonous snake's eyes brimmed with venomous resentment. Brother Snake, do we have to endure their crap? Senhei, these are critical times. To survive, we need to stick with them. Sai wants him safe, he'll kill him for sure. Gluttonous snake quickly covered his mouth, shooting them a murderous glare. After the Shadowmas town survived the zombie groundhog crisis, no undead dared to approach the vicinity. As time passed, many grew complacent. Some even roamed outside the town in small groups. No matter how Ma Weigua and Hao Deshang tried to restrain them, they would find ways to sneak out, rendering many defenses ineffective. With morale shattered, this town is doomed. Alas, our worry is futile, but we can only tend to our own duties. Frustrated, everyone ceased their efforts and focused solely on matters within the town. 3 days passed, and the situation spiraled beyond control. Even the unarmed townsfolk began venturing out. If they court death, we cannot stop them. Ma Weigua sighed, repeatedly shaking his head as he walked into town. Survivor calling, survivor calling. The communicator crackled with intermittent voices. Hello, hello. Half a minute passed without a response. Just as Ma Weigua and Liu Shuai abandoned hope, it suddenly resumed, 6 o'clock direction northwest of Shadowmas town. Hold position and await rescue. The voice on the other end was ecstatic, brimming with joy. You are the highest commander here, I'll lead the rescue mission. Ma Weigua pondered, then patted his shoulder. Be careful. Trust me. After careful analysis, Liu Shuai decided to borrow Lin'er's cold lightning silver spear and bring Chen Shuang along. His proposal was unanimously rejected by the women. He eventually had to settle for bringing Yang Yang and Zhao Xiaoying. These two were the most formidable among the group. With them present, Liu Shuai wouldn't even have a chance to act. The journey went smoothly until they neared their destination, when screams erupted from the communicator. Speed up. Zhao Xiaoying stopped him and pointed at a distant green boulder. Yang Yang cautiously stepped forward, confirming no danger. It seems perfectly fine. Better to be cautious. Liu Shuai gripped his shark demon eagle and advanced. No threat emerged as he drew closer. Soon he stood less than a meter away, hearing strange cooing sounds from behind the rock. Boom. He turned carefully to see a trembling little girl with her back to him. Little sister, are you alright? She didn't answer. Liu Shuai holstered his weapon and approached gently. Just as he drew level with her, she spun around abruptly. Her face was caked with dried blood, her clothes tattered, and she clutched a broken dagger in her right hand. Don't come near. Little sister, we're human, not zombies. The girl hysterical flailed the broken dagger. Exhausted and overwrought, she collapsed after a few swings. Liu Shuai caught her and wrapped her in his coat. Yang, check her. Liu Shuai turned alert, staring ahead. No bite marks from zombies, but she's scratched by branches and rocks. She needs rest. Take her out first, Zhao Xiaoying, and I will proceed. All right. After she left, Zhao Xiaoying suddenly slashed at the spot where the girl had lain. Ugh. A prone zombie hidden under leaves was instantly killed. This forest is dangerous. We must be vigilant. Zhao Xiaoying didn't reply, leading the way. As they advanced, sporadic panicked voices from the communicator coalesced into someone's been bitten, he's attacking us. Liu Shuai's expression darkened as he quickened his pace. A sharp turn to the left would save half a minute if they cut straight through. Without hesitation, he charged. Halfway, a foul-smelling arm lunged at him. Startled, he dodged only to feel several hands grasping from behind. In desperation, he swept his cold lightning silver spear, cleaving 3 zombies in half. Their weakness was the head. Such an attack only created 3 monstrous undead. His feet bound, he used his Tang Dao to sever the restraints. Agony shot through him, draining his strength until he could barely hold his weapon. The zombies seized the chance, clawing and biting. Liu Shuai was wounded again, stars dancing before his eyes. Help! The plea from the communicator jolted him back. The shark demon eagle appeared in his hand. Bang! Bang! After 7 shots, the zombies were slain, but the potent corpse venom forced him to one knee. His vision blurred. To stay conscious, he bit his lip until it bled. The faint taste of blood in his throat snapped his mind back. Pale yellow fluid oozed from his wounds. Over time, fresh blood flowed, and sweat poured like rain. His body suddenly felt lighter, and he rose slowly. Are you all right? Fine. No sooner had he spoken than an intense itch spread from the wounds, which healed at a visible rate. Within half a minute, Liu Shuai was fully restored. He flexed his arm, sensing increased strength. On a whim, he punched a rock. Gazing at the cracks, then at his hand, he exclaimed excitedly, so being bitten has its perks. They'll let them bite me again sometime. If you want to die, go ahead. Zhao Xiaoying's words sobered him. Wringing the sweat from his clothes, he said, survivors who endure this environment must be formidable. Maybe. She caught sight of him wringing his trousers, and her frosty face flushed crimson. She turned away, embarrassed. Unaware of his impropriety, Liu Shuai only looked over after wringing his clothes dry. Damn, how awkward. Just as they struggled to break the silence, the communicator crackled with more urgent sounds. The voices were garbled, unintelligible. It seems the position has fallen. We must hurry. Agreed. They pushed their speed to the limit, nearing the location. Ugh. Dense masses of zombies, drawn by the more enticing scent of fresh blood, turned toward them. Just as Liu Shuai was about to engage the first zombie, his peripheral vision caught a communicator flashing red on a zombie in the distance. Damn, it's a trap. He swung his blade, felling the zombie, then fled at full speed. As if reading his intent, the zombies dispersed, blocking all escape routes. Zhang Jiao informed Ma Weigua immediately. The distress call is a trap. She started to question, but Liu Shuai cut the communication short. Zhang Jiao, frantic with worry, found Ma Weigua. Before she could even explain the situation clearly, a sharp whistle pierced through the entire west gate position. Reinforce the gate immediately. Yes. Most of the men rushed towards the city gate, but a few suddenly blocked their path, shouting, "Ergo," and the others haven't returned yet. Look at the situation now. Even if they're still alive, they wouldn't dare come near Shadow Mist Town. If you don't move aside, don't blame me for being rude. With someone taking the lead, they all aimed their guns at the few dissenters. Ma Weigua quickly jumped down from a high vantage point and bellowed, "The zombies are less than 100 meters from the gate. What are you all standing around for?" He was now the highest commander here, and the defenders had to obey. Open fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. The zombies suffered heavy losses, but showed no fear, relentlessly charging forward. Meanwhile, the situation for Liu Shuai was dire. He was surrounded by a dense horde of zombies, and to escape, he would have to break through the ironclad tide of corpses. Find a way to break through at 3 o'clock. Zhao Xiaoying's already frosty face grew even more grim. A layer of shimmering white light enveloped her longsword. With a flash of sword light, all zombies within 3 meters were cleared. Liu Shuai swung his Tang Dao while shouting, "Come over here quickly." The moment they regrouped, the path they had just cleared was already blocked by the surging zombies behind them. They had no choice but to cut another path. Using her ultimate technique, repeatedly drained Zhao Xiaoying immensely. The hand wielding her longsword began to tremble. Liu Shuai was not much better off, his arms aching terribly, yet he dared not slack off even for a moment. After a continuous onslaught, they had advanced nearly 100 meters and were not far from the edge of the woods. Get ready, one more push. To conserve energy, Zhao Xiaoying abandoned her grand sweeping sword techniques in favor of softer, more insidious moves. Though this slowed their advance, it was just enough to outpace the approaching zombies. As her technique reached its limit, a zombie that wasn't quite dead lunged at her from behind. Just as she was about to be struck, Liu Shuai blocked the way, his Tang Dao piercing straight through the creature's mouth. Zhao Xiaoying's expression remained unchanged, but a flicker of gratitude stirred within her heart. After this incident, their coordination grew increasingly seamless. As long as there was any gap at all, they could slip through. After a series of bloody battles, their physical strength was terrifyingly depleted, yet they persevered through sheer willpower. The exit is right ahead. A little more effort. Zhao Xiaoying let out a soft of very dim light flickering on her longsword. Swish. As the area around them was cleared, Liu Shuai quickly grabbed her hand and dashed forward. Just as they were about to reach it, a wild boar covered in dried blood suddenly charged out. Its impact was tremendous. Although Liu Shuai narrowly dodged it, fearing Zhao Xiaoying might be hurt, he performed a continuous 720-degree spin in midair. Such a high-difficulty maneuver drained his last reserves of strength. The moment he landed, his entire body was seized with spasms. Calling Bloodthorn, calling Bloodthorn. A few seconds later, the voice of Sun Bao Gongjun came through. Coordinates. Northeast of Shadow Mist Town, 430 direction. Alright, I'll bring the men right away. The sound of reinforcements restored some of their strength. Dragging their exhausted bodies, they fought forward. In less than 2 minutes, Liu Shuai was so tired, he could barely stand, using his scabbard to prop up his limp frame. At the same time, Zhao Xiaoying was in no better state, leaning on her longsword for support. Looks like we're going to die here. Fight to stay alive. Zhao Xiaoying twisted the pommel of her longsword. An incredibly violent force surged through the blade. No, don't. A faint bitter smile appeared on Zhao Xiaoying's frosty face. Warning, warning. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Countdown, 3-2. Liu Shuai frantically scanned the system interface, finally locating it just as it reached 1. He pressed the abort button without hesitation. The violent longsword instantly returned to normal. Zhao Xiaoying had no strength left at all, her face etched with bitterness. Let's die together. Liu Shuai struggled to grasp her delicate hand. The zombies were closing in, and both had resigned themselves to death when a small short blade sliced them all down. With Yang Yang here, I won't let them eat you. Neither of them had ever seen the little girl in such a perfect light. Their furrowed brows instantly relaxed, and the smiles on their lips grew wider. Yang Yang provided cover all the way, allowing them to regain some strength. All three were exhausted, but they could now see Shadow Mist Town. Faster, go faster. The ground was already uneven and littered with zombie remains, making it impossible to move quickly. Soon they were hemmed in by the surrounding zombies. This terrain is too narrow, we need to get out of here. Liu Shuai could only force a bitter smile. He took a deep breath of the cold air and let out a loud shout. A spark of energy returned, and only one thought filled his mind: get them out. The Tang Dao felt more and more natural in his hand, and the zombies were quickly cleared. As Yang Yang and Zhao Xiaoying crossed the bloody path, the approaching zombies became an ever greater threat, but they managed to escape unscathed. Gongjun, how much longer? There was no answer from the other end. Just as Liu Shuai was about to contact Zhang Jiao, a frantic voice came through the communicator: too many zombies. ITLL, take some more time. Looks like we're on our own. Liu Shuai didn't know where he found the strength, but he kept swinging his Tang Dao and the cold lightning silver spear. The zombies suffered heavy losses, but charged in with even greater frenzy. The larger zombies were relatively easy to deal with, but the smaller ones and the animal zombies were insidious, nearly catching them off guard several times. There's a big rock ahead. Head for it. Yang Yang was also exhausted, but she kept supporting Zhao Xiaoying, who could barely even straighten her back. Liu Shuai fought with increasing ferocity, unknowingly tapping into a hidden potential. His body felt lighter, and a powerful surge of energy flowed from his dantian into his right arm. Before he could celebrate, the cold lightning silver spear, whether stimulated by this or empowered by Lin'er's relentless prayers, sent a jolt of powerful bioelectricity coursing through Liu Shuai's body. Under the dual forces, his fatigued muscles were instantly relieved, and his strength rapidly recovered. Yang Yang, stay close. Okay. She was also very tired, but she forced herself to stay alert and followed closely behind. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gongjun and his men appeared in their field of view. A smile had just begun to form on Yang Yang's tense face when she collapsed stiffly to the ground. At the same time, Zhao Xiaoying also fell. Liu Shuai had just dispatched the zombie beside him when he heard the clatter of the long sword hitting the ground. He rushed over to rescue them. The Tang Dao couldn't reach Zhao Xiaoying in time, so he wielded the cold lightning silver spear to its fullest. He was about to save her when a zombie proved faster. In a desperate move, he hurled the Tang Dao like a throwing knife. The zombie was struck and flew backward for over a meter. As he pulled them up, the cold lightning silver spear had already retrieved the Tang Dao from the zombie's body. With a gentle flick it was. The moment he grasped the Tang Saber, an exceedingly familiar sensation washed over him, and the scabbard trembled slightly in response. Its movement was so subtle, further muffled by his clothing, that Liu Shuai remained oblivious. After securing them to his back with a belt, he charged toward the palace army. Simultaneously, those on that side spotted the situation and hastened their rescue efforts. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang. Bang. The relentless gunfire cleared a path for Liu Shuai. Take them back immediately. You follow me. Only after Gongjun spoke did Liu Shuai recognize these men as soldiers from the Steel Company. Much obliged. Guarding Shadow Mist Town is our duty, no need for thanks. The man in his 20s exuded righteousness. Sun Long ordered his men to take the women away, then turned to Liu Shuai. You should leave too. Aren't you returning? This zombie horde is unusual. The old company commander gave a strict order: we must uncover the source of the problem. Liu Shuai looked at Gongjun and asked, you're not going back either. Every brother in the Steel Company is fighting. As the elite unit, we can't just sit idle. Liu Shuai clapped him firmly on the shoulder. He'll accompany you. Sun Long wanted to refuse, but Gongjun gave a slight nod. The 7 of them soon found their path blocked by a dense crowd of zombies. Gongjun, conserve your bullets. Let's use cold weapons to push through first. Before Liu Shuai's words faded, his electrifying silver spear was already whirling at its peak, felling wave after wave of zombies. His actions spurred these iron-blooded soldiers on, wherever their bayonets swept, zombies were either slain or wounded. They fought their way through until they neared the woods again. Whoa! Croak! Ghastly zombie cries echoed, yet few were visible. It wasn't like this when I came out. Are you sure? Positive. Gong Jun's face darkened. Sun Long, retreat, immediately hurry. Swift Leopard, what's wrong? No time to explain, move. Liu Shuai swiftly positioned himself in front of them, backing away. They moved fast, covering nearly 100 meters in moments. The soldiers of the 3rd Squad 1st Platoon looked around in confusion, muttering, everything seems fine. The other 10 soldiers also breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, beneath their left feet, a decaying hand claw was emerging from the ground with agonizing slowness. So slow was its movement that without direct focus it remained undetected. As time passed, the vigilant group let their guard down slightly. There's nothing. The nearest soldier felt his calf pierced, wincing in pain. As the man beside him moved to help, they felt a tugging sensation at their feet. Liu Shuai, reacting fastest, severed the claw, reaching for him with his Tang Saber, then used his silver spear to dispatch those grasping at Gong Jun and Sun Long. Another soldier was hit. His agonized screams tightened the hearts of Sun Long and the others. Are you alright? Everyone knew the speed of zombie toxin infection. The 2 victims had already distanced themselves from the group. Squad leader, you go on. We can't make it. Tell the old commander the Steel Company has no cowards. The 2 men readied their gear, loaded fresh magazines, and supporting each other walked toward the woods. Gong Jun's eyes reddened, a heavy weight in his chest. None of them noticed Liu Shuai's deeper distress. His blood could suppress the zombie toxin, but only for women and himself. Houston. Find Houston. The thought flashed through his mind. He quickly pulled up the system interface, searching meticulously, but found no useful clue. Zhang Jiao, do you copy? Do you copy? His urgent tone frightened her into thinking something had gone wrong. Only upon asking did he reveal his intent. I need to know about Father and Houston. She could only tell the truth, she didn't know. Bang! Rat-a-tat-tat! Intense gunfire erupted. The 2 infected soldiers, their vision already blurring, clung fiercely to their weapons. As they coughed up blood, their eyes rolled back. Knowing their end was near, and unwilling to burden their comrades, they pulled the pins on their high-explosive grenades. Boom! Rumble! Zombies within a dozen meters were completely annihilated. The surviving few felt their eyes sting with tears, but fought the urge to weep, pressing on toward the forest's edge. Gurgle! Everyone watch your feet, and the skies. The 5 of them worked in tandem, entering the woods. The once-dense zombie horde had vanished, not even an infected mosquito was in sight. The silence was oppressive, they could only maintain their vigilance. Wait! Liu Shuai halted, using his silver spear to part the dead leaves, revealing the rotting carcass of a roe deer, barely more than tattered flesh. They carefully scoured the area, but found nothing amiss. Were we overthinking? Impossible. Look! Near the carcass, a swarm of ants with white-tipped mouths was moving. Zombies? Whether it was the noise or their scent, the ants turned in perfect unison. The ants' tiny size made them impossible to guard against completely. All they could do was shield themselves as best they could. Ignite! A small flamethrower roared to life, incinerating the zombie ants by the thousands. The immediate threat was neutralized, but the dry leaves caught fire. Flames leaped high and strange sounds echoed from the forest. Among them, the noise from the northeast was the most peculiar. Listening closely, he exclaimed, survivors calling for help. Everyone looked at Gong Jun. What are you staring at me for? Let's rescue them. The group hurried after him. As the flames surged, the surviving group trembled, their will to live rekindled. Everyone, one more push with me. All right, charge. There were about a dozen of them. The leader wore a hunter's garb while the rest were clad in motley attire. Move, they're coming. The group accelerated, outrunning the zombies' sluggish pace. But their relief was short-lived. The zombies, bursting from the flanks, claimed 3 lives. Don't stop, don't stop. But, sob. Having witnessed so much death during their flight, even the hardened among them choked with emotion. On the other side, Liu Shuai and his team could vaguely see them. Over here. The exhausted survivors, hearing the call, found a surge of strength and rushed forward recklessly. Blinded by excitement, they failed to scan their surroundings. Half of them were clawed by zombie animals hidden beneath the leaves. Go now. As they grabbed the zombie creatures, more zombies swarmed in, and several fell in a pool of blood. If you want to live, defend your position. The hunter leading them remained the calmest. His broadsword swung relentlessly, keeping the zombies at bay. The survivors followed his lead, temporarily holding the undead back at a 2-meter distance. The zombies were multiplying by the second. If they couldn't break through within half a minute, the hunter and his men would be completely annihilated. Don't panic, whatever you do, don't panic. Before he could utter the last word, a sharp pain shot through the backs of 2 middle-aged men fighting side by side against the zombies. Bone-white claws burst through their chests, right where their hearts should be. Agonizing, yet they didn't die instantly. With all their remaining strength, they pushed diagonally to the left. They were devoid of life before they even hit the ground, but the momentum of their fall caused the zombies behind them to stumble and fall. It only bought a few seconds, but it was a precious window for Liu Shuai and the others to rescue their comrades. Cold lightning, silver spear, grant me your power. The spear spun with increasing speed, generating a powerful current of air that grew stronger by the moment. The nearby zombies were temporarily held at bay. Gong Jun seized the chance to pull the hunter and 2 others to safety. Just as the 4th man's hand touched the person in front of him, a searing pain erupted from his neck. Several zombies had already latched onto him. "You all get out of here." The pin of the high-explosive grenade had already been pulled. Boom. The blast was dangerously close to Liu Shuai's group, but luckily the flying shrapnel missed them. Charge now. Easier said than done. Escaping this situation required a torrent of modern firepower. Cold steel alone was hardly sufficient. Suddenly, the hunter dragged several bizarre-looking machetes from his pack and tossed them to the men who had been using daggers. "These are zombie cleavers," he shouted. "They can slice through an ox's head like butter." Those who caught the blades gave a light swing, and the nearby zombies were cleaved in 2 as easily as tofu. What a blade! What a blade! The group descended upon the horde like tigers among sheep, swiftly carving a path through the undead. Ugh! A bizarre deep sound echoed from far away. In the distance stood a zombie buffalo weighing several tons with blood still dripping from its massive horns. He had always wondered why the chests of the infected zombies bore such gaping holes. Now he knew. They had been gored by the buffalo's horns. "It's so huge. How do we fight it? The more you fear, the faster you die." The 2 young men following the hunter gripped their zombie cleavers tightly, taking up the rear. Moo. The mutated bellow triggered a chorus of howls from the other zombies, making it feel like they had descended into a living hell. "Sun Long and Liu Shuai, cover me. The rest of you protect them." Gong Jun slung his staff onto his back, grabbed a submachine gun, and charged towards the buffalo. The action enraged the beast, and with another monstrous cry it charged like a stallion breaking free of its pen. Dust and smoke billowed around them, and the very ground trembled. Rat-a-tat. The magazine emptied quickly, but the zombie buffalo didn't slow. It seemed even faster than before. Gong Jun dared not be careless. He leaped into the air, drawing his steel rod. The rod came crashing down from a height of several meters. The zombie buffalo dodged to the side, thrusting its 2 massive horns forward. Gong Jun was badly startled. He flipped his body in midair, using the rod to deflect the force off the buffalo's back. Meanwhile, Liu Shuai had rushed close, abandoning his razor-sharp Tang Saber to support him faster. The cold lightning silver spear thrust at the zombie buffalo's throat from a tricky angle. It dodged nimbly, but a chunk of flesh was cleaved from its shoulder by a zombie cleaver. The splattering blood and gore excited the nearby zombies. No one noticed a pack of zombie wild dogs beginning to feast on the fallen chunk of meat. A low growl. The hunter's innate instincts alerted him to the danger. He sprinted at full speed. The soldiers of Steel Company 3rd Platoon 1st Squad followed, but were blocked by zombies surging in from the flanks. "Don't worry, he can handle it." The young man's words calmed the others, who focused on fighting the zombies around them. The zombie wild dogs were still devouring the meat, but their bodies were undergoing a visible transformation. "Don't cut off any more of the buffalo's flesh." The fierce battle was in full swing, and they couldn't stop. Sun Long had just cleaved off another large piece of meat. Before it even hit the ground, the surrounding zombies were already scrambling for it. Liu Shuai's expression grew grim. He slung the cold lightning silver spear onto his back, and the Tang Saber materialized in his hand. He chose the blade to quickly reach the zombie buffalo's back and strike its fatal weak point. But the nearby zombies wouldn't give him the chance, completely blocking his path. "Aim for the back of the head, or the fatal point." Sun Long received the warning and was about to strike, but the zombie buffalo suddenly went berserk. It kicked out with its front legs, sending the surrounding zombies flying. As the flying zombies careened past them, their flailing claws injured 2 men. Neither showed their pain, continuing to swing their zombie cleavers as they fought towards the perimeter. The mutated zombie venom was potent. In less than half a minute, the 2 men were delirious. Live well. Boom. Boom boom boom. The massive explosion unleashed a terrifying shockwave, knocking over the smaller zombies. Liu Shuai knew this was a rare opportunity. He quickly drew the cold lightning silver spear while wielding the Tang Saber in his other hand. The dual assault was highly effective. One of the zombie buffalo's horns was severed. Enraged at the loss of its prized weapon, it let out a miserable, mournful bellow. "Isn't it a zombie? Why does it feel like a wounded animal?" Liu Shuai had no time to ponder. He thrust the cold lightning silver spear forward. The zombie buffalo failed to dodge the unexpected strike and roared with fury. "How the hell do you kill this thing? Try attacking its spine." Liu Shuai had just reached its back when the zombie buffalo spun around violently, lashing out with its sharp tail like a whip. Holy crap. Luckily, the cold lightning silver spear was lodged in its body. Liu Shuai used it to pivot, spinning half a turn in the air and barely dodging the tail whip. Just as he tried to steady himself, 2 smaller zombies rushed him from front and back. "Leave them to me, focus on the big one." With Sun Long covering him, Liu Shuai could finally fight freely. After several strikes, the zombie buffalo's body was covered in long gashes. Ugh, boom. The zombie buffalo's left hind leg was suddenly severed, and its massive body crashed to its knees. "If I'd known that would work, I wouldn't have had to struggle so much. I couldn't have done it without your distraction." The hunter replied, even as he brought his blade down on the other leg. With the greatest threat neutralized, the survivors quickly gathered together. "There are too many zombie dogs. I suggest we break out separately." The hunter's suggestion was sound, but none were willing to let others die for them. In the end, they decided to charge together towards the town gate. The zombies had no intention of letting them escape. They blocked them from all directions. The dense horde made every step a struggle. The ground was littered with severed limbs, some from zombies not quite dead. A surprise attack from one of them could mean instant devastating losses. Get the flamethrower. Let me do it. As the man readied his weapon, he stole a glance at the small cut on his ankle. A torrent of flame erupted, scorching everything red hot. The zombies dared not approach. They sprinted without stopping until the town gate was finally in sight. Sergeant Ill, take my leave now. Before his words faded, he had already pulled the pin on a high-explosive grenade. Boom. Opt. Sun Long, get a grip. Gong Jun's heart ached just as much, but reason told him only by keeping these people alive could they honor the comrades who had died for them. Gong Jun slowed his pace and soon fell behind as the last man choking back sobs as he shouted, "Go, quickly." The others accelerated relentlessly, already nearing the perimeter of the 7-star expulsion formation. Woo! Wild dog zombies moved with terrifying speed. They had already encircled the area. To break through there was no choice but to fight them heat-in. Hunter, take your people and hold the left flank. Sun Long, your team secures the right. The moment Gong Jun's orders rang out, he turned to face Liu Shuai. They had faced death together countless times, silent understanding now flowed between them. Liu Shuai hurled his long spear skyward and charged northwest without hesitation. Simultaneously, Gong Jun's steel rod struck the grip of the cold electric silver spear, launching it like an arrow loosed from a bowstring. Liu Shuai leapt high, then landed squarely upon its shaft. The velocity was staggering. He swayed violently before barely regaining his balance. The cold electric silver spear now hovered directly above the pack of wild dog zombies. Liu Shuai channeled all his strength into his legs, tilting the descending spear from its vertical trajectory. His broadsword's pommel slammed down with full force. The spear pierced straight through the dense swarm. In that single thrust, a massive breach tore open in their ranks. We must move faster. Liu Shuai hacked furiously at the creatures even as his own mind urged him onward. The corridor widened rapidly. On the opposite side, however, progress faltered. Hunter San Hua led 2 men out, only for one to be wounded by a crow zombie, the other by a wild dog zombie. To avoid burdening the group, they chose death willingly. As their severed heads rolled across the ground, San Hua's heart bled. He had lost his closest friends, his brothers. I'll slaughter every last one of you. Roaring, he charged into the horde wielding 2 zombie cleavers. When a man abandons fear of death, he becomes utterly ferocious. Soon the zombies were slaughtered in chaotic disarray. Sun Long swiftly rallied the remaining survivors toward him. Everyone, faster. Liu Shuai's stamina waned sharply. Each swing of his broadsword grew slower, heavier. Gong Jun fared no better, sweeping aside nearby zombies with brutal efficiency, then unleashing controlled bursts from his assault rifle. Whoosh, boom. 2 massive shells detonated their shrapnel and concussive blast, hurling scores of zombies off their feet. A lone surviving soldier from the Steel Regiment's 1st Platoon 3rd Squad stood too close to the blast zone. Shrapnel tore into his flesh, and a flying zombie's forearm bone pierced his thigh. Dust billowed thickly around them. No one noticed the carnage until visibility cleared. When sight returned, only 4 figures remained standing: Liu Shuai, Sun Long, Gong Jun, and Hunter San Hua. Their morale lay shattered. Dragging exhausted bodies, the 4 entered the town. Halt! Liu Shuai snapped his head up to see a man covered head-to-toe in tattoos, skin black as charred coal. What is it? You've just come from outside. Surely you must be inspected for wounds. Though Sanhei's tone was abrasive, he spoke a rule jointly established by all. Gong Jun led by stripping off his combat uniform. Liu Shuai and the others followed suit. Suddenly, a teenage boy beside Sanhei cried out in alarm. He's been bitten by a zombie. Guards nearby instantly leveled their rifles at him. What are you doing? Stand down now. Anyone bitten is expelled from the town, left to die alone. That is the Steel Regiment's unbreakable decree. I know your bloodstab unit is formidable, but would you risk the lives of tens of thousands for one man alone? Sanhei spoke with righteous conviction, leaving them utterly speechless. Liu Shuai suppressed his fury, deliberately slamming his broadsword down with exaggerated force. The sharp clang made the youth flinch backward twice. In the time Sanhei spoke, the wound healed visibly before their eyes. Liu Shuai let out a cold, silent laugh, muttering inwardly, such a man does not deserve to live. Blind fool, look again. When all turned back, Liu Shuai bore no trace of injury, not even a scar, his skin smooth and unblemished. The crowd blinked, rubbed their eyes fiercely, yet saw only the same flawless form. The youth beside Sanhei pointed and shouted, I swear, he had a wound just moments ago. Tao Yaohu, you dare speak such lies, I'll cripple you where you stand. Fong Gang, platoon leader of the 1st, appeared without warning, unable to bear the injustice any longer. Fong Gang was notorious for defending his own. Sanhei knew better than to provoke the garrison, so he slapped Tao Yaohu hard across the back of his head and snarled, if you're blind, stay blind, but don't slander an innocent man. Apologize now. Liu Shuai understood the final barb was aimed at him. Calmly, he dressed himself, slowly, deliberately, strapping on his gear while keeping both the broadsword and cold electric silver spear angled subtly toward Tiao. Everyone, return to your posts immediately. Fong Gang approached, glanced at Sun Long, and felt dread coil cold in his gut. Still he whispered, where are the others? All gone. Sun Long could no longer contain his anguish. Tears erupted like a broken dam. Fuck. Fong Gang stomped helplessly. The earth groaned under his boots with deep hollow thuds. From the city wall, Tiaohu watched them with venomous eyes whispering, "Don't give me a chance, or you'll never know how you died. You're still too green. Even if I gave you that chance, do you truly believe you'd survive killing him?" "True enough. But brother, hey, will we just let this pass?" Let it pass. Yes, we let it pass." A sinister predatory smile spread slowly across Tiaohu's sallow face. "Spread the word. We won't lift a finger. Others will come for them soon enough." Tiaohu froze, then scrambled eagerly to crouch beside Sanhei's mouth. Within hours, news of Liu Shuai's injury rippled across the entire town. Panicked townsfolk surged en masse toward the center. Before Commander Ma arrived, Yingwu town lived in peace. Ever since they came, disaster has followed. Now they bring in a wounded man. Do you wish us all to die alongside him? Exactly. These outsiders plot ill. Expel them at once. Damn scoundrels, get out. A middle-aged woman screamed, and the entire crowd roared in unison. Hao Deshang and the others tried desperately to reason with them. Yet the mob only grew more aggressive, pelting guards with garbage and small stones. Bang! Throw another stone, and we won't hesitate to open fire. Before the words fully faded, a swaggering, limping man shoved forward and bellowed, "So you've got guns. Does that make you gods? Can you do whatever you please? Come on, come on. I limpingly have nothing left to live for. Shoot me. Shoot me dead." The crowd seethed with rage, yet dared not act. Just as Limping Li's lips curled into a smug grin, crushing pressure slammed into his back. His body lurched violently, nearly collapsing. A massive hand seized him, then lightning-fast slaps rained down without pause. "Limping Li, you asked for this." Before Liu Shuai's voice even faded, heavier blows followed. Each strike sending stars exploding behind his eyes, blood spurting from nose and mouth, screams tearing raw from his throat. Sanhei glared at Liu Shuai, roaring, "Stop. Lacks discipline. You deserve a lashing too." Before the words faded, Liu Shuai had already charged to his side, his tang knife pressed against Sanhei's neck. An icy, killing intent like an abyss seeped into his body. Sanhei's brow twitched, his feet refusing to obey, yet he feigned calm and asked, "You struck my men, and now you intend to kill someone in the street?" Nearby civilians quickly turned and fled, leaving only the city guards and a few capable individuals. Tiaohu stammered, pointing at him, and bellowed, "Let brother He go." Liu Shuai, unwilling to waste words, kicked him to the ground. "You!" A dozen men rushed out from behind Tiaohu, each wielding cold weapons of varying lengths. "Back off, all of you." As Hao Deshang spoke, the nearby soldiers chambered their rifles. These men, reckless as they were, dared not confront the military and retreated sullenly to the side. "With a great enemy at our gates, you still have the nerve to bicker here. Return to your posts at once." Ma Weigua had arrived long ago, but remained silent, observing Liu Shuai and the others' conduct. Unlike Hao Deshang and the rest, years of living on the edge of life and death had imbued him with a chilling aura of slaughter. Even a sidelong glance at him in anger would send shivers down one's spine. The group slunk away, leaving only Bo Zili curled up from the beating on the ground. "You get lost too." To others, these words were a deep insult, but to him, they were heavenly music. He scrambled back towards Sanhei and his gang. Liu Shuai strode over to Ma Weigua and murmured, "These people are vengeful to the core. Why let them go? The town's morale is unstable. Executing them would only spark panic. Your foresight is unmatched." Ma Weigua signaled with his eyes, "Keep a close watch on them." "Understood." Hao Deshang had barely finished speaking when he dispatched 2 men. 2 hours later, Sanhei, Tiaohu, and Bo Zili found Tan Shi embellishing the incident with dramatic flair. "Outrageous. Boss, calm down, calm down. Let's think about what to do." "Exactly. They've been bullying us nonstop. Boss, you must avenge us." Bo Zili wailed, tears and snot streaming. "Shut your mouth." Tan Shi's face was terrifyingly dark. After waiting in silence for about 2 minutes, he suddenly said, "Hey, race the plan." "Boss, isn't this a bit too extreme? Are you scared?" "No, but if we do that, we'll be in danger too." "Fear nothing. I've already secured our escape route. Just go ahead boldly." "Yes, boss." Tan Shi and Sanhei watched their retreating figures, a sinister smile curling on their frostbitten faces. Meanwhile, Liu Shuai and the others had returned to their rest area. Exhausted, their eyelids drooped the moment they touched the beds. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he jolted upright, only to realize he wasn't in the wild. With a bitter smile, he lay back down. "Liu Shuai, are you asleep?" "Sister Chen, you're here. Have a seat." She nodded and sat down, looking as if she had something to say. "You need something?" "Yes. Yang has been acting strange lately. I want you to come with me to check on her." "Let's go then." Chen Shuang shook her head, pointing outside. "It's too early now. She only gets odd around 1 in the morning." Liu Shuai checked the time. It was just past 9. "If you're tired, get some sleep. He'll wake you when it's time." "All right." He thought she would leave the room, but the shadow by the window betrayed her. "There's definitely more to this." He muttered to himself, then stepped outside and called softly, "Sister Chen, let's go." Without a word, she furrowed her brow and led the way. The night was deep. Aside from the occasional patrol, only a few scattered lights glimmered. An hour later, Chen Shuang suddenly stopped. "Wait here." They hid in a clump of weeds. Within 10 minutes, Liu Shuai could no longer stay awake and fell asleep. His exhaustion was evident as his soft snores grew louder. With that noise, why even bother hiding? Chen Shuang had no choice but to gently adjust his neck, and the snoring ceased. But in his deep sleep, Liu Shuai disliked the position and turned his head again, the snores resuming. Chen Shuang had to hold his neck steady with both hands. It was fine for a short while, but soon her hands grew numb. The moment she let go, Liu Shuai grabbed her right hand, smacking his lips with a lecherous grin. Certain he was still asleep, she gently pulled her hand free. Missing the object in his grasp, Liu Shuai groped around wildly. They were too close, and Chen Shuang couldn't dodge in time. As he caught her leg, his head rested directly on it. So comfortable. His voice was dreamlike. Chen Shuang wanted to slap him, but just as her hand was about to fall, she stopped and whispered, "He's so handsome." "Oh, you silly girl, what are you thinking?" She scolded herself, her cheeks flushing crimson, her ears burning, and her hands at a loss for where to rest. It felt like an eternity to Chen Shuang, yet the digital watch showed only 2 minutes had passed. Meanwhile, whether from the comfort of sleep or the unique fragrance wafting from her, Liu Shuai savored the moment, moving his neck and wrapping his arms around her. Chen Shuang's mind went blank. Time flew by, and when she finally came to her peripheral vision, caught their intimate pose, she was too embarrassed to lift her head. Her heart pounded faster, her body temperature rising. Chen Shuang, are you not a reserved person at heart?" After taking a deep breath, her fluttering heart finally calmed. Chen Shuang endured the torment until midnight, when a biting wind made her shiver involuntarily. The sudden movement startled Liu Shuai awake. "What's wrong?" "A bit cold." Without a second thought, he pulled her into his arms and scanned the surroundings warily. Chen Shuang struggled lightly, but couldn't break free. She buried her head shyly in his armpit. "Gurgle. Quiet, she's here." As the words left his mouth, Yang appeared in their sight. To hide better, Liu Shuai pulled Chen Shuang closer. The movement was too abrupt, and his elbow grazed a sensitive spot. Chen Shuang shot him a glare that could kill. Unaware of this, Liu Shuai kept his eyes on Yang. He noticed nothing unusual at first, but just as he was about to ask, she darted swiftly into the nearby weeds. The surroundings grew eerily silent until even their breathing was distinct. Did she spot us? The thought flashed through his mind, but he dismissed it instantly. Rustle, rustle. Faint footsteps echoed nearby. 10 seconds later, several men clad in black garments and headbands rushed into their field of vision. "Search thoroughly. We must not let her escape." "Yes, fourth brother." Their movements were swift. The vicinity was soon scoured. Once they discovered traces of Yang's plunge into the underbrush, each of them drew their firearms. "Flank," gestured one. Liu Shuai was perplexed. Judging by the black-clad men's abilities, they were no match for Yang. Why would she choose to hide rather than subdue them? During his contemplation, the black-clad men had already closed in on Yang. "Little girl, where do you think you're running now, eh?" With a bang, Yang burst from the tangled grass, brandishing her Mandarin duck blades. Impressive skills. A man in his 30s with a long scar across his face wielded a claw-shaped weapon. He charged at Yang like a gale, but abruptly changed direction. Ow! Yang's nape was struck, though the skin remained unbroken. Her garments were torn. "You, tisk, not bad-looking little sister. Let us brothers keep you company." Their obscene remarks grew increasingly vile. Furious, Yang's technique became riddled with flaws. The man to her left struck with a palm like a blade, aimed at her neck. Yang attempted to dodge, but the hand-chopping blow landed, and she instantly fell unconscious. Simultaneously, Chen Shuang's lonely moon whip coiled around Yang's waist, yanking her into Liu Shuai's arms. "Kill them all." Liu Shuai wanted to act himself, but feared more enemies nearby. He bound Yang to his back. Chen Shuang had long yearned to teach these scoundrels a lesson. Oh, her whip danced into a myriad of shadows. "Fourth brother, she's formidable. What's there to fear? 6 of us against 2 of them." The black-clad men's confidence surged as each conjured a bizarre weapon. Under siege, Chen Shuang unleashed her ultimate technique, sweeping thousands of soldiers. The lonely moon whip blazed with crimson light, hardening to iron, and its swing sent out immense airwaves, keeping all foes within a 5-meter radius at bay. The 2 nearest black-clad men failed to evade, their flesh torn open. An excruciating pain akin to a million ants devouring their flesh spread through them. Instinctively, they reached for their wounds, but the agony intensified before they could even touch them. In their dazed state, whether luck had abandoned or favored them, they stumbled one after another onto Liu Shuai's Tang blade. "Ow!" On the brink of death, the gaunt black-clad man hesitated before crushing the vial in his pocket. A pale yellow liquid seeped into his wound, and a bestial roar escaped his throat. Liu Shuai had no time to examine further. He pulled out his Tang blade and charged at the others. "Sister Chen." His timely warning allowed Chen Shuang to narrowly evade the steel claws, but the lonely moon whip was struck by 2 saber-like weapons. The whip's surface was slashed, its perfection marred. "I'll kill you all." Any warrior cherishes their weapon. A wound on the body might not drive one mad, but damaging one's weapon certainly would incite a frenzy. Crackling. The lonely moon whip danced to its peak. Not only were enemies kept at bay, but even Liu Shuai was blocked. "Seems I can't help for now." He stepped back with a wry smile, set Yang down, and gently shook her while calling her name. Her eyelashes fluttered, her brow furrowed, and with a pained cry her eyes snapped open. The discomfort in her neck made her uneasy. Touching the spot, she found her clothes torn. "Could you lend me a garment?" Liu Shuai quickly removed his coat and draped it over her. "Thanks." A blissful smile curved Yang Yang's lips, but her peripheral vision caught sight of the two dead black-clad men. Are they still alive? Liu Shuai turned just in time to see the gaunt man spring up from the ground. There's no zombie virus in the city, and he wasn't bitten. How did he turn into a zombie? Unable to fathom it now, he dared not dwell on it. Hefting his tang blade, he rushed forward. Yang Yang hesitated to follow, but hearing Chen Shuang's agonized scream, dashed over. Chaotic blade, art net of blades. The dual blades conjured a net of energy twice as dense as a single blade, enveloping the vicinity like a fishing net. Sister Chen, are you alright? I am fine. Blood streamed from her shoulder, and a thin gash marred her back. Blood dripped down her arm, finally falling onto the handle of the Lonely Moon whip. A bizarre sight unfolded. The blood that should have pooled on the ground vanished into thin air. A crimson glow emanated, shrouding the entire whip in an eerie light. Fourth brother, what the hell is this? The other three were unnerved, and even he felt a chill. But with no escape, he blustered, "We're not afraid of zombies, so why fear a little wench?" With his lead, the others steeled themselves and charged. The whip's color deepened, yet it remained unusable. Yang Yang had no choice but to channel all her strength, barely blocking three men, but the one called fourth brother was nearly upon Chen Shuang. Sister Chen, Liu Shuai and Yang Yang cried out simultaneously. The steel claws were inches away, a few more centimeters, and they would pierce her throat. It drew closer, about to touch her skin, when an immense force flung fourth brother away. Lonely moon reigns, all beings submit. A mechanical voice rang out as a crimson speck emanated an eerie radiance. 3 seconds later, the light faded. The damaged sections of the Lonely Moon whip split open, revealing a flawless blood-red whip gradually forming. Run, run. Someone led the flight, and the rest scrambled away in all directions. Crack. Before the whip's sound faded, the legs of the last fleeing man were instantly broken. On my legs, my legs. Chen Shuang showed no mercy, the whip fell again, and his head exploded. Holy shit. Liu Shuai had just decapitated the zombie man when the noise drew his gaze. Whimper. Another corpse rose. Crack. The whip struck, shattering it. Satisfied with her weapon, Chen Shuang swept it to the left, hitting two cowering black-clad men. One lost everything below the thigh, the other was cleaved in half. Demon. Fourth brother's psyche shattered. He wished for extra legs to flee from this madwoman, more terrifying than a demon. But he overlooked Yang Yang and Liu Shuai. Sensing a rush of wind behind him, he ducked. The tang blade swept past, but the mandarin duck blade plunged into his back. Before he could react, the fierce whip coiled around his neck and his head soared into the sky. Sister Chen, must you be so repulsive? Liu Shuai fought back the urge to vomit as he carefully used his tang blade to flip open the black-clad man's pocket. Chen Shuang finally snapped out of her strange state. The moment she caught sight of the bloodstains on the ground, a violent dizziness struck her head. Yang Yang quickly steadied her and asked, "Are you all right?" I'm fine. It might be from excessive blood loss. Let me help you back to rest." "All right." After taking a few steps, she called out, "Liu Shuai, hurry up and follow. You two go back first. They'll dispose of the bodies and return shortly. Oh, be quick." Liu Shuai was about to answer when a tiny glass bead caught his attention. The bead was almost transparent, with a faint hint of pale yellow at its core and a teardrop shape at its outermost edges. What is this thing? After examining it for a long while, he still couldn't figure it out. He intended to keep it on him and study it later, but his peripheral vision caught that the fabric where the black-clad man had stored it was several times thicker than the rest. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead as he muttered with lingering fear, "Good thing I was sharpied. Otherwise I wouldn't even know how I'd been done in." When he cut off a thick piece of the fabric, a bizarre tattoo was revealed. Even after slicing the area completely open, he couldn't identify what pattern it was. Squinting, he searched his memory thoroughly, finding only a few items that resembled it. To confirm its identity, he carefully checked the remaining bodies, but none of them bore such a pattern. Could I be overthinking it? Liu Shuai pondered for a moment more, then finally dismissed the thought. While he was busy burying the corpses, a faint, cautious figure in the far darkness stared intently in his direction. Quick follow. Voices of Steel Company soldiers came from multiple directions, and the shadow quickly concealed itself. Liu Shuai had just finished burying the bodies and stood up with a bitter smile when he saw Hao Deshang gasping for breath. What happened? A few suspicious people tried to harm Yang Yang. A fight broke out when we intervened, and they're all dead. Hao Deshang's face was grim. He signaled his men with his eyes, and they immediately cordoned off the area. These are critical times. This matter must not reach the townspeople's ears. It's probably already reached them by now. Impossible. Liu Shuai pointed toward the direction where flames soared into the sky. Through the telescope, he could see a dense crowd of townspeople rushing over in great urgency. Warn them to stay back. If anyone insists on breaking through, use extreme measures. Yes, company commander. A grave expression flickered across Hao Deshang's brow. He understood better than anyone that once such measures were taken, the townspeople would likely become alienated from them. Shuizhan appeared nearby at some point, shaking the blood from his elbow as he said, "This is the apocalypse now. There's no need for so many formalities. It's your lack of flexibility that's turned them into what they are." Turning to Liu Shuai, he added, "If you could be a bit more observant, you'd be perfect." Following his pointing finger, Liu Shuai saw a faint shadow slowly sliding toward the ground. "Thanks." If that tail had escaped, they would all face utter ruin. We want to see Company Commander Hao. We want to see Officer Ma. Why are you killing townspeople without cause? Give us a reasonable explanation. Too many people had come. The soldiers tried to block them, but the crowd rammed against the human wall with all their might. Just as the line was about to break, 3 gunshots rang out. All of you shut up. Hao Deshang scanned the crowd with narrowed eyes, and a man with a sleazy appearance caught his attention. He signaled nearby subordinates with his eyes, but just as they moved forward, the man vanished into the vast crowd. Find him. We must find him. The soldiers surged into the crowd, instantly sparking greater chaos. This man is cunning. He must not be let go. Rest assured, leave it to us. Hao Deshang saw Qi Shui arriving and felt a surge of relief. He quickly organized the evacuation of the townspeople. At the very center of the crowd, Tao Hu and San Hei's faces were dark with fury. Brother Hei, we were so close to succeeding, and that damned Qi Shui shows up now of all times. So infuriating. Huzi, don't rush. The best is yet to come. San Hei's words made Tao Hu pause, and his frustration quickly began to ease. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd had begun an orderly withdrawal. The two of them followed along inconspicuously. Minutes later, a wave of townspeople reached the spot where San Hei and his men had stood, and something like a needle pricked their feet. The man wanted to bend down and check, but the people behind pushed him forward. After a few steps, his feet grew increasingly itchy. He instinctively crouched to look, only to be knocked over by the jostling crowd. Before he could get up, he was trampled flat. Excruciating pain shot through his body. He flailed his hands, wildly grabbing at those around him, causing more people to trip and fall. The stampede rapidly radiated outward. The Steel Company soldiers who rushed over had to abandon their previous mission and join the rescue. With only a few dozen soldiers, stopping such a disaster was like trying to douse a blazing cart with a cup of water. Fortunately, Ma Weigua arrived with a large group of young people, barely bringing the situation under control. Tally the casualties. Yes. The numbers were quickly compiled: 132 dead, 366 severely injured, and 901 with minor injuries. The town was already unstable, and such heavy losses only made the dire situation worse. Immediately seal off all major roads. Anyone entering or leaving without my order will be shot on sight. Yes, old company commander, isn't that too harsh? Too harsh, my ass. Hao Deshang immediately went to make arrangements. Soon all major and covert passages were thoroughly blocked. Old Monsignor. Hey Race, my plan: you handle the public investigation while I take 1 or 2 people to investigate in secret, Liu Shuai suddenly said. That sounds good. But the enemy has been very cautious lately, leaving no trace. Are you sure you can find them? I can. But you need to keep the pressure on Gluttonous Snake and the others. You suspect them? Almost certainly. A murderous glint flashed in Ma Weiguo's eyes. Liu Shuai continued. To give ourselves the least suspicious cover, you can invite Qin Shuang and me to join under Qi Shui's name. That way our movements will be completely exposed to them. Good idea. Let's do it. Also, Senior, if you could. Once we're in, Qi Shui, destroy the 7 Stars expulsion array in the northwest. I bet they all fear death. Kid, it's a good thing you're not the enemy, or would never know how he died. Liu Shuai could only force a bitter smile, unable to utter a word for a long time. Jiulong Shangren patted him on the shoulder and said, desperate times call for desperate measures. Don't take it too hard. Thank you, Senior. The two watched his retreating figure, faint smiles curling at the corners of their lips. Half a day later, news spread that Liu Shuai and Qin Shuang had joined the Bloodstingers. Gluttonous Snake's already somber face grew even darker as he glared fiercely toward the town center and barked, do you think this will force me to strike early? Dream on. Cripply slow the pace by half. Let's wear them down. Got it. After he left, Gluttonous Snake smirked at San Hei and murmured, now's your time to shine. You can count on me, Snake. Shortly after he departed with Tiao, who, a figure clad in black, rose from the shadows. His aura was so faint, like a weightless projection. Even standing right before him, one could easily overlook his presence. Done. More or less. What went wrong? The 7-star expulsion array in the northwest suddenly failed. To be safe, I sent 2 scouts. Gluttonous Snake grunted and stood still waiting. Soon 2 hurried youths returned with reports that everything was normal. I'm still uneasy. Go yourself. The black-clad man said, nothing, vanishing in a few leaps. Meanwhile, from a distant crevice amid the debris, a tiny telescope emerged. Gluttonous Snake, what do you have to say now? Liu Shuai tracked his movements, soon halting at the edge of the 7-star expulsion array. The black-clad man was inspecting his surroundings when he abruptly turned and stared straight at Liu Shuai's direction. Startled, Liu nearly dropped the telescope, took a deep breath, and thought, this man is truly formidable. I must eliminate him before engaging Gluttonous Snake and his crew. Distant, hurried footsteps and murmurs reached his ears too far to discern. Unperturbed, Liu Shuai lay still, waiting for them to draw near. Are you sure this is the way out? Of course. Have I ever made a mistake? True enough. With that, he gestured forward. A dozen or so elderly women and children crept out from behind the rubble. Liu Shuai longed to stop them, but feared alarming the black-clad man. Silently he repeated, don't go, don't go. Yet his prayers went unanswered, they only quickened their pace. Within 2 minutes the black-clad man spotted them. With a flicker he vanished completely. Where did he go? Liu had been watching but couldn't fathom how he disappeared. Soon 2 middle-aged men neared the 7-star expulsion array. Finding it inert, they nearly leaped for joy. Hurry up. The group was about to cross the array's boundary. Those who court death shall find it. Stop. As Liu Shuai sighed inwardly, his peripheral vision caught a black shadow. It flashed and vanished. He searched frantically, but found nothing. He drew 2 deep breaths of cold air, dousing his fury, and scanned the area more meticulously. Every possible hiding spot yielded no results. Could he be among them? He scrutinized each fleeing figure, just as he was about to give up, a plump woman on the left caught his attention. Her broad shadow occasionally lagged behind her movements by a fraction. So that's where you're hiding. Too far to act, he had no choice but to activate a special communicator reserved for Zhang Jiao. Plans change. Tell Ma Wei what to send the best sniper. Understood. As chaos erupted on the other end, Liu Shuai left his hiding spot, moving so swiftly, he left a trail of afterimages. The black-clad man whipped around. Though he couldn't see Liu Shuai, years of navigating darkness told him he was being watched. He moved subtly with the women, and the moment his shadow merged with an obstacle, he darted inside. With his aura concealed, he blended seamlessly into nature. Impossible to detect. He didn't emerge even after the group passed safely. Testing my patience. Liu Shuai's earlier restlessness faded into calm as he fixed his gaze on that spot. The escapees encountered no danger, their faces beaming with joy. Especially the woman at the rear carrying a child, kicking pebbles as she walked. Ouch! A sharp cry escaped her as a small lizard clamped onto her foot, its faint, bloody scent drifting. Chirps, growls. Terrified, the woman didn't even shoo the lizard away but scrambled back the way she came. Her panic spread, several others followed suit. Come back. Now. A few middle-aged men tried to pull them back, but an elderly man in his 60s stopped them. The distance between the two groups grew. Since you want to go back, he'll help you. The black-clad man flicked several pebbles with deadly precision. Whiz. Thud. They fell almost simultaneously. The two nearest the rubble had their heads and hands cut by stones, crimson blood dripping to the ground. The scent of blood wafted on the breeze. Ugh. No, it's zombies. Get back. Panic-stricken, they fled for their lives. As they passed by, stones struck them too, leaving varying wounds. Most zombies moved slowly, but those that could fly or burrow arrived in an instant. Several who couldn't dodge were torn apart by raven's beaks. Grandma, I'm scared. Dad, save me. Before the children could reach their parents, zombie lizards and groundhogs had already pierced their bodies. Wail, wail. Alarms blared through Shadow Mist Town as squads rushed from every direction. But distant help couldn't quench the immediate fire. Over a dozen had already been infected, turning into zombies. These freshly turned zombies harbored deep resentment toward the townsfolk lurching toward the city with claws outstretched. Bang bang. Snipers picked them off one by one. Near the city gate, a patrol passed by, and Liu Shuai seamlessly blended in. The group didn't notice the extra man, but the black-clad figure saw clearly. A sneer curled his lips as he edged backward. The zombies drew closer, yet he didn't budge. Is he out of his mind? Liu couldn't fathom it. Even with extraordinary abilities, no one could withstand a horde of zombies. The zombies neared the edge of the 7-star expulsion array, but the black-clad man remained still. I refuse to believe you're that reckless. A sharp command rang out, silent operation. Liu Shuai shut his mouth, realizing the leader looked familiar. After a moment, he thought, it's Fang Gang. Take positions. Layer the sniping. Before the words faded, Fang Gang fired first, blowing the head off the nearest zombie. The dense gunfire further agitated the zombies in the distance. Those wandering outside the town began to converge toward this location. The defenders, whose firepower was already insufficient, were forced to fire continuously. Platoon leader, we can't hold on any longer. There are too many zombies. Rat-a-tat-tat. Even if we can't hold on, we must. Boom rumble. Several dozen high-explosive projectiles fell, temporarily clearing the nearby zombies. Amidst the rolling dust and smoke, a black-clad figure darted swiftly. Haha, finally got you. Liu Shuai pretended to stand up and fire, and when he noticed no one was paying attention to him, he slowly retreated into the shadows. He acted with such secrecy that even Fang Gang did not notice. At the same time the black-clad man approached this area, found few people near the city gate, and as soon as the explosion sounded, he charged straight in. Liu Shuai followed all the way. You've been tailing me the whole time. Come out. Although the black-clad man spoke, he shot 3 stones in rapid succession. All 3 directions were Liu Shuai's potential dodge points, and he could only use his scabbard to knock the stones away. You're certainly cautious. Against an expert like you, being careless is tantamount to suicide. Liu Shuai was genuinely surprised that his enemy held him in such high regard, and a flicker of smugness arose in his heart. Seizing this rare opportunity, the black-clad man transformed into a shadowy blur as he charged forward. His speed was so great that Liu Shuai might not have been able to evade him even with full effort. In desperation, his Tang Saber swept horizontally in an instant. It was merely a feint, and just as it was about to reach the black-clad man's flank, he changed the strike into an upward slash. Whether the opponent blocked or retreated from this move, he would have to pay the price of being cut. The black-clad man remained calm, twisting his body into an extremely contorted posture, allowing the Tang Saber to slice cleanly through his garment. A pitch-black dagger followed right after. Liu Shuai was genuinely startled by him. This man was not only quick to react, but also ruthless with himself. Once he seized an opportunity, he would surely set a trap. The Tang Saber blocked the dagger, then spun. A myriad of saber shadows failed to stop the black-clad man, and Liu Shuai nearly got wounded by the viper-like dagger. I can't keep entangled with him. He'll use my ultimate move. A faint eerie light emanated from the Tang Saber, and a net-like array of saber shadows completely sealed off the surroundings. A flicker of gravity crossed the black-clad man's brow. A powerful surge of energy overflowed from the dagger in his hand, forcibly tearing a corner of the saber shadow net. Liu Shuai had never encountered such an opponent before. He adjusted his mind and body to their peak state, then executed an upward slash at a 45-degree angle. The black-clad man hurriedly retreated, but the Tang Saber clung tightly to him. After rapidly shifting his landing point twice, he finally evaded most of the saber's reach, but his shoulder was cut. Black blood. The moment Liu Shuai was stunned, the opponent's dagger thrust toward his heart like a venomous serpent. He deflected it with the scabbard before switching to a vertical grip on the Tang Saber. Using the force of his elbow, he pressed the blade down with all his strength. Clang! The dagger snapped on impact, and the black-clad man staggered forward, his upper body lurching. You're nothing special. Is that so? The black-clad man discarded the broken dagger, and in an instant, he pulled a nearly invisible steel wire from his waist. The Tang Saber was instantly bound. This steel wire was made of an unknown material, as even the razor-sharp Tang Saber blade could not cut through it. With both hands bound, he could only attack with his feet. Just as his right foot kicked into the air, the black-clad man's foot followed with a kick of his own. After several exchanges, neither gained the upper hand. Bang! Rat-a-tat-tat! Suddenly, several masked men appeared in the alley, firing wildly at the two of them. Liu Shuai quickly dove behind an obstacle, but his Tang Saber was still bound by the opponent. Just as he was considering whether to abandon it, the black-clad man voluntarily released the steel wire. Rat-a-tat-tat! Judging by the coverage area of these people's gunfire, they probably aren't with the black-clad man, are they, eh? Wait, that means there's a second malicious force in the city. At this thought, Liu Shuai's already grim expression turned even more sour. Seal off the area. Don't let them escape. A raspy voice. Yes. Responding like midnight apparitions. They drew closer, and just as Liu Shuai prepared himself for a desperate fight, Ma Weigua and the others' voices rang out, kill them all. The masked men immediately abandoned the chase, retreating while fighting. They moved swiftly, and upon reaching the low wall, vaulted over it directly. Meanwhile, the black-clad man had used this time to dash onto another rooftop, disappearing completely after a few leaps. Everyone fall back. Forget about them for now. Go reinforce immediately. The moment the group departed, the black-clad man charged toward the masked men. Courtesy demands reciprocity. The steel wire had already looped around one man's neck. With a gentle pull, a head rolled to the ground. You impersonating us and thinking you could get away unscathed. The ghost-faced masked man fired continuously, but the bullets seemed to have eyes, unable to get anywhere near him. He flung the steel wire with his right hand, then gave a sharp yank, leaving one man missing an arm and another missing half a leg. Trash. Unwilling to engage him further, the masked men supported each other as they retreated. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom, boom, boom. Soon their ammunition was spent, and they retreated in terror, gripping their daggers. A sinister, bloodthirsty smile curled at the corners of the black-clad man's mouth as he lashed the steel wire like a whip, striking the nearest man. The moment the man tried to knock it away, the immense force of the wire tightened relentlessly. The steel wire cleaved him in two, and blood sprayed in all directions like a fountain. The ghost-faced man had never witnessed such a bloody scene. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, and his legs seemed to disobey him. Die! Before the words faded, the steel wire had already dispatched the two wounded men. The black-clad man didn't bother with further struggle. Every move was a killing blow. The ghost-faced man didn't even have time to parry before his neck was severed, his eyes wide open in death. Let's see if you cause trouble now. After thoroughly checking the surroundings and erasing his own traces, he turned and leaped onto the wall. At this moment, fierce fighting was raging in the northwest direction, and the defending soldiers were running low on ammunition. Let me lead a charge. No, we'll go. Without waiting for a reply, Liu Shuai led several burly men and charged outside the city gate. Sensing the scent of living humans, the zombies charged recklessly in their direction. The ground-level zombies were easy enough to deal with, but the unpredictable airborne threats caused many to fall. Fortunately, these men chose extreme measures to end themselves, otherwise the northwest flank would surely have been breached by their own. Fong Gang's heart bled, but he was powerless, venting all his fury on the zombies daring to approach the city gate. No one noticed that among the group charging out, the ninth dragon ascetic was mixed and racing at top speed toward the tampered grand formation. Let me help you. The Tang Saber swung with ferocious speed. Any zombie that dared approach was either killed or wounded. Hand over the third banner. Twist it to the 60-degree position. Liu Shuai took the command banner and pushed his speed to the limit. It was as if the zombies knew his intentions, encircling him from multiple directions. The path ahead was temporarily blocked. To get there in time, he had no choice but to risk jumping over their heads. He took a deep breath of cold air, leaped onto the back of a shorter zombie, then used it to spring onto the head of a taller one. Liu Shuai dared not look down, shielding his legs with a canopy of saber light. After rushing for some distance, the zombies grew increasingly frenzied, pressing in from multiple directions. They tripped over one another, collapsing in a wide swath. A faint smile finally appeared on Liu Shuai's tense face. Just as he was nearing the third flag position of the 7-star expulsion array, 2 crow-sized black birds dove down from the high sky. They arrived in an instant, and with a swarm of zombies at his feet, Liu Shuai dared not be careless. As he leaped, his Tang sword slashed at the black birds. The one on the left was killed instantly, but the one on the right dodged with ease, its sharp claws and beak striking down simultaneously. As Liu Shuai dodged to the side, a zombie seized his right foot. The black bird charged at his chest. Bang! Much obliged. Liu Shuai severed the zombie's hand with a single stroke, planting the banner directly into the array's eye. The 7-star expulsion array activated, sending the nearby zombies staggering backward. Jiulong Shangren, drenched in sweat, walked over to him and patted his chest, saying, "That was close, so close. To root out the rotten apple, a little risk is worth it. I wonder if they managed to follow." "Don't worry." Lin'er and Yang had been tailing the man in black the whole way, only to see him vanish after rushing into a dilapidated courtyard. "Sis, should we go in?" "Not yet, let's observe for a while." They waited patiently outside. Meanwhile, the man in black inside the courtyard kept watch, but detected no presence. Could I be overthinking this? The more he thought about it, the more it seemed so. He deliberately lingered in several exposed spots, then shook his head with a cold smirk. "Looks like I've been getting paranoid lately." His elbow struck the crumbling wall, and a rumbling sound echoed. Yang saw the man in black rush inside, and wanted to move closer, but Lin'er grabbed her hand and shook her head. Following her gaze, they indeed spotted the shifty man in black peering around. "Sis, you're so calm. Don't speak." A gentle breeze blew, carrying wisps of withered foxtail grass. The man in black finally believed he was alone. As he closed the stone door, his left foot tapped a spot, and the ground beneath him gave way. After about 10 minutes, Yang was nearly dozing off. She whispered, "Sis, when do we go in?" "Not yet, wait a little longer." Time flew, and another 10 minutes passed. "It seems he's already entered the secret passage. Let's go." Lin'er leaped down from her high vantage point. Yang followed, stretching her stiff body before thoroughly inspecting the area. "Strange, I clearly saw him around here. Why can't I find the mechanism? There must be one. Be patient." The two conducted a grid search of the vicinity. An hour later, they still hadn't found the mechanism and had to stop to rest and analyze. If Shuai were here, he'd definitely find it. No sooner had she spoken than Liu Shuai's voice rang out in the distance. "Missing me already, my Lin'er, after less than half a day? You're awful." Upon seeing him, Yang dragged him over and urged, "Hurry up and find it." Liu Shuai dropped his playful demeanor, carefully scanned the surroundings, then slowly closed his eyes. Scenes flashed before his eyes like a speeding train. "So it's here." His elbow struck the wall, revealing a long, secret passage. Fearing a trap from the man in black, the trio waited in a safe spot for a while before returning to their original position. "Based on the airflow, this path is a dead end." "Impossible, Lin'er, and I saw him disappear here. Then there must be another secret passage." They hadn't considered that before, and now, alerted, began to examine every overlooked detail. Boom. The ground beneath Lin'er gave way. Liu Shuai grabbed her hand, but his own weight pulled him down. Yang reached out just as the opening sealed shut. She tried to reactivate the mechanism, but it was already shattered. "Lin'er, Shuai, you have to hold on until I come rescue you." Her eyes reddening, Yang pulled out a communicator and contacted Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao immediately relayed the message to Ma Weigua and the others. Many from the Steel Company and Thornblood arrived, but they couldn't find any way in. "We should have faith. They're not meant to die young. Sister Chun is right. Bian Shuang and Zhu'er stay here. The rest of you head back." After everyone left, Qin Shuang's brow furrowed slightly. Meanwhile, Liu Shuai and Lin'er had been walking through the narrow passage for a long time. It seemed endless with no exit in sight. "What is this place? It's so eerie." Don't be scared. Liu Shuai wrapped an arm around Lin'er's delicate shoulders, occasionally patting her back. Once her heart calmed, the surroundings seemed less frightening. Lin'er, blushing, pushed him away and said, "Let's go." Liu Shuai held her hand with one hand and gripped his Tang sword tightly with the other. A faint, contented smile lingered on Lin'er's flushed face. From far away came an extremely strange drip-drop sound. "Sounds like water dripping from a height." "It's similar, but not quite." Liu Shuai quickly set aside his lowered guard and proceeded cautiously. As he neared, the ground felt like cotton underfoot. Fearing danger, he leaped backward. Just as his feet were about to land, a terrible premonition surged within him. He quickly used his scabbard to gain leverage, executing 2 consecutive mid-air flips before landing steadily. "Lin'er, don't touch any of those blackened spots. Oh, you be careful too." They advanced using the same method for a long while, until light finally appeared ahead. Liu Shuai and Lin'er were in high spirits and paid little attention to their surroundings. Suddenly, a long gathering water droplet fell from above, landing directly on Liu Shuai's nape. An intense itching sensation spread through his body. He scratched at it, but the itch only grew worse. "Shuai, what's wrong? So itchy. Let me scratch it for you." Just as Lin'er's hand was about to touch his skin, Liu Shuai shifted aside, avoiding her reach. "Cut me." "What?" "Don't hesitate, hurry." Blood gushed from his arm. He smeared some on his palm and applied it to his nape. The maddening itch subsided rapidly. Just as he was about to staunch the bleeding, the wound began to close slowly. "I never expected that after being scratched by a zombie last time, my physical abilities have multiplied several times." Liu Shuai, immensely pleased, spun Lin'er around in his arms. "I'm dizzy." As he set her down, his peripheral vision caught a faint reddish light in the distance, barely visible to the naked eye. He observed it for half a minute, but it didn't flicker again. Warily stepping in front of Lin'er, he waited another 10 minutes. When it still didn't light up, he decided to investigate. Stay close to me. Lin'er hummed in agreement, clutching tightly to his clothes. Liu Shuai cautiously approached, only to discover that ahead was not an exit, but a large fluorescent lamp. The intermittent red blinking light was caused by a short circuit in the fire emergency lighting. I was worried for nothing. This place sends chills down my spine. We'd better be careful. Lin'er's words made Liu Shuai quickly set aside his contempt. The two slowly explored to the end of the corridor, only to find it sealed by an immensely thick diamond steel gate. Let's rest for a while. As Lin'er sat down, she gestured for Liu Shuai to sit in the opposite direction. This way, even if danger lurked nearby, they could make the most correct decision in an instant. Time passed quickly, and nothing unusual occurred around them. Could it be behind the giant gate? I think so too. After carefully searching the surroundings, they found no mechanism to open it. It seems. Before he could finish, a clanking sound came from behind the heavy diamond steel gate. Liu Shuai quickly pulled Lin'er into the shadows, watching warily. The gate opened slowly, and from within came two indistinct, eerie voices. Who are these people? The harder he tried to listen, the more muffled the voices became, so Liu Shuai had to let it be. The diamond steel gate fully opened, revealing two short, stout men in protective suits and gas masks. Liu Shuai nodded at Lin'er and charged toward the one on the left. At the same time, Lin'er dashed toward the right. In an instant, the Tang Saber and the cold electric silver spear were pressed against their necks. Speak. What is this place? The two were visibly startled, then sneered contemptuously and lifted their chins high. Quite stubborn. Take them away. Liu Shuai struck the enemy's nape with a single punch. Dragging him to the brightest spot, he stomped on his knee joint and demanded harshly, "Tell me, what is this place?" "Ah, you devil. Japanese." The very thing Liu Shuai dreaded had come to pass. The Tang Saber sliced through the gas mask, the blade cutting into the man's skin. No, don't kill me. This is an experimental subbase." Upon hearing these words, Liu Shuai's face darkened terrifyingly. After slaying the enemy, he rushed to Lin'er's side and uttered coldly, "Kill him." Lin'er dispatched him cleanly and asked, "What now?" "Like this, you stay here and he'll go in to scout." "No, I'm going too." "All right then." Liu Shuai geared up and quickly activated a special communicator, saying, "Zhang Jiao, I don't care what you're doing right now, bring your people to the abandoned building in the west of town immediately." The moment he finished speaking, the heavy diamond steel gate suddenly slammed shut. They moved as fast as they could, but couldn't outpace it, so they had to proceed cautiously forward. Meanwhile, in the control room, a man in black finished checking all the monitors and turned to leave with satisfaction, only to catch a flicker of movement in the bottommost screen. He paid it little mind at first, but as he reached the door, he spun back to the screen and snarled, "So you did follow us in. Damn it, the expert might be in trouble." Woo. A frantic alarm blared through the underground passage. "Not good, they found us. Hide quickly." Right above where Liu Shuai and Lin'er hid, a tiny high-definition camera captured their every move, exposing them to the enemy. Rat-a-tat-tat. Liu Shuai was swift enough to dodge the bullets by a hair's breadth, but Lin'er wasn't as fortunate. A bullet grazed past her arm. "Are you alright?" "I'm fine." Liu Shuai carefully scanned the surroundings, spotted the camera, and instantly hurled his scabbard. The image vanished, and the enemy could no longer track their movements precisely. With this experience, Liu Shuai could easily find and destroy any camera he encountered. Thus, the enemy became completely blind and deaf. "Lin'er, stay here. They'll go check over there. Remember, if you don't see me in half an hour, escape through the west passage." "No way." Liu Shuai smiled softly, planted a firm kiss on her cheek, and whispered tenderly, "Be good." Lin'er's eyes reddened, but she could only nod. As Liu Shuai entered the dim corridor, a chill crept down his spine. Woo. The passage was narrow, and the eerie sound grew louder, raising goosebumps instantly. Sounds like the moans of zombies. With that conclusion, he moved even more cautiously. Before long, he reached the end of the passage, where a transparent iron door stood guarded by two fully armed sentries. Liu Shuai dared not force his way in, so he crept closer. The two guards, unaware of his approach, leaned against the wall, dozing off. He drew near, and still they didn't notice him. Just as he was about to kill the nearest guard, his foot landed on something that felt like cotton. Woo wail. An alarm sounded, jolting the two guards awake. As they gripped their rifles, the Tang Saber had already slashed the throat of the nearest one. The other recoiled in terror, barely managing to chamber a round before the Tang Saber's scabbard knocked him down. Clang. With two strikes, the iron door was forced open. The moment Liu Shuai charged in, the guard opened fire. The whistling bullets kept him at bay. He'll risk it. He lunged forward, executed a somersault to close the distance, and drove the Tang Saber precisely through the guard's throat. Recalling the harrowing experience, cold sweat trickled down his temples. Who knows how many dangers lie ahead? Better to bring these along for safety. He slung two rifles over his back and stuffed all the magazines and explosives into a bag. After doing all this, no enemies emerged from the depths of the passage, and Liu Shuai's expression grew even grimmer. Woo. The faint, strange sound grew louder. Zombies. After listening carefully, he confirmed his judgment, and his face darkened with dread. The sound drew nearer, and rotting zombies came into view. Rat-a-tat-tat. Every zombie that entered his range was blown apart. After 2 magazines were spent, no more sounds came from within. Liu Shuai reloaded, placed the Tang Saber within easy reach, and advanced cautiously. Passing by the obliterated zombies, the nauseating stench nearly knocked him out. That depraved gluttonous snake, just to get back at us, they captured so many civilians and turned them into zombie soldiers. This was merely his assumption. Would people who would abandon even their own go through such trouble? The zombies here were ordinary townsfolk, defenseless and captured. Sanhai had locked them in with a single hard-won zombie, and the result was the scene before him. Wah woo woo. An even more piercing zombie roar came from the farthest end. Liu Shuai crept forward cautiously, but suddenly a blood-red strobe light flashed from above. As his mind wavered for an instant, several zombie bats swooped down at him. They came too fast. Normal evasion was nearly impossible. He could only roll with the momentum, swinging both the Tang blade and its scabbard simultaneously. Squeak! Squeak! 2 bats were killed, 3 fled, but the smallest one's claws tore Liu Shuai's left sleeve. Springing up from the ground, he flipped the Tang blade, slaying it along with 2 others. The last one, undaunted, charged at him with even greater ferocity. Liu Shuai quickly leaned back, thrusting the Tang blade upward. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After all the zombie bats were annihilated, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence, so profound that even his own breathing became distinctly audible. Drip, drip. Strange sounds echoed one after another. What lies ahead? He wondered, hesitant to move too fast. The thick stench of decay nearly overwhelmed him. After barely making it through, he found 7 paths ahead. Which one should I take? As he pondered, a piercing scream erupted from the central passage. Without a second thought, he dashed straight in. Meanwhile, Lin'er, who had been waiting anxiously, longed to follow him many times. Yet remembering her promise to Liu Shuai, she cast a tender glance in his direction and murmured, "Shuai, Shuai, you must return safely." With her heart full of worry, she grew careless in her search until a sudden sensation of falling jolted her back to reality. Fortunately, the cold lightning silver spear was long enough to anchor her at the edge of a pit. Using the spear shaft for leverage, she landed on the ground. This place is so dangerous. Shuai, Shuai, please be careful. Lin'er's anxiety deepened and she rushed toward the path Liu Shuai had taken, thinking, wait for me. Lin'er sprinted all the way, soon arriving at a spot littered with zombie remains. Shuai, Shuai. The space inside was small, and her voice echoed far and wide. At the same time, a hidden opening in the central wall slowly slid open, and a hand clad in grayish-white robes tentatively reached out. His movements were stealthy, and his robes blended with the wall's color, making him easy to overlook even at close range. Lin'er, clearly unaware, dashed past him at full speed. A sudden sense of danger from behind made her veer sharply to the left, thrusting out the cold lightning silver spear in an instant. The gray-robed man deftly dodged the precise strike, his short blade slashing toward her rapidly. You're asking for death. The cold lightning silver spear wove a net of afterimages, preventing the gray-robed man from getting close. Unperturbed, he tossed the short blade to his other hand, but didn't catch it. Lin'er couldn't fathom his intent, so she twirled her spear even faster. The gray-robed man pressed closer, gripping the short blade with both hands and thrusting it at the cold lightning silver spear. Clang! Bang! Lin'er's mind reeled. How could the enemy with both hands on the blade land a punch on her with a third hand? Haha. His sneer, however, steadied her. As she regulated her surging chi and blood, she searched for a flaw in the gray-robed man's stance. Though the gray-robed man appeared contemptuous on the surface, inwardly, he was in turmoil. That last strike, while not his full strength, had carried over 80% of his power, yet she seemed unfazed. She must be putting on a brave face. Reassured by this thought, he calmed down. After several fierce assaults, that Lin'er easily deflected a sudden thrust of the cold lightning silver spear, even sheared off a lock of his hair. Die! The gray-robed man ceased hiding, revealing 3 hands, each clutching a short blade. The visual shock was overwhelming. Lin'er's heart pounded as she channeled every ounce of her power. Her surroundings were completely sealed off, yet no matter how the gray-robed man attacked, he couldn't wound her. Frustrated by the stalemate, his emotions turned savage, and his eyes blazed crimson. A dense, murderous aura spread, severely hampering Lin'er's mobility. She dodged a fraction too slow, and the short blade's edge grazed a centimeter above her cheek. A woman's greatest concern is her face, and the gray-robed man had struck her deepest taboo. A surge of powerful bioelectricity erupted from the cold lightning silver spear, and Lin'er's waning momentum began to climb rapidly. Purple lightning thunderclap. Violet currents coiled around the cold lightning silver spear, converging into a net. The net swiftly coalesced in the air into a thunderbolt as thick as an arm. It descended with lightning speed. What the? The gray-robed man, already unnerved by his 3 hands, was utterly stunned by Lin'er's attack, frozen in place. The thunderbolt struck him before he could recover from his shock. Lin'er had no time to waste. The cold lightning silver spear pierced straight through his brow. How, where does this path lead? She muttered as she dashed in to look, discovering the passage was barely wide enough for one person. Lin'er hesitated to venture in, but the image of Liu Shuai flashed before her eyes. Steeling herself, she crawled in. Meanwhile, Liu Shuai had located the source of the sound, a creature that was not a zombie. Uncle, are you alright? A middle-aged man, head bowed and covered in wounds, lifted his head with great effort before lowering it again. Those damned beasts, look what they've done to him, Liu Shuai muttered, approaching the chains and slashing at them with his tang blade. You shouldn't have come. The man's voice, hoarse from what seemed like ages of disuse, sent chills down one's spine. What is going on here? Sigh. A sigh reverberated through the narrow space. Moved by it, Liu Shuai took 2 more steps forward. A pitch-black skeletal hand grabbed his left foot. Before he could react, another hand seized his right foot. Ugh, roar. The moment the zombie's cry sounded, the wounded middle-aged man's eyes turned bloodshot, and he yanked fiercely at the chains binding him. With his body constrained, Liu Shuai had no time to deal with him. He sliced through the skeletal arms with his tang blade, but instead of falling off, they tightened their grip. Enduring the pain, he used the blade to sever them completely from his feet. Bang! Crack! The chains shattered, and the middle-aged man let out a bestial roar. He had 2 long fangs, half-meter-long claws, and tiny maggots wriggling across his scarred flesh. Liu Shuai retched twice, but the man was already upon him, swinging one chain down and sweeping the other horizontally. A relentless flurry of attacks forced Liu Shuai to dodge as best he could. This put him on the defensive, leaving no chance to counterattack. Conversely, the middle-aged man grew more ferocious, his chains gouging deep cracks in the ground and walls. Desperate for a solution, Liu Shuai tried a gamble, asking, "Don't you want to get out?" The man's movements faltered noticeably, and his chains slowed. Seizing the moment, Liu Shuai slipped through the gap in the assault. "You seek death." A voice seemed to emanate from the deepest abyss. The chains descended with the sound of wind and thunder, kicking up dust and gravel that flew like bullets. A thud. Dense holes appeared in the walls. Liu Shuai's already grim expression darkened further. He shielded his front with the tang blade, keeping the scabbard ready for any sudden developments. After a long sprint, Lin'er had reached the exit. The sporadic sounds of fighting beyond the wall tightened her heart, and she murmured, "It's Shuai Shuai, it must be Shuai Shuai." She had thought to easily open the sealed stone door, but to her surprise, brute force was futile. "Calm down, I must stay calm. There must be a mechanism nearby." As she searched meticulously, the sounds of battle outside grew fiercer, and the ground and walls trembled violently from time to time. Lin'er kept reminding herself to help Shuai Shuai, she had to find the mechanism. Time slipped away, yet she still found nothing. Her mood grew increasingly agitated, and she thrust her cold lightning silver spear into the wall. Crack, crack, crack. So this is how it opens. Without waiting for it to fully open, she rushed out and saw Liu Shuai in a wretched state. "Shuai Shuai, I'm here." Liu Shuai, in a dire condition, thought he was hallucinating when he heard her voice. Turning his head, he saw Lin'er's anxious, pretty face. "Silly girl, didn't I tell you to go alone? Protecting my Shuai Shuai is the greatest motivation for me to live." Touched, Liu Shuai gazed at her deeply before wrapping the iron chain around his blade. "Ugly freak, he'll fight you to the death." Lin'er was almost there. Seeing his reckless move, tears nearly fell from her eyes. A layer of purple electricity surged over her cold lightning silver spear. "It's not time for the ultimate move yet." Liu Shuai's words calmed her down completely. A faint smile appeared on her solemn face. The moment the cold lightning silver spear was thrown, Lin'er retreated to a safe spot. With a horizontal slash of his tang blade, Liu Shuai kicked the tail of the spear, altering its trajectory. Clang, swish. The iron chain barely intercepted the spear, but the tang blade was already at the middle-aged man's throat. With no time to dodge, he used his hand to block. Liu Shuai hesitated briefly, but still poured all his strength into the blade. The special chain hidden beneath the tattered clothes was severed, falling to the ground with a clatter. "Damn it, if I should thank you." The man's aura underwent a drastic change. His eyes, which had some white visible, now turned completely bloodshot, looking extremely eerie. The iron chain spun, crackling loudly nearby. Lin'er finally reached the cold lightning silver spear. With a flick of her jade hand, the spear burst with blinding purple light. The man seemed to detest the light, shielding his face with his elbow during attacks. "They'll lead the attack, you support." He said it deliberately for the enemy to hear, but the man didn't fall for it, pressing Lin'er hard. Liu Shuai tried multiple times to help, but nearly got hit by the lightning-fast iron chain. With no other choice, he temporarily shifted to a supporting role. Lin'er wielded the cold lightning silver spear to its utmost, enveloping the area in dense spear shadows. Over time, the exertion became immense, and gaps appeared in her defensive barrier. The man wasn't in a hurry to finish her. As the iron chain came spinning, he kicked straight at Liu Shuai's dantian. Despite 2 consecutive somersaults, Liu Shuai couldn't fully evade, and his left thigh was grazed by the toe. A burning sensation spread through his body, causing a slight twist of pain on his face. "You dare hurt my Shuai Shuai." Rage surged to Lin'er's head, and the cold lightning silver spear turned entirely purple. With a gentle move of her jade hand, the spear seemed to come alive, targeting the enemy's weaknesses. After several strikes, the man felt like cursing. As time passed, Lin'er's attacks grew sharper, intimidating the man into holding back. Meanwhile, Liu Shuai also joined the fray. Under the dual assault, the man's back and chest were slashed with long wounds. A howl escaped him. His appearance turned ferocious as his limbs touched the ground. Could this thing be a wolf? The thought barely crossed Liu Shuai's mind when the man lunged like a wolf, his sharp claws nearly knocking the tang blade from his hand. Lin'er spun the cold lightning silver spear with both hands. As she neared the enemy, she rotated on the spot, driving the spear tip into his chest like a rapid drill. The rotation was swift, creating a bullseyed hole. "Hiss, even this won't kill him." Fearing for Lin'er, Liu Shuai charged at full speed, slashing horizontally with all his might. At the brink of death, the man blocked with his arm, severing his long nails and right arm. Pale yellow blood splattered on the ground, bubbling and sizzling instantly. Don't let the blood touch you. Liu Shuai regretted shouting immediately. The enemy's solemn face twisted into a sinister grin as he spun around, flinging blood. A large portion of it aimed at Lin'er. Seeing her about to be hit, Liu Shuai ignored his own safety, pulled her into his arms, and turned his back to the threat. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Intense pain shot through his upper body, and Liu Shuai nearly fainted. Gritting his teeth, he pushed Lin'er to safety with difficulty. Shuai, 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 shuai. Tears streamed down Liner's face, and her body trembled with overwhelming emotion. The cold lightning silver spear seemed to sense her fury and sorrow. A bioelectric current twice as strong as before surged into her, jolting her entire body and making her hair stand on end. The aura was terrifying. The man in panic tried to retreat, but found his body unresponsive. Trembling in fear, he crouched there, watching Lin'er approach step by step. Don't come closer. The man's mental defenses crumbled completely, and he cowered like a beaten dog. At the same time, Liu Shuai's extraordinary regenerative ability kicked in. The wounded areas oozed pale yellow fluid and began to close slowly. If you dare hurt my Shuai Shuai, you must be ready to die. The cold lightning silver spear thrust forward. Instead of dodging, the man met it with his head. The spear pierced cleanly through his forehead, but his body suddenly stood up. Fearing for Lin'er, Liu Shuai rushed over and slashed him twice. The upper body was cleaved open, but there was no blood, only a small amount of pale yellow fluid. It seems he's beyond the scope of a zombie. What do we do? He's probably a failed, untested product. If we destroy this place, they might all be eliminated. Let's hope so. As soon as Lin'er spoke, her overwhelming aura vanished and her steps became unsteady. Liu Shuai caught her carefully, knelt down, and let her head rest on his lap. He quickly cut his skin and dripped blood into her mouth, softly calling, "Lin'er, wake up, wake up. Lin'er is so tired. I don't want to get up. Let me sleep a little longer." Her voice was dreamlike. Liu Shuai stroked her hair and said bitterly, "Since the day I met you, I've made you live in fear every day. I swear if we escape, we'll find a place with no people and no zombies, and I'll live a good life with you. All right, Lin'er will stay with you." As she spoke, she hugged him tightly. His first thought was that she was awake, but a careful check showed she was in deep sleep. To avoid disturbing her, he remained half-crouched. After the previous incident in Shadow Mist Town, the common folk no longer trusted the Steel Company and sought ways to escape in small groups. With Tigger and Sanhai fanning the flames, the situation was on the brink of mutiny. The Steel Company, unwilling to clash with them, feigned ignorance. At the highest point of the city tower, Hao Deshang lowered his telescope and asked with a wry face, "Old Company Commander, what do we do now?" Ma Weigua shrugged helplessly and said, "If persuasion fails, we retreat to the town center." Zhulong Shangren sighed and asked, "Should we dismantle the 7-star expulsion formation?" "No need. This is our final ultimatum to them." Everyone fell silent. A soldier hurried over and reported, "Old Company Commander, someone wants to see you." "Who is it?" "Instructor Wu Cheng reporting for duty." Wu Cheng, the legend who held the city for 63 days with just 33 men. Ma Weigua rushed to his side, grasped his hand, and shook it excitedly. "Instructor flatters me. It wasn't my achievement alone. The brothers and the people fought with their lives." With a smile, Wu Cheng's eyes reddened as the brutal defense flashed before his mind. Back then, as a platoon leader patrolling the border, he had accidentally strayed into foreign territory. They intended to return, but the enemy's chaotic forces mistook them for government reinforcements and launched a fierce assault. To survive, they fought relentlessly until they and the government troops were trapped in an isolated city. He led these men to withstand the frenzied attacks of hundreds and successfully held out until rescue arrived. Ma Weigua exchanged a glance with Hao Deshang, who had been trained by him and understood the old commander's thoughts. He frowned and said, "I'm not pouring cold water, but this isn't a fight against an external enemy. I'm afraid you may have no place here." Wu Cheng dares to sign a military pledge. "There are no jokes in the military. If we fail to hold, I'll offer my head." "Very well. From now on, the Steel Company and Bloodthorn are under your command." With that, Ma Weigua tossed his military bayonet to him. Wu Cheng took it and left while a faint smile crept onto Hao Deshang's stern face. "Stop grinning and get moving." "Yes, Old Company Commander." Ma Weigua looked at them, then up at the sky, muttering, "Wu Cheng, I don't know if I'm right to entrust them to you, but I hope you won't let me down." Half a day later, the once turbulent crowd had calmed down and most joined in digging defensive trenches. This outcome nearly infuriated Gluttonous Snake and his men. Upon inquiry, they learned that Wu Cheng had used a special communicator to contact the highest commander. Before everyone, he secured the news holdout for 30 days, and the authorities will send passenger planes for rescue. The people worked day and night, digging a moat 3 meters wide and 5 meters deep around Shadow Mist Town, then filling it with water. Meanwhile, another group, led by Sanhua, used branches and bamboo to craft numerous traps, fortifying the city gates thoroughly. Ma Weigua looked at the impregnable city, and a smile finally graced his tense face. In the temporary command post, Wu Cheng stood at the forefront and ordered Shuizhan, "Go yourself. If they make any move, kill them on the spot." "Yes." Ma Weigua lead Bloodthorn to maintain order in the town, especially watch those unreasonable antis. If they cause trouble, execute them directly. "Yes." How to Shang Go Yufeng Gang each lead a platoon to guard the east, south, and north. Yes. Who will guard the west? The west is the hardest. I'll go myself. Everyone knew that guarding other directions offered a slim chance of survival, but the west meant certain death. Rest assured. Everyone move out now. After they left, Sanhua arrived with a large group of hunters. The commander can't be without soldiers. Wu Cheng patted his shoulder firmly. In the following days, the west gate's inner and outer positions were densely packed with mechanisms and traps. Yitong Express spared no effort setting up over a dozen 7-star expulsion formations there. Just as everything was progressing optimally, the clear sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds suffocating everyone. Notify everyone. No matter how fierce the storm, we hold our positions to the death. The order was passed down, and the garrison soldiers embraced their fate. Crack. Thunder roared as rain poured down in torrents. Wailing. The zombies, agitated by lightning and thunder, charged madly at the 7-star expulsion formation. Open fire. Rat-a-tat. Boom. Boom. Zombies were mowed down in swathes. This is how you take down zombies. So satisfying. A soldier's gun barrel glowed red from continuous firing. Cease fire, everyone. In the apocalypse, weapons were life itself, and no commander would let them become useless. Without fire suppression, the zombies rammed the 7-star expulsion formation with renewed frenzy. Whoosh boom. The artillery shells were devastating, clearing dozens of meters in a couple of shots. Before joy could settle, the rain intensified, pounding against helmets. The east, south, and north gates were safe, but the west was the hardest to defend. Open terrain with scattered rocks of varying sizes. Zombies could bypass the first barrier through them. Hunter brothers show them what hunting means. Sanhua drew his longbow, arrows flying like locusts. Others followed suit, arrows piercing through zombies' foreheads. Well done. Excellent. The west gate was manned by the old and weak with inferior weapons compared to the other gates. To maximize defense, they opted for bows first. Even hunters struggled to hit 7 or 8 out of 10 in such extreme weather. For soldiers unaccustomed to bows, killing 1 or 2 with 10 arrows was a feat. Crack. The first 7-star expulsion formation was riddled with cracks. Yitong Express, his face grim, pressed the detonator. Boom. Rumble. A towering inferno consumed hundreds of zombies. At this rate, the west gate will fall before the rain stops. Do you have a plan? Use the 7-star expulsion formation as bait to cripple them first. Good. Yitong Express nodded to a burly man beside him, who immediately pulled a rope as thick as a baby's arm. The second and third formations were now useless, and zombies surged forward eagerly. 9 stars in a row. Sanhua and several elders shot arrows continuously. Dense volleys sealed off the area, forcing zombies toward the 7-star expulsion formation. Boom. Rumble. Liu Shuai and Lin'er remained unaware of the events unfolding above as they cautiously explored an eerily peculiar chamber. Everyday household objects cluttered the space, and in the farthest corner stood a dusty, neglected bed. Liu Shuai ran his fingers over the table and teapot. Both bore little dust. Frowning faintly, he murmured, "Could it be that whoever lives here never sleeps?" Before the words had fully left his lips, he dashed to the bed and indeed found the dust thinnest in the darkest recess. After silently gesturing for Lin'er to step back, he tapped the spot lightly with his sword scabbard. Boom. A stone door swung open on the left diagonal wall. Inside, darkness reigned, thick and suffocating, and a nauseating stench of decay wafted forth. Liu Shuai nodded grimly and switched on his flashlight. They advanced with extreme caution for nearly 10 minutes until a mural on the wall arrested their attention. Shuai, why does this feel so familiar? I feel it too, but I can't recall where we've seen it before. Lin'er fell into deep thought. The old town. The map of Yingwu Town's old quarter. No wonder it felt so familiar. We saw it before on the ancient map drawn by the 9-Dragon Immortal. Upon closer comparison, they realized discrepancies. Several unmarked passageways now appeared at the mural's center, absent from the original map. It seems the Japanese built this underground base in the greenleaf jungle with utter contingency in mind. If any sector were compromised, this place could be instantly reactivated. No wonder their faces grew increasingly grim. Memorize it. It may yet prove vital. At first glance, the mural seemed unremarkable, yet the more intently they studied it, the richer its hidden information became. Nearly 2 hours passed before each had committed half of it to memory. Shuai, where do we go next? Liu Shuai paused, studied the map again, then pointed to the lower left corner. If this depiction is accurate, this passage will lead us directly there. Lin'er obediently followed behind him. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure had been tracking their every move, never imagining they would stumble upon a chamber even he did not know existed. So the organization still doesn't trust me. He sighed bitterly toward the heavens, then hurried down another corridor toward the same destination, so frantic that he failed to notice 2 concealed mechanisms he brushed past. A stone door slammed shut ahead, just as another sealed behind Liu Shuai and Lin'er. Someone doesn't want us passing through. Then what do? Search. There must be a mechanism nearby to open these doors. Liu Shuai scanned the left wall, Lin'er swept the right. Half an hour elapsed. They combed every inch, yet found no trace of a release mechanism. Our retreat is utterly sealed, and our path forward blocked. What now? Lin'er, after all, was only a young woman, and prolonged confinement in such oppressive silence had begun to fray her nerves. She clutched Liu Shuai's sleeve tightly. Gently he placed a hand on her back and whispered, "Don't worry. We will get out. We will get out." Though her voice sounded steady, her trembling hands betrayed her inner turmoil. Liu Shuai swiftly drew her into his arms and pressed a reassuring kiss to her brow. "Lin'er, breathe deeply. Deep breaths will calm you." After several slow breaths, her restless heart settled somewhat. Yet the moment she lifted her head from his shoulder, her gaze snapped upward to a point 75 degrees above eye level. Shuai. Liu Shuai instantly drew his Tang sword and pivoted toward the spot. "No wonder we couldn't find the mechanism. It's concealed where the naked eye can scarcely perceive it." He estimated the distance, nearly 4 meters high. To reach it they'd need a foothold. Yet the area stood barren, utterly empty, until in a fleeting glance his eyes caught the cold electric silver spear. "Lift me up." Lin'er whirled the spear with full force, unleashing a torrent of potent violet energy that surged upward, lifting Liu Shuai skyward. With deft aerial maneuvering, he closed the gap rapidly. Just as his fingers neared the mechanism, sudden weight dragged at his feet. He drove his Tang sword deep into the wall, used the hilt as a fulcrum, and reached the hidden switch with flawless precision. Boom! The stone door groaned open, and with it came a bizarre, acrid odor. Lin'er immediately spun the cold electric silver spear again. Its unique fragrance swiftly neutralized the stench. As Liu Shuai began descending, a wave of profound dread washed over him. He executed a swift falcon roll midair, driving his Tang sword into the wall at a razor-sharp angle. Drip, drip, tap. Pale yellow liquid struck the floor, erupting into irregular bubbling froth. Sulfuric acid. Not quite. Corpse fluid, that's it. Lin'er swung the spear once more. Its fragrance intensified, and the dripping slowed markedly. "Stay close, we're breaking through." Without waiting for her reply, Liu Shuai held his Tang sword crosswise before his chest and charged forward. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure, alerted by the mechanism's activation, had also discovered an exit and now hastened toward their direction. 10 minutes later, both parties halted simultaneously, then crept forward with muffled steps, tension coiling like a spring. Within 2 minutes, Liu Shuai spotted the figure first and barked, "You won't escape." Face-to-face with a sworn enemy, fury ignited. Neither held back. Their devastating strikes gouged deep, jagged furrows into the cavern walls. The cloaked figure focused most of his attention on Liu Shuai, while Lin'er, seizing the opening, slipped soundlessly behind him. The cold electric silver spear lanced forward, startling the figure into a desperate lurch aside. In that same heartbeat, Liu Shuai unleashed his long-prepared chaotic combat saber, form a blinding tempest of blade shadow, filled the air, ensnaring the vicinity in a dense net of spiraling K-force. To parry the Tang sword meant certain injury from the spear at his flank, yet to block the spear left him defenseless against the lethal web of slashes. Certain dismemberment awaited. In that split-second hesitation, the window for minimal damage vanished. Steeling himself, he contorted his torso, offering his upper side to absorb the spear's impact. At the instant the spear tip grazed his skin, he shifted minutely, just enough to slice only the epidermis. But Lin'er refused to let him evade cleanly. She wrenched the spear downward, carving a fresh bleeding gash stretching from waist to thigh. "Since you force my hand, then let us all perish together." His aura erupted into savage, unhinged turbulence, and the torrent of blood from his wound ceased, as if severed by an invisible blade. "Fall back." Liu Shuai threw himself before Lin'er, his Tang sword a whirlwind of defense. "Fall back. Gaha. Do you truly believe you still have a chance?" From his sleeve emerged a pitch-black, ink-dark object. It snapped onto Lin'er's cold electric silver spear. Before she could react, its other end locked onto Liu Shuai's Tang sword. With both weapons immobilized, the cloaked figure unleashed his full might. One hand, blade sharp and lethal, slashed toward Liu Shuai's throat, while the other stabbed like a viper for Lin'er's jugular. Trapped, they could not parry, so Liu Shuai thrust his scabbard upward to intercept the right fist, while the left-hand blade sliced past his scalp, barely grazing his hair. A single strand drifted softly downward. Liu Shuai had not anticipated the black-clad figure to be so formidable. He gathered all his strength into his right hand, signaling Lin'er with his gaze. She instantly grasped his intention and channeled her power into the cold, lightning silver spear. They hurled their weapons almost simultaneously. Driven by inertia, the black-clad figure staggered back several steps to regain his balance. Liu Shuai promptly pulled Lin'er along and closed in. Without overthinking, the black-clad figure knocked the incoming weapons aside and thrust a sharp right fist toward the duo. A cold, icy smile curled at the corner of Liu Shuai's mouth. He suddenly hoisted Lin'er up and delivered 2 kicks, even more powerful than the attackers, onto his right fist. What you? With your pathetic luck, you'll never find a girlfriend in this lifetime, so of course you have no idea how powerful a coordinated strike can be. I'll kill you. Enraged, the black-clad figure charged recklessly. Liu Shuai's anxious heart finally eased as he wielded Lin'er with both hands, constantly shifting her position. The enraged black-clad figure not only failed to gain any advantage, but also received a kick to the face, causing his black cloth to fall off. On the face of a very ordinary-looking middle-aged man was a dark tattoo, its shape identical to the peculiar petal tattoo Liu Shuai had seen before. A dog from the Eastern Sea. You've hidden yourself well. Liu Shuai's calm words stirred a tempest within his heart. He had been born in China and only his parents and the highest commander knew this closely guarded secret. How could this man in his 20s possibly know? Hesitation clouded his mind, making his attacks less ruthless and granting them many opportunities to strike back. Liu Shuai sensed his immense inner turmoil, and after signaling Lin'er with his eyes, swiftly leaned back. The scabbard shot out swiftly and sharply. Lin'er, using her palm in place of the cold lightning silver spear, thrust straight for his heart. A dual assault. No matter which attack the black-clad figure chose to withstand, it would cost him dearly. Yet he hesitated not a moment, blocking Lin'er's sword-like fingers with his left hand and parrying the scabbard with a high kick. There's something strange about his leg. Liu Shuai, fearing a dirty trick, quickly pulled Lin'er behind him and slashed horizontally with the scabbard. The black-clad figure hurriedly retreated, assuming the starting stance of Muay Thai. Using Lin'er's flowing hair as cover, Liu Shuai whispered, "It'll keep him fully occupied, you find a chance to get the weapons. All right, be careful." Their eyes met in silent communication. Sensing that they had already concocted a plan against him, the black-clad figure attacked with even greater ferocity to avoid being caught off guard. Liu Shuai was more than happy to have all attention on himself. As the scabbard swept horizontally, a peculiar dagger shot toward the opponent's dantian with lightning speed and a tricky angle. It came too fast, and from too awkward an angle. The black-clad figure could only abandon his attack and defend with his thigh. Clang. Adamantine leg guard. No, it must be a prosthetic leg. Liu Shuai stopped targeting the black-clad figure's right leg. Instead, he attacked his wounded armpit simultaneously with both the scabbard and the dagger. After several assaults, he was battered and disheveled. Kid can't find a girlfriend. Want big bro to teach you a few tricks? You. Overwhelmed with rage, a sweet taste rose in the black-clad figure's throat, and he spat out a mouthful of rebellious blood. Haha, in this day and age, someone actually vomits blood from being unable to find a girlfriend. Admirable, truly admirable. Liu Shuai grinned lewdly. Concealed by the scabbard, his right hand suddenly thrust toward the man's throat. Just as it was about to hit, the black-clad figure caught the dagger. As blood spurted, he twisted hard to the left, wrenching the dagger from Liu Shuai's hand. Tiska, ruthless one. The worst is yet to come. The black-clad figure yanked out the dagger, and the moment he threw it, charged at Liu Shuai. Catching it with his left hand, he swiftly slashed horizontally. It came too fast to dodge, and scathed would expose Lin'er to his attack. He raised the scabbard to meet the dagger heat in. A long trail of sparks erupted. At the same time, Lin'er freed the cold lightning silver spear and the Tang Saber from their restraints. To prevent the black-clad figure from seizing her special weapons, she flicked them away with the tip of her spear. He was now caught in a dilemma. Attacking Liu Shuai meant losing his weapon forever, yet pursuing his weapon might forfeit a chance to gravely wound his opponent. The black-clad figure was truly a ruthless character. He not only abandoned his weapon, but also sacrificed his right shoulder in exchange for Liu Shuai's life. Liu Shuai quickly withdrew the scabbard to defend, thinking, "Do you take me for a fool?" The dagger slid along the scabbard, nearing his throat, but the cold lightning silver spear arrived first. Clang. Crack. Now what will you fight us with? The black-clad figure's face darkened ominously. With a furious roar, his upper garment instantly shattered. Damn, half-human, half-machine. No wonder he's so hard to kill. You know too much. You must die. As his words fell, 2 small holes opened on his shoulders, and 2 miniature gun barrels extended out. Damn. Liu Shuai instantly pulled Lin'er and dashed far away. Rat-a-tat. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bullets rained down like a storm for a while. Unloved pig, out of bullets are you? Liu Shuai pointed the Tang Saber at him with a half-smile. Enraged that even his ultimate trump card had failed to kill them, the black-clad figure roared twice. Just as he prepared to use his alloy leg against them, the cold lightning silver spear pierced it. A powerful purple bioelectric current surged from the spear, instantly paralyzing the black-clad figure. As Liu Shuai charged forward wielding the Tang Saber, a shark demon eagle pistol appeared in his left hand. Hell, outsneak you yet. He pulled the trigger. Bang. Bang bang. All 3 shots hit the target's head. The black-clad figure collapsed limply to the ground, but a red warning light flashed on his body. He's going to explode? Run. Liu Shuai, with no time to think, hoisted Lin'er onto his shoulder and bolted outside. Her panicked heart instantly calmed. A smile graced her lips as she wrapped her arms around his. After sprinting for about half a minute, a tremendous explosion erupted behind them. Expecting the surroundings to collapse, only some dust fell, and then all was still. It seems this place was reinforced with special materials. Lin'er's words trailed off as she realized she was still on his shoulder. Blushing with shame, she asked him to put her down. Having fought continuously and then sprinted at full speed, Liu Shuai was nearly spent. As he set her down, his hands and elbows inevitably brushed against places they shouldn't. A strange sensation stirred within Lin'er, and she dared not look up at him. The atmosphere grew awkward. Neither knew how to break the silence, so they simply sat quietly in place. A few minutes later, an indistinct cry came from the deepest part of the passage. Liu Shuai and Lin'er both stood up on guard, staring in that direction. The more they strained to hear, the more muffled it became. Yet one thing was certain, the sound was not made by the living. Lin'er, if I'm not mistaken, there's a greater danger ahead. We're severely exhausted. Oh, let's rest before going on. Whatever Shuai says. With that, she wrapped her arms around his and closed her eyes. Liu Shuai could only shift slightly to let her rest more comfortably. But the young girl found it uncomfortable. She smacked her lips and hugged his right arm tightly. Meanwhile, on the battlefield at the west gate of Yingwu town, the situation was exceptionally dire, with the defenders suffering heavy casualties. The words of Wu Cheng weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. These people had only recently been resisting the zombies, and now they had to use the most brutal method to ensure their corpses were obliterated. For the sake of more lives, we must all harden our hearts. The words of Master Jiulong dispelled most people's doubts as they took turns to cover each other while collecting the bodies of the fallen. Once more than 5 bodies were piled up, someone would place a high-explosive device among them. Boom, boom. After several explosions, everyone became numb, fiercely slashing at the swarm of zombies. Fall back to the trenches, fall back to the trenches. The reason Wu Cheng paid such a heavy price was to perfect the last line of defense. The zombies that fell in would struggle for only a moment before sinking into the water. It temporarily held the zombies back, and Wu Cheng urged those who were exhausted to rest, yet he dragged his weary body to transport ammunition. His actions inspired San Hua and others. After a loud shout, they all joined the line to move supplies. The other 3 gates had already pushed back the zombies, and the 7 Stars Exorcism Array kept them at bay. Ma Weigua and the Blood Warriors were also exhausted, yet they did not dare to delay and rushed straight to the west gate position. As they passed through the center of the town, a few sneaky figures caught their attention. "Captain, there's no time to waste with them. Rescuing the west gate is our top priority." Shuai is right, ignore them. The Blood Warriors quickened their pace. Soon the grim scene at the west gate came into view, and several of them clenched their fists tightly, their eyes turning blood red. "Damn traitor. Once I catch him, I'll make him suffer 1,000 cuts just to ease my heart." The mountain cat, Zhou Zhong, punched the wall, tears streaming uncontrollably. Others felt similarly, but forced themselves to hold back tears. "You guys are here." Before Wu Cheng could finish speaking, he collapsed. Ma Weigua quickly supported him and shouted, "Wu Cheng, Wu Cheng." He slowly regained consciousness, revealing a row of pristine white teeth, and spoke in a faint voice, "We managed to hold on." "Yes, we held on. Wu Cheng, you have once again created a legend of defense." With fewer than 500 defenders, we held against the tidal wave of zombies, losing only nearly 200 men. "Woo, I'd rather not have this legend." Wu Cheng thought of the soldiers whose bones had turned to dust, and his heart bled. Everyone's spirits were low as they rested against the city wall. Half an hour passed when the retreating zombies suddenly went berserk, recklessly charging towards the 7 Stars Exorcism Array. The first wave of zombies was repelled back into the following horde. The crazed zombies even attacked each other. Soon more charged towards the 7 Stars Exorcism Array and were similarly pushed back. "Snipe those larger ones. Blood Warriors, follow my orders and snipe the big ones." Everyone quickly searched for the best sniping positions, and a barrage of gunfire erupted. Particularly with the 2 heavy cannons, their lethality was most overwhelming. As the large zombies were shredded, nearly 10 others in the same line would also be taken down. "If we had more of these, we wouldn't be afraid of these zombies." Master Jiulong lamented, while Ma Weigua could only smile bitterly. For these 2 heavy cannons, 1 member of the Blood Warriors was dead and another injured. "Conserve ammunition." Everyone was so blinded by rage that they couldn't stop until an entire magazine was emptied, at which point Ma Weigua had to wake them one by one. With fewer large zombies, the ordinary-sized ones could not breach the 7 Stars Exorcism Array. "You few come with me." "Master, what are you going to do?" "Repair the 7 Stars Exorcism Array." San Hua led a few of the strongest hunters to follow him. Cover, cover. The people on the city tower had opened fire fully before the zombies could even approach within 20 meters of the 7 Stars Exorcism Array. They had been turned into sieves. Master Jiulong knew time was precious and dared not delay. Upon entering the 7 Stars Exorcism Array, he took out the compass. "The Kaming Star is under the most severe attack. Let's repair that first." "Yes." San Hua and the others set up several similar formations, already knowing how to repair it. As the flag was planted, a large amount of special sand quickly filled the tiny holes. Buzz. Minor repairs to the Tianji Star. Commands were issued and the lightly damaged array was fully restored. "Hunters, follow me." San Hua rushed to the entrance of the 7 Stars Exorcism Array, where a row of arrows was already drawn on the longbow. Whoosh, whoosh. They accurately struck the heads of the zombies. "This method is good. Blood Warriors, follow me." Ma Weigua charged at the front, suddenly stopping at the edge of the formation. Lightly equipped. Everyone put down their modern weapons and heavy belongings, taking only a zombie-cutting knife and a handgun for emergencies. They charged forward while San Hua and others provided cover, quickly causing the zombies to be sliced apart. No one expected that their actions would provoke a large number of zombies, and the zombies from the other 3 gates began to move towards them. The news was conveyed by the commander at the 3 gates, and Ma Weigua immediately adjusted the deployment. "You provide cover, we will set up a trap array." San Hua did not respond, but stood up with a serious expression, shooting the last arrows using the 9 stars in a row technique. As he finished with the arrows, he shouted loudly and charged into the enemy horde with his zombie-cutting knife. "Move faster. We can't hold out for long. Speed up." The people on the city tower were all sweating for them. As time passed, the trap array was completed, but San Hua and others were trapped by the zombies. Shuai and others intended to rush in to save them, but Bai Pao Feng shouted, "Go back and get your gear to save them." As they rushed over, the fake Feng Tianhua halberd appeared in their hands, and before they could get close, several zombies were already cut down. Like a fierce tiger entering a flock of sheep, they charged through clearing an escape route. Hurry up and go. Song Feng swung the fake Fong Tianhua halberd like a war god, and any zombie daring to approach within 3 meters of him was instantly slain. So strong. Sanwide always admired him, and seeing such a magnificent scene today his eyes sparkled. Don't dawdle, hurry up and go. Returning to his senses, Sanhua slashed down a zombie that approached his companion and sprinted back with all his might. Meanwhile, Ma Weigua and others had already donned their gear, and the dense gunfire expanded the escape route. A group of people having escaped with some fear, but no danger returned to the 7 Stars Exorcism Array, all revealing smiles of relief. Here, use this. An elder defending the city approached them carrying a large pile of bottles. Grandpa, what's this? Oil bottles. Everyone quickly accepted them, each taking several before rushing outside. Crack. Boom. Flames burst forth, quickly igniting the tattered clothing of nearby zombies. The surrounding temperature soared, and the zombies closest to the burning point were ignited directly. Several hours later, Liu Shuai and Lin'er had recovered their strength. Yet when they rose, their legs gave way beneath them. Their bodies staggered several times before they finally collapsed, unable to maintain their footing. Liu Shuai propped himself up with his hands, but his lower body felt utterly devoid of strength. Could we have been poisoned? After a thorough examination, they found nothing amiss. I can't find any sign of poisoning either. What in the world is happening? Uncertainty breeds the deepest fear. Though Lin'er had faced countless life-and-death situations, she had never felt so helpless. A glimmer of tears sparkled in her beautiful eyes. Liu Shuai's heart was far from calm. After taking a few deep breaths of the cold air, his mind finally steadied. Could it be this? He inhaled 2 more mouthfuls, forcing the air to linger in his lungs. After 5 seconds, a tickling sensation arose in his lungs. He strained to suppress the urge to cough. Over 20 seconds later, he could no longer hold it back and erupted into violent coughing. Opening his palm, he discovered traces of blood. Shocked, he exclaimed, "It really is the air." Having found the root cause, a faint smile crept across Liu Shuai's grim face. He cut his arm and swallowed a mouthful of his own blood. "Lin'er, open your mouth." The blood flowed down her throat, and gradually strength returned to her lower body. "It's a good thing your blood can neutralize the poison, or would surely have died here." Lin'er, recalling her earlier helplessness, still trembled with lingering fear. Liu Shuai felt the same, but he dared not let it show. Throughout their journey, he kept comforting her. As time passed, Lin'er no longer resisted the situation, and their pace quickened considerably. Before long, they arrived at a spacious area. Aside from a half-meter-high stone platform at the farthest end, the place was completely bare. First, release the fragrance from the cold, lightning silver spear. Lin'er followed his instruction. Drip, drip, drip. Both of them had grown paranoid about the spear, watching their surroundings warily, yet nothing seemed amiss nearby. After a long period of anxious vigilance, they gradually let down their guard. As they drew closer, they noticed many characters carved into the center of the platform. It was severely weathered, the words nearly illegible, but the largest symbol, a flag of the rising sun, was unmistakably clear. The Japanese have never abandoned their ambition to destroy China. If I ever set foot in Japan, it'll make them pay in blood. Liu Shuai clenched his fists until they cracked, his eyes bloodshot, his expression ferocious. Take Lin'er with you. All right. The characters on the platform were mostly unreadable, but from the few remaining fragments they gleaned a crucial piece of information: corpse research. Liu Shuai had already envisioned the worst. He turned and spoke earnestly. "Lin'er, we might die soon. Are you afraid?" "With Shuai here, I'm not afraid." He pulled her into his arms and sealed her lips with a kiss. After a long while, Liu Shuai released Lin'er, who had already fallen asleep. He gently laid her on the ground and said, "Knowing this is a path to certain death, how could I let you die with me?" Clang. He thrust the cold lightning silver spear into the ground beside her. "I know you can hear me. Protect her." A violet glow illuminated the spear's shaft. Liu Shuai patted the spear in satisfaction, then picked up his tang blade and approached the narrow doorway. After taking a deep breath, he slashed at it. The decayed iron door collapsed instantly. The interior was dim, but with the light of his flashlight, he could roughly discern a large guard room. Inside, 2 locked iron doors stood nearby. Let's check the left one first. The moment he opened the door, a suffocating stench rushed out. It took a long time to adjust. As soon as he set his foot down, the faint sound of leather shoes stepping on concrete echoed. Liu Shuai jerked his foot back, and the sound ceased. He tried again, and as expected, the sound returned. What kind of trickery is this? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind, but he pressed on, steeling himself. As the footsteps grew louder, other strange noises joined in. Whoa. He shone the flashlight at the 230 direction where a dried corpse with a horrifically twisted expression lay. Patting his pounding heart, he continued forward. Squeak, squeak. From the source of the sound, 2 rats as large as cats scurried out. They charged straight at him. Liu Shuai quickly retreated, tucking the flashlight into his coat pocket, and swung the tang blade wildly. The rats showed no fear, charging headlong into the blade. He managed to sever one rat's claw, while the other missed his arm by a hair's breadth. Zombie rats. He was all too familiar with these creatures. Though the rats' bodies had shriveled into dried meat, their wide, unblinking white eyes instantly gave them away. He flipped the tang blade and slashed out 3 arcs horizontally. The zombie rat couldn't dodge in time and was cleaved in 2. Squeak. The severed rat didn't die, though instead it frantically tried to burrow into Liu Shuai's pant leg. He leaped up, and the rat missed. With an shaped slash of the tang blade, the mutilated rat was finally destroyed. Just as Liu Shuai's tension eased slightly, the other zombie rat lunged at him with claws and teeth. The distance was too close to fully evade. In desperation, he twisted his body to a 45-degree angle and struck back with the tang blade. Rip! The moment the zombie rat was cleaved, a faint tremor shook the ground beneath him. As the trembling grew, the chilling roars of zombies rose incessantly. Damn, I've stumbled into a zombie nest. Liu Shuai swung the tang blade as he retreated. By the time he reached the doorway, the zombies at the far end had risen from the ground, moving with agonizing slowness toward the entrance. They haven't fully recovered yet. I need to kill them quickly. The thought flashed through his mind as the tang blade and the shark demon eagle appeared in his hands. Thump crash. The zombies fell one by one, and few remained nearby. After dispatching the last ones with the tang blade, he spotted a massive door behind them from which came periodic pounding sounds. Minutes later, the wall could no longer bear the strain and collapsed with a roar. Zombies in bizarre attire surged forth like a tidal wave. Holy shit. Their numbers were overwhelming, impossible to handle. He had no choice but to temporarily fall back to the doorway. The space was narrow enough for one person to barely hold the line. After continuous slaughter, a pile of zombie remains accumulated nearby. Any zombie trying to reach him had to crawl over the heap. This gave Liu Shuai more time to cut them down. My arms are so sore. Who told you to be a hero? The cold lightning silver spear pierced through 3 zombies in a row, and Lin'er's frosty face appeared. Lin'er's left hand smacked him on the head as she scolded, "If you ever do this again, I'll never speak to you. Never again, I promise." Though Liu Shuai was apologizing, his tang blade danced faster than ever, the zombies falling at 3 times the previous rate. If the zombies could speak, they'd surely curse. You two have your quarrels, but don't take it out on us. Although the zombie losses were heavy, their sheer numbers overwhelmed them. Liu Shuai and Lin'er were both exhausted to the point of collapse, yet they still couldn't seal off the narrow passage. They'll hold them off first. You cut down the wall quickly. Lin'er was stunned for a moment, then swung her cold lightning silver spear to attack the nearby walls. The stones were heavily weathered, and after just a few strikes they collapsed inward. Amid a thunderous roar, Liu Shuai pulled Lin'er and fled into the distance. Just as the rubble fell, a fallen zombie, by sheer coincidence, grabbed onto a hidden iron chain. Click clack clack. The sound of gears grew louder as a massive door slowly rose. A rancid, icy, and malevolent aura seeped out, and the withered bodies of the zombies began to rapidly regenerate. A chorus of mournful wails came from all directions. Lin'er, we've really stirred up a hornet's nest. Though fear gnawed at her heart, she didn't want Liu Shuai to notice. She replied disdainfully, what's there to fear? We'll just kill them all. Liu Shuai knew she was putting on a brave front. Smiling, he praised her and planted a firm kiss on her cheek. The reassuring kiss indeed calmed her frightened heart. Meanwhile, the zombies had become frenzied, relentlessly pounding against the rubble. It'll take them at least 2 or 3 minutes to get through. Let's catch our breath. The two adjusted themselves continuously. A roar, then a crash. The stones shattered, and the zombies came tumbling over in a wave. Fortunately, the area was narrow, so they only had to deal with 3 or 4 at a time, making the physical drain negligible for now. Bang! A bullet whizzed past Liu Shuai's ear. Watch out for those soldier zombies with guns. The warning only made Lin'er panic. She recklessly threw herself in front of him. As soon as Liu Shuai pulled her behind him, the zombies would swarm close again. This cycle repeated, draining both their stamina heavily. Looks like we're really going to die here. Liu Shuai decapitated a nearby zombie, but a glimpse of the cold lightning silver spear sparked a glimmer of hope. He shouted, activate it. Use the bioelectric current to restore yourself. Lin'er did as told, but it remained unresponsive. Useless piece of junk. Fails when it matters most. Anger was futile. She could only use it to help Liu Shuai out of danger. Liu Shuai, haunted by the thought of dying from exhaustion, grew more frantic, cursing as he swung his Tang Saber. As he cut down a small zombie, Zhao Xiaoying's exquisite face flashed before his eyes. How could I forget you? After 2 swift strikes drove the zombies back, he opened the system interface. After a long search, a label called Item List caught his attention. Hold on, Lin'er. She hummed in acknowledgement and wielded the cold lightning silver spear with all her might. Liu Shuai quickly opened the list and found only 1 item. Without caring whether it was as effective as described, he frantically tapped the exchange button. A handful of strange little bottles appeared in his hand. Without a second glance, he downed 2 of them. A liquid like mineral water flowed into his body, and a warm current rose in his abdomen. It surged through his body, instantly relieving his overworked muscles. Such miraculous medicine. As he marveled, Lin'er let out a piercing scream. Liu Shuai's smiling face turned icy in an instant. His Tang Saber, swift as lightning, cleaved 2 zombies. Drink this. Lin'er never questioned his words and swallowed 3 bottles. It hurt so much. She was drenched in sweat, her exposed skin turning blood red, and her right hand could no longer grip the cold lightning silver spear. Liu Shuai rushed to her side. The moment his hand touched her skin, a scorching heat seared him. What do I do? What do I do? As the thought repeated in his mind, he suddenly remembered his blood was special. He slashed his arm open. Blood flowed down his arm onto her hand, and the burning sensation quickly subsided. Seeing hope, Liu Shuai shook his wounded arm vigorously to speed up the blood flow. Lin'er's exposed skin was now covered in blood, and her body temperature rapidly returned to normal. Meanwhile, splattered blood landed on distant zombies. They licked it up greedily, letting out joyful cries. After a dozen cries, a cracking sound came from the backs of the withered zombies. Iridescent white bone spurs began to protrude from their muscles. They grew at an astonishing speed, reaching about a meter in length within half a minute. As these zombies moved forward, the withered ones quickly made way. They were closing in rapidly. Liu Shuai dared not move his bleeding hand, so he could only swing his Tang Saber. Hurry, hurry, he prayed silently. Lin'er saw everything, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes. A strange, unprecedented aura surged into the cold, lightning silver spear. A pale purple glow grew brighter, turning the vicinity into a sea of purple. With a sharp cry, Lin'er gripped the spear's handle. It struck like a dragon emerging from its lair, slaying any zombie that dared approach. Holy crap! Zombies within 2 meters were killed in a single strike. Lin'er turned and smiled at him, then wielded her spear even faster. A fierce gale blew the shorter zombies onto the larger ones. The bone-spurred zombie slapped them into chunks. That's a good trick. Liu Shuai tried to imitate her, but his Tang Saber was too short to create much wind, so he had to give up with a wry smile. Lin'er, on the other hand, only grew stronger. The gale intensified, and except for the bone-spurred zombies, none could get through. Conserve your strength. Liu Shuai's words snapped her back to reality. She slowed her swings, and the zombies surged forward eagerly. My turn. The Tang Saber swung horizontally, severing the necks of 2 approaching zombies. Before the next wave could close in, he switched to a diagonal slash, cleaving 5 zombies in 2. The more he used the Tang Saber, the deeper his understanding grew. Sometimes he could barely achieve a state where the blade moved with his will. My Shuai is truly a genius. He shouldn't Lin'er give me some encouragement. Liu Shuai leered at her with a sly grin. Lin'er didn't catch on at first, but once she understood his implication, she blushed and scolded, shameless. Liu Shuai cracked the joke to ease their tension. With his goal achieved, his attacks grew even more ruthless. The fallen zombies became obstacles. For the ones behind to get through, they had to trample over their bodies. This was exactly what Liu Shuai was waiting for. He aimed his Tang Saber at their legs, and the ones that fell were crushed to death by the surging tide of zombies. Fighting all the way, they finally retreated to the edge of the narrowest point. Take a rest, or I've got this. Without waiting for a reply, Lin'er swung the cold lightning silver spear to its fullest. Zombies that had barely crawled over the remains were instantly impaled. Once Liu Shuai confirmed there was no danger, he quickly downed a bottle of the special potion. He leaned against the wall with half-closed eyes, recovering his nearly depleted strength. By this time, the defenders at the west gate were utterly exhausted, but fortunately reinforcements from the other 3 gates had arrived to relieve them. Hao Deshang was relieved from his post. Approaching Ma Weigua, he furrowed his brow and said, Old Company Commander, if this continues, not only will the west gate fall, but the other 3 gates will be lost as well. Do you think I'm unaware of that? Sai, all we can do is hope those lunatics delay their attack a little longer. Upon hearing this, the faces of those present were etched with bitter smiles. In the great hall of a civilian residence north of the town, Greedy Snake sat at the central seat, while Sanhei Taotaio, Hu, and Bozili stood below him. Brothers, the great day we've been waiting for has finally arrived. Are you happy? Happy, happy, happy. Greedy Snake sprang to his feet, speaking with fervent excitement. The men in black have promised me. Once Shidauma's town is taken, the wealth and women here will all be ours. A roar of cheers erupted. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man's eyes flickered with a fleeting trace of fear before he stealthily edged sideways. He moved with such subtlety and lightness that those around him noticed nothing amiss. As time passed, he finally drew near the door. Taking a deep breath of the cold air, he bolted straight out of the house. The others were still immersed in their greedy excitement. By the time they reacted, the middle-aged man had already vanished. After him. We can't let him leak the news. Their minds consumed by visions of gold, silver, jewels, and beautiful women, they could not bear to see it all slip away. In a fury, they charged out of the house. The middle-aged man was quite skilled. He had already dashed into an alleyway. Just 2 low walls away, he would successfully shake off his pursuers. Sanhei and his men considered opening fire, but caught sight of civilians watching. They had to holster their weapons. The brief delay allowed the middle-aged man to widen the gap once more. Traitor, where do you think you're going? Everyone echoed Taotaio Hu's words. This pretense made it awkward for any onlookers to intervene. Just as some were considering whether to report the matter to Ma Weigua and his men, a sharp pain pierced their necks. Several passers-by clutched their throats, blood gushing wildly. Their eyes wide with shock, they slowly collapsed into pools of blood. Meanwhile, those farther away who witnessed the scene were terrified, slamming doors and windows shut, trembling in the shadows. The middle-aged man was nearly caught. Making a desperate decision, he drew his gun and fired wildly. Rat-a-tat-tat. The dense gunfire carried far. Bian Shuang and Zhuer, who had been lurking nearby, called out softly, "Over here." The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, then, without a second thought, dashed toward them. What's happening? They're about to make their move against you. Go with him. Leave the tales to us. The Qilin ribbon at Bian Shuang's waist was already in her hand. With a flourish, she created a 3-meter radius where no enemy could approach. Zhuer wielded an iron fan. It seemed light and harmless, yet those struck by it were either dead or gravely wounded. The pursuers were caught off guard. Falling back, they muttered, "Where did these two madwomen come from?" Madwomen. Junor's brow furrowed, her expression darkening. She snapped the iron fan fully open, and a row of 10-centimeter double-edged blades sprang from the ribs. Her slightly angry face was not at all unattractive. Instead, it stirred a maddening urge to rush forward and protect her. Each sway of her supple waist sent a rush of blood to their heads. So beautiful. Enchantress. A real enchantress. Before the words faded, the iron fan swept across their throats. Gurgle. Oh. Only when they felt suffocation did they realize what had happened. They stared in terror at the peerless seductress before them, their faces a mask of disbelief. Bang. Rat-a-tat-tat. Watch out. Bien Shuang shouted, whirling the Qilin ribbon to its fullest extent, deflecting 2 bullets aimed at Zhuor. Junor's face, already dark with anger, grew even fiercer. She laid the open fan flat on her left palm and struck the ribs with full force using her right hand. A dozen silver needles as fine as ox hair shot toward the enemy with lightning speed. They froze in place before they could even cry out. At the same time, the Qilin ribbon lashed across their bodies. They all fell almost simultaneously. With their group completely wiped out, Sanhei and the others snapped back to reality from their excitement. Enraged, they bellowed. "Since they've seen through us, there's no need to hide any longer. Fire the signal flares." Whoosh. 3 green signal flares shot into the sky. Kill. From positions near all 4 gates, a horde of masked men surged forth simultaneously. They slaughtered everyone in sight and set fire to every building. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Ma Weiguo and Hao Deshang scrambled to rally their troops for a counterattack. Are these men or ghosts? No matter how many we hit, they just won't fall. Try aiming for the head. 2 sharpshooters blew the heads off the front line, yet their bodies continued to advance. What? What is this? A chill ran down everyone's spine. They forgot even basic tactical maneuvers, and in an instant suffered heavy losses. 9 Dragons ascetic, who had been observing since the enemy appeared, noticed that these figures were much taller than ordinary men. He also observed that their upper bodies and legs moved with an unnatural coordination. A bold hypothesis formed in his mind. Aim for the belly. Without a second thought, everyone fired at that spot. Oh! Screams rang out. 3 of the front line fell, and the rest quickly scrambled for cover behind obstacles. They're wearing dummies made of special material. But to breathe, their mouths and noses can't be sealed. That's their greatest weakness. Ma Weiguo and Hao Deshang gave him an admiring thumbs up. Damn! Before the word had even died, Ma Weiguo grabbed his communicator and shouted, "Their weakness is the belly. The belly." Alerted, the other 3 gates also took down several enemies. Instantly, the attackers took cover and engaged in a stalemate. The intense gunfire within the town inadvertently agitated the zombies outside. The horde that had been repelled by the 7-star expulsion array surged toward the town once more. The grand formation grew increasingly unstable. The defenders had to divert some of their forces to fight the zombies. This halved their firepower, and they were instantly pinned down by the enemy. Calling old company commander. Calling old company commander. Ma Weiguo heard the urgent call. He had just answered with a single word, "Here." When the voice on the other end continued, "If we want to hold Shedauma's town, we need the help of every citizen. I can only try." He tuned the communicator to the public address frequency and shouted, "Men and women of Shedauma's town, the moment of life and death is upon us. If you don't want to become zombie food, take up your weapons and fight them to the death." The rallying cry was effective. Many men grabbed cleavers, steel pipes, long ladles, and other weapons, rushing toward the 4 gates. They still needed time to reach the city walls, but the attacking forces were growing anxious, accelerating their assault. The soldiers were pinned down by a hail of bullets, barely able to offer token resistance. "Hold the line. Hold the line. Victory will be ours." A severely wounded soldier shouted as he clutched a bundle of high explosives and charged toward the enemy. "Cover him! Cover him!" As the dying man collapsed in a pool of blood, everyone's eyes turned bloodshot. A towering wave of murderous intent surged into the sky. While the 4 gates remained locked in fierce combat, Zhang Jiao and Yang Yang stealthily infiltrated the lair of the serpent greed, uncovering copious evidence of collusion with the Dongying forces. Calling Commander Liu. Calling Commander Liu. He was overwhelmed, utterly unable to respond. Fortunately, Lin'er temporarily assumed command in his stead. "What is it?" "They've launched their assault ahead of schedule, and worse, they're conspiring with the Dongying. Their aim to transform the entire Yingwu town into a zombie breeding ground. Damn it. I'll skin you alive if I ever get my hands on you. No more talk. How long until you return?" "Unknown. The underground base teems with zombies. Endless, relentless. Then we can't rely on you. Stay vigilant. You two take care. I'll lead the martial arts hall's juniors into battle first." "Understood. We'll be careful too." As Zhang Jiao severed the connection on the specialized comms device, her gaze locked unblinkingly onto Yang Yang. "Senior sister, why are you staring at me? In the battles ahead, death may well claim us. Are you afraid?" "Yes, I am. Yet Yang Yang will fight, breath by breath, until his last." Gazing into her unwavering eyes, Zhang Jiao nodded in quiet approval, then pulled her into a firm embrace and commanded, "Follow me." The pair moved swiftly, vanishing into the alleyways within moments. Meanwhile, Bian Shuang and Zhu Air extracted another critical intelligence from the rescued captive. The serpent greed had planted high-yield explosives across numerous locations. Upon receiving the report, Ma Weigua immediately ordered the Bloodthorn unit to withdraw from combat. The West Gate was already under crushing pressure, and now deprived of Bloodthorn's support, the defenders fought with even greater strain. Fortunately, Ma Weigua's prowess was extraordinary, just enough to hold the enemy at bay. You have 1 hour. Regardless of whether you succeed in disabling the explosives, fall back to the town center. But, no buts. Shuai cast a complex glance toward the West Gate front lines, then signaled the team with a sharp, silent gesture: scatter and search. Shan Mao and Tu Jiao, veteran special operatives, outperformed Nighthawk and the others in detecting concealed objects. Within 10 minutes, they'd already located several hidden caches. By contrast, Zhang Feng, the legendary white robe who turns back 10,000 troops, had found not a single one. Frustrated, he slammed his counterfeit sky-piercing halberd against the wall. Boom. At the moment of collapse, a nearly invisible stone door materialized where the wall had stood. Cautiously scanning the area, he uncovered iron chains, rotted nearly to rust-gray ash. Do you truly believe such a thing could impede me? With meticulous precision, he coiled the brittle chain around the twin blades of his counterfeit sky-piercing halberd, then began to retreat slowly. When resistance became absolute, he lunged backward with full force. The chain snapped instantly. Click, click, click. As the stone door groaned open, an ancient time-forgotten aura washed over him, so profound it seemed to erase the very memory of time. I'm heading to the west main gate, 7 o'clock position. Before anyone could reply, Zhang Feng dashed straight inside. The Bloodthorn operatives barely registered the message, until the appointed hour drew near and unease finally took root. This is no time for recklessness. Fall back to the town center immediately. But, we must trust our ninth brother. He is the white robe who turns back 10,000 troops. What foe could possibly stand against him? Dongbeihu. Shan Long's words dispelled all hesitation. The unit surged forward, full speed, to the town's council hall. Elsewhere, Zhang Feng, the white robe, had already descended underground. Darkness swallowed all, only his tactical flashlight pierced the void. To ensure absolute safety, he holstered his counterfeit sky-piercing halberd and switched to an infrared-aimed rifle. He advanced cautiously, when from far off agonized shrieks echoed intermittently through the blackness. Zombies. His thoughts flew instantly to Commander Liu and Lin'er. He quickened his pace. Just as he neared the passages, a grotesque corpse-like figure erupted from the left flank, its visage so horrifying that he fired 3 rapid shots without pause. Peril lurks everywhere. Caution is paramount. He proceeded with extreme vigilance. From deep within, the screams grew clearer, punctuated now by furious male roars. It's Commander Liu. Zhang Feng accelerated to his utmost. Yet upon reaching the source of the sound, he found no one. Forcing calm, he traced the cries to a ventilation shaft. There must be a secret passage. There has to be. He drew several slow, icy breaths, his racing pulse gradually steadying. Then, 65 degrees caught his eye. His counterfeit sky-piercing halberd shot forth, piercing the spot cleanly. Who's there? It's me, Zhang Feng. Both Commander Liu and Lin'er were near collapse, but upon confirming his identity, faint, weary smiles lifted their lips. Rat-a-tat. Frontline zombies couldn't yet close the gap. Finally, he and Lin'er seized the chance to ease their exhaustion. Hold the line for a moment. We need to rest. Once his magazine emptied, Zhang Feng whirled his counterfeit sky-piercing halberd. Any zombie daring to approach met either death or grievous wound. Soon after, Commander Liu recovered roughly 2/5 of his strength. He charged forward, slashing his Tang sword as he called out, "How fares the battle above?" Grave indeed. The serpent greed has buried high-yield explosives throughout the town. If detonated, Yingwu town will become little more than rubble. Yet you show no sign of urgency. You must already have a solution. The Bloodthorn unit is fully deployed. The explosives have been neutralized. Zhang Feng's smug expression vanished, replaced by stark dismay. My sector hasn't been cleared yet. Don't blame yourself. They'll intervene in time. As a seasoned operative, Zhang Feng knew better than anyone the consequences, and with crisis mounting, there was no room for hesitation. Zombies surged ceaselessly. After over a dozen assaults, his stamina waned dangerously. He retreated momentarily to regroup. Commander Liu reached for a vial of stamina-restoring fluid, then glancing at Lin'er's haggard state, withdrew his hand. How many zombies dwell within this place? Who knows? His Tang sword slashed without pause. Corpses piled high around him, narrowing the zombies' attack corridor to a sliver. Now continuous strikes were unnecessary. Only occasional precise cuts sufficed. Time slipped by. Habitually, Commander Liu swung once more, felt no resistance, glanced down and realized the blade had cleaved empty air. The last zombie lay slain. Huff, huff, huff. At last, they're all gone. Are you certain? Following Zhang Feng's pointed gaze, he spotted, far beyond the range of ordinary sight, 2 crimson eyes burning in the dark. If it refuses to emerge, we need not rush in. Let us rotate, rest, then strike together, fully restored. Zhang Feng and Lin'er slowly closed their eyes. Commander Liu, however, kept drinking stamina-restoring fluid, steadily, relentlessly. Within 10 minutes, he was wholly revitalized. Silently rousing Lin'er, he slipped inside alone. Everywhere, shattered limbs, dismembered torsos. The stench rose thick and nauseating, nearly overwhelming him. Yet the farther he advanced, the fainter the reek grew. At the corridor's midpoint, the odor vanished entirely, replaced by a strange, cloying fragrance. Wary of treachery, he covered his mouth and nose, then retrieved a gas mask from his chest pouch and donned it. Damn, it doesn't filter this. Stowing it away, he crept forward with heightened caution. Clang. Who's there? He scanned the surroundings, nothing amiss. And those blood-red eyes? Gone, utterly erased from sight. The battle at the four gates raged fiercely, yet Tan Shi and his companions appeared at the northern cemetery. A place unlike any other. Each grave bore a towering stele, and every mound was constructed from massive stone slabs. Tan Shi stood atop a high vantage point, scanning the surroundings before declaring, the 10th, 35th, 62nd, and 151st graves. All serve as entrances. Choose wisely, you decide. Follow me. Sanhei led his own contingent away. Tiao Hu and Bozi Li likewise withdrew with their respective forces. As Tan Shi watched his subordinates recede into the distance, a faint, unnerving smile curled at the corner of his lips. Boss, shall we go too? By then the 10th colossal grave had been pried open, its stele now revealing a descending staircase carved into the earth. Moments after they vanished inside, Zhao Xiaoying and Xiao Mei emerged cautiously from the shadows. Sister, they split into 4 groups, but we're only 2. How do we track them all? You follow Sanhei. I'll take this one. Without waiting for a reply, Zhao Xiaoying dashed straight into the entrance. Xiao Mei sprinted toward the 35th grave, yet an ominous premonition seized her mid-stride, forcing her to halt abruptly. Bang! A bullet whistled past her ear, 20 centimeters away. Her laser blade snapped forth in an instant as she dove behind the stele for cover. Rat-a-tat. Bullets crisscrossed the air, sealing off every escape route. Meanwhile, 2 men with shaved heads advanced silently from either flank. Xiao Mei's heart pounded, fear rising, until she recalled Liu Shuai's breathing technique. As she inhaled deeply, her gaze caught the enemy's reflection shimmering across the laser blade's surface. She remained perfectly still, crouched low. Then the moment they closed in, her laser sword slashed vertically downward with blinding speed. The sudden assault sent both men reeling backward, their long rifles cleaved cleanly in two. You? Xiao Mei didn't bother replying. With a swift downward arc followed by a sharp inward pull, her blade sliced the left flank man cleanly through the heart. Blood erupted in a crimson spray, so terrifying that the remaining man bolted, desperate to sprout extra limbs just to flee faster. In his panic, a strange itch prickled his spine. The instant his fingers brushed the spot, his body split cleanly down the center. Though it felt like an eternity, the entire sequence lasted mere seconds, and the gunmen suppressing her had already exhausted their ammunition. Xiao Mei seized the perfect opening, accelerating to her peak velocity, already closing in on the nearest foe. But her enemy moved fast too. His magazine clicked home, and the weapon was seconds from firing. Just as his finger tensed on the trigger, a bullet pierced his forehead first. He died without ever understanding where that fatal shot had come from, until Xiao Mei raised her left hand again, revealing the smoking barrel of her pistol. What the hell? The middle-aged man couldn't believe it. An elegant woman wielding cutting-edge weaponry had concealed her pistol beneath her sleeve. Xiao Mei capitalized on the chaos, eliminating 2 more foes, only to pivot toward the middle-aged leader when a storm of bullets suddenly enveloped her from all sides. Dodge. Impossible now. She spun her laser blade in frantic fluid arcs. Clang. Hiss. Bullet tips melted instantly into molten copper. The man cursed violently, charging forward while shouting, "Come out. Show yourself." "Yeah, right," Xiao Mei muttered under her breath as she swapped magazines. Counting carefully, she confirmed the left flank shooter had gone silent, then leapt and fired without hesitation. The moment he heard the sound, agony exploded in his chest. He looked down, staring in disbelief at the gaping wound piercing straight through his torso. Ah, brother, brother, brother. The middle-aged man had lost all restraint, charging headlong, blind with fury. Yet Xiao Mei had never been calmer. Her mind replayed the earlier battlefield panorama. 3 enemies remain. I must eliminate 1 or 2 before he reaches me. A sound plan, but fate granted no time. Steels and mounds alike were now riddled with holes. Staying put meant certain death from penetrating rounds. Xiao Mei drew a deep breath and sprinted diagonally rightward. Bullets rained so thickly she could only evade by rolling and twisting. She's out of ammo. Surround her. The trio converged swiftly, her escape routes sealed completely. Yet hidden on the reverse slope, Xiao Mei's lips curved into a widening, chilling smile. First into her field of vision came a man with a center-parted hairstyle, his rifle barrel barely protruding 1/3 from cover when her razor-sharp laser blade descended. His weapon shattered, and simultaneously Xiao Mei's pistol barked from her left hand. The man stared astonished at the smoking wound in his chest, his eyes bulging like oxens, before collapsing lifeless. Though she'd ambushed 1, the other 2 grew sharply wary, making another surprise strike nearly impossible. Xiao Mei seized the fallen man's corpse as a shield, drawing concentrated fire from the second assailant. She rolled aside, and gunfire erupted again. Ah! Every one of the middle-aged man's subordinates lay dead. A cold dread slithered up his spine. He no longer wished to fight this ghost-like woman. His fear opened the perfect window. Xiao Mei surged forward, laser blade flashing. Yet he reacted with surprising speed, parrying the strike with his spear, barely deflecting the searing blade. Tell me, where did they go? The man had expected immediate death. Never imagined she'd spare him. A fierce primal will to survive surged within him. I'm just a minor lieutenant. I don't know where they went. Xiao Mei's laser blade hovered millimeters from his throat. But I do know, they headed that way. As he pointed, a dagger flashed into his hand, driven with full force toward her heart. At such proximity, evasion was near impossible. Her waist bore a shallow gash. Her blade arced upward, severing both dagger and his right arm in one motion. Speak. I truly don't know. Her expression hardened like glacial frost. In one brutal stroke, she severed his other hand. Will you talk, or not? All 3 locations are traps. Anyone who pursues dies. And Tan Shish's path. The biggest trap of all. In that fleeting instant she hesitated, he drove his own throat onto the laser blade. Xiao Mei jerked the blade back, but its cutting edge was faster. His head tumbled to the ground. Tan Shishi, you think yourself clever, yet we anticipated your every move. Even the most cunning mantis cannot outwit the waiting sparrow. Her words had barely faded when 10 elite warriors, vanished earlier from the Steel Regiment, materialized in the distance. You've done enough, leave this to us. Go help Zhao Xiaoying capture Tan Shishi. Understood. They split instantly into 3 squads, 2 of 3, 1 of 4, and vanished into the gloom. Worried Zhao Xiaoying might be overpowered, Xiao Mei sprinted into the passageway, only to find no signs of struggle within. Could she have been captured? No, impossible. She searched meticulously, until spotting a subtle distinctive mark hidden in plain sight. I knew she'd be fine. Her suspended anxiety dissolved, and her pace quickened, surging forward with renewed urgency. Zhao Xiaoying pursued relentlessly, suffering significant losses among the group, led by the greedy snake. In order to quickly find what he needed, he did not hesitate to leave a few loyal subordinates behind. They exchanged glances and pulled out small bottles from their pockets, pouring the contents into their mouths. Ugh, zombies. Zhao Xiaoying instantly dismissed his own judgment, swinging his sword with unyielding precision. The few who swallowed the liquid transformed into grotesque figures, their nails visibly lengthening at an alarming rate. Bang! A hard object pierced through their clothing, and long sharp bones began to emerge. Their appearance was utterly shocking, leaving Zhao Xiaoying momentarily stunned before he charged forward with all his might. Ugh! The long claws completely sealed off the surroundings, making Zhao Xiaoying's defenses feel somewhat inadequate. I must buy them time, flashed through his mind as a layer of light enveloped his sword, and he directly severed the left arm of the nearest mutant. Blood splattered onto the other mutants, igniting their excitement as they licked the blood continuously. Crack, crack. Their bodies rapidly grew taller. Zhao Xiaoying frowned, gathering all the power he could summon into his sword, yet still found it impossible to break through their joint assault. Just as he was contemplating, distant gasps of astonishment reached his ears. There are people over there. Upon careful thought, a faint smile appeared on his serious face as he unleashed 2 consecutive sword strikes, slipping through the gaps of their encirclement. On the other side, the greedy snake was trapped in the center with Liu Shuai and Lin'er slowly closing in. Seeing us, are you surprised? He mocked, his eyes nearly squinting into slits. Though the greedy snake had been fixated on them, his peripheral vision scanned the surroundings in search of a safe escape route. Shuai'll hold them off. Liu Shuai, somewhat surprised, nodded slightly and charged forward. Bang! Clang! I knew you would resort to dirty tricks. Liu Shuai had already severed his handgun and used the momentum to slash forward with his Tang Dao. The greedy snake, cunning enough to have secured a leadership position, could not have done so without true skill. He leaned left, bringing down a hefty cleaver. Clang! Good blade. Liu Shuai was astonished to find that the seemingly ordinary modern cleaver could actually block his Tang Dao, which could sever hair. Oomph! Once the greedy snake sensed his advantage, he swung the cleaver at an even more cunning angle. Clang, clang, clang. After an intense exchange of blows, neither side gained the upper hand. Just as the greedy snake was feeling triumphant, Lin'er suddenly struck her cold electric silver spear, radiating a soul-chilling purple light. The aura was so peculiar that he dared not confront it, Hedon quickly retreating while performing consecutive flips. Simultaneously, Liu Shuai's Tang Dao shadowed him closely, leaving him no means to halt his escape. Flipping consumed immense energy, and without a moment's rest he soon found himself fatigued. Die! Lin'er thrust her spear forward before directly flipping it upward. The greedy snake, his soul nearly fleeing, moved aside, but was thrown off balance by a small stone on the ground, nearly crashing into the edge of Liu Shuai's Tang Dao. Fortunately, he reacted in time, using the back of the cleaver to block the blade, saving his abdomen. The aura of death enveloped the greedy snake, yet his will to survive rapidly diminished just as the cold electric silver spear was about to pierce him. A bizarre howling echoed from afar. Ming and the others. His withered desire to survive instantly rekindled, and he swung the cleaver even faster. Clang! The Tang Dao and cold electric silver spear were both forced back. At the same time, a disheveled Zhao Xiaoying appeared in their line of sight, and Ming with a beast-like tone shouted, "Boss, stop that crazy woman. Help!" Liu Shuai had never seen Zhao Xiaoying in such disarray, a serious expression flashing across his face. Though Lin'er disliked her, she did not wish to see her perish. A layer of purple light enveloped the cold electric silver spear, creating a net-like purple glow that completely sealed off the surroundings. Boss! Ming and the others had already shielded the greedy snake behind them. The purple light blazed forth but failed to inflict any harm on the transformed individuals. A faint look of enjoyment appeared on their grotesque faces. What to do? Attack the greedy snake with all our might, let his men come to his rescue. Zhao Xiaoying and Lin'er exchanged glances and charged out simultaneously. Liu Shuai, though a bit slower, swung his Tang, Dao, sealing off the area completely. Ugh! The person standing behind Ming could no longer speak, their wolf-like howls expressing their intent. The two mutants on the left diagonal directly blocked Lin'er. The three on the right diagonal stopped Zhao Xiaoying. Ming and the greedy snake charged towards Liu Shuai from opposite sides. Based on their aura, the first strike should be the strongest. Oh, we can't clash with them, Hedon. Concluding this, they nearly slid along the ground, their knees almost grazing it. The cleaver was less than a centimeter from his cheek. The Tang Dao was poised to strike the greedy snake, but the damned Ming knocked it off course. What a loyal dog, well done. Liu Shuai squinted his eyes, a smile on his face, and gave a thumbs up. Ming was indeed the greedy snake's most trusted subordinate, and held a high position, but one fact remained unknown: he was secretly the other party's dog. The greedy snake, being an exceedingly shrewd individual, reacted instantly, shouting, "You and I are brothers, how can we heed the instigations of others?" Ming trembled all over. As he swung his long claws, he bent down sharp-boned spikes, shooting out like numerous blades. If struck, his chest would instantly become a hornet's nest. Liu Shuai quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the attack by performing a backflip. Before he could stabilize his stance, the agile cleaver closed in once more. Clang! As the Tang Dao was restrained by the cleaver, Ming's claws struck from both sides. The area was completely enveloped. No matter which direction one dodged, they would be hit. Liu Shuai remained calmer than ever, drawing the Tang Dao closer to his chest as the blade sheath thrust into Ming's armpit. This move was one that would lead to mutual destruction. Both Ming and the greedy snake held the upper hand and had no need to resort to a life-for-life exchange. As Ming withdrew his right arm, Liu Shuai retreated in that direction. Dog brother, thanks. I'll kill you. After being mocked repeatedly, Ming was already fuming, recalling the earlier events. He exploded. With that, the greedy snake found himself at a loss for how to coordinate, and before long the two combatants had forced him out of the combat area. A bunch of idiots, if you want me dead, I'll grant your wish. After cursing inwardly, he slowly retreated to the wall, pulling down a mechanism that only he knew about. Boom crash. By the time everyone looked over, the surroundings had already returned to normal, and they could only roughly infer that the sound had emanated from a 35-degree angle. Dog, your master has abandoned you. Why are you still risking your life? Ming's eyes turned blood red, and a strong killing intent radiated from him, his bones cracking loudly. As he lay on the ground, a scene Liu Shuai had seen not long ago suddenly flashed before his eyes, and cold sweat began to flow down his back uncontrollably. The battle in Shadow Mist Town had reached a fever pitch. With ammunition exhausted, both sides charged simultaneously, and a brutal bayonet fight erupted. Platoon leader, if we keep this up, there'll be no one left in our second platoon. A young man covered in wounds and barely able to stand leaned heavily against a comrade's back. The old company commander gave a strict order: hold the position no matter what. A man in his 30s, gripping a blood-dripping bayonet, breathed raggedly. The enemy, however, gave them no respite, barking coldly, "Kill them all." Just as they were about to move, a clamor arose from afar. "Kill! Charge!" The newcomers were all civilians armed with an assortment of makeshift weapons. The one at the forefront shouted, "The Steel Company is fighting tooth and nail for us. If you still have any spirit left, follow me and slaughter these treacherous bandits." "Kill! Kill! Kill!" A thunderous roar erupted. The surviving soldiers of the Steel Company's second platoon joined in shouting, "Kill!" The once arrogant enemy, now encircled, retreated in panic. Gripping a notched machete, Huang Mao stammered, "What do we do?" "Stick to the plan." "Are you sure? Do we have a choice?" Before finishing, the scar-faced man pulled a small bottle from his pocket and gulped its contents. A low guttural moan grew louder. Those nearby finally recognized it and screamed, "Zombies. We fought the bloodiest battles. What are a few zombies to fear?" Second platoon leader, one who bellowed, gripping his bayonet as he charged forward. With their leader in the vanguard, every soldier who could still move followed without hesitation. "See that? Open your damned eyes, you useless loudmouths. Now do you understand why soldiers get priority? Because they're always shielding us with their own flesh and blood." A lump formed in many throats and tears welled in their eyes. "Kill them." The crowd, infected by the fervor, surged forward with unprecedented morale, pursuing the enemy relentlessly. The once haughty enemy lost a third of their numbers in no time. Unwilling to fight these madmen any longer, they attempted to break through the weakest point of the encirclement. "Stop them. Don't let them through." An elderly man in his 60s brandished a large spatula, followed by a group of the old, weak women and children. Though their combat ability was limited, their presence greatly inspired the able-bodied fighters. "Don't let them catch you." A wounded soldier from the second platoon coughed up black blood, his eyes rolling back. Knowing his end was near, he used his last shred of sanity to hurl himself at the enemy. With a deafening blast, anyone who was infected followed suit, ending their lives in the most extreme way. As time passed, the defenders paid a price 3 times greater than their foes, but finally they annihilated every last enemy. I know everyone's exhausted, but we have to dispose of the bodies first. One who, dragging his weary frame, began moving the corpses of the fallen. Everyone lent a hand. The elderly men in their 60s joined in. The younger ones, despite their reluctance, had no choice but to steel themselves and help. The grotesque appearance of the dead soon had the workers retching. Many couldn't bear it and vomited profusely. Get it out of your system. Battles like this might become a daily occurrence. The sooner you adapt, the better your chances of surviving this apocalypse. Platoon leader. A tall man drenched in blood choked out the words, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. What are the casualties? Of the second platoon, only 9 of us are left, and every one of us is wounded. When Hu's heart bled, after a long pause, he suddenly asked, and the civilians? 79 dead, 125 severely wounded, over 300 with minor injuries. Damn it all to hell. After venting his rage, the heaviness in his chest remained. He could only channel his fury into moving the enemy's corpses. As the battle here wound down, the most brutal fighting continued at the west gate. The entire position was littered with the fallen, and both sides had suffered catastrophic losses. The situation inside the town was slightly better, but the horde of zombies at the gate was overwhelming. Officer Wu, where's the reinforcement? Where? The survivors looked at Wu Cheng with desperate hope. Every front is under heavy pressure. I'm afraid we won't see any reinforcements. Wu Cheng gave a bitter smile and slowly straightened up. Gazing at his blood-soaked comrades, he said softly, brothers, you've done your duty. If you want to leave, go ahead. Several were tempted. They took a couple of steps, then turned back and asked, what about you, eh? I may not be a soldier anymore, but I once was. So don't worry about me. The instructor said, hold the position, no matter what. A faint smile gradually appeared on Wu Cheng's grim face. Sanhua walked up to him, slowly patted him on the shoulder, and said with a grin, I've had enough of life anyway. If you don't mind, old pal, how about we go together? I couldn't ask for more. One by one, the hunters stepped forward. Those who were still alive were moved. Nearly everyone joined them, leaving only 2 men still bleeding profusely standing apart. Go on, live well. The 2 hung their heads in shame, then lifted them abruptly. Running over, they shouted, it's just death. What's there to fear? The people on the city walls had steeled themselves for death when the 7-star expulsion array, which had long been useless, suddenly activated. With me here, you won't be dying just yet. Elder Jiolong, drenched in blood, emerged from the thick wall of corpses. Ha, ha, ha ha ha. The joy of surviving against all odds was unmatched. Everyone laughed with abandon. Boom, boom. The zombies relentlessly battered the 7-star expulsion array. Everyone rest now. There'll be plenty to do soon. Wu Cheng was the first to lean against the wall and rest. Elder Jiolong, utterly exhausted, collapsed at the city gate as soon as he entered. Elder. Several people struggled to their feet to help, but the ground began to rumble ominously. Before anyone could react, a dark, seething mass of people appeared on the horizon. This is our home. Even if we die standing. Leading the charge was a gaunt man in his 50s. Wu Cheng recognized him instantly and murmured, old squad leader, why are you here? Wait till I've driven back the zombies. Charge. The townsfolk followed him outside the 7-star expulsion array. To minimize casualties, they fought in groups of 3 back-to-back. Though this formation wasn't the most lethal, it was remarkably defensive. After nearly half an hour of chaotic fighting, fewer than 100 had been infected. Those who were infected acted decisively, either slitting their own throats or asking a comrade to do it. Not a single one became a zombie's accomplice. The brutal struggle continued. The vast majority of the townsfolk brought by the mayor were his own Qi clan descendants. With each death, his heart clenched in pain. For more people to survive, even if the Qi family is wiped out, I, Qi Yufeng, have no regrets. Men, charge with me. Though he was around 50 years old, his movements were exceptionally agile. With each swing of his 2 large chopping blades, 2 to 3 zombies would be decapitated. The Qi family's young men fought their way through, clearing the area near the 7-star expulsion array. The zombies temporarily dared not assault the formation again. Return immediately and fortify the defenses. As they returned to the city walls, the logistics team delivered a fresh supply of ammunition, making them even less fearful of the zombie onslaught. While all 4 gates held, the forces split by the gluttonous snake were nearly wiped out by Zhang Jiao and her team. The few remaining leaders fled in a single direction. Calling Marshal Liu. Still locked in battle, he forced back the nearby mutants and replied, what is it? Sanhe Qiao Hu and Bo Zi Li are all heading your way. Be careful. Understood. By the way, how's the city? We held it, but the losses are severe. Set that aside for now. Find Ma Weigua immediately and have the Bloodthorn thoroughly sweep Shadow Mist Town. Alright. After Zhang Jiao ended the communication, Liu Shuai swung his Tang blade with increased speed, leaving a Ming no chance to strike. Meanwhile, with Zhao Xiaoying's assistance, Lin'er successfully eliminated the remaining mutants, and they now cornered a Ming from 2 directions. Trying to kill me. The utterly disdainful voice had barely faded when a half-meter-long bone spur suddenly extended by about 20 centimeters. It came without warning and with astonishing speed. Liu Shuai failed to dodge in time, and a long gash appeared on his arm. The moment the pale black blood dripped down, a dizzying sensation overwhelmed his head. His vision blurred until he could no longer hold the Tang blade steady. Having waited so long for this chance to strike, Ming was not about to let it slip away. His long nails descended like multiple sharp blades. Just as Liu Shuai was about to be injured, Zhao Xiaoying hurled her longsword, which blocked the claws. You're asking for death. Lin'er, who could not bear anyone endangering Liu Shuai's life, thrust her cold lightning silver spear in fury. Before the straight thrust could be fully executed, it transformed into a horizontal slash. Ming failed to dodge, and the longest bone spur on his back was severed. Wails and roars erupted. Before the sound faded, Ming's claws lashed out at both women. Lin'er and Zhao Xiaoying dodged almost simultaneously. Oh no! By the time they reacted, it was too late. Liu Shuai's stomach was slashed by the spikes again. Oh, it hurts so much. Liu Shuai clutched his wound in agony, oblivious to the tears and snot streaming down his face. Shuai Liu Shuai. Concern clouded their judgment. Both women rushed to save him, playing right into Ming's hands. Small silent spikes rapidly approached them. Zhao Xiaoying's instinctual reaction to danger allowed her to barely dodge, but Lin'er was not as fortunate. A small gash appeared on her back. An intense dizziness washed over her. She shook her head vigorously, but could not clear her mind. Haha. Ming was smug. Of the three people the gluttonous snake feared most, he had ensnared two. The remaining one was also heavily depleted, and capturing her would not be difficult. Juggling the care of her companions and evading Ming's ambushes, Zhao Xiaoying could no longer fight with her usual grace. As time wore on, her openings grew more frequent. A satisfied smile curled at the corner of Ming's mouth as his long claws came in at a tricky 45-degree angle. Oh. Despite his suffering, Liu Shuai used all his strength to push Lin'er away, taking 2 long gashes himself. In this day and age, there are still fools like this. You deserve to die young. Scum, die. Zhao Xiaoying had never been so furious. She pushed her speed to the limit, her sword thrust accompanied by a sword finger strike. Ming blocked the sword and swept his claws at her throat. Just as he was about to strike, Zhao Xiaoying, a cunning smile of "you fell for it" appeared on her frosty face. Could it be a trick? The thought flashed through his mind. He quickly twisted his body, widening the distance between them. Zhao Xiaoying's heart raced as she dashed to a safe position at top speed. You dare deceive me. Ming's attacks grew fiercer with each strike, forcing her to defend more than attack. During this time, Liu Shuai struggled against the terrifying toxin, nearly blacking out several times. But each time his concern for the women pulled him back to consciousness. I can force it out, he repeated in his mind, laboriously raising his right hand to his lips. After more than 10 seconds, his hand reached his chest, but his peripheral vision caught sight of Lin'er with black blood oozing from her mouth and nose. Huh. Anger unleashed his latent potential. Liu Shuai dug his right fingernail fiercely into his lower lip, creating a long gash. As the blood entered his mouth and flowed down, the numbing sensation gradually faded. The moment he could move, he rushed to Liner's side. He intended to cut his arm for her to drink, but his tang blade was gone. Instead, he brought his bleeding lip close to hers. A drop of blood seeped through the gap in Liner's lips into her mouth. The blackness on her face rapidly receded. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Lin'er could barely move her head, but his blocked her from lifting it, and she directly kissed his still bleeding lip. Gulp, gulp, gulp. After swallowing large mouthfuls of blood, the poison in her body vanished completely. Yet Lin'er continued to savor the blood, drinking eagerly. Liu Shuai had no other thoughts. He simply remained crouched there motionless. With each passing second, Liner's aura grew stronger. Even when it caught Ming's attention, she did not stir. A sharp claw strike came hurtling toward them. Both Liu Shuai and Zhao Xiaoying tried desperately to block it, but Lin'er extended her left hand like a claw, and the cold lightning silver spear flew into her grasp. The spear tip shattered the claw strike and thrust with full force at Ming's throat. The sudden turn of events sent him stumbling backward, his earlier ferocity completely dissipated. Meanwhile, Lin'er, her cheeks flushed gently, helped Liu Shuai to his feet. Fooled again. Ming's mind was flooded with curses. The angrier he grew, the easier it was for Lin'er and Zhao Xiaoying to spot the flaws in his moves. His double claw strike, though fearsome, had a fatal weakness 3 centimeters below the left armpit. Zhao Xiaoying nodded at Lin'er, then suddenly leaped into the air. At the same time, Lin'er stepped back, twisted her body 180 degrees, and thrust out the cold lightning silver spear. You think, how does it feel? Liu Shuai pulled out the tang blade, now reduced to its hilt. Furious beyond words, Ming gritted his teeth against the pain and attacked Zhao Xiaoying with the bone spurs on his back. If he knew he had chosen the wrong target again, would he be so angry that head dropped dead on the spot? You all. 2 large mouthfuls of blood spewed forth and his aura became listless. But Liu Shuai did not underestimate him. With a glance, he signaled Zhao Xiaoying to disengage, then wrapped his arms around Lin'er. Ming stared at them in bewilderment. Liu Shuai slowly lowered his head, directly sealing Liner's lips. As the fragrant saliva entered his abdomen, his depleted strength began to recover rapidly. All of this happened in secret, and Ming remained unaware. By the time he charged over like a madman, the Tang Saber and the cold lightning silver spear had already pierced through his heart and cheek respectively. With his mouth destroyed, his words sounded like a mournful wail from the depths of the underworld. Liu Shuai poured all his strength into the Tang Saber, the blade having already pierced completely through Ming's body. He was in great pain, his entire body trembling violently. Yet Liu Shuai was even more tense than before, pulling hard on the Tang Saber with his right hand, while thrusting the cold lightning silver spear upward with his left. Everything was developing toward the best possible outcome until 3 sharp, flying knives shot over from a distance. Swoosh shriek. Zhao Xiaoying had just knocked 2 away when she rushed toward Tao Hu. Wretched woman, your life is mine. No woman could bear such an insult. In an instant her anger surged, and a layer of cyan light rippled across her longsword. Cyan light slash. The cyan light converged swiftly, eventually turning the entire blade the same color. The sword aura swept outward like a raging gale. Not only had Tao Hu never expected it, but even Liu Shuai and Lin'er were caught off guard. She had unleashed her ultimate technique the moment they met. Being closest, Tao Hu was struck by the cyan light, several wounds carved into his body deep enough to reveal bone. Brother He, destroy her. San He brandished 2 short swords, thrusting them one after another before even getting close. Zhao Xiaoying was puzzled. Everyone here was a master, why would he attack with such ordinary moves? Did he think so little of her? The thought was dismissed instantly as she performed a series of backward flips. At the same time, the short swords, which should have arrived a second later, reached the spot she had just occupied. Illusory attack, be careful. Hearing Lin'er's warning, Liu Shuai guarded them with all his might. A Ming! A Ming! Bo Zili had already rushed to his side, shouting as he poured some strange medicinal liquid onto his wounds. A Ming's long lifeless body twitched once, then emitted an extremely eerie sound. Tao Hu turned and threw a yellow bottle, shouting loudly, add this. Liu Shuai was too far away, leaving him no choice but to place his hopes on Zhao Xiaoying to intercept it. A delicate shout rang out as the longsword precisely knocked the flying bottle away. Crash! As glass splattered, A Ming suddenly opened his pupilless eyes and lunged at Liu Shuai with claws bared. He had to tend to Lin'er, leaving him unable to move freely, and was soon cornered. Just as A Ming thought he could slay him, the cold lightning silver spear pierced into his brow first. Woo. As the sound faded, he completely lost his vitality. Damn it, kill them all. San He couldn't remember the last time he had been this furious. An eerie, chilling gleam began to emanate from his 2 short swords. Clang clang. Liu Shuai was forced back repeatedly, thinking in shock, such terrifying power. He wanted to warn Zhao Xiaoying and Lin'er, but his opponent gave him no chance to speak as the area around him was shrouded in dense sword shadows. The situation was dire. Eager to break free from his opponent, he had no choice but to use a technique he wasn't yet proficient in. Chaotic blade art, swift slash. A faint light flickered, yet nothing nearby changed. But before he could finish, 5 thin streams of blood burst from San He's body. Seizing the moment, Liu Shuai rushed to Lin'er's side and whispered, open your mouth. The moment Lin'er opened her mouth, blood gushed from the torn part of his elbow like a fountain into her mouth. This act left the enemies baffled. They exchanged glances and shook their heads. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoying approached Tao Hu with light, stealthy movements. He didn't notice her approach until he sensed the sharp, killing intent and turned to look. The longsword was too close to dodge unscathed. With a hardened heart, he took the blow directly on his left shoulder. A large chunk of flesh was sliced from his shoulder, yet he didn't even grunt. Shriek. You. Tao Hu never dreamed there was another spear behind him. He convulsed a few times before going completely still. With his most capable subordinate, gravely wounded, San He instead grew calmer, the attack speed of his twin short swords slowing considerably. Liu Shuai, thinking he had an opening, only realized he had been tricked when his Tang Saber met the short swords. His right arm trembled violently, now barely able to hold the Tang Saber, let alone attack. As he retreated hastily, Bo Zili launched a flying kick. Isn't he lame? The thought had barely crossed his mind when a kick landed on his chest, causing his vision to go dark. His chi and blood churned fiercely, nearly making him spit blood repeatedly. Hurt Shuai, and I sentence you to death. The cold lightning silver spear glowed with purple light, casting an eerie sheen over Lin'er's frosty face. At the same time, Liu Shuai caught a glimpse of Zhao Xiaoying's peripheral vision and signaled her with his eyes, you hold off, San He. Just as she moved, Bo Zili's even more fearsome kick came again. Aren't you so cocky? Come on, keep hitting me. Remembering how Liu Shuai had beaten him, Bo Zili's anger flared. Today, with a chance for revenge at last, he wouldn't kill Liu Shuai easily. He intended to torment him thoroughly. Liu Shuai and the others finally realized he was the most deeply hidden and powerful master in the Greedy Snake faction. Only now do you understand. Too late. Bo Zili's legs came in like a pair of scissors. The Tang Saber flipped but failed to block the legs. The immense force drove Liu Shuai back 3 steps. Little trash, Uncle Li will play with you slowly. With each cyclone kick, Liu Shuai was forced back a step until he steadied himself against the wall. Before he could even catch his breath, an even sharper kick came flying in. No matter how Liu Shuai dodged, he was hit. In desperation, he could only parry with his Tang Saber and scabbard. This time was different. The saber's blade faced outward while the scabbard's tail end met the oncoming soul. Bo Zili felt a flicker of doubt and slowed down slightly just before the strike landed. At the same time, Liu Shuai seized the precious fraction of a second to quickly crouch down. The sharp kick passed right over his head. Master Liu will beat you today, just as he did before. Bo Zili's rage had reached its breaking point. Anger surged uncontrollably to his head, and he charged forward with a strange howl. Liu Shuai rolled with the momentum, hurling the Tang Saber. Ta-da! Tao, who barely awakened from his near-death state, stared in disbelief at the saber piercing through his body, slowly, turning his neck to look at Liu Shuai. Tao, who? Sanhei had rushed close, just as his hand was about to touch him, a gleaming longsword stabbed from behind. Anyone would dodge to the side in such a situation, and he was no exception. As he evaded the sword's gleam, a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Shriek. Ugh. Sanhei had never imagined anyone would attack at that moment, staring in bitter disbelief at the cold lightning silver spear piercing through his body. In less than 10 seconds, Liu Shuai and his team had completely turned the tables on their enemies, terrifying the survivors into instant sobriety. 2 kicks landed near Liu Shuai while the other foot slammed into the edge of the wall. Boom, crash, thud. A bottomless pit opened beneath the mountain wall, and Lame Li leaped down instantly. By the time Liu Shuai and Lin'er rushed over, it had already sealed shut. Everyone's greatly depleted. It's better to recover before pursuing. Agreed. As they retreated to safety, Lin'er drowsily rested her head against Liu Shuai's chest and soon fell into a deep sleep. Zhao Xiaoying witnessed this tender scene, then glanced at herself, offering only a bitter smile inwardly. She sat down not far from them. As time passed, her stamina barely recovered, but her agitation grew. What's wrong with you? Liu Shuai's voice was soft, as she didn't hear him until the third call. Nothing. Liu Shuai frowned and muttered. Why is she acting so strange? Worried, he gently leaned Lin'er against the wall and slowly approached her. Are you alright? Zhao Xiaoying started nearly screaming, but covered her mouth and shook her head. Her odd behavior prompted Liu Shuai to touch his own forehead, then place his hand on hers without much thought. Zhao Xiaoying's body trembled as a strange sensation surged within her. Ding meticulous care earned 10 points of affinity. Ding affinity increased to 80 points. Startled by the electronic chime, Liu Shuai took a few deep breaths of cold air to calm his racing heart. This isn't hot, is it? Liu Shuai felt his own forehead, then placed his hand on Zhao Xiaoying's again. Strange, no fever. Why is she like this? Zhao Xiaoying, inhaling his strong masculine scent, misinterpreted his intent entirely. Her usually calm face flushed crimson. At the same time, her forehead grew warmer. Ah, you really do have a fever. Zhao Xiaoying lowered her head in shame, wishing she could kick him. This could be serious. I need to be sure. Muttering, he placed both hands on her cheeks, moving them slightly. A fever over 39 degrees. What to do? Zhao Xiaoying felt limp, drained of all strength. Only when his hands finally stopped moving on her cheeks did she regain some energy. Let go. You're seriously ill, Lim, using physical cooling. No sooner had his palms left than the back of his cold hand pressed against her face again. Zhao Xiaoying, jolted by the cold, finally calmed her fluttering heart. She knocked his hand away and snapped with a fierce look, you. Her loud voice woke Lin'er, who saw their ambiguous posture and murmured dreamily, take her down. Liu Shuai grunted in agreement, then realized something was wrong. Turning, he saw Lin'er with her head tilted. Say, have you been wanting to take her down all along? His ear caught. Liu Shuai dared not move, following her lead. Reflex, just a reflex. Zhao Xiaoying, overhearing them, wished she could crawl into a hole. After deep breaths, she barked, mock me again, and I won't be lenient. They both froze, staring at her, as if she were a monster, the same question echoing in their minds. Wasn't she aloof? Why had she changed? Zhao Xiaoying ignored them, walking off to search for mechanisms. Liu Shuai wanted to do the same to ease the awkwardness, but Lin'er grabbed him. Tell me, are you after her? No. Like I do believe that. Heaven knows if I were after anyone, it'd be you. Lin'er was momentarily speechless, but warmth filled her heart. Smiling, she whispered in his ear, when I have time, I'll knock her out and deliver her to your bed. Opt. Liu Shuai's mind filled with black lines. Silly. Lin'er's smile deepened, though bitterness lurked within. She stole a glance at Liu Shuai, and ensuring he wasn't following, explored in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Xiao Mei and Zhang Jiao met up. After a brief chat, they simultaneously thought of Liu Shuai and the others. Calling Liu Shuai. A minute passed without reply. Could something have happened to them? Hubby can't be in trouble. Zhang Jiao dismissed it, then blinked at Xiao Mei with a sly grin. Oh, hubby already, huh? Xiao Mei's face reddened as she shot back. Jealous. Want me to share half of my hubby with you? Zhang Jiao was left speechless. Recovering, she grabbed Xiao Mei's neck, eyes wide, and scolded. You brat, say anything so shameless again, and it'll tear your mouth apart. Don't think I don't know. Your special comm device has a screen peeping feature. That means you might see everything hubby does. Zhang Jiao flashed back to a kissing scene she had glimpsed, her face burning to her ears. At the same time, Liu Shuai was about to contact Zhang Jiao when he caught Xiao Mei's last words. Damn, so I have no privacy left. His words transmitted through the special communicator into Zhang Jiao's mind. It's not what you think. Then what is it? If you don't explain clearly, you'll never use the bathroom or shower again. Liu Shuai had already found the peeping button, and Zhang Jiao's shy image appeared in his mind. Seeing the vivid Zhang Jiao, Liu Shuai's head spun. Recalling his intimate moments with several women, his cheeks grew hot. You're such a rogue. Damn, when was I a rogue? You knew about this feature. Why didn't you tell me? And answer honestly, have you been spying on me? Zhang Jiao was furious. She had only stumbled upon it recently, then forgotten it when Shadowmas town was in crisis. If not for Xiao Mei's mention, she might never have recalled it. Just as they were at a loss, an electronic voice rang out. This feature can be disabled. Disable permanently. Disable, they said in unison. Zhang Jiao immediately became alert, scanning her surroundings, but finding nothing. A thought struck her, and she confirmed with Liu Shuai. Is it that mysterious thing from Houston? Yes. Then I'm relieved. She paused, then added, this is our secret. Tell anyone, and he'll kill you. I'm not stupid enough to share such a secret. You'd better keep your word. As Zhang Jiao ended the call, she saw Xiaomei watching her with a knowing smirk. Why are you spacing out? Let's go. You spaced out first, I was just watching. Like I'd believe that. Xiaomei knew she'd been talking to Liu Shuai. From her flushed face, she deduced something fishy between them. Little wench, strut for a couple more days. Once I persuade hubby to have his way with you, I, the head wife, will deal with you slowly. The more Xiaomei thought, the happier. She grew, her face blooming into a grin. Liu Shuai had no mood to search carefully. He randomly knocked about the surroundings, but managed to open a very narrow passage. It was dark inside, and the cold, damp, and musty air sent chills down his spine, causing goosebumps to uncontrollably rise. As the cold lightning silver spear spun, a rich fragrance surged into their nostrils, instantly dispelling their unease. It must be very dangerous inside. We'd better not enter. There's no other path nearby. We have to take the risk. All right, well, follow your lead. Lin'er made the decision, leaving Zhao Xiaoying no choice but to comply, however reluctantly. Their pace was not fast. Meow. Both women were terrified, clinging tightly to his clothes. Feeling a heavy tug from behind, Liu Shuai glanced sideways and saw Zhao Xiaoying also clutching his garment. He thought to himself, is this how the system summoned people behave? Afraid of mice, and even slightly claustrophobic. What the hell is this? Yet upon second thought, a faint smile gradually crept onto Liu Shuai's lips. Don't come near, don't come near. Zhao Xiaoying was scared half to death, wrapping herself around Liu Shuai's back like an octopus. Simultaneously, the startled Lin'er clung to his front like a koala. Ladies, let go, cough. His violent coughing brought them back to reality. Finding no danger around, they promptly slapped his head. Knowing he was in the wrong, Liu Shuai could only bear the blows with a pained expression. As he raised his hands to shield his head, they struck the cold lightning silver spear. The spearhead scraped a long trail of sparks against the wall. Hey, what's that? Zhao Xiaoying and Lin'er both halted, looking up to see a cluster of red lights. In their shock, they instinctively swallowed the gulp, sound echoing far. The red lights seemed agitated by the noise, all surging towards them. Zhao Xiaoying exclaimed, but Lin'er swung the cold lightning silver spear, releasing its rich fragrance. Their fluttering hearts immediately calmed. Just bats. Leave them to me. Liu Shuai brandished his Tang Saber, creating a dense net of blades that completely sealed the narrow passage. Squeak, squeak. Bats fell continuously, their splattering blood staining the nearby rock walls. Zhao Xiaoying was about to help when she noticed a strange object in the lower left corner. Fearing danger, she prodded it with her longsword. The stone beneath her feet instantly cracked, and she fell through. Lin'er was the fastest to react, but failed to catch her. She quickly thrust the cold lightning silver spear into the ground, wrapping her legs around its shaft to attempt a rescue. The descent was too rapid. Before Lin'er could grasp her, Zhao Xiaoying vanished from sight. Simultaneously, the opening began to close rapidly. Without a second thought, Liu Shuai plunged down after her. Lin'er tried to hold him back, but an upward force emanated from the cold lightning silver spear, propelling her body back to the surface. Shuai, 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 shuai. I must stay calm, I must stay calm. There must be a mechanism here, there must be. The greedy snake followed his memory to the destination, only to find it had completely collapsed. Staring at the chaotic pile of rocks, he clenched his fists until they cracked, his teeth grinding tighter. I staked everything on this, and all I get is a heap of rubble. Damn it. He kicked a nearby stone. Crack, crack, crack. The leftmost section slowly began to sink. After all the rubble vanished, a rumbling sound grew louder, and the ground trembled. Ha ha. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? It was hidden under the rubble all along. The greedy snake jumped about maniacally, having shed all semblance of his usual boss-like demeanor. With a hiss and a whoosh, a plume of white mist sprayed from the rising structure. The greedy snake's smile faded, his face turning grim as he gripped his spear tightly. He waited on guard for a long time, but the chamber remained still. Just as he moved to investigate, the massive alloy door suddenly swung open. With a roar, a dense horde of zombies surged out, claws outstretched. Rat-a-tat-tat. The front line of zombies was mowed down, but the flanks rushed close. Had the greedy snake not been so agile, they would have mauled him. After cutting down the nearest zombies, the greedy snake remembered his true purpose. He pulled a black bottle from his pocket and hurled it at the alloy door. Bang! The bottle shattered, splashing black liquid everywhere. The zombies suddenly halted, sniffing the air suspiciously before taking a few hesitant steps forward. The closer they got to the greedy snake, the slower they moved. Is it working? Uncertain and afraid to fire his gun, he stood his ground, feigning calm. The first zombie reached him, nudged him curiously, then wandered nearby. The greedy snake's anxiety peaked, but when several zombies passed him in the same manner, his suspended heart finally settled. Ma Weigua Hao Deshang, just you wait. Once I've consolidated them, I'll bring my most loyal minions to destroy you. The common zombies accepted him as one of their own, but a monstrous zombie larger than a gorilla seemed hostile. It shoved through the crowd and threw a punch directly at him. The greedy snake quickly retreated. As he rolled, he considered shooting, but feared the gunpowder smell would alarm the trusting zombies, so he opted for a cold weapon instead. His broadsword cleaved a long arc of blade light. The monstrous zombie didn't even dodge meeting the strike with its massive fist. Rotten flesh was sliced open, releasing a foul stench mixed with oozing pus. Even though the greedy snake held his breath, the stench invaded his lungs, nearly knocking him unconscious. As he retreated, he noticed the monstrous zombie's foot was about to step on the central area of the shattered bottle. He silently prayed, just a bit further, just a bit further. As if hearing his prayer, the monstrous zombie stepped directly onto it. A howl erupted, and all the zombies joined in a chorus of roars. Did it work? The greedy snake's heart pounded with anxiety. If it hadn't, he would have no chance of breaking through the dense zombie horde. It felt like an eternity to him, but in reality, less than 10 seconds had passed. The monstrous zombie suddenly froze in place, its intimidating aura fading away. The greedy snake had prepared for the worst, secretly wrapping a cloth strip around his sword-wielding hand. Clang! The monstrous zombie twitched its hanging arm, then began moving forward stiffly. When it was about 10 meters away, it suddenly knelt on one knee. Haha, he didn't lie to me. This thing really can control zombies. Suppressing his ecstasy, the greedy snake deliberately put on a stern face and commanded with authority, rise. Whether the monstrous zombie truly heard him or sensed the change in aura, it actually stood up. Wait, let's test it first. You lead them to clear the nearby rocks. With a chorus of growls, the zombies slowly shuffled towards the rubble. The fastest among them was already lifting a stone as large as its own body. Haha, how to Shang, let's see how you can fight me now. The greedy snake could no longer contain his inner excitement. Liu Shuai had already found Zhao Xiaoying, who had fallen. Her feet were severely injured, leaving her unable to walk. You go on. How can I? Liu Shuai ignored her protests and hoisted her onto his back. Zhao Xiaoying's heart jolted as the strong masculine scent enveloped her face instantly flushing crimson. Unaware of her reaction, Liu Shuai carefully navigated the surroundings and terrain. Over an hour passed, and though exhausted, he refused to stop and rest. Tired, take a break. Liu Shuai paused, then understood her intention, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Just as he set Zhao Xiaoying down on a rock, his peripheral vision caught a tiny hole in the wall with a shadow darting past inside. Could it be Cripple Li? The thought flashed through his mind. He handed the longsword to Zhao Xiaoying and instructed, I'm going to check over there. Call out loudly if anything happens. Liu Shuai moved swiftly. As he rounded the corner, a whistling wind rushed at him from the front. He leaned back hastily, his tang blade slashing horizontally in a swift arc. As the wind subsided, a shadow lunged at him, attacking with both hands and feet simultaneously. Cripple Li, Liu Shuai. Both men were driven by genuine fury, unleashing a barrage of lethal techniques. Liu Shuai's combat experience was still lacking. As he prepared to shift his stance after the horizontal slash, Cripple Li's left hand, never used before, slammed into his chest. He staggered back several steps, his chi and blood churning violently. Is that all you've got? Liu Shuai was in excruciating pain with no time to reply, glaring at him with murderous eyes. Cripple Li let out a cold laugh. As his sweeping leg descended, a black object appeared in his right hand. It came with terrifying speed. If he failed to dodge, death or severe injury was certain. Liu Shuai forced himself to stay calm, his tang blade whirling into an impenetrable defense, the scabbard ready for any contingency. Cripple Li remained unhurried, maintaining his previous attack tempo. As time wore on, Liu Shuai's stamina began to falter. A toe strike landed on his left thigh, causing an immediate swelling. Calm down, calm down. He kept reminding himself, inwardly finally quelling the burning rage in his heart. As he leaned back, he noticed a minor flaw in Cripple Li's technique. Striking now would give me at most a 40% chance of victory. Wait a little longer, wait. Liu Shuai subtly shifted to the side, while Cripple Li relentlessly pursued. After a dozen kicks, due to momentum, his stance caused a slight tilt in his body. Liu Shuai had already discerned the opening in the next move. He thrust the scabbard forward. At the same moment, Cripple Li was about to unleash a killing blow, but felt a strike land on his abdomen. The searing pain twisted his mouth. Think you're so formidable. Liu Shuai continued thrusting the tang blade, but Cripple Li used the black object to pin it against his stomach. Even so, the blade's tip pressed slowly forward. The muscle layer was pierced, and just as it was about to damage the internal organs, Cripple Li let out a mighty roar. With twice his usual strength, he sent the tang blade flying, embedding it into the wall. Liu Shuai's chest was now completely exposed, but Cripple Li did not press the attack. Instead, he stepped back and expertly bound his wound with a strip of cloth torn from his garment. That was just a warm-up. Now, before he could finish, Cripple Li had already transformed into a blur. Liu Shuai hastily drew his tang blade and swung it in defense, while his left hand reached for the shark demon eagle. Cripple Li moved at high speed around him, yet delayed his strike. Both men understood that whoever struck first would fall into a disadvantageous position. As time dragged on, both sides exhausted their stamina at a terrifying rate. To avoid exposing major openings, they charged at each other almost simultaneously. Clang! Cripple Li's right foot blocked the descending tang blade. Liu Shuai stared in disbelief at the opponent's leg, thinking, so that black object blocked my blade just now. Heart-piercing shadowless kick. A long, elongated shadow lashed out with a flurry of kicks. Thud, thud, thud. After a dozen strikes, Cripple Li landed back on the ground. Though Liu Shuai blocked most of the attacks, kicks landed on his shoulder and back, sending excruciating pain through his body, leaving him weak. Cripple Li, not one to grant a moment's respite, closed in with an even faster chain of kicks. Liu Shuai managed to block the first strike with all his might, but his upper body wobbled violently. A second kick caught him in the left rib. Die. Cripple Li, filled with hatred, stomped with full force toward the back of his neck. Just as the blow was about to land, a swift flying sword forced Cripple Li to leap back, neutralizing the deadly attack. Damn woman, you're asking for death. Cripple Li glared at her furiously as the black weapon flew from his hand. Zhao Xiaoying's legs were too badly injured for quick movement. She shifted slightly, but the black blade struck her shoulder. Crack. Oh. Her shoulder blade shattered instantly, the pain nearly sending her into shock. Though Liu Shuai held little fondness for this aloof beauty, he couldn't bear to see an enemy torment her. With a roar, he charged forward. Cripple Li hadn't expected him to unleash such immense power while severely wounded. Startled, he missed the optimal moment to strike. Seizing the rare opportunity, Liu Shuai executed the swift slash of the chaotic blade technique. The area was shrouded in a dense net of blade shadows. Any underestimation would spell disaster for Cripple Li. As he evaded the attack, a stone struck precisely at the center of his spine. His body lost balance, and his sharp kick twisted awkwardly. At the same time, Liu Shuai's Tang blade descended, severing his left calf. Liu Shuai's face was cold as he struck and demanded, "Now you're a true cripple. Are you satisfied?" You. The agony in his leg and abdomen made him sway unsteadily, as if he might collapse at any moment. Don't get close. Zhao Xiaoying's warning came just in time. A black rod-like object, too fast to see clearly, whizzed past the edge of Liu Shuai's neck. Cripple Li, now utterly enraged at Zhao Xiaoying, charged recklessly toward her. Liu Shuai was some distance away, and the opponent had already lunged forward. Pursuit was impossible. In desperation, he hurled his Tang blade. The whistling blade forced Cripple Li to dodge, but his balance failed him, and he fell hard. Liu Shuai's tense heart eased instantly. Before even reaching him, he swung the scabbard in a series of slashes. With only one leg, Cripple Li couldn't stand, forced to roll continuously. After several minutes, Liu Shuai was exhausted, but had yet to land a decisive blow. Frustrated at first, Liu Shuai noticed the left leg, which had already stopped bleeding profusely. A faint smile crossed his lips as he murmured, "I'm not in a hurry." Cripple Li's face was now deathly pale, his body temperature plummeting. His back shivered slightly from the cold. Liu Shuai leaped high, attacking with a downward plunge. Anyone in such a situation would dodge to the side. Cripple Li, mortally wounded and terrified, moved with an exaggerated amplitude. "Rip. Wato." Zhao Xiaoying twisted the long sword with all her might and replied, "You ran into it yourself." Cripple Li's life force was nearly extinguished. Hearing her words, a surge of rage and despair overtook him, and he breathed his last. Liu Shuai quickly kicked the corpse aside, and with great effort moved Zhao Xiaoying against the wall. Meanwhile, the anxious Lin'er finally opened a secret passage. It appeared identical to the place where Liu Shuai and the others had fallen, save for a peculiar petal-shaped mark beside the door. Without a second thought, she rushed in. As she sprinted, the corridor grew wider, and more lights lined the walls. What is this place? How eerie. A chill ran down Lin'er's spine, and goosebumps prickled uncontrollably across her skin. Though fear gripped her heart, the image of Liu Shuai flashed before her eyes, calming her restless soul. As long as Lin'er is here, no one will harm you. The cold lightning silver spear trembled, and a surge of violet electricity enveloped her. A faint smile gradually bloomed on Lin'er's solemn face. Meanwhile, with the aid of a minor physical recovery potion and a blood-replenishing pill, Liu Shuai's body had mostly healed. "How are you?" Zhao Xiaoying endured great pain, shaking her head gently. Liu Shuai lifted her delicate foot to examine it, finding no bone damage, and gently twisted her ankle. The pain intensified, and Zhao Xiaoying's vision darkened for a moment. A bit of rest should be enough. As her attention wavered, he gave her other foot a forceful twist, even more painful than before. Sweat poured from her like a spring as she lay on the ground moaning. To ease her suffering, Liu Shuai fanned her with his hand. Minutes later, she finally recovered. "Your scapula is also broken. If it's not reset, it might leave lasting issues." Zhao Xiaoying inhaled sharply and said hoarsely, "Just do it." Instead of acting immediately, Liu Shuai handed her a small towel. "Here." Without further words, he steadied her with one hand and quickly pressed on her shoulder blade. "It hurts. Bear it, just bear it." Liu Shuai dared not let his mind wander, growing more adept at the bone-setting technique he had never before practiced on a living person. In less than half a minute, the fractured scapula was reset. To prevent it from slipping again, he fashioned a simple splint from 2 wooden sticks and secured it in place. The pain was so intense that even Zhao Xiaoying, an icy woman, fainted. Liu Shuai, exhausted, sat down, panting heavily. Catching sight of her pale, snow-like face from the corner of his eye, he smiled bitterly. "If it weren't for saving me, you wouldn't have ended up like this. I know you seem unapproachable, but inside you're passionate." Ding. Sensing Zhao Xiaoying's sincerity, 10 affinity points were awarded. Liu Shuai stared at the pop-up system interface and muttered, "What the hell is this thing even good for?" Before his words faded, Zhao Xiaoying, trapped in a nightmare, clung to him in terror. He tried to rest her head on his lap, but she refused, pushing upward stubbornly. As luck would have it, Zhao Xiaoying awoke at that moment. Seeing his face nearing hers, she didn't pull away but shyly closed her eyes. Liu Shuai's chin brushed against her lips, sending an electric shock through his entire body. A soft murmur escaped her, stirring his heart, and he pressed his mouth to hers. Zhao Xiaoying's mind went blank. Half a minute later, short of breath, she panicked and pushed at Liu Shuai with her right hand. After 2 pushes, he snapped back to reality and quickly released her. That, I didn't mean to. Zhao Xiaoying didn't reply, just shot him a glare, though inwardly she thought, you meant it, didn't you? Liu Shuai's mind grew troubled as he recalled his recent behavior with several women. Am I really that affectionate, he muttered. That can't be right. Let me sort this out. My true love is for Lin'er, but she won't let me cross that line. Xiao Mei was just a beautiful misunderstanding, but that girl is truly stunning. I think I've really fallen for her. After 10 minutes, Zhao Xiaoying couldn't bear it any longer. If you ever tell anyone about today, he'll kill you. Normally Liu Shuai wouldn't dare defy her, but today, whether provoked by her words or because she was badly hurt, he wrapped an arm around her neck and muttered, threatening me. Let's see how I handle you. Zhao Xiaoying's mouth was sealed again. She struggled twice, then stopped. After the long kiss, she fell asleep with a blissful look on her face. What the hell? How carefree must you be to fall asleep while kissing? Unheard of. Liu Shuai wanted to howl, but clamped his hand over his mouth. He stroked her smooth, oval face, his smile growing warmer. Unbeknownst to them, an extremely covert surveillance camera above transmitted everything to a dusty control room. In the farthest corner, an operator who had turned into a dried corpse was drawn by strange sounds and slowly rose from the floor. Whether out of professional instinct or an irresistible lure to living voices, he charged straight toward the large screen. Crash! The screen fell, sparks flying. The sparks ignited nearby items, and a raging fire engulfed the control room. The zombie operator moved sluggishly to the emergency exit and pressed the thrust button. Through the long corridor, he emerged into a vast open square. A low moan rose from the zombies, and he joined in. Dense hordes of zombies converged in that direction. Among them, the gluttonous snake, carried by several zombies, suddenly turned its gaze there. What's happening? The zombies couldn't answer, but kept howling toward that spot. The gluttonous snake rushed over, finding the zombie oddly familiar, yet unable to recall where it had seen it. Straining to remember, it exclaimed in shock, the last program operator. Haha. In wild joy, it commanded the zombies to move along the walls, triggering multiple hidden mechanisms. The gluttonous snake searched several places in ecstasy, but found nothing. It roared, impossible. It must be here. Searching more meticulously, it finally uncovered a hidden compartment in the most inconspicuous spot. After carefully comparing the patterns, it shouted, this is it. This is it. Carefully controlling the zombies to open it, inside lay only a medical kit. Shadow Mist Town, just you wait. Creak, creak. Eerie sounds echoed from every hidden passage. Lin'er, racing ahead, heard them, and thinking Liu Shuai was trapped, rushed frantically toward the noise. In her haste, she didn't notice the cold lightning silver spear's handle brushing against a hidden switch. Boom. 3 massive guillotines, each weighing 1,000 Jin, dropped simultaneously. Lin'er's heart leaped, but she stayed calm, dashing through as they fell. Clang, boom. The ground trembled violently, affecting many areas. Liu Shuai, you're still alive. No matter. Once I turn you into my mightiest general, Shadow Mist Town will be mine for the taking. The gluttonous snake directed a group of the fastest zombies toward Lin'er. Lin'er dashed to the exit at full speed as a rotting zombie hand thrust directly at her throat. Tilting her head back, she thrust her cold lightning silver spear at a 45-degree angle. Though the spear pierced its body, the zombie remained unfazed. As a guttural howl erupted, it lunged to bite Lin'er's arm. She pulled the spear upward, shattering its sharp fangs against the shaft. With a flick of her jade hand, the cold lightning silver spear returned to her grip. Howls and growls filled the air. A horde of zombies surged around the corner, sealing off 80% of the area. I have to break through quickly. Worried about Liu Shuai and Zhao Xiaoying's safety, she fought without restraint. Wherever the cold lightning silver spear passed, zombies fell one after another. Growing more valiant with each strike, Lin'er soon broke through the encirclement. Meanwhile, gluttonous snake sensed something amiss and led a mass of zombies to the scene. Spotting his most hated foe besides Liu Shuai, he tightened the siege. Dense ranks of zombies sealed off the vicinity. Lin'er's stamina drained several times faster. If she couldn't find a way out, death was certain. From his expression, Shuai, and the others aren't here. Since that's the case, I don't need to fight to the death. Making up her mind, she forced back the nearest zombies with a single strike and channeled all her power into the spear. Purple lightning thunderclap. Violet currents coiled around the cold lightning silver spear, coalescing into a net that converged midair into a thunderbolt as thick as an arm. It struck with lightning speed. Boom. Crackle. The technique's greatest strength lay not in killing, but in the paralyzing effect of the purple lightning. Lin'er seized that brief moment to retreat. Catch her. Though the zombies couldn't understand his words, they obeyed without question, surrounding the area so tightly that not even water could pass. Boom. Rumble. Gluttonous snake wiped the zombie blood and filth from his clothes with disgust, snarling, "Damn woman, I'll kill you." Lin'er's spirit soared. She turned, made a funny face, and continued her escape. "I'll kill her. Kill her." The zombies surged forward, recklessly ignoring the structural strain. Fine sand trickled down onto gluttonous snake's neck. Not good. Before he could finish, the ground shook violently and cracks spread around him. Gluttonous snake wished he had more legs. He barely reached a safer spot before the area ahead collapsed entirely. A massive horde of zombies plunged into a huge warehouse accompanied by a series of dull thuds. Mangled bodies crashed into towering stacks of cargo, shattering the crates. Black, yellow, white, gray, and red liquids dripped incessantly. Gluttonous Snake's mood soured instantly. He smiled bitterly and muttered, "It seems I, Gluttonous Snake, am not destined to command the world." Sigh. After several long sighs, faint zombie cries rose from below. Over time, the sounds grew clearer, and the pile of zombies stirred slightly. Boom. The zombies were flung aside, as over a dozen colossal zombies, each larger than a full-grown bison, rose to their feet. Gluttonous Snake was terrified and scrambled backward. Meanwhile, those monstrous giants lowered their proud heads before him. Rubbing his eyes, he confirmed the sight and tentatively commanded, "Rise." The dozen giant zombies raised their heads in unison. Good, good, good. Huh. Still wary, Gluttonous Snake crept to the edge of the collapse and signaled for a zombie to support him with its hand. The giant zombie didn't understand until after much gesticulation it finally used its palm to lower Gluttonous Snake gently. They have intelligence. Gluttonous Snake understood better than anyone what that meant. Suppressing his elation, he directed them to explore outward. When the ground gave way, Liu Shuai and Zhao Xiaoying also felt the tremor. Both were injured and unable to move quickly, so they pressed themselves into a corner. After the surroundings calmed, a faint glimmer of light appeared in the distance. Maybe we can get out that way. Liu Shuai took a couple of steps forward, then hurried back to support Zhao Xiaoying. Just as his hand was about to touch her arm, a wild idea flashed through his mind. He cut his finger with a dagger and pressed it directly against Zhao Xiaoying's lips. Swallow it. Though reluctant, she slowly parted her teeth. The coppery blood entered her body, transforming into a warm current that surged toward her wounds. Her feet, previously swollen, had fully recovered. Amazing. Zhao Xiaoying muttered inwardly as she grabbed his hand. The blood flow quickened several times. Damn, are you trying to suck me dry? The remark was innocent, but her thoughts strayed and her face flushed instantly. Liu Shuai seized her moment of distraction and pulled his hand back. Zhao Xiaoying reacted swiftly. Before he could fully withdraw, she caught his hand and brought it to her lips. Huh. Where's the wound? It healed. She was stunned again, staring intently at this enigmatic man. Cough, cough. Can you walk? If not, I'll carry you. Zhao Xiaoying snapped back to reality, flexed her feet, and found only a slight ache. She boldly took a few steps forward. All better. All better. She was as delighted as a child, her usual icy demeanor completely gone. Liu Shuai's eyes went wide, a lecherous grin spreading across his face as drool dripped shamelessly to the ground. You? Forget it. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let it slide. This is the first time I've heard you say so many words at once. Zhao Xiaoying shot him a glare and strode forward. Soon after they left, a rat scurried out from where Liu Shuai's saliva had fallen. It relished licking up the drool, but its bones began to crackle like popping beans. The rat writhed in agony, scurrying wildly before accidentally falling into a vent. It tumbled down the shaft to the lowest level of the underground palace. Before it could recover, a foul-smelling moss swallowed it whole. Fluid akin to strong sulfuric acid dripped incessantly. The rat desperately battered the surrounding decaying flesh, exhausting itself, but failing to break through. A larger drop of liquid fell, engulfing it. Corpse poison surged into the rat's body. It lay miserably in the yellow venom, its fur sloughing off, and its skin corroded into small holes. A miraculous transformation occurred in the rat, which had been resigned to death. The corroded areas slowly regenerated. Minutes later, Gluttonous Snake finally noticed this zombie, sensing something unusual. He ordered another zombie to slash it. Black blood mixed with faint corpse fluid. Nothing special. Gluttonous Snake's words trailed off as he saw the deep, bone-exposing wound slowly close. Holy shit. He quickly examined the zombie, but found nothing he was looking for. A faint, mournful squeak came from its belly. He promptly ordered the zombie to regurgitate the rat, placed it in a broken jar, and a smirk spread ever wider across his face. The Gluttonous Snake controlled over a dozen giant zombies to conduct an outward search. In those sealed-off detention rooms long untouched for decades, there were inevitably a few zombies lurking. As time passed, the lowest level of the laboratory was entirely overrun by zombies. With this batch of puppets that know no pain, what is mere Shadowmas town? The Gluttonous Snake was exhilarated, its voice seeping through numerous vents to the floors above. Particularly near the positions of Liu Shuai and Zhao Xiaoying, who were not far from the lowest level, the sound emerged just from their left diagonal. Zhao Xiaoying, even if we both die here, we cannot let these harmful things flow into Shadowmas town. Gazing at Liu Shuai, whose eyes were resolute, and who exuded an air of domineering authority, Zhao Xiaoying's heart was struck by something profound. Wherever you go, I'll follow. Liu Shuai's mind was not here at all. He failed to catch the deeper meaning in her words. After carefully inspecting the shark devil eagle, he charged downward. Although Zhao Xiaoying acted later, she was even faster than him. Hoo. Zombies were everywhere, leaving no place to set foot. This actually makes it easier. Zhao Xiaoying did not understand what he meant until she saw him take a stand at the narrowest point, swinging his blade. Then it dawned on her. The upward path was less than 2 meters wide. As long as one person guarded it with all their might, no matter how many zombies swarmed below, they could not break through. Half an hour later, Liu Shuai had Zhao Xiaoying take over. After redeeming some minor stamina recovery potions, he downed 4 bottles in succession. You have such good things. Why didn't you use them in battle? Right, why didn't I think of that? Zhao Xiaoying shot him a glare and continued hacking at the ceaselessly advancing zombies. At the farthest end of the passage below, the gluttonous snake had grown impatient. Standing at the highest point, it looked over and roared, causing trouble again. The giant zombies, sensing its fury, let out even more harrowing cries. The stairwell, nearly blocked by corpses, was instantly packed with zombies. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Liu Shuai wished they would collapse the stairs entirely, giving him more time to recover his spent energy. Just as it was about to cave in, 2 giant zombies propped it up with their backs. Kill them. The gluttonous snake's vicious voice reached Liu Shuai's ears. His brow instantly furrowed and his expression grew increasingly grim. Do you have any high explosives? No. Liu Shuai checked his gear and actually found one, carefully placing it in the most accessible spot. Take this. It could save your life in a critical moment. Zhao Xiaoying initially did not want to take the shark devil eagle, but seeing his profoundly sincere gaze, she could not bear to refuse. Thanks. This is the first time I've heard you say thanks. It sounds nice. Liu Shuai had already resolved to die, teasing her only to ease the tension. After strapping his Tang sword securely, he dashed straight to the stairwell entrance. Gluttonous snake, your grandpa Liu is right here. If you've got the guts, come kill me. No sooner had the words left his mouth than an enraged roar followed. Not only will you die, but everyone in Shadowmas town will perish. Boom, boom, boom. The giant zombies had begun ramming the ceiling, and the entire underground research facility became unstable. The ground shook more violently, making it hard for both Liu Shuai and Zhao Xiaoying to keep their footing. Head that way. After Zhao Xiaoying departed, Liu Shuai took out the high explosive and rapidly retreated. When he was about 30 meters back, he ignited it. Bang rumble. The stairwell, already overburdened, collapsed instantly from the shockwave of the explosive. 2 massive zombies crushed many smaller ones beneath them. Ram it. Ram it. The gluttonous snake, furious, commanded the giant zombies to strike, while it relentlessly pounded the ceiling above. Find a safe place quickly. Zhao Xiaoying wanted to, but the surroundings were already buckling under the strain. As she hesitated, a rock split by the tremors plummeted directly downward. Jump over. Liu Shuai was much farther from that rock than she was. To reach it, he would have to risk using the giant zombie's shoulder as a springboard. After a running start, he leaped directly. The giant zombie, weighed down by an enormous stone, could not move and merely flailed its arms symbolically. Zhao Xiaoying and Liu Shuai seized that moment to charge onto the crack-ridden boulder. With this buffer point, they dispatched zombies much faster. The gluttonous snake wished it could flay them alive, but its loyal minions blocked its path. With no other choice, it commanded the giant zombies to clear a passage forward. The path around it was soon cleared, but it could not get through the seamless throng of zombies. Damn, having too many people is a tragedy too. The gluttonous snake grimaced as it cleared its way forward. Meanwhile, Liu Shuai, after slaying the zombie beside him, said, "Find a chance to get up." All right. Zhao Xiaoying did not know what he planned, but she trusted him unconditionally. Once she was up, Liu Shuai also used the giant zombie's shoulder to leap up. Gluttonous snake, your grandpa Liu has killed so many of your minions again. Aren't you going to chase me? What are you waiting for? You. So infuriating. He was so enraged that he forgot what he wanted to say. Indeed, like minion, like pig-headed master. If I were a zombie, I'd devour you first. Liu Shuai only meant to provoke him, but unexpectedly the zombies near him all turned toward him. Especially those slightly larger than ordinary zombies who frantically clawed at the passage, looking as if they wanted to tear him apart. The gluttonous snake turned pale with fright. Just as it considered retreating upward, the giant zombie, supporting it, moved both arms, nearly wiping out all the nearby zombies. Good, you are truly loyal. In its excitement, it caught sight of the smaller zombies and bellowed, "Kill them all." A dozen giant zombies began a crushing assault on the surrounding zombies. Haha, now this is a show worth watching. Liu Shuai and Zhao Xiaoying had already reached an area that had not yet collapsed, laughing as they retreated. Meanwhile, the commotion also affected Lin'er. Worried about Liu Shuai's safety, she cast all caution aside. After jumping down from a height, she saw a dense sea of zombies, and a deep foreboding settled in her heart. The cold lightning silver spear swept out its purple light, casting an eerie glow over the surroundings. The purple electric arcs instantly repelled many zombies, leaving the area near her landing spot mostly clear. Shuai Shuai, Shuai Shuai. Her voice carried far, but there was no reply from Liu Shuai. Liner's eyes reddened slightly, and her voice grew choked. The cold lightning silver spear spun, and as a stronger surge of purple lightning emerged, she roared, "I will make you all pay with your lives." With each word she uttered, swathes of zombies fell. Before long, the gluttonous snake heard the cries. A bitter smile crept across its ugly face. "Do I owe you two something? Everyone's throwing a tantrum. Who am I supposed to take it out on?" Huh. Lin'er did not react at first, but after charging forward nearly 10 meters, she suddenly came to her senses and exclaimed with joy, "Shuai Shuai is fine, Shuai Shuai is fine." As boundless joy replaced her fury, she wielded the cold lightning silver spear with even greater finesse, and the dense horde of zombies dared not approach within 3 meters. Kill her, kill her. The giant zombie charged forward, now close to Lin'er. This is not the time for a death match. With this thought flashing through her mind, she leaped off a larger zombie, and dashed toward a still intact area, though it was already riddled with cracks, threatening to collapse at the slightest misstep. Fortunately, Lin'er was light enough to navigate the less fractured sections. With a roar, the ground behind her gave way. Lin'er sprinted desperately, but she could not outrun the collapse. Just as she prepared to use the cold lightning silver spear for leverage, a black rope landed beside her. Come here, Shuai. The joy in her heart was beyond words. But Liu Shuai remained calm, looping the rope around her and pulling with all his might. As Lin'er soared through the air, a giant zombie's hand slammed into the spot she had just occupied. That was close, so close. Hee, I knew you two would be fine. Silly girl. Liu Shuai habitually tapped Lin'er's delicate nose. They exchanged an awkward glance with Zhao Xiaoying and shouted in unison, here they come. Zhao Xiaoying reacted swiftly. A cyan light enveloped her longsword as she slashed at the charging zombies. The giant zombie failed to dodge, losing half its body to the strike. Its wails of anguish stirred the smaller zombies, which surged forward recklessly. Cover each other. As Zhao Xiaoying retreated, she tucked the shark demon eagle into Liu Shuai's belt. With the battle raging, there was no time for words. After forcing the zombies back, Lin'er charged in again. A violet flash erupted, and the zombies suffered heavy casualties. Meanwhile, the gluttonous snake finally broke through the layers of obstacles and appeared before them. Die! The broadsword came down fast and fierce. Liu Shuai calmly parried with his Tang blade and shouted, get out of here. But Lin'er and Zhao Xiaoying, instead of retreating, charged at the giant zombie carrying the gluttonous snake. What more could Liu Shuai say? He could only accelerate his strikes, doing his utmost to slay the gluttonous snake before they were completely surrounded. The plan was sound, but reality was brutal. The gluttonous snake had grown far more formidable than before. With every slash, Liu Shuai's hand trembled slightly. After a dozen strikes, his arm went numb and the Tang blade nearly slipped from his grasp. Fortunately, he kept his composure and used the shark demon eagle to drive the enemy back. You only have 7 bullets, and you've already used 3. From the gluttonous snake's nonchalant expression, Liu Shuai deduced that it had already devised a countermeasure. He quickly holstered the gun and gripped the Tang blade vertically with his other hand to counterattack. Clang, clang, clang. After 3 exchanges, his left arm trembled violently. Forcing himself to calm down, Liu Shuai abruptly dropped the Tang blade. This unexpected move caught the gluttonous snake off guard, and it swung its broadsword in a seamless defensive arc. Simultaneously, Liu Shuai leaped, clamping the Tang blade between his legs and thrusting forward. The force and speed were more than double that of a one-handed strike. The gluttonous snake failed to evade, and its sword arm was pierced. As the broadsword fell, Liu Shuai quickly withdrew the Tang blade and slashed horizontally. The gluttonous snake rolled backward, using a zombie's body to block the lethal blow. With a groan, the zombie's head was nearly severed, and it collapsed limply. Its massive frame crushed over a dozen smaller zombies beneath it. Your men aren't up to much, are they, eh? You? The gluttonous snake was furious, but dared not lose his reason. Scanning the area, he saw fewer than 10 giant zombies remaining, and his heart bled. While the gluttonous snake fumed, Liu Shuai stealthily downed 2 recovery potions. A tiny zombie crawled out from the pile of corpses, and puzzled reached toward the gluttonous snake's back. Watch out behind you. No one in such a situation would believe Liu Shuai had good intentions, so the gluttonous snake simply ignored him. Ryup. Though the gluttonous snake decapitated the small zombie, several long claw marks now adorned his back. An itching sensation spread from the wounds. He nearly scratched them, but stopped himself just in time. The unbearable itch grew worse, and he could only squirm to alleviate it. Liu Shuai downed 3 more recovery potions, walked over with a grin, and said, your dance moves are quite something, huh? Must have seduced plenty of girls back in the day. The gluttonous snake could suppress his rage at anything else, but this was the one thing he could not tolerate. A faint cracking sound came from his joints. His expression was one of agony, and his aura fluctuated wildly. Unwilling to take risks, Liu Shuai shifted his target to the giant zombies. Its massive body became a burden, a large chunk of rotten flesh was cleaved off. Its right hand descended. If you did not dodge, you would be instantly crushed into pulp. Liu Shuai hastily retreated, reaching safety a second before the arm fell. With a crash, the hand pierced through another clumsy giant zombie. The attacked zombie was no pushover. It backhanded the first one, shattering its head like a hammer, smashing a watermelon. Lin'er. Before the words faded, she who had been watching the battle closely hurled the cold lightning silver spear like a javelin. With a crack and a boom, the giant zombie was severed, and Liu Shuai used his Tang blade to knock the spear back to her. From a distance, it appeared as if the giant zombie had been cleaved by a violet flash. The enraged gluttonous snake gradually calmed down, commanding the surviving giant zombies to converge at the center. After Zhao Xiaoying dispatched one with a finishing move, she suddenly devised a clever strategy to hunt them and quickly called the others over. After hearing her plan, Liu Shuai immediately gave a thumbs up. The 3 dashed in different directions. If you observed closely, you would notice they were heading toward areas dense with smaller zombies. The giant zombies' path was blocked, and they cleared the smaller ones like trash. But Liu Shuai appeared among them, and the scent of a living human drove them into a frenzy. A swarm of smaller zombies fiercely attacked the giant ones, which in turn accelerated their slaughter. As a result, the teeming zombie horde dwindled rapidly. Once the piled corpses made movement difficult for the giant zombies, Liu Shuai and the others unleashed their finishing moves, felling 3 more giant zombies. Now fewer than 5 giant zombies remained alive. Unwilling to continue fighting these lunatics, the gluttonous snake commanded the remaining large zombies to cluster together, watching them warily. Stupid fool, if looks could kill, ID have nothing to say. But even if you stare for 100 years, your Lord Liu will still be standing. You. Buffed it. Not long after the underground mutation occurred, whether due to the corpse fluid affecting the zombies outside Shadow Mist Town, or other reasons, many zombies near the moat had grown bone spurs on their bodies. These bone spurs were different from those seen before. Although varied in shape, they possessed a horrifying function that instilled fear in the defenders. They could be used as weapons. The 7-star expulsion array is on the verge of collapse. What should we do? Hao Deshang, since becoming company commander, couldn't remember how long it had been since he felt so utterly lost. Ma Weiguo's face had remained grim. He sighed and said, "We have no choice but to fight to the death. Inform everyone to prepare for a desperate battle. If we can't hold the line, detonate the high explosives planted by Gluttonous Snake and the others." All right. Hao Deshang knew all too well what detonation meant. With a heavy heart, he went to relay the new orders. Upon receiving the news, the civilians neither screamed nor fled in panic. They simply stared quietly at the town chief. "I, Qi Yufeng, swear to you all that I will charge at the forefront of every battle. If the zombies want to break into Shadow Mist Town, they must step over my dead body. We swear to defend Shadow Mist Town to the death. We swear to defend Shadow Mist Town to the death." The flagging morale began to recover rapidly. Yet the zombies, undeterred by the rising spirits, launched simultaneous assaults on the defensive structures throughout Shadow Mist Town. Suppressive fire. Prepare the heavy artillery. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. Rumble. Smoke and gunpowder filled Shadow Mist Town. 9 out of 10 zombies daring to approach were killed, leaving only the mutated ones with bone spurs still alive. Bullets couldn't kill them, and unless a shell landed directly on them, you couldn't even hope to blast them to death. At this rate, we can't hold out. We must hold even if we can't. Look, even half-grown children have joined the fight. As soldiers, aren't you ashamed? These words made all the defending soldiers forget their fear of death, their only thought being to hold Shadow Mist Town. The battle grew increasingly brutal, and almost all the outer defenses were destroyed. Everyone used the moat for defense. Ma Weiguo, leading the Bloodstab squad, rushed from place to place, exhausted to the point of seeing stars, yet he dared not stop to rest. The 9 Dragons Hermit observed everything. After nodding to Sanhua and the others, he used a rope to descend directly outside the city gate. Brothers, charge. The true martial sword itself was comparable to an ancient divine weapon, and now infused with a massive amount of true qi, it could slice through even the mutated zombies as easily as cutting vegetables. The first wave of mutated zombies was quickly cleared. The ordinary zombies couldn't withstand the dense artillery fire and couldn't even get within 100 meters of the city gate. Well done. All defensive points immediately dispatch experts to eliminate the mutated zombies. Move quickly. The order was relayed to all positions via personal communicators. The other positions were manageable, but the area defended by Goyu, deputy commander of the steel company, lacked experts. They could only resist to the best of their ability. The zombies were drawing closer, nearing the moat. Fix bayonets. Brothers, charge. Just as Goyu was about to lead the charge, Zhang Jiao appeared outside the moat with Yang Yang and the others. Crack. Wherever the lonely moon whip lashed out, zombies fell in droves. Goyu sighed bitterly and muttered, "If we had their skills, we wouldn't have to pay with our lives." Deputy commander, there's no war without casualties. Our brothers are no cowards, they're all good men. That's right, the steel company has no cowards. Get your gear ready. Cover their flanks. Rat-a-tat-tat. With their rear secured, Zhang Jiao and the others could kill zombies much faster. Bian Shuang, follow me. Both Shi and Chun Shuang used extra-long weapons. With a bit of coordination, the others had little to do. Everyone take a moment to regulate your breathing. We'll relieve them soon. Zhang Jiao's command was commendable, earning a thumbs up even from Goyu. 2 minutes later, Zhang Jiao and Bian Shuang simultaneously withdrew from the fight. Senior Sister Jura, let's go. All right. Yang Yang crossed her hands, and the Mandarin duck blades sprang from her arms, flashing with a chilling gleam. Both used short weapons, yet their lethality was terrifying. Yang Yang's attacks in particular were area effect. The more zombies gathered, the greater the carnage. Zhuer was not to be underestimated either. With a flick of her iron bone fan, several to a dozen zombies would have their heads severed from their bodies. It seems on the most useless one. Xiao Mei clutched her laser sword, having made an important decision. Zhang Jiao patted her shoulder and said softly, "When we have time, I'll teach you some combat techniques." Really? Really? Xiao Mei was so excited she nearly jumped for joy. The defending soldiers were in the thick of battle. Her loud laugh drew everyone's attention. Xiao Mei immediately shut her mouth, blushing deeply, and lowered her head in embarrassment. Soon most of the mutated zombies were eliminated. Yang Yang and Zhuer returned with smiles. Go up and rest. While you're at it, ask if any other positions need support. All right. After they left, Zhang Jiao and Xiao Mei did not go up. They stood quietly outside the moat. I don't know sword techniques, but the principles of the saber and sword are the same. Watch closely. Before her words faded, Zhang Jiao charged toward the distant zombies. Sensing the scent of living humans, they rushed over excitedly. A chain reaction occurred, drawing nearby zombies toward them. A faint smile curled at the corner of Zhang Jiao's mouth. A dim light suffused her Tang Saber. Chaos Saber technique net of blades. With each movement of the Tang Saber, a blade aura of chi remained at the previous position. When these auras connected, they formed a net-like pattern. The zombies that dared approach were frozen in place. Swish. Thud. Dozens of zombies shattered, blood and gore splattering everywhere. On the other side, Xiao Mei earnestly mimicked the movements. The color of her laser sword deepened gradually. Zhang Jiao glanced at her and nodded in satisfaction. She swung the Tang Saber faster, nearly creating a gap in the zombie ranks. So this is the true essence of the Tang Saber. I never understood it before. The saber moved with her while leaving afterimages wherever it passed. Any zombie that touched it would either lose a limb or be slain. Zhang Jiao's state became increasingly unique. She didn't even realize she was chasing after the zombies. Deputy Commander, don't you think something's off? Goyu finally looked over and muttered, something is off. Quick aim and fire rapidly. Now. Whoosh. 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 Boom. Rumble. The explosion of the shells jolted her back to reality. Turning around, she realized she was several hundred meters from the moat and hurriedly ran back. But the zombies wouldn't let her retreat. They converged from multiple directions. Just as Zhang Jiao was about to be surrounded, Xiao Mei broke through the encirclement, first shouting, this way. You came just in time. Zhang Jiao swung her saber back, decapitating a pursuing zombie, while grabbing Xiao Mei by the collar and rushing toward the city gate. During the bloody battle in Shadowmas town, the situation underground was even more dire than above. Had it not been for Liu Shuai's miraculous physical recovery potion miner, he would have long been exhausted by the dense horde of zombies. Even so, they gained no advantage, trapped in a dead end by the swarming zombies. Now where do you think you can flee? Gluttonous snake, with your meager skills you couldn't catch me even if you chased for 100 years. Is that so? He commanded the last 3 giant zombies to approach inch by inch. Recover quickly. After a quiet reminder, he disdainfully extended his right index finger, gently wagging it as he said, you are not good enough. Kill them all. The giant zombies rampaged closer, destroying everything in their path. Liu Shuai remained still until the nearest zombie's attack descended. Instead of retreating, he charged forward. Gluttonous snake couldn't fathom it and could only order the last giant zombie to guard him. This inadvertently nullified his most powerful strike. The giant zombie's first blow missed and a heavier strike followed. Simultaneously, to entangle it, Liu Shuai deliberately dodged toward another giant zombie, using its arm for leverage. Boom. Crack. As the zombie's shoulder blade shattered, it struck the attacking zombie with a slap. Liu Shuai was about to hit the ground, yet a faint smile lingered on his lips. Clang. A sword aura swept over their heads. The 2 giant zombies collapsed in different directions, bewildered, while the smaller zombies suffered heavy losses. Your eyes are about to pop out. Liu Shuai, now close to Gluttonous Snake, deliberately revealed his exact position to create a killing opportunity. Die? Die. Gluttonous Snake charged with his great cleaver. Once he left the giant zombies' range, the nearby small zombies hesitated but did not attack. Liu Shuai kept slashing at the zombies that dared approach, noticing their subtle movements, and a more sinister smile crept across his face. He slowly evaded the zombies' attacks, only killing those that threatened his life. As more zombies gathered, Gluttonous Snake had to cut through them to get closer. No sooner had he slain a few than the small zombies suddenly turned on him. How does it feel to be killed by your own? You. Gluttonous Snake was so enraged today that he couldn't form complete sentences. To vent his fury, he swung his great cleaver faster and faster. Lin'er and Zhao Xiaoying fought with growing synergy. The soul giant zombie hampered at every turn, its upper body covered in countless wounds. Prepare your strongest strike. Lin'er quickened her cold lightning silver spear, enveloping the area in a dense web of spear shadows that instantly killed any approaching zombie. It struck the giant zombie, but had no effect, like a stone sinking into the sea. Zhao Xiaoying, observing everything, suddenly produced her longsword, which she had been readying, and a swift, urgent green light flashed across. Boom. The giant zombie's left arm was severed. Wails and cries erupted, and the nearby small zombies charged recklessly at the 2 women. Lin'er had a foreign chance to slay the giant zombie, but catching a shadow on Zhao Xiaoying's left flank, she thrust her spear directly. Squeak. A zombie rat was pinned to the ground. Even dead, passing by it still sent a chill down their spines. Meanwhile, the giant zombie ordered its minions to encircle it at the center. With its other hand, it picked up the severed arm and pressed it to the wound, holding it there for only 2 or 3 seconds. When the catastrophe Lin'er and Zhao Xiaoying feared didn't occur, their anxious hearts finally eased. There are too many zombies around. They'll force a path open, and you find a chance to strike. They'll go. Zhao Xiaoying moved later, but was faster than Lin'er, her longsword unleashing a green sword shadow that nearly wiped out all zombies within 2 meters. Lin'er was equally swift, reaching the gap and annihilating all zombies in a 3-meter straight line with her purple spear light. The perfect killing opportunity appeared. Zhao Xiaoying pushed her speed to the limit, leaving vivid afterimages in her wake. When she reappeared, the giant zombie's other hand was also severed. An enemy without arms was like a tiger without fangs, fearsome in appearance but utterly powerless. The zombie's distinctive wails reached Gluttonous Snake's ears. He spun around, and seeing his subordinate on the verge of death, uncontrollable rage surged to his head. Don't even think of escaping. Without further entanglement, he made a feint with his great cleaver and leaped onto the small zombies. They were too busy howling with the giant zombie to mind him. He seized that moment to dash forward. Don't let him get close. The warning reached Lin'er and Zhao Xiaoying, but they were too slow to react. As they forced back the small zombies, a worn-out bottle had already been tossed into its mouth. Clatter! The bottle shattered, and a powerful aura emanated from its mouth. All died. Gluttonous Snake stood on its shoulder, pointing his great cleaver at the three giant zombies, his expression utterly ferocious. A sense of foreboding gripped Liu Shuai. He stopped the women and whispered, "Fall back." The aura grew stranger as yellow fluid began seeping from the giant zombie's body. The fluid quickly spread to nearby zombies. Strange howls rose and fell, accompanied by crackling sounds from their bodies. Could they be evolving? Before the words faded, the foremost zombie's arms began elongating and blade-like bones extended outward at a terrifying speed. TCH Jinx. Liu Shuai wanted to slap himself. Now, Lin'er unleashed her ultimate technique, Purple Lightning Thunderstrike, freezing all nearby zombies in place. Liu Shuai nodded at Zhao Xiaoying and charged at top speed. Wherever his blade aura passed, zombies were slain. As they fought inward, they failed to notice the zombies on both flanks feasting on the corpses of the fallen. Crunch crunch. Zombies that had mutated in only one spot now displayed 2 or 3 mutations. Those nearest the giant zombie not only grew hand blades and long sharp bone spikes, but also developed helmet-like growths on their heads. Even Liu Shuai with his strong adaptability struggled to process such a bizarre sight, nearly getting struck by a bone blade in his days. Treat them like ordinary zombies. Zhao Xiaoying brandished her longsword and charged straight at Gluttonous Snake. With so many minions at his disposal, he had no need to fight personally. Pointing in their direction, hundreds of zombies began to encircle them. Had Lin'er not reacted, quickly forcing open the encirclement with her ultimate technique, Zhao Xiaoying would have perished. Thank you. We are sisters, no need for thanks. Fighting back-to-back with Lin'er not only made Zhao Xiaoying safer, but also reduced her stamina consumption. Once assured that the two women were temporarily safe, Liu Shuai downed 10 bottles of physical recovery potion minor in one gulp. An immensely powerful aura erupted from Liu Shuai, instantly replenishing a fifth of his depleted stamina. The released energy sent nearby zombies staggering backward. So you know fear too. Before the words faded, his Tang Saber had already struck the nearest zombie, using nearly full force to ensure it wouldn't rise again. With crashes and thuds, dozens of zombies fell, yet those behind charged forward fearlessly. These zombies were different from others. Their speed far surpassed any he had encountered before. Coupled with their nearly tonter-long bone blades, they left him no chance to counterattack. Damn it! As he dodged diagonally, left a slight miscoordination between foot and body, left a long gash on his back. The scent of blood spread, driving the zombies into a frenzied charge. Especially the nearest ones. They began licking the blood off the ground. With a series of crackling sounds, the white bone spikes started turning a grayish white. The transformation was swift. By the time he looked again, they had already stopped changing. If not for his vivid memory of the previous bone spikes, he would have thought his eyes were playing tricks. Liu Shuai's expression grew grim as his Tang Saber swung relentlessly, wounding some zombies, but killing none. This layer of bone armor is such a nuisance. As he grumbled inwardly, the zombies greedily tracked his blood's movement. Though surrounded on all sides, they refrained from attacking, instead scrambling for the blood. The one that consumed the most blood had its entire skeleton turned black, its bone blade gleaming in the light. I have to break out quickly. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the wound finally stopped bleeding and the torn skin began to slowly close. Bereft of their beloved blood lure, the zombies launched a frantic assault from all directions. Bone blades descended from every side. Liu Shuai carefully maneuvered through the gaps, and upon spotting a chance to escape, he leaped onto a bone blade and sprinted across. The zombies weren't fools. They kept their arms raised, then withdrew them, opening their foul, gaping maws. Liu Shuai held his breath and executed a precarious somersault, narrowly avoiding the jaws. Before he could land, faster and fiercer bone blades struck down. He blocked one with his Tang Saber and whipped the scabbard across their necks. The force was considerable. The first two zombies' heads separated from their bodies. So that's how it's done. Liu Shuai found a way to kill them, and wanted to inform Lin'er and Zhao Xiaoying, only to see them trapped in the distance by the gluttonous snake. With shouts of exertion, his Tang Saber slashed horizontally, while the scabbard swung, continuously clearing the immediate area. A morbidly obese zombie woman wielded a chain in her right hand and a spatula in her left. Liu Shuai's space was too confined to fully evade. On a whim, he dashed straight toward the bone-spiked zombies. With a crack and a bang, the chain easily shattered one into pieces. With this idiot's help, breaking out is no longer a problem. His mood lightened, and his calculations became more precise. Within 3 minutes, dozens lay dead nearby. As long as he could slay the bone zombies, the ordinary ones would pose no obstacle. The thought was promising, but reality fell short. The zombie woman who had been cooperating suddenly stopped attacking and stood still. Liu Shuai's first thought was that she was tired. But after waiting a long time with no further attack, he abandoned the idea of using her to wipe them out. His Tang Saber swung faster and faster, yet he couldn't kill a single bone zombie. After such fierce combat, his stamina was nearly depleted, blocking the black bone blade, left his arms trembling. Retreating to a safe spot, he downed a small stamina recovery potion. Once his energy returned, he stopped bothering with defense and simply slashed relentlessly. Wherever he charged, a small pit of corpses soon formed. He grew more valiant with each strike, but Lin'er and Zhao Xiaoying struggled desperately. If not for their unique weapons, they would have been cold corpses by now. He'll cover you, go. You go. Zhao Xiaoying had never been so serious. Lin'er glanced at her, then forced a path open with her lightning spear and unleashed her ultimate move. A massive thunderbolt struck toward the gluttonous snake. Unwilling to risk his life, he leaped onto the shoulder of a distant obese zombie. Come here quickly. Zhao Xiaoying paused, then cut down 2 zombies and rushed over. Why didn't it explode? I bluffed him. Oh. Though the words were soft, the gluttonous snake heard them clearly and stomped in fury. Yet he forgot his current predicament. The obese zombie had no patience. It grabbed his legs with both hands and brought its sharp teeth down. Startled, the gluttonous snake quickly slashed its mouth open with his broadsword. The zombie ignored the wound, tightening its grip until his bones creaked. At the brink of death, he pulled the broadsword downward and then hacked at the zombie's arms. With a tearing sound, the arms were severed as the gaping maw descended. With no time to remove the hands clamped on his calves, the gluttonous snake rolled sideways several times and finally reached safety. As he cut off the zombie hands, his peripheral vision caught the sight of the unstoppable Liu Shuai, igniting his rage. Prepare to die. Hearing the cry, Liu Shuai swiftly killed the nearby zombies and downed 10 small stamina recovery potions. The gluttonous snake paid little attention until he got close and saw the ground littered with empty bottles. What are you staring at? You broke pauper. You. If you can't even afford a potion bottle, what else are you but a broke pauper? Struck speechless, the gluttonous snake could only charge faster. The recovery potions fully took effect, releasing an imposing aura that made the gluttonous snake hesitate. Seizing the rare opportunity, Liu Shuai closed in his Tang Saber, slashing horizontally, and Scabbard striking vertically. Kid trying to outpotion me. I'll drown you in them. Forced to evade the dual assault, the gluttonous snake had no time to retort. As he opened his mouth, Liu Shuai stuffed a handful of empty bottles into it. He sighed dramatically. Tisk, so poor you have to lick other people's blood bottle containers. You're truly unmatched. His feigned anguish sent the gluttonous snake into a towering rage. Liu Shuai's goal was to enrage him completely. With that achieved, he secretly produced a zombie cleaver in his left hand, prepared long in advance. His Tang Saber attacked as usual, but the scabbard was replaced by the zombie cleaver, capable of cutting bone as effectively as the saber. The gluttonous snake failed to dodge, and a large chunk of flesh was sliced from his left shoulder, revealing the gleaming white bone. The pain in his shoulder was excruciating, draining all his strength and leaving him unable to evade the swift Tang Saber. Just as it was about to strike him down, a massive head slammed into him, sending him flying. Simultaneously, the giant zombie's head was cleaved open by the Tang Saber. You've destroyed my hope. I want rest until I've slaughtered you all. The gluttonous snake charged with a contorted face, brandishing his broadsword. Liu Shuai was prepared. As he closed in, he half-crouched to the left diagonal, thrusting his Tang Saber, while the zombie's cleaver aimed for his waist. The gluttonous snake was shrewd enough to retreat several steps, but the blade still sliced across its belly. Rip! He tore off his clothes with swift precision, quickly binding the wound. Then he swung the cleaver even faster. Oomph! Liu Shuai leaped from the ground, charging in a spinning motion. Swish slash. Long gashes appeared on the gluttonous snake's back and chest. Up! It let out a resentful cry before collapsing limply backward. At that moment, a gray-white figure burst from the nearest giant zombie's remains. It moved with such speed that even Liu Shuai couldn't intercept it as it plunged into the gluttonous snake's body. Gurgle whimper. Black blood spewed from its mouth, while the fabric on its back bulged slowly as bone-like spikes began to grow wildly. Still trying to transform. Before Liu Shuai could finish, his twin blades reached their peak speed. Just as they were about to strike, a whip as thick as an infant's arm descended rapidly from above. He rolled twice to dodge, exclaiming, "Damn, what the hell is this?" The gluttonous snake's limbs had elongated, its head resembled a wolf's mane, and a long tail had sprouted. A grotesque beast. Taste my blade. Liu Shu's taunt was meant to test if it retained human intelligence. Its agile movements had already given him the answer. Dual blade combat drained stamina, but Liu Shuai wasn't afraid. Head gulp a recovery potion whenever he could. Over time, the exchange button turned gray. Why can't I exchange? He muttered, glancing at the exchange value now at 1A, and quickly abandoned the idea of overwhelming it with potions. The gluttonous snake, oblivious to this, harbored a deep terror of the two sharp blades in its memory, never daring to approach recklessly. Liu Shuai delivered one slash, then sheathed the zombie cleaver. Lure some small zombies over. Lin'er, though unsure of his plan, obeyed without hesitation. As they neared, Liu Shuai cut them down with his Tang Saber. He stealthily opened the exchange panel. The value had risen to 11, and the button turned white. Having found a quick method to accumulate it, he relentlessly hacked at the zombies. No matter how the gluttonous snake pursued, he refused to engage, directly driving it into a frenzy of roars. The zombies affected by the sound grew increasingly ferocious. At this rate, we'll be exhausted before they're all dead. Let's fight while retreating. All right. Zhao Xiaoying, weary to the bone, charged at the right flank. The zombies wouldn't let them escape, easily encircling from multiple directions and sealing off the area again. Liu Shuai, now nearby, caught a glimpse of the Tumental gluttonous snake, and a smile finally broke through his grim expression. Big guy, I'm right here. Come and kill me if you can. Whimper. The enraged gluttonous snake charged without looking, only noticing the zombies at the last second. Its tail whip sent them flying. Though the vicinity was cleared, the flung zombies were tossed back by others. Swish crack. The tail whip sliced them into multiple pieces like a razor. Liu Shuai dispatched the nearby zombies, his smile deepening. Meanwhile, the gluttonous snake turned its gaze toward him, instinctively perceiving mockery, and lunged with greater fury. The nearby zombies suffered heavy losses. At this rate, 10 more charges, and it'll open an escape route for them. Liu Shuai calculated each move with precision. The zombies, annoyed by the giant, sent several obese ones wielding tattered weapons to block him. As the gluttonous snake was halted, Liu Shuai quickly drew his zombie cleaver, clearing a path with both blades. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoying fought desperately, closing the distance. This way, this way. Lin'er's cold lightning silver spear moved faster, breaking through the dense zombie horde. The moment Liu Shuai reunited with them, Zhao Xiaoying stumbled, gripping his arm for support. Wait. He cut his finger with the Tang Saber's tip and offered it to her. Lin'er urged for him, drink it. Zhao Xiaoying hesitated, but after a glare placed it in her mouth. The metallic taste nearly made her gag, yet her depleted strength slowly began to return. Realizing its value, she sucked eagerly. Lin'er, exhausted, drove off a few nearby zombies and said weakly, I want some too. Liu Shuai had no choice but to cut his other hand. Damn it, slow down, slow down. You two vampires, they'll be drained dry by you. No matter what he said, they ignored him, sucking even harder. Though this seemed lengthy, barely 10 seconds had passed, and the repelled zombies were closing in again. Without even looking, Zhao Xiaoying swung her sword, sending a blade of light toward them. She was startled by the casual strike's power. Normally, such a feat would require a tenth of her strength. Knowing his blood was a treasure, they drank faster. Liu Shu's face had turned deathly pale, and little blood flowed from his fingers. Ladies, please stop. His feeble plea snapped Lin'er back to reality. She released him and pulled Zhao Xiaoying away. Do you want to kill Shuai? Lin'er's anger flared as purple light flickered on her cold lightning silver spear. The intense killing aura enveloped Zhao Xiaoying, forcing her back 3 steps. The spear swept horizontally, instantly killing the approaching zombies. Regaining her composure, Zhao Xiaoying also fought fiercely to protect Liu Shuai. Another expense. He tapped the exchange button repeatedly, and a dozen small stamina recovery potions appeared in his hand. In the dire situation, he downed them all without a second thought. As the liquid entered, a fierce burning sensation spread from his throat to his stomach. Half a second later, a dull ache set in. As he frowned, in excruciating pain, like a million ants gnawing at his heart, surged through his entire body. It hurt so much. Shuai. Liu Shuai. They rushed to his side with all speed. Cut my skin, hurry. Lin'er seized the Tang Saber and slashed a gash on his arm. Blood sprayed far and wide. The zombies, drawn by the scent, scrambled toward them. Lin'er thought to seal the wound with her mouth, but caught sight of Zhao Xiaoying, a mischievous idea flashing through her mind. Haven't you had enough? Go on. Zhao Xiaoying, already bloated, reluctantly charged over. Purple lightning thunderclap. Violet currents coiled around the cold lightning silver spear, coalescing into a net. The net merged midair into a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm, striking with blinding speed. In those few seconds, Zhao Xiaoying was so full she nearly vomited, yet the cursed blood still gushed like a fountain. The moment she pulled her mouth away, Liu Shu's wound sealed instantly. His snow-pale face nearly made her scream. Liu Shuai was now extremely weak, lacking even the strength to speak, and could only blink his eyes repeatedly. Zhao Xiaoying saw his lips moving, but couldn't make out what he was saying. She leaned in closer, yet still couldn't hear him clearly. She moved her ear to his lips, but still heard nothing. You wanna? Zhao Xiaoying's mouth was sealed by his, and she let out panicked sounds. In this way, her jaw was forced open, and saliva smoothly flowed into Liu Shuai's mouth. The moment it reached his throat, the burning pain vanished significantly. Liu Shuai used all his strength to pull her into an embrace. Amidst the passionate kiss, Zhao Xiaoying had long forgotten everything around her, mind consumed solely by Liu Shuai. He, however, was different. The severely depleted blood in his body slowly recovered during the gentle kiss. Are you two going to be much longer? Lin'er had to defend a vast area, and several times she was nearly ambushed by sudden zombies. Fortunately, her cold lightning silver spear was long enough to rescue them just in time. Zhao Xiaoying snapped back to reality, her face instantly turning as red as an apple as she pushed hard against Liu Shuai. Not only did he not let go, but his arms holding her tightened even more. A sharp pain shot through her bones, and tears began to well in Zhao Xiaoying's eyes. After 10 seconds, she was nearly suffocating, but Liu Shuai suddenly released her. Cough, cough, cough. You scoundrel. Zhao Xiaoying wanted to slap him, but the moment she raised her hand, a powerful surge of energy flowed from her dantian to her palm. After examining herself in astonishment, she exclaimed with wild joy, I've broken through. Liu Shuai, however, sat up straight and closed his eyes. Watch out. Fortunately, Lin'er's timely warning allowed Zhao Xiaoying to repel the zombie lunging at Liu Shuai. Her long sword swung, and streaks of cyan light mercilessly reaped the zombies. No matter the cost, they charged fearlessly towards Liu Shuai. Lin'er's arms were numb from killing, yet she couldn't stop them. After thrusting her spear, she shouted, "Take over for me." Zhao Xiaoying was already terrifyingly powerful before her breakthrough. Afterwards, dealing with small zombies was as easy as slicing vegetables. With each sweep of her sword, a dozen zombies were cleaved. The area was blocked by a dense wall of zombie remains. Soon the zombies were separated by the corpse barrier and temporarily couldn't get through. That was until the gluttonous serpent charged over, instantly shattering the wall of corpses. Woof woof howl. You monster worthy of howling like a wolf. Liu Shuai slowly stood up, his Tang sword already gripped in his right hand. My two treasures have worked hard, leave it to me. Before the words faded, Liu Shuai had already charged out. Zhao Xiaoying didn't react at first, but after thinking it over she fumed. Who's your treasure? Seeing her flustered, Lin'er let out a tinkling laugh. You too. Zhao Xiaoying felt like killing someone, but dared not actually harm them, so she vented her boundless rage on the zombies. Thus Liu Shuai was free from worries. If she ever found out she had been manipulated again, she would surely skin Liu Shuai alive. Liu Shuai would never tell her, nor would Lin'er, unless her intelligence improved one day, and she would understand instantly. Die. The dense horde of zombies had been carved into a huge crater by her attacks. This woman is too ferocious, YD, better not provoke her in the future. Lin'er speared the zombie on his left flank away, and replied softly. You stole her first kiss, do you think she'll let you off easily? That was a special situation. Do women reason with you? True enough. Lin'er suddenly realized what he meant, and after parrying the gluttonous serpent's claw with her spear, she glared at him angrily. Cold sweat uncontrollably dripped down Liu Shuai's temples. They're all hard to deal with. If I can avoid them in the future, I definitely must. Having made his decision, he slowly sidled away. He moved stealthily, and Lin'er didn't notice until the distance between them had widened, and she suddenly realized. Shuai, are you trying to infuriate me? What are you talking about? Liu Shuai tilted his head, feigning confusion. Lin'er stomped her foot in anger and charged over, wielding her cold lightning silver spear. After clearing the nearby zombies, she was not far from Liu Shuai. Look, my Lin'er is so valiant. You? I won't argue with you now, but I'll deal with you when we get back. Liu Shuai dodged the gluttonous serpent's attack, rushed in front of her, and kissed her directly on the cheek. My Lin'er wouldn't bear to punish me. Looking at his silly expression, the little anger in her heart had already dissipated, and a sweet feeling filled her heart. As she turned her head, a helpless smile curled at the corner of her lips. Woo-howl. The gluttonous serpent, frustrated by its prolonged failure to land a hit, and enraged by the couple's flirtation, felt an uncontrollable fury surge to its head. Liu Shuai welcomed its anger as it helped clear the nearby zombies. Admittedly, the gluttonous serpent was formidable. In less than half a minute, not a single living zombie was left within a 6-meter radius. Things were going smoothly on his end, but Zhao Xiaoying encountered a small problem. Several zombies clad in thick steel plates had trapped her in the center. Her long sword, infused with a vast amount of internal energy, couldn't break their defense. Zhao Xiaoying concentrated all her power into her sword and cleaved through the steel-plated zombie in front. Before she could rejoice, a dozen zombie hands swiftly grabbed at her. Her long sword circled around her, and the claws fell to the ground. Using the momentum, she leaped her sword, slashing straight at the zombie's throat. The head flew towards the other steel-plated zombies, which disdainfully batted it away. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoying used this time to rush over to Lin'er. The two women fought back-to-back, making it impossible for the zombies to get close. Aren't you angry anymore? I am. Oh, Shuai Xiaoying said she wants to give you a baby. Liu Shuai was distracted and nearly hit by the gluttonous serpent. Zhao Xiaoying too was stunned speechless by the remark. You. Zhao Xiaoying was almost in tears from anger, stomping her foot with reddened eyes. Lin'er, however, used this time to clear the area around them. Uncontrollably enraged, Zhao Xiaoying could no longer suppress her fury and slashed her sword directly at Lin'er's throat. Lin'er ducked, and the sharp sword energy instantly decapitated a dozen zombies. The second strike had the same effect as before. Lin'er led her charging into the densest areas, tearing the ironclad zombie horde to shreds. After about 10 minutes, Zhao Xiaoying had calmed down and snarled fiercely, "If you gossip again, it'll really kill you." You wouldn't, hee. Zhao Xiaoying could sense Lin'er's sincerity, and her frozen heart began to thaw. The situation was quite the opposite for Liu Shuai. His earlier advantage was long gone, and now he could barely evade the gluttonous serpent's sharp attacks. Woo hell. Little dog, no matter how you chase me, I can't satisfy your special craving for feces. You'd better go find those big guys over there. Although the gluttonous serpent had become a mutant beast, it still retained its understanding, and white smoke billowed from its nostrils in anger. Liu Shuai used this time to adjust his center of gravity, and was now able to easily evade attacks that were much sharper than before. At the edge there was a shallow ditch where the liquid flowing from the mountains of rotting remains steadily converged. As it formed a stream, it followed the channel into the distance. At the end lay a vast underground pool, its waters so saturated with corpse fluids that the fish and shrimp within had mutated. The pool could no longer contain the ever-increasing flow, which began to spill outward. One of the most heavily contaminated streams had reached the largest well leading to the west gate. The weary and thirsty garrison soldiers, paying little heed to the water's color, drank and were instantly infected. The virus spread with terrifying speed, turning everyone nearby into zombies. Bang! Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of intense gunfire erupted as half the troops at the west gate position mobilized. Upon witnessing the carnage, they immediately notified Ma Weigua. Lock down a 500-meter radius around the well immediately. Hurry! Hao Deshang swiftly deployed a large contingent of steel chain soldiers, sealing off the area tightly. Zhang Jiao. Received over. Take your junior sisters to the West Gate residential area at once. All right, on our way. They sprinted all the way and Yang couldn't help but ask, Senior sister, what's going on? I don't know, but from Commander Ma's tone it's serious. Zhang Jiao's brow was deeply furrowed as she shouted behind her, keep up. Soon they arrived at the area. What happened? The water source is contaminated. Oh, everyone who drank it has turned into zombies. The news was staggering. If the city's water supply were cut off, even if they could hold Shadow Mist Town, tens of thousands would die of thirst. Sisters, follow me. Zhang Jiao had never been so serious. Yang Bian Shuang, Zhu Chen Shuang, and Xiao Mei followed closely. As they turned a corner, wandering zombies caught the scent of the living and charged at them with excitement. Pair up. Meet at the well. All right. Chen Shuang and Xiao Mei dashed onto the widest road, noticing the zombies that were larger than any they had seen before. Crack. The Lonely Moon whip descended, shattering the nearest zombie. Watch this. Xiao Mei swung her laser sword, instantly slaying any zombie too slow to dodge. They advanced smoothly for some distance until they saw a young girl with her back to them cradling a large yellow dog bigger than herself. Xiaowan. At the call, her body trembled visibly. Chen Shuang and Xiao Mei approached cautiously, but just as they were about to see her face, clearly the silent yellow dog lunged at Xiao Mei. Simultaneously, Xiaowan pounced on Chen Shuang. Slash. Chen Shuang's clothes were torn, leaving a long bloody gash. I'm sorry. They had both adored this girl named Xiao, never imagining they would one day have to kill her themselves. The Lonely Moon whip struck, shattering her head. Whimper. The yellow dog, enraged by the sound, became ferocious. Had Xiao Mei not learned some footwork from Zhang Jiao, she would have been injured by its sharp claws. Even so, she was completely outmatched. Crack. The Lonely Moon whip lashed down. The yellow dog dodged to the side, but had its tail severed. Brown blood oozed from the wound, yet it didn't even whimper. Watch out. Despite Chen Shuang's warning, Xiao Mei couldn't evade and took a long gash on her shoulder. Having landed a blow, the yellow dog charged more viciously. But the Lonely Moon whip arrived first, breaking its front paws. At the same time, Xiao Mei rolled on the ground and drove her laser sword swiftly into its throat. Had it been an uninfected creature, that strike would have been fatal. But after consuming the virus-laden well water, it had become a different kind of abomination. Struggling, the yellow dog underestimated the laser sword's cutting power. Its head was cleaved in an instant. Fearing it might not be fully dead, Chen Shuang used her whip to completely crush its skull. Sis, do you have to make such a mess? If it weren't for you, would I bother? You're the best, sis. A faint smile appeared on Chen Shuang's face. Gurgle, whimper. In the distance, mutated zombies wielding various household implements emerged. We must not separate this time. All right. Xiao Mei carefully checked her gear and placed her pistol in the most accessible spot. Bang. Her sudden gunshot startled Chen Shuang. I've got one too. A compact pistol appeared. Amidst the rapid fire, several zombies were shot in the head. It's handy, but the magazine capacity is too small. You didn't want the 3,000-round one. Are you mocking me? Chen Shuang didn't refuse it out of preference. That type of gun required great arm strength and accuracy. Arm strength wasn't an issue, but her aim was so poor she wanted to curse. In truth, it wasn't inaccurate. It required mastering various throwing techniques to control the 3,000 steel needles. Don't space out. Xiao Mei warned her while slicing down two nearby zombies. Chen Shuang snapped back to reality, saw the two mangled corpses, and broke out in a cold sweat. Sweeping the 1,000 armies. The Lonely Moon whip glowed crimson, turning as hard as iron. With a single swing, it stirred a terrifying air current, enveloping all zombies within a 5-meter radius. When she withdrew the whip, not a single zombie remained nearby. They know to avoid danger. Quick after them. Xiao Mei, moving swiftly, spotted several zombies and shouted, they're over here. The Lonely Moon whip's length combined with Chen Shuang's arm allowed her to strike from 4 to 5 meters away. Crack bang. As nearby zombies were obliterated, a faint tremor ran through the ground. The tremors grew stronger, and a black bull zombie weighing nearly 2 tons appeared in their sight. How do we fight that? What's there to fear? Your sister's got this. Chen Shuang spoke boldly, but inside she was terrified, though she didn't want Xiao Mei to see it. She flicked the Lonely Moon whip, its crack dispelling her fear. Leaping up, she aimed the whip directly at the black bull zombie's forehead. But the beast was no simpleton. It tilted its head, catching the whip on its horn. Chen Shuang, no matter her strength, was no match for a bull's power and was yanked forward at a run. Xiao Mei. At the call, Xiao Mei rushed over, but the black bull kicked up dirt from the roadside, forcing her to shield her eyes with her sleeve. Meanwhile, Chen Shuang was dragged right in front of it, its sharp horn aimed at her heart. Panicked, but not paralyzed, she waited until the horn was inches away, then looped the whip around it. Thus both horns were bound by the whip. If the black bull zombie could speak, it would surely curse. No fair. Is this how you fight? Chen Shuang had no time to consider its feelings. Straining with all her might, she pulled the whip while bracing her feet against the horns. A creaking sound grew louder. As the noise intensified, the horns shattered. At that moment, Xiao Mai's long-prepared strongest strike descended, cleaving the massive bull's head clean off. The black ox zombie fell slain. The remaining minor zombies posed no threat and were swiftly eradicated by the assembled forces. Upon regrouping, every face bore an expression of grave solemnity. Xiao Mei and Yang Yang will enter. Everyone else holds the perimeter. Zhang Jiao and the others objected, but Chun Shuang explained, all three of us have drunk Liu Shuai's blood, meaning the zombie toxin holds no power over us. Be careful. Chun Shuang merely hummed in acknowledgement, then strode forward side by side, with Xiao Mei and Yang Yang. A strange gurgling sound rose from the well. The closer they drew, the more uncanny the sound grew. Each woman braced herself for emergency action. Yet even when they stood directly beside the well, no creature appeared while the eerie noise swelled louder still. The trio searched the surrounding area thoroughly, yet found nothing. Could this accursed sound truly be emanating from the well? I fully endorse Xiao Mei's deduction. Do we actually have to descend? Yang Yang glanced into the bottomless depths of the well, her spine prickling with unease. Chun Shuang surveyed the vicinity, then examined the solitary moon-long whip, and lowered it into the water. After stirring the water with full force, the strange sound vanished instantly. It really is in the well water. It's too deep, we can't go down. If we had diving gear, I could attempt it. Yang Yang, besides being a martial arts zealot, harbored an ardent passion for diving. I'll ask. Chun Shuang retrieved her comms device and called out, who has diving equipment? Who has diving equipment? The fire department does. I'll fetch it for you. Good. With time to spare, the three meticulously scoured the surroundings, and indeed discovered several infected rats. Thank heavens we double-checked. If they'd escaped, Shidauma's town would be utterly doomed. Don't be so pessimistic. Everything will turn out all right. Chun Shuang gazed at Yang Yang's healing, gentle smile, and her pent-up tension dissolved in an instant. She exhaled deeply and murmured, if Liu Shuai and the others were here, I wouldn't need to bear this weight alone. Especially Xiao Mei, who clenched her delicate fists tightly in quiet anxiety. Shortly afterward, Zhang Jiao received the diving gear and slipped inside to secretly contact Liu Shuai. The signal was weak, yet barely intelligible. Liu Shuai kept repeating a single word, escape. Liu Shuai, Liu Shuai. After shouting his name over a dozen times, she finally caught one clear reply. Zhang Jiao, immediately seal off all sewer access points. Hurry. Hello? Can't hear clearly. Repeat, repeat. Zhang Jiao heard nothing further and reluctantly severed the connection on the specialized comm unit. They may be in danger. Launch a rescue operation immediately. Having alerted everyone, she rushed frantic and feverish to Yang Yang with the diving suit in hand. Little junior sister, bringing them back rests entirely upon you. I will bring them home. Yang Yang donned the gear with astonishing speed and was nearly fully suited up. Bian Shuang suddenly handed her an unusually crafted firearm, steel needle rapid fire, 3,000 round capacity, 10 standard magazines included. So light. Of course, it's cutting-edge tech. No more delays, descend now. After securing the steel needle rapid fire, Yang Yang fastened her helmet. The well water was thick and turbid. Visibility stretched only a short distance. Yang Yang activated her high-intensity underwater flashlight. Below, the murk persisted, but small fish darted through the gloom. Stay vigilant. On land, she'd feel no fear, but submerged, she couldn't wield her twin mandarin duck's blades, relying solely on her single-shot spear gun. Fortunately, the school of fish paid her no heed, allowing her to descend deeper. There a swirling current awaited. Just as she adjusted her posture, she was violently sucked inward. Yang Yang remained calm, stabilizing her body as best she could. Once the pull lessened, she swiftly kicked sideways. Glop, glurp. A torrent of bubbles surged upward, and at that exact spot the suction intensified dramatically. Lucky I kept my composure. Cautiously, she continued her descent, halting only when her dive gauge flashed crimson. Judging by water pressure, the bottom lies no more than 10 meters below. My gear has reached its operational limit. Shall I risk it? Two voices warred within her mind. Handsome senior brother, I will find you. Yang Yang took a deep breath and plunged downward without hesitation. After sinking just 1 meter, fissures webbed across her diving apparatus. By 3 meters, cracks spidered across her pressure-resistant helmet. Suffocation closed in, but she fought onward, driving herself ever deeper. Water pressure mounted relentlessly. The pressure suit split open. Yang Yang suffered excruciating agony. Her chest cavity felt on the verge of total collapse. Inside, a mantra pulsed. I can do this. I can. Heaven rewards perseverance. Just before unconsciousness claimed her, she broke through to the bottom. Whoosh. A violent suction seized her, dragging her inward. Liu Shuai had barely forced the greedy serpent back and shouted, Lin'er, this way. Zhao Xiaoying and Lin'er covered each other as they advanced. Near the edge of a trench, a loud, bubbling sound erupted, startling them. In that daze, the unconscious Yang Yang surfaced silently from the water. Fortunately, Lin'er reacted in time, deflecting Zhao Xiaoying's sword thrust. Otherwise, Yang Yang might have perished senselessly at the hands of her own comrades. Yang Yang, Yang Yang. As Yang Yang was shaken vigorously, she remained unresponsive, yet a fit of coughing began. Liu Shuai turned his gaze toward them, his mind flooded with questions, but there was no time for answers. While their attention fixated on Yang Yang, the greedy serpent glimpsed its chance to flee. and plunged headlong into the pool. No, it's escaping. Leave it. Yang comes first. Liu Shuai sprinted forward at full speed, slashing his forearm as he cried, "Hold the perimeter for me." Lin'er and Zhao Xiaoying stood vigilant, eyes locked on the perimeter, ready to unleash lethal force against any zombie breaching the 2-meter threshold. His blood dripped into Yang's mouth. Her coughing gradually steadied, then ceased. Her eyes snapped open. "Wah, I thought I'd never see you again." The girl wept uncontrollably, tears streaming like pear blossoms in rain. "Hush now, hush. Yang is the bravest of them all." Lin'er fired a shot that sent nearby zombies reeling, shouting, "Help clear the path. The corridor ahead is blocked again by newly arrived zombies." Liu Shuai gently pushed her aside, tenderly wiping away her tears. "Rest now. I'll break through the zombie line for them." "Leave it to me." Yang sprang upright, 2 blades snapping forth from her forearms. She accelerated forward and struck the lead zombie with devastating force. Boom, crunch. A wave of zombies collapsed in rapid succession. Holy hell, that's beyond cheating. Liu Shuai had known of Yang's hidden ability, but witnessing it firsthand left him gaping speechless. Yang coyly flicked out her tiny tongue. With her leading the charge, the path cleared swiftly. Within mere hundreds of meters lay the sole, intact ascending staircase. With idle hands, Yang's elbow brushed against the steel needle launcher at her waist, and with mild disdain, she offered it to Liu Shuai. "Senior Sister Bien asked me to deliver this little toy to you." Liu Shuai peeled open the packaging in bewilderment. His eyes widened like saucers, and he muttered over and over, "Holy hell." The group's spirits lifted upon acquiring the steel needle launcher, and their clearing pace gradually quickened, already drawing near the soul staircase. Why do I feel so uneasy? I feel it too. Had only one spoken, Liu Shuai might have dismissed it, but with all 3 women voicing the same dread, danger loomed unmistakably ahead. Shall we find another way up? That's even riskier. Look closely. Following Lin'er's gesture, they saw hordes of zombies bristling with bony protrusions, their razor-sharp claws gleaming like daggers in the dim light. We'll have to take the risk. Lin'er and I will lead. Zhao Xiaoying holds the rear. Yang remains mobile. Understood. No sooner had they taken their positions than Liu Shuai and Lin'er surged forward. The zombies ahead were still first generation, fragile enough that even basic strikes felled them in swathes. The more unnatural the silence, the more cautiously they advanced. Each step measured, each breath held. To preempt threats, Lin'er swept the perimeter with her frost electric silver spear before every advance. They neared the stairwell's mouth, and yet encountered no danger at all. Could my instinct be wrong? Impossible. It has never failed me. I must have overlooked something. It must be so. What are you muttering? Search meticulously. We've missed something, I'm certain of it. Liu Shuai sensed a chilling tremor in her voice. He scanned the surroundings again, thoroughly, methodically, yet found nothing amiss. As he pondered, his peripheral vision caught the narrow staircase. Could the danger lie above? The thought deepened, growing ever more plausible. He alerted the others, then stepped onto the first stair with painstaking care. His right foot rested on the step for nearly half a minute. No peril emerged. Emboldened, he placed his left foot beside it. Still silence reigned. Cautiously, he advanced 2 more steps, halting on the third. A low, mournful wail echoed upward. Behind them, Zhao Xiaoying and Yang cut down the pursuing zombies without pause. Relentless assault drained them both. How much longer? Liu Shuai didn't hear, but Lin'er answered for him. The sense of danger intensifies, yet its source remains hidden. To proceed blindly is reckless. Hurry, our endurance won't last. Yang's twin blades whirled in blinding arcs, targeting the densest clusters of zombies. I'm exhausted. She wiped sweat from her brow and fanned herself with her mandarin duck blades, unaware that a mortally wounded zombie was creeping toward her, silent as shadow. It drew nearer, its claw inches from her back, when the frost electric silver spear pierced it clean through, hurling its corpse far into the gloom. Thank you, Sister Lin'er. Don't be so careless. Yes, he. Her cheerful laugh pierced Liu Shuai's reverie. He snapped awake and leapt downward. The danger lies on the stairs. Run. Before the words fully left his lips, the staircase shuddered violently. Gravel rained down, and from its center a colossal black hand erupted, followed by the rise of a towering pitch-black gorilla. Its eyes burned crimson, its visage twisted in primal fury, pounding its chest with thunderous rhythm. Damn it. Liu Shuai's mind reeled. The underground lab had been built decades ago. This gorilla had slumbered here undisturbed for 30 years. Roar. Hating the scent of living flesh, the beast charged, blisteringly fast, monstrously strong. A single punch shattered the stair's edge into splinters. Cover each other. Push through. Lin'er channeled all her strength into the frost electric silver spear. Violet light flared fiercely. Zombies dared not approach within 5 meters. Liu Shuai lunged straight at the gorilla. His Tang sword slashed horizontally, while simultaneously his zombie cleaver arced upward in a vicious counterstrike. Roar. The beast evaded with uncanny agility, hammering the spot where he'd stood. Boom. The staircase convulsed violently, a rubble tumbled from above. Inadvertently, the gorilla crushed dozens of zombies, clearing the stairwell's mouth, if only temporarily. Freed from rear threats, Lin'er and Zhao Xiaoying closed in from both flanks. Trapped in a 3-pronged assault, the gorilla gained no advantage. only rage fueling wild swinging blows. Crack, screech. The ceiling's collapsing. Hurry. Yang held the rear. Crossing the hailstorm of falling debris demanded sheer audacity. After a heartbeat's hesitation, she charged forward, twin blades flashing. The stones seemed to conspire against her, dense, jagged, and massive. She deflected 3 boulders in rapid succession, her arms trembling violently. Before she could catch her breath, a larger stone hurtled down from above. Just as she began to retreat, Zhao Xiaoying's long sword flashed forth, her blade cleaving the stone cleanly apart. Little one, go now. Moved. A surge of force propelled Yang forward. Zhao Xiaoying's prowess was undeniable. Even amid this maelstrom of falling rock, not a single shard grazed her. Are you alright? I'm fine. Follow me. Determined to end the gorilla swiftly, Liu Shuai drew forth the steel needle launcher. You go, I'll hold the line. Lin'er moved to stay, but Zhao Xiaoying seized her arm and pulled her away. Tat-a-tat. A barrage of steel needles erupted like monsoon rain, striking the gorilla repeatedly. Roar. Enraged, its blood-red eyes flared with eerie brilliance. Its massive muscles hardened instantly. Steel needles struck and clanged like metal on iron. What kind of abomination is this? Liu Shuai grimaced, holstering the launcher. The gorilla fixated on him, relentlessly pursuing, reducing the corridor to ruins, fissures, spiderwebbing across walls and floor. Hiss, boom. The lowest section collapsed entirely, the chasing zombies plummeting into the horde below. Don't look back. Faster. Lin'er and the others had already cleared the central span, yet the deafening crashes behind them tightened their hearts. Liu Shuai, pinned by the gorilla, couldn't sprint. He bounded forward, instead leaping from stair to stair. Boom, crumble. Each blow from the gorilla triggered cascading collapses. Only its preternatural agility kept it from plunging into the abyss. For 10 heart-stopping seconds, Liu Shuai pushed himself beyond limits, finally surging past the central threshold. Below, the collapse continued, but slowed markedly. Lin'er and the others neared the upper level, yet their worry for Liu Shuai made them glance back just in time to see him hurled skyward by the gorilla's fist. Shuai. Dazed midair, he snapped, alert at her cry, adjusting his trajectory mid-flight. I'm fine. He lied, not to deceive but to spare them fear. To clear the crumbling threshold, he'd deliberately drawn the gorilla close. 2 crushing blows, one after the other, forced him to deflect partial force with his scabbard. The sheer impact stunned him instantly, then sent him flying. Had Lin'er not shouted when she did, his awakening would have been delayed by half a second, and he'd have been pulped beneath the falling ruin. Miraculously, he escaped unscathed. Liu Shuai landed heavily on the ground, his legs twitching slightly, utterly drained of strength. Lin'er rushed to his side in an instant, hoisting his right arm to lead him forward. Meanwhile, the enraged gorilla charged over. The staircase shattered under its fury, massive stones raining down like a torrential storm upon the lowest level, inflicting grievous casualties among the dense horde of zombies. The zombies wailed in frustration, unable to ascend, their cries converging into a thunderous roar. The gorilla, provoked, beat its chest relentlessly, white vapor streaming from its nostrils. Driven by fury, it became a blur of speed, closing in on them in an instant. Lin'er hastened her pace, straining to reach the summit. The staircase collapsed with a deafening crack, sending Lin'er and Liu Shuai lurching backward. Grab it. Yang hurled a long rope, but as she pulled, the overwhelming drag nearly yanked her down as well. Liu Shuai glanced at her, a faint smile curling on his lips as he slowly released his grip on the rope. What are you doing? Liu Shuai did not answer. Instead, he turned to Lin'er and said, meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. Lin'er expected him to say more, but a powerful force from behind propelled her into the distance. Shuai. Liu Shuai had already fallen, yet he gazed up at them with a smile. No, please no. Yang and Lin'er wept in desperation, while Zhao Xiaoying felt a heavy ache in her heart. At that moment, the charging gorilla seized Liu Shuai. Just as it prepared to crush him, the steel needle launcher unleashed a storm of needles. Stung by pain, it instinctively released its grip. Liu Shuai leveraged the gorilla's shoulder, vaulting onto its head, then sprang off its raised arm. Yet the edge of the collapse remained far, demanding another foothold. In desperation, he spotted his Tang sword, reluctantly embedding it in a falling stone to push himself upward. He ascended further, needing just one more boost to succeed. But with no debris left, Liu Shuai saw no hope and prepared to surrender until the gorilla charged again. Stay calm. He carefully chose the gorilla's other hand as a landing point, lightly pushing off the moment he neared. As his body rose, a massive hand swept toward his clothes. Liu Shuai, with no time to spare, used the Tang sword to slash through his garment. The gorilla, exerting too much force, plummeted as the fabric tore. It roared in defiance, but could not steady itself, crashing heavily into the dense zombie horde. Such a massive source of fresh blood incited a frenzy among the zombies. Simultaneously, the quickest to react, Zhao Xiaoying grabbed Liu Shuai's hand, shouting, "Help!" Seeing him safe, Lin'er and Yang wept with joy, clutching his other hand tightly. Liu Shuai, utterly exhausted, felt heavier than usual. Only their combined strength saved his arms from dislocation. Strange chirps and rustles arose, but they paid little heed until a dark, swarming mass drew near, forcing them to retreat. Bats, they're bats. Guard the perimeter, or let me recover. With the situation dire, Liu Shuai wasted no time, downing 10 recovery potions in one go. A scorching sensation seared through him, yet he bore it without a groan. Lin'er, who knew him best, channeled every ounce of her power, unleashing a blazing purple radiance. The bats mutated by the gorilla and zombies were now neither beast nor undead. They squeaked incessantly. Yang slew waves of bats, but more surged forward recklessly. Azure light slash. A cyan glow coalesced, swiftly tinging the entire blade with its hue. The blade's energy swept through the zombie horde like a gale, clearing the vicinity. Watch Yang's moved. Her dual blades wove a dense net of shadows, shredding any bat that dared touch them. Though small, the bats fell in droves, their blood streaming into the lowlands. The falling blood incited a frenzy among the zombies. Meanwhile, mosquitoes less than 10 centimeters long feasted on the zombies. After a brief recovery, Liu Shuai regained nearly a fifth of his strength, dragging his aching body away. The path was treacherous, and with bats constantly harrying him, his pace was agonizingly slow. This won't work. Lin'er and Zhao Xiaoying guard the flanks, they'll handle the pursuers. Liu Shuai wielded his dual blades, keeping the bats at bay. Exhausted, Yang cleared the scattered rocks from the rugged path. With their pace quickened, the bats had to accelerate to keep up. Chaotic blade, art blade net. Yang and Liu Shuai unleashed the technique, simultaneously, instantly slaying any bat that drew near. After this onslaught, the bat numbers dwindled, though they still attacked, only a few lingered. Move quickly. Lin'er and Zhao Xiaoying sprinted at full speed. The group traversed the rugged terrain, emerging into a vast silent space. They're not following, oh, let's rest. Everyone slumped down, their eyelids heavy. But Liu Shuai dared not sleep, forcing himself to stay alert, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Half an hour passed, and a strange whimpering sound reached his ears. He searched intently, but found nothing, his brow furrowing deeply. Everyone be on guard. The group's relaxed mood turned tense, each gripping their weapons tightly, casting wary glances around. For a minute, only a buzzing sound filled the air, with no creatures in sight. Yang looked up curiously, spotting a massive mosquito zipping by. Is that a mosquito? Following her gaze, they saw a dense swarm of mosquitoes circling above their heads. A chill ran down Liu Shuai's spine. Be extremely careful, they carry the aura of zombies. His warning only heightened their already strained nerves. The mosquitoes drew closer, poised to strike at any moment. Liu Shuai conceived a risky plan, discreetly cutting his finger and letting a drop of blood fall nearby. The gathered mosquitoes recoiled in fear, retreating hastily. He flung more blood around, and indeed the swarm retreated further. He quickly caught the blood, smearing it on his exposed skin. Rushing into the thick of the mosquitoes, they fled in panic to greater distances. Having found a way to repel them, he collected ample blood for the others to apply. Having lost much blood recently, Liu Shuai nearly collapsed as he stood up, weakened from the exertion. Though the mutant mosquitoes dared not attack for the moment, they kept following them, filling their ears with the incessant hum of fluttering wings. We can't go on like this, so we need to speed up. Liu Shuai's condition was dire. To lead them to escape, he recklessly consumed 10 bottles of recovery potions in one go. The burning pain darkened his expression with a grim scowl, yet he bore it in silence. His strength swiftly returned, and he wielded dual blades, weaving a dense net of slashes. Yang, her steel needle launcher fired. The barrage of needles instantly claimed the lives of many mosquitoes. Move now. All four were in poor shape, their running speeds uneven. Lin'er nearly tripped over Yang's stumbling steps, but Liu Shuai steadied them just in time. They sprinted all the way, finally bursting into the upper level. Find the mechanism quickly. We must seal the passage before the mosquitoes get up. The three women searched the surroundings while Liu Shuai ventured further afield. Meanwhile, a massive collapse occurred near the lowest point, triggering a hidden mechanism on the rock wall. Boom rumble. The thunderous sound set the entire underground lab shaking violently. Liu Shuai, standing at the center with nothing to brace himself, was flung and crashed against a distant small rock. A sharp pain seared his back. Instinctively, he reached to touch it, but his hand met an icy, piercing sensation. Without a second thought, he pulled it. Strange clicking noises echoed from many places, followed by a dense chorus of zombie groans. Damn, I think I've opened a prison. Before the thought faded, a horde of mummy-like zombies surged from afar, all charging directly at Liu Shuai with clear intent. Lin'er, take them out. No. As Liu Shuai moved to urge them away, the retreating mosquitoes returned, led by a mosquito king the size of an adult fist. Now we can't leave even if we want to. A bitter smile flickered across his face as he brandished his Tang sword and dashed to their side, retreating while moving backward. The zombies then noticed 3 other blood sources more enticing than him, charging with eerie cries. Simultaneously, the Mosquito King issued an attack order, and swarms of mosquitoes surged like a tidal wave. Liu Shuai glanced at Lin'er with his peripheral vision and muttered, "Looks like we're really going to die here. With Shuai by my side, I'm not afraid." Before her words ended, she kissed him directly. His depleted stamina rapidly recovered. Hold her. Liu Shuai, gripping a Tang sword in one hand and a cold lightning silver spear in the other, stood at the center like a war god. Zombies and mosquitoes reached him almost simultaneously. As the net-like blade shadows emerged, the cold lightning silver spear whipped into a sky full of spear silhouettes. Seemingly weak attacks, any mosquito or zombie daring to touch them was instantly slain. Bolstered by newfound confidence, he accelerated his zombie-killing pace. After 10 odd minutes his consumption was terrifyingly high, but he managed to sustain himself by exchanging for recovery potions. After a grueling escape to the topmost level, they only needed to break out to seek help from the garrison. Calling Zhang Jiao. His unstable condition and frantic sprint left only static on the receiver. Something's happened to them. Those from the Heavenly Dragon Martial Arts Hall follow me. Several junior brothers from the Bloodthorn were also on their way. As Liu Shuai hung up, his peripheral vision caught the single soldier communicator given by White Robe, Song Feng. He tried calling a few times on a whim. A surprised voice came through the communicator. Is that Liu Shuai? Yes. Where are you? Underground lab, 2nd level. Coordinates. I'm not sure, but we've been running north. Alright, hold on. We'll be there soon. Just as he was about to end the call, Liu Shuai suddenly remembered the mutant mosquitoes and urgently shouted, deploy at least 10 flame projectors immediately. Remember, absolutely remember. During the call, many gaps appeared in their defenses. The zombies breached the line, closing in on the 4. They were easier to handle, but the most troublesome were the swarming mosquitoes. Without a way to shake them off, they'd be exhausted to death without escape. Liu Shuai thrust his spear, seeing stars before his eyes, his body utterly drained. Have I pushed my body too far? Am I at the end of my strength? No, I won't give up. He struggled to stand his Tang, sword swinging with little force. As zombies closed in, Zhao Xiaoying pulled him aside just in time. You go. Liu Shuai was so weak he couldn't stand steady, leaning his entire weight on her. Well, go together. Liu Shuai could only manage a bitter smile. Despair filled his heart, and he ceased resisting, standing still in silence. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoying wrestled with her thoughts, ultimately unwilling to let him die, and sealed his lips with a kiss. The sweet saliva entered his stomach, and Liu Shuai's body surged with strength. 2 mosquitoes that had been biding their time finally seized the perfect chance, attacking from both flanks. They drew closer, about to pierce him and Zhao Xiaoying when his Tang sword spun in his right hand, severing the proboscises of the 2 mosquitoes. Their bewildered faces seemed to scream, damn, don't we deserve any respect? You took our proboscis. Are we even mosquitoes anymore? But Liu Shuai had no time for them. With a full-powered slash, he cleaved the nearby zombie, then lifted the feeble Zhao Xiaoying and caught up with Yang. Hold her. Yang was already struggling with one person, now burdened with another. Her steps faltered. You go. Don't worry about us. What are you saying? Even if it costs me my life, they'll get you all out safely. A sharp cry rang out as her pace gradually quickened. Liu Shuai covered her with great care. Meanwhile, the entire Shadow Mist town was mobilized. Each sect, leaving only a few guards, sent most of their forces rushing here. Some civilians, unable to find flame projectors, brought gas canisters instead. Everyone drop your gear and return to your posts. Leave this to the Bloodthorn. Ma Weigua stepped forward, and most people withdrew, leaving only the Bloodthorn and Heavenly Dragon Martial Arts Hall disciples. Contact Liu Shuai quickly. Calling Liu Shuai. Received. We're almost at the 1st floor stairs. Need heavy backup. Hearing his unstable, breathless voice, Xiao Mei and the others nearly broke into tears. Follow me. Zhang Jiao led the Heavenly Dragon Martial Arts Hall members, charging forward. Liu Shuai and his group finally glimpsed the stairway, but their bodies were spent, lying askew on the ground as they swung their weapons, which now felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The 4 exchanged glances, faint, bitter smiles curling at their lips. As zombies and mosquitoes closed in, they slowly shut their eyes. Boom, crackle, rat-a-tat-tat. Multiple flame projectors fired simultaneously, their searing heat prompting them to slowly open their eyes. Liu Shuai gazed at the figure, shielding him, a smile gradually spreading across his lips. Husband. Xiao Mei cried out at the sight of his tattered clothes and freshly healed wounds, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Chen Shuang arrived last, casting a glance at their battered state before averting her gaze, her Gu Yu whip cracking sharply in the air. The enraged crowd stormed into the zombie horde, quickly breaking their ranks. Hold the passage. Thornblood squad, follow me in. Ma Weiguo's face had never looked so grim. Without bothering to adjust his gear, he charged forward. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom crash. Modern weaponry proved devastating, decimating not only the zombies, but also half of the troublesome mosquitoes. Fire and high heat are their bane. Aim true. Subsequently, every explosive landed precisely in the densest clusters. Liu Shuai and his group had emerged outside, but their severe exhaustion prevented them from venturing far. Yang recovered the fastest, regaining at least 20% of her strength. Brother Shuai, are you alright? Liu Shuai's arms twitched involuntarily, but he shook his head with a smile, not wanting to worry her. Pain mingled with an overwhelming drowsiness, rendering any attempt to stay awake futile. While everyone busied themselves, Chen Shuang led Yang aside after they had all fallen asleep. Girl, tell me what happened below. Yang recounted their ordeal in detail. So the gluttonous serpent is still alive. It appears so. Chen Shuang's voice rose, drawing everyone's attention. Calling well guard. Receiving over. Any anomalies at the well? After a thorough check, they replied, no anomalies. Stay vigilant. We will. Zhang Jiao ended the call. Chen Shuang, Xiao Mei guard the well and wait. The rest hold this position with me. Chen Shuang and Xiao Mei acknowledged and dashed toward the well. 24th junior sister, you've been unwell. Stay here and care for them. 19th junior sister, follow me. Zhuai glanced at the pain-racked Liu Shuai and the others, a flicker of anger in her eyes. Senior sister, what kind of battle did they endure? How are they covered in wounds? They fought from the first floor to the last and back again. Imagine that. Zhuai was no fool. She instantly conjured vivid scenes of brutal combat. Zhang Jiao, come in. Zhang Jiao, come in. Receiving over. Immediately secure the first floor entrance. The mutant mosquitoes are overwhelming. We need to rest and resupply. Understood. She put away the communicator. Notify the younger junior sisters. She wanted to say they hadn't recovered, but caught Zhang Jiao's grave expression and swallowed her words. The message reached the outside. Except for Liu Shuai, who remained unconscious, Lin'er Yang and Zhao Xiaoying dragged their weary bodies inside. Chen Shuang and Xiao Mei sprinted toward the well. Just as they prepared to accelerate, a black shadow shot out from within. Before the guards could react, their throats were slashed by sharp claws. The shadow moved with inconceivable speed. In the time it took to place a finger on the trigger, it could snap your neck. In less than half a second, the nearby guards were annihilated. Xiao Mei, stop him. Chen Shuang guessed his identity. Uncontrollable fury surged within her, and the Guyu whip blazed with crimson light. Crack, boom. The whip struck the ground, leaving a 20-centimeter gash. Simultaneously, Xiao Mei's laser sword sealed the right flank. The shadow had no choice but to plunge into the well's icy water to evade the lethal strike. Having narrowly escaped from underground, the gluttonous serpent was loath to enter the bone-chilling well water. Twisting its body toward 1 o'clock, it lashed its whip-like tail straight at Xiao Mei's heart. Unwilling to engage in mutual destruction, Xiao Mei rolled backward repeatedly. Woof roar. You abomination, died. Chen Shuang's mind was consumed by the image of Liu Shuai's near-death state, her rage driving her. The Guyu whip grew ever redder, each swing momentarily tearing the air around it. No matter where the gluttonous serpent dodged, the whip followed relentlessly. After 10 seconds of frustration, it decided to eliminate Xiao Mei first. As it moved, the sweeping whip coiled into a rope. Trapped by its foreleg, the gluttonous serpent, unwilling to fight this madwoman any longer, broke free and bolted toward the town. Xiao Mei wouldn't allow it, her laser sword shifting color, unleashing a dense net of sword shadows to seal off the area. Cornered, the gluttonous serpent's fury boiled over, emitting a screech like a midnight ghost. Lone Moon Ascendant, all things submit. As the electronic voice rang out, Chen Shuang's aura transformed utterly like a queen descending to rule the world. With a flick of the whip, the gluttonous serpent trembled all over, its movements slowing drastically. Crack! Its left flank was instantly torn open. Strangely, the blow seemed to dampen the serpent's rage until even the pain appeared to vanish. This queen sentences you to death. An eerie glow suffused the Guyu whip. With a gentle motion, it severed the serpent's prized tail. The whip reversed, splitting its back. The gluttonous serpent yearned to flee, but found its strength sapped. It managed only 2 steps before the whip shattered its foreclaw. As a piercing shriek filled the air, Xiao Mei closed in her laser sword, severing the other claw. Crack! The whip rained down rapidly, draining the serpent's life force. Xiao Mei finally looked up, overwhelmed by a sense of reverence. She quickly bowed her head and stepped aside. Splash whoosh. As the gluttonous serpent's life ebbed away, it felt no hatred, its ox-like eyes going glassy. Once Chen Shuang confirmed its death, her fury subsided significantly. What? What happened to me? Xiao Mei tilted her head, retorting. You really don't remember? No. Catching sight of the mangled serpent carcass, her heart pounded with fear. Pointing at it, she asked, I did this. Who else? Chen Shuang looked from her to the blood-stained whip, a bitter smile forming on her face. While she stood stunned, Xiao Mei busied herself gathering the remains and blood, then burning them with a large pile of wood. When the flames leaped high, the blood splattered into the dark recesses of the well, was devoured by a grasshopper, which instantly underwent a mutation. However, due to its tiny size and the lush weeds nearby, it was understandable that Chen Shuang and the others failed to notice. The grasshopper, feeling unwell, scurried away into the distance. Suddenly spotting a man below, it landed excitedly on his neck. The old man, not paying much attention, brushed it off onto the ground with his hand. The moment it hit the ground, it crawled directly into the old man's pant leg. "Ah, you bite," he exclaimed. As he bent down to catch it, a numbing sensation spread from the wound. Startled, the old man opened his mouth, but his eyes instantly lost their luster. Meanwhile, another elderly man nearby noticed and walked over, asking, "Old Zhang, what are you doing?" Old Zhang did not reply, still bent over. The other man thought nothing of it, but just as his hand was about to touch Old Zhang's shoulder, Old Zhang sank his teeth into his arm. "You..." Before he could finish, Old Zhang bit him on the neck. Dozens of seconds later, the bitten man also turned into a zombie. The two, craving blood, staggered toward the slums. Guard A, seeing the swaying figures, asked uncertainly, What is that?" "It's just that loony Old Zhang." Guard beyond. Hearing this, Guard A shrugged and leaned lazily against the wall. Old Zhang was already near them, but his strange gait alerted Guard B. Just as he was about to shout, Old Zhang bit him on the shoulder. Sharp pain shot through him, and his body instantly lost all strength. Guard A, unable to see from his angle, assumed they were greeting each other and dozed off with his arms crossed. A groan. Startled awake, Guard A found Old Zhang and Guard B lunging at him simultaneously. Despite his struggle, he was bitten and soon joined the ranks of the zombies. These two were far more formidable than ordinary zombies and craved blood even more. Many who were asleep were infected. As their numbers grew, the terrifying zombie howls alerted guards further away. Wails, wails. The alarm sounded, and all able-bodied fighters rushed to the area. Meanwhile, the grasshopper that had been infected first flew in another direction, repeating its method of infection. Soon, all the civilians left in the eastern district turned into zombies. As the zombie outbreak raged in the city, Mawegwa could only split everyone into smaller groups to clear the surroundings. Despite the city's difficulties, they had overlooked the biggest flaw: the well. The first batch of zombies swept away with the snake had already surfaced in the water. With enough accumulation, they would soon spill over automatically. Fortunately, Xiao Mei noticed in time and fetched a large number of flamethrowers to blast the well water. The intense heat raised the water temperature, stewing the zombies below until they were completely destroyed. The crisis was temporarily averted, but they dared not leave. Upon learning that Shadow Mist Town was severely infected, they grew deeply worried about Liu Shuai and the others. Zhang Jiao assured them over the communicator, "Don't worry, as long as we're here they'll be fine. I've almost recovered. Erase the plan. Leave one person to look after Yang Yang and Zhao Xiaoying while the rest reinforce the 4 gates. Liu Shuai, don't be reckless. Your body is severely overdrawn. If you keep fighting like this, your organs will fail. But given the situation, how about this: you stay and take care of them while go." Watching Zhang Jiao's retreating figure, Liu Shuai slashed his arm and shouted, "Wait. What are you doing?" Liu Shuai filled a container 10 centimeters high and 4 centimeters wide with his blood, handed it to Zhang Jiao, and said with a smile, "Divide this into 10 portions. It might just save your lives at a critical moment." Thank you. Zhang Jiao cast him a grateful glance, then turned and walked over to Chen Shuang and the others. "Each of you take 2 bottles and sweep in from a different main direction. Whoever finishes first searches the central area. They'll take the west." Chen Shuang left with 2 bottles of blood. "They'll take the north." Xiao Mei also turned and left. "They'll take the south." Bian Shuang's face was pale, and she frowned slightly. "They'll take the east." Zhu Er grabbed her bottles and left without looking back. "They'll take the center." Zhang Jiao shouted into the communication channel and dashed off in that direction. With experts in Shadow Mist Town taking action, the rapidly spreading zombie virus was soon brought under control. The garrison pulled out most of their forces to assist, and the lost territory was slowly being reclaimed. The other 3 directions went smoothly, but the eastern front was a bloodbath. The zombies there were different. Not only were they immensely strong, but they also fought in coordinated groups. The reinforcements from the west gate suffered heavy losses. Yi Paichong Fanggang roared. "Even if we die, we cannot let them break through to the town center and the west gate." Rat-a-tat-tat. Explosions and thunderous booms echoed continuously. Anyone scratched or bitten by a zombie would end themselves in the most extreme way. Soon few reinforcements remained. Fanggang loaded his last magazine and charged forward, shouting, "Kill them all." The gunfire quickly ceased as they all drew their bayonets. Charge. Kill. The soldiers from the Steel Company possessed formidable willpower. Despite being scratched and bitten multiple times, they gritted their teeth and slew the zombies around them. As soon as their consciousness began to fade, they would immediately detonate high explosives. Amid the rumbling, the charging ranks dwindled. Another minute passed, and only 5 from the first platoon remained, along with 2 exhausted twin brothers from the civilian populace. "Brothers, are you afraid?" "No." "Then let's charge one more time. Kill." Despite their small numbers, the fierce killing intent they exuded forced the zombies back. Without a moment's hesitation, the 7 charged forward, cutting down a dozen zombies in a row. Moans, wails. More zombies appeared in the distance. Fanggang knew there was no chance of survival. He placed his high explosives where they could be easily reached, then charged straight into the densest part of the horde. The soldiers of the first platoon followed suit, charging into the zombie groups beside them. Boom rumble. Brother. Fanggang looked over, but they had already perished along with the zombies, leaving no bodies behind. Brother Fang, Along, Abao were off. Bang boom. 2 thunderous explosions cleared the area. "Along, Abao, if there's a next life, I will make you my soldiers." Fanggang ignited his high explosives, then stabbed 2 bloody holes in his body with his bayonet and spun rapidly. The hot blood splattered onto the zombies, who rushed toward him eagerly. Boom rumble. A small mushroom cloud rose. Zhang Jiao, still in battle, froze and murmured, "Who used my precious super high explosives?" These were created by Houston, 10 times more powerful than the strongest conventional explosives. Once detonated, they would leave a crater dozens of meters deep. At this thought, Zhang Jiao's expression darkened. She quickly notified everyone via the communicator. A grim premonition settled over the group upon receiving the message, yet none could afford to divert their attention. "Listen carefully. If we cannot hold the line, do not fight to the death. Fall back into the town." Ma Weigua's order ignited an uproar. Those already trembling with dread seized the chance to flee the 4 gates at once, only to be restrained by their commanding officers, who even executed several soldiers whose wavering morale threatened to shatter discipline. "Brothers, our families are inside the city. Every extra minute we hold here buys them another minute to escape. Lieutenant Lien is right. We will die defending this time." Inspired by their resolve, the civilians returned to their posts. Meanwhile, beyond the walls, the zombies, spurred by some unseen force, launched relentless, reckless assaults against the 7-star expulsion array. Open fire at will. A deafening barrage of gunfire erupted, halting the zombies' advance, for now. But soon ammunition dwindled to a critical low and Go Yu's expression hardened with grim foreboding. Follow me. Light weapon operators surged after him. As a precaution, every man must carry one high-explosive charge. Anyone who fails to detonate it after being bitten will answer to me. Go Yu, without mercy. 3 soldiers swiftly verified that each fighter carried a charge. Elsewhere across the front, commanders had likewise resolved to fight to the last breath. Especially at Chiyu Peak sector where the Chis and garrison troops yielded not an inch, launching repeated counteroffensives. The zombies suffered devastating losses, but so did the defenders. Sea Clan Chief, if this continues the Chi clan will be wiped out. If Yingwu town falls, I, the town magistrate, shall bear the nation's shame. Qiu Yufeng swept his gaze across his kinsman drenched in blood, his heart bled with every glance. The oath sworn beneath the military standard long ago now compelled him without hesitation. No coward bears the Chi name, nor does a single soul in Iron Company. Infused by their courage, even the fearful clutched their weapons tighter and roared, voice raw with defiance. There are no cowards in Yingwu town. Together the two forces launched another furious counteroffensive, driving the horde 300 meters beyond the town gates before Qiu Yufeng ordered the withdrawal. Slaying zombies like this is pure exhilaration. I'll do it again. Sergeant Sun Long, rest for a moment. Senior Sergeant, please, call me Xiao Long or Xiao Sun. Qiu Yufeng saw in him the reflection of his own youth, treating him as kin. Xiao Long, go tally our casualties. The flush of excitement vanished from Sun Long's face. After a swift pained survey, his voice trembled. Approximately 200 remain. Qiu Yufeng had led nearly 3,000 into battle. With Iron Company and reinforcements from the townsfolk, their numbers had swelled to 5,000. That only this remnant survived was unthinkable. One more stand, and then we withdraw. All scrambled to recover their ebbing strength in those fleeting moments. But the zombies granted no respite. Soon they surged to the very gates. Covering retreat, alternate fire. Qiu Yufeng was the last to fall back. He raised his dedicated radio and declared, voice heavy, we regret to inform you. We failed to hold the south gate. You have done all you could. Fall back into the town immediately. Yes, sir. Retreating to the town now. Amidst the chaos of evacuation, no one noticed several Iron Company soldiers slipping silently into the deep shadows beside the gate. Senior Sergeant, the Chi clan's sons and nephews have bled enough. This position is mine now, Sun Long's. Sergeant, I'm afraid. Since arriving at this post, Sun Long had never permitted him to engage. He'd remained crouched paralyzed in the trench. The Chis withdrew swiftly, and the young soldier, failing to keep pace, was dragged along. Sun Long gently stroked his head and whispered, Xiao Qiao, don't fear. It'll be over in an instant. Others comforted the 18 or 19-year-old recruit, their voices soft but urgent. The zombies drew ever closer. Every hand tightened its grip on its weapon. Xiao Qiao trembled violently, whispering frantically, I want to go home. I want to go home. With no time left to soothe him, the defenders plunged into brutal melee with the onrushing horde. Outnumbered beyond hope, they were inevitably clawed and bitten. Without hesitation, the wounded pulled their detonators. A thunderous blast tore Sun Long's arm from his shoulder and peppered his body with shrapnel. Kill! Kill! With his remaining hand, he drove his combat knife into the nearest zombie. Yet before he could wrench it free, searing agony lanced through his back. You won't let me go home. I'll make you die. 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 Overwhelmed by terror, Xiao Qiao had shattered. Everyone before him now appeared as enemies. Sun Long's life ebbed rapidly. In his final second, he triggered his charge. The explosion hurled Xiao Qiao backward, straight into the midst of the horde. Torn and infected, he rose again, as a zombie. And all this unfolded beneath the horrified gaze of Chi clan reinforcements rushing to aid them, their enraged roars rising higher, fiercer with every breath. Xiao Qiao. No, Qiao the traitor is more fitting. They were your closest comrades. Why strike that fatal blow as he breathed his last? Such a traitorous cur deserves 1,000 cuts. Enraged, the Chi youths prepared to charge, until Qiu Yufeng's order to withdraw halted them cold. Xiao Long, I swear upon my life his head shall grace your grave as tribute. To Qiu Yufeng, Sun Long was as a son. His grief was a physical wound. Yet to save those still living, he crushed the instinct to rush forward and perish alongside him. The carnage at the south gate could no longer be borne. Liu Shuai galloped forth without pause, and arrived just as Qiu Yufeng stood weeping, tears carving tracks through the grime on his face. Upon hearing the truth, Liu Shuai roared, this beast unworthy of humanity shall be erased, bone and ash alike. Fall back, fall back. Ignoring all, Liu Shuai whirled his twin blades with blinding speed. Any zombie daring to close in fell severed clean in a single stroke. He was moments from reaching Qiao the traitor, when 2 towering zombies lunged, one from each side. To press forward would seal his retreat forever, yet he hesitated, not darting straight through the narrow gap between their strikes. His Tang sword spun, cleaving the zombies crowding Qiao the traitor, exposing him fully within Liu Shuai's sight. Die! As the zombie's cleaver arced upward, Qiao's grasping hand was severed midair. The blades slashed downward, ripping open viscera in an instant. Even as a zombie, the body moves freely, so long as the brain remains unharmed. Liu Shuai loathed him utterly. Spinning midair, he drove both arms in spiraling fury, reducing the flesh of Chao's chest to pulp. His cleaver could have decapitated Chao instantly, but instead Liu Shuai angled the strike sideways, shearing off his other arm. The chaotic battle blade technique, swift severance, Flash Chao the traitor was reduced to fragments in an instant. Yet Liu Shuai's fury did not abate with his death, it burned hotter deeper. His cleaver fell again, chopping the surrounding zombies into crimson slurry. Only then did his wrath begin to subside. With a single sweep he cleaved open the encircling horde, then switched his personal comms to Iron Company's frequency and bellowed, voice tearing from his throat, "Chao the traitor is minced meat. I have avenged Sergeant Sun Long. May Sergeant rest in peace." Liu Shuai's fury still burned as he hurled an ultra-high explosive toward where the treacherous Chao's remains lay. A thunderous boom shook the earth, leaving a crater several meters deep. Such a death is too merciful for that scoundrel. Were it not for the urgent battle, I would have him drawn and quartered to quell my hatred. As he sprinted toward the city gate, two massive zombies lurking nearby charged at him simultaneously. The zombie on the left was sluggish, its attacks negligible for now, but the one on the right was agile, striking precisely when his forward momentum waned and his rear guard faltered. Why does this feel like fighting a human? Liu Shuai confirmed it was no illusion. He calmed his mind, and the flaws in his techniques diminished rapidly. Though the giant zombies gained no advantage, the smaller ones rushing from afar forced him into chaos. I can't linger. Yet the zombies had sealed the entrance completely. He had to break through to pass. Two zombies from the left flank attacked simultaneously. He could have easily severed their hands, but from the corner of his eye he spotted an escape route through the gaps. He ducked low, twisted sideways, and slipped into another position with ease. Just as he prepared to dash forward, the giant zombie denied him the chance, its massive hands sealing off all exits swiftly. Dodging wasn't hard, but retreating would render all his efforts futile. After a brief hesitation, Liu Shuai leaped onto the zombie's arm, used it as a springboard, and charged into the town. The giant zombie towered over ordinary ones, lifting Liu Shuai high into the air. Even as they clawed upward with all their might, they couldn't reach him. Upon landing, he rolled forward several times. As the momentum dissipated, a half-dead zombie hand suddenly shot out from a pile of corpses. His left foot was seized. He slashed swiftly with his Tang sword. With pursuers closing in, he had no time to pry the hand off. Dragging it along, he soon encountered a group fleeing from another direction. "Go on ahead. He'll hold them off." "Thanks, brother." The group was in dire straits. Without Liu Shuai's arrival, they might have abandoned all hope. To buy them time, Liu Shuai deliberately slowed his escape. The zombies swarmed in a tightening circle. Hep! A cold laugh rang out as he sheathed his zombie cleaver. Wielding the Tang sword with both hands, he struck nearly 3 times faster than before. The zombies fell bewildered beneath his blade. The sweeping attacks drained him immensely. To conserve energy for his eventual escape, he reluctantly switched back to dual blades. "Ugh, how? Always the same tune. Don't you tire of it?" "I'm tired for you." His taunts were a ruse to steady his own nerves. Fighting and jesting all the way, he neared the central zone. "Is that Zhuer?" She was in a sorry state, her hand trembling as she gripped an ironbone fan, her face pale as snow. Yet even so, Liu Shuai's calm heart wavered at her beauty and alluring figure. He slapped himself hard. "What's wrong with you thinking such lewd thoughts at a time like this?" As if sensing his distraction, the zombies attacked from multiple directions. Startled, Liu Shuai ducked just in time, but his back was still clawed. He swung his blades, cleaving them in two. Even without their lower halves, the zombies weren't dead, but he had no time to finish them off. "Zhuer, don't panic." His shout only made her freeze, forgetting which way to dodge. Her back and arm were both slashed by zombies. Anyone else would have panicked, but she calmly pulled a vial from her waist and pressed it to her lips. As the zombies lunged again, she leaned back and a dozen hair-thin steel needles shot from her fan. They couldn't kill the creatures, but bought her precious seconds to escape. Liu Shuai watched impressed. What a composed lady. Zhuer spotted him and snapped, "You nearly got me killed, you know that." "I meant well." His face twisted into a pained grimace. "Since you meant no harm, I'll let it slide." As they spoke, several swift zombies closed in. They had to dispatch them before fleeing. Exhaustion weighed heavily on Liu Shuai, his steps grew unsteady. Without a second thought, Zhuer grabbed his hand and pulled him forward. Her soft, boneless hand carried a delicate fragrance, stirring his heart again. "This enchantress is too alluring. I mustn't look." He muttered under his breath, but she heard. "Since you complimented this queen, I'll spare you." With that, she blew a soft breath toward him. "Damn it, I can't take this." He shook his head violently, but couldn't clear his mind, so he bit his lip until it bled. The faint taste of blood snapped him back to reality. He secretly opened the exchange interface and ordered several recovery potions. "Give me one." "Miss, do you think this is mineral water?" "Stingy." Liu Shuai handed her a bottle, which she snatched and downed immediately. "You actually drank it." There are severe side effects for women." She shot him a contemptuous glance and gulped it down. Before she could say, "No problem," a searing heat spread from her mouth to her stomach and sweat beaded on her forehead. Frustrated, Liu Shuai cut his arm and shouted coldly, "Swallow it if you don't want to die." Zhuer drank his blood in big gulps. Meanwhile, the scent drew even more zombies converging on their position. At this critical moment, if he let go, he had no idea what would become of Zhuer. "Hurry, hurry." His silent prayer made her lift her head abruptly. "Your blood tastes awful." Liu Shuai wanted to smack her head, but the zombies were too close. With a horizontal slash, he beheaded several zombies. As he prepared to switch tactics, 2 zombies clawed his back, sending waves of agonizing itch and pain through his body. He longed to scratch the spot near his shoulder blade, but it was out of reach. The zombie's stronger assault came down at that moment. Not good. He cried out too late. Just as he was about to be struck, the iron-bone fan easily severed the zombie's arms. With a gentle thrust, she lopped off 2 zombie heads. Have I grown this strong? Liu Shuai should have thanked her, but instead blurted, a tigress like you, why pretend to be delicate? You. Zhuer was about to teach him a lesson when more zombies interrupted, and she swiftly dispatched them before his eyes. As Liu Shuai and Zhuer fled toward the center of Shadowmas town, the 4 gates fell one after another. The survivors retreated in staggered formation, covering one another. The smallest group was Go Yes, with fewer than 10 people, including himself. Deputy Commander, I can't go on. Let me stay and cover the retreat. Huzi, let me help you. The man, about 25, was tall with sharply defined muscles exposed. Go Yu knew exactly what he was thinking. Everyone was out of ammunition and at the end of their strength. If someone could hold off the zombies, the others might have a slim chance of survival. Such a glorious task. How could I let you take it? A man in his 20s snatched 2 high-explosive charges and charged straight into the horde of zombies. Xiaobing, come back. Several men shouted with reddened eyes, but he turned back, flashing a grin of white teeth. As his bayonet cut down 2 zombies, a sharp pain shot through his waist. He quickly dodged to the side, hurling a high-explosive charge into the densest cluster. Boom. The blast wave sent the zombies around him flying. If I had enough explosives, I could hold them off for hours. Xiaobing knew it was impossible, yet he slowly retreated. Before the zombies could rise, he cut down several more. Their numbers were overwhelming. Xiaobing was scratched in many places. His consciousness grew fainter, and with bitter reluctance he ignited the explosive charge. Xiaobing. Go Yes' heart bled, but he dared not betray his comrade's sacrifice, forcing back the urge to wail. As they sprinted on, a massive horde of zombies appeared ahead. To break through, someone had to draw them away. He'll do it. Huzi charged into the horde without looking back, his bayonet claiming many zombie lives. They were drawn toward him, opening a narrow passage. Deputy Commander, are we really leaving Huzi? Go Yu replied, his voice choked with tears. Go. Don't let his death be in vain. The group fled into the distance, their hearts heavy. As they were about to vanish from sight, Huzi shouted, Iron Company, kill, kill, kill. Those who heard echoed the cry, tears streaming down their faces. Monsters, come and eat me. Huzi unbuckled his straps, discarding unneeded items one by one. After stripping off his clothes, the strong scent of a living human spread further, drawing the zombies, chasing Go Yu toward him. So this is how you lure them. Not bad, not bad. Huzi kicked away the zombies beside him, then swept his bayonet in a swift arc, severing the neck bones of all in a straight line. At the same time, 2 zombies lurking nearby latched onto his left leg. With a full body spin, he flung them into the distance. Swish slash. 2 rapid strikes felled several more zombies. Huzi fought with growing ferocity, a high wall of corpses piling around him. Worth it. After killing the nearest zombie, Huzi staggered a few steps, a faint smile curling at his lips. 2 zombies crept out from the corpse pile and attacked him almost simultaneously. Exhausted, Huzi couldn't dodge. He blocked one zombie with his left arm while twisting their necks with all his might. A crackling sound, and the zombies were dead. Brothers, this is all I can do. He saluted in the direction of their retreat, then pulled the pin on the explosive at his waist. Boom boom. Go Yu and the others heard the violent explosion and fought back the urge to sob. Go go. Don't let Huzi down. Wah. Let's go. Their strength had long been depleted, but their comrade's sacrifice ignited an unprecedented will. Their bodies felt lighter, their speed surpassing their prime. They sprinted on, nearing the central area, but the path ahead was blocked by zombies. Brothers, I'm coming. Go Yu thought, then shouted, they'll clear a path. Follow me. The group stayed close behind him. Before reaching the zombies, Go Yu secretly slashed his own arm. The strong scent of blood drew the surrounding zombies toward him. The others didn't notice until no zombies were near them. Deputy Commander. Deputy Commander. Go go. Don't let them down. All eyes were bloodshot, but they suppressed the urge to cry, dashing through the narrow passage. Seeing them far away, Go Yu nodded in satisfaction, his bayonet swinging faster. More blood spilled from his wound, drawing the zombies in a frantic rush. This made the escapees safer. As long as you escape, it's all worth it. Go Yu cut down 3 close zombies, but was scratched on the back by 2 others. Ignoring the searing pain, he killed several more. As dizziness overtook him, he knew the time had come. Come on, come at me. He dropped his bayonet and ignited the fuse of the explosive charge. Drawn by the thick scent of blood, the zombies didn't notice the smoking explosive. As they surged forward, a thunderous blast erupted. The fleeing survivors froze in their tracks. Go hurry. The most level-headed among them pushed the others onward. But the zombies gave no respite, encircling from all sides. The last man once again chose to sacrifice himself to buy them time. What followed was a series of tragic sacrifices, whittling the group down to a few. It seems we can't make it out. We might as well go together. Would that honor the deputy commander? The man lowered his head, dejected. You go. They'll stall them. Squad leader. Squad leader. He didn't answer, charging straight into the zombie horde. A true berserker, he never defended, only killed to draw more of them. After nearly a minute of relentless assault, his strength gave out. His back and thigh were struck simultaneously, but without fear, he swung his bayonet forward, killing them instantly. At the same time, more zombies swarmed him. Boom boom. Explosions echoed from that direction. Many survivors fleeing into town heard them, but only Liu Shuai, the last to retreat, hurried toward the sound. Through the haze, he spotted several ragged figures. Hurry this way. They froze, then joy lit their faces as they sprinted toward Liu Shuai. The hope of survival unleashed their hidden potential. Now brimming with strength, they showed no trace of exhaustion. Faster, faster. Drawn by the noise, the zombies turned mechanically toward them. Liu Shuai knew time was short and shouted into his comm, support needed at 9 o'clock in town. Support needed. Ma Weigua immediately led several Bloodthorn members rushing over. Liu Shuai placed no hope in them, pushing his speed to the utmost. Before even drawing near, he had already unleashed several sharp blade beams. The pursuing zombies were instantly cleaved apart, but the ones flanking in from both sides lunged swiftly. Though 3 people were within the range of their assault, the one in the center actively charged forward, twisting his body as the zombies seized him. The people on either side were knocked away while he was grabbed and bitten by several zombies. Go quickly, he shouted as he ignited the high-explosive charge. Fearing the shrapnel would harm his comrades, he leaped backward with all his might. A thunderous explosion erupted, the blast wave instantly flinging the nearby zombies aside and granting the fleeing survivors a narrow escape. Meanwhile, Liu Shuai had rushed to their rear, his Tang sword reaping zombies relentlessly. Go, run. No, I'm staying. A tall, thin man in his early 20s broke free from his teammates' restraint, swinging his military spike wildly. After he had severed several zombies, the remaining horde shifted their focus to him. This was exactly what he wanted. As he fought, he deliberately charged into the thickest cluster of zombies. Liu Shuai's eyes reddened and his voice choked as he called out, well done. Now, including him, only 5 people were still fleeing. In less than a minute, a violent explosion echoed from behind. The 4 survivors were already drenched in tears, but they dared not let a single sob escape, stumbling forward as fast as they could. Their stamina was utterly depleted and grief weighed heavily on them, leaving them only a hair's breadth faster than the zombies. Liu Shuai forced the zombies back with a single strike and hastily downed a bottle of recovery potion. It no longer burns the throat. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that using an entire bottle at once not only had no side effects, but also enhanced recovery. This revelation meant that as long as he had enough exchange points, he could maintain peak condition indefinitely. But the zombies were multiplying, leaving him no time to dwell on it. He wielded his twin blades in an impenetrable dance. Are you Liu Shuai? Could you spare me a weapon? Asked a man in his 30s, his skin dark and his entire being radiating a fierce killing intent. Here. He took the zombie-cleaving blade and gave it a light swing, bisecting the approaching zombies. Fine blade. Liu Shuai, not to be outdone, also felled a zombie and asked, what's your name? 3rd Platoon Deputy Ding Zhan. To unleash such combat prowess under these circumstances, you rival the great generals of ancient times charging into battle. You flatter me. Though they conversed, the zombies continued to fall and a mound of severed remains piled up nearby. The two fought with ever-growing ferocity, temporarily holding the zombies at bay within a meter's range. Meanwhile, the ground beneath the 3 who had fled trembled violently, and an octopus-like tentacle ensnared them. 2 military spikes fell, but the tentacle remained unaffected. It squeezed tighter, and they lost their grip on the spikes. As their bones creaked under the pressure, Ding Zhan finally noticed. Don't panic, him coming. Liu Shuai heard this and looked over, hastily grabbing Ding Zhan. Run. But no buts. Ding Zhan was about to protest when a series of explosions rang out from that direction. I'll kill you. He was too agitated, and Liu Shuai couldn't reason with him. In desperation, he slapped Ding Zhan across the face and barked, they ignited their explosives to cover our escape. If we die here like this, how can we face the comrades who sacrificed themselves? Ding Zhan snapped out of his rage, his eyes bloodshot as he gripped his zombie-cleaving blade tightly. Let's fight our way through. Just as they finished clearing the nearby zombies, the massive tentacle rose from the ground. Had Liu Shuai been any slower, he would have been caught. Ding Zhan's body barely brushed against it, but he used the momentum to roll across the ground several times, narrowly evading it. The tentacle, having missed its target, grew faster and more vicious. Liu Shuai was thrown into chaos as his Tang sword lashed out, a tentacle half the size of the largest one coiled around him. At the same time, the massive tentacle stabbed toward him like a sharp spear. Pinned and unable to break free, he stared in terror at the approaching appendage. Just as it was about to strike Liu Shuai, a hail of gunfire erupted. Struck by multiple bullets, the tentacle recoiled in panic and dodged aside. Liu Shuai seized the moment to break free. His Tang sword carved a storm of blade shadows. If you'd been half a second later, you'd only be collecting our corpses. Ma Weigua had already reached his side, firing continuously, and replied, perfect timing. As they spoke, Bai Pao, Song Feng swung his replica Fangtian Huaji, the zombies in his path, either dead or wounded. The others weren't far behind. As they charged into the zombie horde, their weapons claimed lives with each strike. Ding Zhan took it all in and gave a heartfelt thumbs up. I've long heard that the Bloodthorn's combat prowess is heaven-defying, but I never imagined it would be this formidable. Kid, you're not bad either. If given the chance, would you like to join the Bloodthorn? Really? Of course I mean it. I couldn't ask for more. I couldn't ask for more. Ding Zhan's flagging morale surged as if he had boundless energy. Ma Weiguo nodded with satisfaction. With proper honing, this man will become a deadly blade on the battlefield. Then with a knowing smile, he turned to Liu Shuai. Don't get any ideas about me. I can fill in occasionally, but I can't stand being with you lot for long. Filling in is good enough. The group fought their way forward, now close to the town's first line of defense. Captain, we need to kill that thing before we go in. Following Shan Mao's gesture, they saw a massive octopus burst up from the ground. What the hell? Aren't those things supposed to be in the sea? Why is it on land? Liu Shuai's mind struggled to process it. Who cares where it's from? It shows up here, it only has one fate. Too many people would just get in each other's way. Liu Shuai Tsang Feng, follow me. Ma Weiguo charged forward, swinging his zombie-cleaving blade. He ducked low and drove his military spike deep into the tentacle. The octopus finally felt a pang of pain, letting out a shriek like a vengeful spirit. What in the world is this thing? Everyone wondered, but none dared defy Ma Weiguo's orders, fighting and retreating as instructed. Meanwhile, Liu Shuai had circled to the reverse slope, his Tang sword descending at an even more cunning angle. The octopus sensed danger, but the sharp blade beam had already severed its smallest tentacle. A piercing screech rang out as it abandoned all else to pursue Liu Shuai. Song Feng seized the perfect opening, his replica Fangtian Huaji, striking the largest tentacle with speed and force. Before the octopus could react, the tentacle was split in two. It no longer wished to fight, darting into the zombie horde to use them as a barrier against Liu Shuai and his team. It was too fast to catch. Everyone fall back now. Without hesitation, the group retreated toward the first line of defense, backing away step by step. The group, nearly drained of strength, stumbled as they approached the defensive line, barely managing to stay upright. Fortunately, the station soldiers swiftly aided them to a safe spot for rest. How are things elsewhere? For now, it's under control. The man was about to say more, but was silenced by a glance from the middle-aged man beside him. Ma Weiguo, sharp-witted as ever, caught the subtle gesture and asked with a hint of irritation, what else is there? The Western Gate's forces are nearly wiped out. Fewer than 20 are holding the line. What? Send some men over immediately. Commander Ma, there's no one left. The man could no longer hold back his tears, sobbing thunderously. His grief triggered a chain reaction, and many others wept uncontrollably. Then he'll go. Liu Shuai, having taken a recovery agent, quickly regained half his stamina. Without waiting for anyone's approval, he charged straight toward the west. Hold your positions. They'll try to contact higher command and hope they send reinforcements soon. All right. The survivors knew the odds were slim, but it was better than no hope at all. Not long after, Ma Weiguo returned to the command post. Company Commander Hao Deshang and 2nd Platoon Leader, one who knelt before him sobbing uncontrollably. Ma Weiguo's heart ached just as much. He embraced them, weeping freely. Brothers, you've all done us proud. You've never disgraced the Steel Company. But among us there was a traitor like Chow Lanes. Rice feeds 100 kinds of people. He chose betrayal and met his end with not even bones left. Let that be a closure for everyone. The two slowly rose, wiping away their tears. Now fewer than 2,000 can fight, but there are over 8,000 elderly women and children. Food, water, and supplies are critically short. Sai will have to request an airdrop from above. Ma Weiguo quickly pulled out a special communicator and called out, Tyrannosaurus, calling a division, Tyrannosaurus, calling a division. A piercing electronic screech answered. He set down the communicator, covering his aching ears. Looks like we can't count on them. Wait, let me try once more. Ma Weiguo was about to call again when he remembered he had a backup, a last resort super communication method. Everyone out. Secure the perimeter. Shoot anyone who approaches without hesitation. Hao Deshang and one who frowned but nodded solemnly. After they left, Ma Weiguo pulled out a tiny box from his pocket. When opened, it revealed 7 or 8 components as fine as strands of hair. He carefully attached each one to the communicator. As the last piece clicked into place, an urgent voice crackled. Top-level bureau call, state your code name. Tyrannosaurus, invincible. Identity verified. Beep, beep, beep. No one answered for a while, and Ma Weiguo was about to give up when a dignified middle-aged voice came through. Xiao Ma, what's the matter? Old Chief were trapped in Shadow Mist Town, requesting immediate reinforcement. He knew that the Ma family, father and son, rarely troubled the organization. Using the highest level communication to beg for help meant they were truly at their wits' end. They'll contact the nearest unit for you right away. A division is closest, but I can't reach them. Use channel 37. 60. 14. Thank you, old chief. The line went dead, and the joy on Ma Weiguo's face vanished instantly. After an agonizing wait that felt like years, another communicator finally rang. Hello, is this a division? It's me. Are you Tyrannosaurus Ma Weiguo? I am. We know your situation. Sending troops to extract you isn't realistic. While airdrop supplies first, and send a few fighter jets for cover. Thank you so much. Prepare. Airdrop in 10 minutes. Use the red flags as the drop zone. Roger. After hanging up, Ma Weiguo's face beamed with exhilaration. Hao Deshang went who find an open area immediately and plant red flags all around. Hurry. On it. Shortly after they left, the communicator buzzed again. Fighter jets scheduled for tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thank you, Commander. Come see me alive. Mission guaranteed. The news of the airdrop had already thrilled everyone, and the mention of fighter cover sent many into cheers and screams. Soon the airdrop plane appeared in the sky. The pilot, seeing the dense horde of zombies below, felt a chill run down his spine. Calling Tyrannosaurus, calling Tyrannosaurus. Copy, go ahead. There are tall buildings above the drop zone. Some supplies might collide with them. They considered relocating, but the voice came again, fuel running low. Please send as many people as possible to collect. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Airdrops rained down. Ma Weiguo mobilized everyone he could, but several crates still smashed into the tall buildings. So even if they were intact, there wouldn't be enough for so many. We need to arrange an evacuation soon. When the news spread, the fighters were overjoyed, but the elderly women and children blocked every exit. Commander Ma, please don't abandon us. Several children cried, clutching the soldiers' pant legs. Everyone's heart felt as if slashed by a sharp blade. As you can see, with so few of us left, we can't take everyone out. Many fell to their knees, wailing bitterly. A white-haired elder stepped forward from the crowd and barked, "Look at you, so spineless. Most of us are already halfway in the grave. Haven't you lived enough? Do you want them to suffer heavy losses just to save us useless ones?" The gaunt white-haired elder walked over and said, "Old Wu speaks well. We can't be a burden. Those willing to stay don't move. Those who want to leave step forward." Before he finished, several plump middle-aged women stepped out. A chain reaction followed, and more people shuffled forward. As the old saying goes, women and petty men are hard to handle. Shameless lot. Look closely. Should these children die? Don't you have kids of your own? Many hung their heads in shame. Seeing the moment was ripe, Ma Weiguo declared, "Old Wu is right. Let the children live. We'll request special planes to evacuate them." This proposal won unanimous approval from those with children. Why should they live while we die? Oi. A short, obese woman in her 50s weighing about 200 Jean roared with a twisted face. The soldiers ignored her, but she only grew more aggressive. Bang. The woman stared in shock at the blood gushing from her chest, her contorted face shifting into an expression of agony. Sanhua slowly swept his rifle from left to right, his face cold as he barked, "The Iron Battalion chose not to resort to force against you. Yet you've only grown bolder. People like you don't even deserve to live." Those who had followed the portly woman intending to cause a scene recoiled in fear and retreated. "Since everyone has chosen to stay, I, Ma Weiguo, solemnly pledge I will do everything in my power to lead you all to safety. We appreciate your kindness, but our families have dwelled in Yingwu town for generations. We'd rather not die as strangers in a foreign land," said Wu Lao and another elder, shaking their heads with gentle smiles. "Ha ha, then the two of us shall go together." Not a trace of sorrow clouded the elders' faces, instead warm, serene smiles lingered at the corners of their lips. The Iron Battalion soldiers and the able-bodied youths stood with bloodshot eyes, throats tight, with unspoken grief. In the hours that followed, everyone worked quietly to gather whatever supplies they might need. When preparations were nearly complete, Sanhua approached Ma Weiguo and murmured softly, "I heard the remote for the snakebot is in your possession. What do you intend to do with it?" Wu Lao and the others chose to remain, not out of indifference, but to spare us burden. "I don't wish them to suffer needlessly. Could you?" Before he could finish, the remote was already in his palm. "I thank you on their behalf. Ah no. It is we who owe gratitude to these venerable elders whose wisdom and sacrifice embody true righteousness." A heavy silence settled between them as they stood motionless for a long while. At Liu Shuai's makeshift resting place, the exhausted group, drained beyond measure, employed every means available to restore their depleted strength. As the moon rose, Liu Shuai suddenly sat upright where he lay, exclaiming, "That nap was blissfully deep. Pig, all you ever do is sleep. Lin'er, I haven't disciplined you in a day, and now you're itching for it." Liu Shuai lunged toward her, pinching her delicate nose between his fingers, his expression stern. "Who's the pig?" "Me, I mean my Shuai." Seizing his momentary distraction, she wriggled free and cried out the words behind him. Watching her playful, radiant charm, his own smile widened, soft and tender. "Have you no sense of timing? Still flirting at a moment like this?" The first syllable had barely left her lips before her long whip, "Solitude Moon," struck Liu Shuai's head. By the time her sentence ended, he'd lost count of how many times he'd been struck. Rubbing the swelling on his head, he bolted away, shouting, "No jealousy. Let's spar right now." "You." Giggle, giggle. Laughter rippled through the group. Light, unrestrained healing. Liu Shuai, now standing among them, said calmly, "Dawn is still some time off. If anyone lacks anything essential, now is the chance to secure it." "Understood." Lin'er led the way, the others falling in step behind her. "TCH, so I'm officially idle now." Having slept too long, Liu Shuai felt no urge to rest again. He strolled slowly down the narrow street. Outside, silence reigned, so profound that even breaths echoed clearly. At the street's end, a long, slender shadow startled him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it belonged to a woman. As he drew nearer, he recognized her instantly and turned to slip away unnoticed. But she called out to him first, "Young master, what brings you here? Do I truly have no name?" "Ah, Miss Zhuer, you called me. What is it?" She opened her palm to reveal a small, empty vial. Liu Shuai blinked, puzzled, furrowing his brow. "What do you mean?" "Just a little blood, please." Zhuer, born with an innate allure, added a coquettish lilt, and Liu Shuai shuddered involuntarily, nearly toppling over. Giggle, giggle. Her laughter bloomed like 1,000 blossoms, enchanting, irresistible. His heart hammered so fiercely he feared it might burst from his chest. He hastily averted his gaze and said, "Step back. I'll give it to you from here." "Am I truly so terrifying?" Zhuer replied, and lightly bumped her shoulder against him. Liu Shuai staggered wildly before regaining his footing, then hurried 10 paces sideways. His mind unsteady, he steadied himself by slicing his middle finger. As crimson drops fell, he remembered. No vessel. He called out urgently, toss the vial over. With a faint knowing smile, Zhuer tossed it. Though small, the vial filled swiftly. Just as Liu Shuai sighed in relief, sharp pain pierced his arm. He looked down to see 2 tiny fangs stained with blood. Why does the taste differ so greatly between them? Frowning, she bit down again. Liu Shuai nearly flung her aside, but when his hand hovered near her, pity stayed his motion. He endured several more bites, tormented yet resigned. Better to let you bite me directly. The vial's quality is simply inadequate. Before the words fully left her lips, she discarded it. Liu Shuai snatched it midair, shooting her a look of quiet disdain, only for his calm to shatter instantly, his pulse quickening, his skin flushing with heat. Her voice, soft as silk, drifted to him. Am I beautiful? Beautiful. Yes, stunningly so. Eyes wide, mouth agape, Liu Shuai's saliva betrayed him utterly. He stepped forward, closer, until just as his arms neared her, she slipped aside. He lunged into empty air, the sudden loss of balance snapping him back to reality. Damn, it's dangerous to tangle with such a fox spirit. I must flee now. What did you say? Without glancing back, Liu Shuai sprinted into the distance. Zhuer gave chase for only a few symbolic steps. A faint frost-softened smile touched her lips as she murmured, men like him are rare indeed. Then seize him at once. Together. Zhang Jiao's face flushed crimson. You shameless girl, must you speak without restraint? Senior sister, you're no longer young. You need someone to lean on. Liu Shuai is truly exceptional. For your sake, I'll make a sacrifice. Step aside and let him be yours. He isn't yours to give. The moment the words escaped her, Zhang Jiao knew she'd been outmaneuvered, yet retracting them was impossible. She fixed Zhuer with a glare sharp enough to pierce steel. Zhuer, delighted, teased her relentlessly, until Zhang Jiao, pushed beyond endurance, erupted in furious shouts. Are you satisfied now? Zhang Jiao had raised her hand to strike, but paused. In that instant, her fury dissolved, and the knot of anguish in her chest unraveled entirely. Thank you, junior sister 19. We are sisters of the same sect, senior sister. No formalities needed. Only, please refrain from calling me a fox spirit, as some people do. It's not that he fails to understand you. Zhang Jiao's words dissolved Zhuer's lingering resentment like mist beneath morning sun. Here, take this, senior sister. Zhang Jiao accepted the blood vial with a firm, solemn nod. To most it held little value, but to women surviving in this zombie-ravaged apocalypse it meant one more chance at life. Once certain Zhang Jiao was far gone, Zhuer turned sharply toward the shadows and commanded, cold and clear, show yourself. He, junior sister 19, remains unmatched. You sensed me even this easily. It wasn't skill, it was your unstable aura upon seeing the vial. Oh, you startled me. Yang bounded forward, her cheerful face darkening as she spoke slowly. Tomorrow countless lives may end here. And my heart. Zhuer sighed softly, placing a gentle hand upon her shoulder. Dawn was near and zombies were frenziedly attacking several 7-star expulsion arrays. If no one intervened, they would be breached before long. Ma Wei was shouted through the public channel. Everyone return to your posts. Hurry. Liu Shuai received the message and charged to the western front with a group of beauties. Just as they caught sight of it, the 7-star expulsion array was instantly shattered, and the soldiers and civilians guarding the area were already locked in a chaotic melee with the zombies. These zombies were different from the usual ones. Not only did they possess bone spurs and bone blades, but their bodies were also exceptionally tough, resistant to ordinary blades. Lin'er, take 2 people to hold the left flank. You all go to the right flank. Liu Shuai reserved the most perilous central path for himself. Just 2 meters away, he unleashed a series of net-like blade shadows in rapid succession. Crack bang. Though the Tang blade couldn't slice through them like vegetables, it was akin to cutting brittle bone with a bone knife. Cutting his way through, he finally drove the zombies out of the position. Everyone hold the line. Do not retreat unless absolutely necessary. Qi Yufeng led the remaining Qi family disciples in a desperate defense of another breach. Liu Shuai quickly handed over the nearby area to Chen Shuang. Sprinting, he spotted a stricken Qi family disciple. After swiftly decapitating several zombies, he ignited an explosive device. He didn't stop there, but charged with full force into the densest cluster of zombies. Boom. A rain of blood fell around him, leaving a crater in the ground. The Qi family had grown accustomed to such tragic and bloody scenes, their expressions remained unchanged. Loyal and brave are the Qi people. Liu Shuai's words drew many eyes. Recognizing him as one of their own, they sealed off the area completely. Don't form a human wall. Before the words faded, the chest of the foremost person was pierced. Centipede zombie. It's a centipede zombie. Qi Yufeng's face turned grim upon hearing this. With a choked sob, he cried out, unjust heavens. Must you utterly annihilate my Qi family? During his outcry, the Qi family suffered over a dozen casualties in quick succession. Concentrated explosive shockwaves temporarily halted the centipede zombies' advance. Everyone withdraw to the town hall immediately. Well, hold the rear. Liu Shuai had already rushed outside, engaging them in chaotic combat. Knowing he would be of no help, Qi Yufeng led the surviving Qi disciples in retreat. Chen Shuang, coming. The solitary moon whip, an exceptionally long weapon, helped him deal with enemies lurking in blind spots. Meanwhile, Xiaomei had grasped the sword intent taught by Zhang Jiao and now wielded formidable blade skills. Coupled with the laser's uncanny cutting ability, she instantly became another reaper on the battlefield. Zhao Xiaoying and Lin'er were not to be outdone, striking with swift ferocity, quickly breaking the ranks of the once invincible centipede zombies. Don't get bogged down. Retreat now. The group moved backward, barely outpacing the zombies. At a bend in the road, Qi Yufeng and two middle-aged men awaited them. Everyone has withdrawn. Let's go too. All right, full sprint to the town hall. The group of women moved with incredible speed, leaving only Liu Shuai behind. Leaving me to feed the zombies again. The casual remark struck a nerve. A young man who suddenly appeared beside Qi Yufeng stared at him as if he were a monster. You want to feed the zombies too? No. The young man wished he had more legs, scrambling away in a way that made Liu Shuai burst into laughter. Liu Shuai quickly caught up to Qi Yufeng, who said, his name is Qi Yun. He was once the pride of the Qi family's younger generation, but a shameless woman drove him to madness. No wonder I found him odd. After a pause, Liu Shuai continued, since he's like this, why involve him in such a dangerous battle? The Qi family has no cowards. Mad as he is, he still knows to protect his kin. That makes him far better than those scheming villains whose minds are intact. Liu Shuai's contempt vanished, instantly replaced by profound respect for the leaping figure. The Qi family. They rival the Yu family in loyalty. Every one of them is a martyr. Hearing that our fallen can rest in peace. Qi Yufeng smiled, but tears betrayed him, streaming down his face. Elder Qi. Don't worry, I know my limits. Liu Shuai was once again awed. This iron-willed elder, if born in ancient times, would undoubtedly have been a legendary general. The journey was silent as they neared the core defensive position. Open fire. Cover their approach. Rat-a-tat-tat. Whoosh boom. Though the zombies were repelled, the reinforcements overwhelmed the first wave. These are coming from underground. Liu Shuai's words darkened the already grim faces around him. Pin them down within 100 meters. You go bring out the flamethrowers and gas canisters. All right, if you follow me. Simultaneously, as Liu Shuai and the others neared the line, 9 Dragon's hermit suddenly rushed out, muttering incantations. The moment they passed him, a rudimentary 7-star expulsion array was activated. We must hold out until 10 o'clock. Understood. We can die, but the future of our nation must escape. Most soldiers and civilians were already resigned to their fate. Liu Shuai was overwhelmed by the day's countless shocks. Just as he was about to send the Qi family to rest, they voluntarily entered the trenches. As time passed, the zombies piled up, and the relentless gunfire and explosions echoed. Prolonged use of firearms had severely depleted ammunition and worn down the weapons. How long until 10? An hour and a half. Qi Yufeng abruptly stood up, drawing his long blade as he shouted, Sons of Qi, can we hold for another hour and a half? We can. Though only a few dozen strong, the Qi family's morale surpassed that of hundreds. Let us take over. We appreciate the offer, Commander Ma, but my Qi family was born in Shadow Mist Town. Defending our home is our unshirkable duty. The last word barely left his lips as his long blade pointed outward. Kill. The Qi disciples swept through the zombies like a raging storm, quickly breaking their ranks. Any man with a spine, follow me. Unwilling to let such a loyal family perish, Liu Shuai led nearby reinforcements to their aid. Just as he was about to arrive, a zombie rat burst out near Qi Yufeng, its sharp claws inches away. Seeing the imminent strike, Qi Yun shoved him aside, taking a gash on his own arm. Are you alright? Qi Yun merely shook his head and charged at the zombies. He fought deeper and deeper until he was soon engulfed. Under the influence of the zombie venom, he snapped back to reality from his grief, roaring, Father, Mother, Uncle. Qi Yun has failed your expectations. Today I atone with my death. Boom boom boom. Yuner. Qi Yufeng, his only remaining direct relative, wept in heart-wrenching sorrow. Avenge Brother Yun. The younger masters of the Qi family, fearless of death, plunged into the horde of zombies. Their advance was swift. Within 20 meters of the trench, not a single living zombie remained. Although Liu Shuai charged forward, he was steadily drawing closer to the Qi family. He soon reached Qi Yufeng's side. Just as he was about to urge them to retreat, a nimble zombie claw lashed out toward another Qi family member. There was no time to use a weapon for rescue, so in desperation, he could only shove the person aside. You've been scratched. Qi Yufeng's eyes instantly turned bloodshot at the thought that such a young man would soon die. Liu Shuai caught his grim expression and immediately understood his concern. He whispered into his ear, the corpse poison has no effect on me. Qi Yufeng was stunned, then ecstasy bloomed on his face. Stammering, he asked, Then can you? Old hero, it only works on women. Hearing this, he felt a pang of disappointment, but on second thought, a thick smile spread across his face. Take care of them. Liu Shuai followed his gaze and spotted several remarkably skilled young women amidst the chaotic melee. Rest assured, old hero, I will not fail your trust. With his worries relieved, Qi Yufeng fought with even greater ferocity. Liu Shuai, now nearby, secretly slid his finger to ensure absolute safety, collecting his blood into discarded bottles of recovery agent. After preparing 5 bottles, he rushed over to them. Here, 1 bottle each. Remember, use it only after being scratched or bitten by a zombie. A beautiful young woman around 20 years old and about 1.6 meters tall frowned slightly and asked, What is it? Liu Shuai sliced down a nearby zombie and said, Just remember my words. She wanted to refuse, but his expression told her he meant no harm. She accepted the bottles and stuffed them all into her small satchel. At the same time, a zombie that had been lying in wait lunged directly at her. The young woman dodged to the side, driving her Amei daggers into the zombie's forehead. Excellent skill. She shot Liu Shuai a disdainful glance before coordinating with her sisters to fight their way into the distance. Liu Shuai, unwilling to linger and invite mockery, swung his tang blade with increasing speed, clearing all the zombies on the reverse slope. Rat-a-tat-tat. Everyone retreat to the defensive line immediately. Hurry. Most were already in a bloodlust and didn't hear the order. Ma Weigua had to use a personal communicator to contact Qi Yufeng. Qi family disciples fall back. His voice wasn't loud, but it snapped those in their frenzy back to their senses. You all rest for now while hold this position temporarily. Liu Shuai, aided by recovery agents and nearly inexhaustible, held the line with Lin'er and the others who had arrived. Thornblood provides support. Ma Weigua didn't stay. The appointed time was near, and he had too many matters to attend to. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. It's a plane. A plane. Hooray. We're saved. We're saved. The crowd's cheers enraged the nearby zombies who attacked from multiple directions. Liu Shuai and the others defended with extreme difficulty. Chen Shuang, do you see the 3 o'clock position? I see it, a giant zombie. Dare to go on a wild ride with me? Let's go. Gu Yu's long whip snapped, parting the dense horde of zombies. Simultaneously, Yang Yang's Mandarin duck blade struck a zombie on the left flank. Boom. The immense splash damage instantly cleaved through dozens of zombies. With the path cleared, Liu Shuai leaped forward repeatedly. Sensing a powerful threat, the giant zombie roared and charged. The smaller zombies were so dense that his movement was slowed. Liu Shuai didn't bother clearing the nearby zombies, instead forcing the giant zombie to sweep them aside. This conserved their strength and completely emptied the vicinity. Big guy, you're quite a help. The zombie couldn't hear him, but it sensed the threat from his shifting aura and charged recklessly. A massive utility pole came crashing down, making the ground tremble slightly. Though its attacks were powerful, its body was clumsy. Liu Shuai's tang blade swiftly carved away a large chunk of flesh. Before it could react, Gu Yu's long whip descended. Whimpering, the zombie's body was torn open, releasing an unbearably foul stench. Liu Shuai managed better, but Chen Shuang nearly vomited. The giant zombie attacked with the pole again, and if Yang Yang hadn't reacted quickly to push Chen Shuang aside, she would have been severely injured or killed. You're asking for death. An aura of dominance erupted. Zombies within 2 meters of her recoiled violently, sweeping thousand armies. Gu Yu's long whip glowed crimson, then hardened like steel. As it swung, it stirred up terrifying airwaves, enveloping every living thing within a 5-meter radius in its shadow. It was now riddled with wounds, but still standing. My turn. Yang Yang had already leaped onto the utility pole and sprinted forward. As she neared its head, her Mandarin duck blades plunged straight through its temple. With a mournful howl, the giant zombie fell, causing the approaching zombies to hesitate. Flamethrower! Flamethrower! Xu and Baogong Jun and Dongbai Shan Long rushed over, each carrying a large flamethrower. Sizzle! Flames swept across, igniting all the nearby zombies. The shrieking zombies set others alight, and the foul odor permeated the air. Everyone retreat to the trench and rest. Quick, quick! The area was engulfed in flames, temporarily blocking the zombies. Finally, they could rest in peace for a while. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The plane had landed, and the children were boarding in an orderly fashion. Soon it was completely full, but dozens of children still remained outside. It matters not if we die, but they are just children. Please take them away. Many elderly people knelt and wept bitterly. The pilot's heart ached as well. He quickly contacted the division headquarters, which immediately dispatched another plane that had just returned from a rescue mission. Hearing this heartening news, everyone cheered in unison. But Liu Shuai couldn't muster any joy. Downing a recovery agent, he said, the zombies will definitely launch a full-scale assault soon. We must ensure the children and the remaining Qi family members get away. Husband, what about us then? We'll find a way to break out after saving them. Xiaomei was stunned for a moment, then threw her arms around his neck and gave him a passionate kiss, whispering softly, my husband is truly a remarkable hero. A brief moment of tenderness passed as the flames gradually died out. Dense hordes of zombies were approaching at full speed. Follow me to hold them off. Rat-a-tat-tat. All available weapons opened fire simultaneously, temporarily keeping the zombies at bay over 100 meters away. In less than 5 minutes, ammunition was running low and many abandoned their positions. Qi Yufeng wanted to lead his family in another charge, but Liu Shuai and Song Feng held him back. Let me go. Let me go. There are so few Qi family members left. Do you truly want to send them all to their deaths? As he stood stunned, Song Feng and the others quickly pulled him back. I want leave. Do this, take these young ones away. Father, we want go. Cheat Song Chi, if you still see me as your father, obey me. Knowing their father's decisions were unchangeable, they knelt heavily, tears streaming down their faces as they kowtowed 3 times. After loading the children and the young members of the Qi family, the transport plane still had many empty seats, so Ma Weigua sent the remaining Steel Company soldiers on board as well. There were still some spots, and they intended to let others board, but Qi Yufeng and his men insisted on sending Sanhua and the others onto the plane instead. Take off. Qi Yufeng gave the standard liftoff signal, and the pilot immediately pulled the transport plane upward. Damn it, how could we have forgotten about Liu Shuai and the others? Patriarch, we can only do our utmost to escort them outside the town. Alright, let's fight to the death. The remaining members of the Qi family strapped a large number of high-explosive devices onto themselves. Their actions inspired the townsfolk who stayed behind. An elderly man with white hair whose status and virtue equaled that of the shaman shouted, "Rather than waiting to die, we might as well take them down with us. Right, at least we'll have someone to drag down with us." This group was mostly over 55 years old, yet none showed any fear. Armed with makeshift weapons, they charged toward the outer defense line. The sheer number of them caused the ground to tremble slightly. Liu Shuai and the others saw a dense dark mass of people shouting kill. After many rushed past the battlefield, they surrounded them in the middle. What is this? We're sending you out." Before Liu Shuai and the others could respond, the elders had already charged toward the zombie horde. Despite their advanced age, they fought with extraordinary ferocity, clearing the area around them in an instant. Those who were bitten would run further away, and when the zombie toxin took effect, they would end themselves in the most extreme way. Liu Shuai and his companions witnessed everything, wanting to help many times, but the elders forbade them from moving. The group surged forward like a sharp blade toward the northwest. Meanwhile, on the tallest building in Shadow Mist Town, many elders and stout individuals stood hurling high-explosive devices in all directions. The explosions and shockwaves drew in countless zombies, sealing off the vicinity. "Come on, give us more." Several people, in an effort to lure more zombies, didn't hesitate to slash their own wrists. The spurting blood indeed attracted even more foes. "Shaman, is it time to act? Wait a little longer, wait a little longer." The shaman suddenly stood upright, watching the group that was almost out of sight as they broke through the encirclement, and nodded to the person beside him. Boom, rumble. Earth-shattering explosions erupted from 3 directions, instantly reaping the dense zombie horde. The explosions themselves were not the most terrifying, it was the intense heat and shockwaves from the high explosives that were the true zombie-killing weapons. Any zombie within 100 meters of the blast point was annihilated in an instant. "Haha, good, excellent." The man was somewhat excited and was about to press another set of buttons, but the shaman grabbed his hand. "Give them a bit more time." "All right." As they spoke, zombies outside the building had already entered the stairwell and would reach the top floor before long. The shaman and his team were unconcerned. The moment the zombies approached, they hurled 5 high-explosive devices at once. Amid the rumbling, the staircase collapsed, and the zombies could no longer ascend. On the other side, the Qi family members protecting Liu Shuai and his group during their charge were almost all gone. Qi Yufeng smiled at Liu Shuai and said, "Child, I'm afraid we can only escort you this far. Chun Shuang, Lin'er, follow me." The Lone Moon Whip and the Cold Lightning Silver Spear worked in harmony, causing the zombies still some distance away to retreat in fear. Qi Yufeng, who had already given up, shouted upon seeing this, "Everyone charge with me one more time." When they clashed with the zombies again, they were astonished to find that the creatures had become faster. Many who couldn't dodge in time were hit one after another. These people were also decisive, immediately detonating their high explosives. Amid the thunderous blasts, a path forward was cleared. Following their lead, whenever they encountered an impassable spot, 2 or 3 people would embrace the zombies and perish together. After paying a heavy price in casualties, they finally managed to deliver Liu Shuai and his group to a spot where the north gate was visible, but the way was blocked by a dense mass of zombies. "Take care of yourselves. Those who can still fight, follow me." Qi Yufeng's words also carried another meaning: those who couldn't fight should embrace the zombies and die together. Boom, rumble. Liu Shuai and his companions had more room to maneuver, enabling them to better slay any zombies that dared approach. Zhang Jiao, contact Division A. "All right. Calling Division A, calling Division A." No response. Liu Shuai's expression turned grim. After a moment of thought, he said, "We'll take turns attacking in groups of 9, ensuring at least 4 are kept in reserve." Although this method was safe, their forward progress became very slow. To increase speed, Chen Shuang and Bian Shuang took turns attacking, and soon they were nearing the city gate. Boom, rumble. A colossal explosion shook the earth, sending a cloud of dust so high that everyone was blinded. Goggles, goggles. These were rare items possessed by few. Fortunately, Qi Yufeng had a few pairs. As he thrust them onto Liu Shuai, he pushed him away with all his might. The violent explosions continued, reducing the entire area around the city gate to scorched earth. "Get out of here quickly. Come with us. Loyal to the country, loyal to the people." Liu Shuai's eyes moistened and he choked out, "This is the faith of a Chinese veteran." At the same time, he ignited a high-explosive device and lunged at the largest zombie. Rumble. Whether it was due to Qi Yufeng's precise calculations or sheer luck, the blast wave from the explosion propelled Liu Shuai and the others out of the city. Lin'er swung her Cold Lightning Silver Spear to disperse the dust, releasing a large amount of fragrance in the process. "Get away from here quickly." Before Zhang Jiao could finish speaking, the towering city wall also exploded. They braced against the immense shockwave and fled into the distance. Most of the zombies had been lured into Shadow Mist Town, leaving only scattered ones in the outskirts. Exhausted from their ordeal, Liu Shuai and his group traveled several kilometers before finding a place to rest. "Try contacting Division A again." Calling Division A, calling Division A. Zhang Jiao paused, then continued, "It seems we can't count on them. Let's figure out where to go next." The ancient map, left by the 9-Dragon Sage, was spread out. Everyone gathered around, studying it for a long time before pointing to the same location. Yubang Steel Mill. Yes, this place has a unique geographical position. No matter where we go next, we have to pass through here. All right, everyone rest for 5 more minutes. No one spoke again. Time passed quickly, and as always, Liu Shuai took the lead at the front of the group. Xiaomei somehow caught up, smiled slightly, and said, "Honey, do you have anything to eat? I'm so hungry." Her words made everyone's stomachs growl incessantly. "I still have some compressed biscuits. Let's share them." Zhang Jiao handed over a large bag. Each person took a piece and chewed on it. Passing through a forest path, they arrived at a place covered entirely in green grass. The faint fragrance of the grass temporarily made them forget they were on the run. Coo coo coo. Liu Shuai was startled, then a look of ecstasy spread across his face. He gestured for everyone to crouch down, and he moved quietly toward that area. Ahead lay a large flock of cuckoos. Liu Shuai dared not make any noise, his feet nearly skimming the ground as he moved. They were alert, several had already turned to look his way. Liu Shuai quickly lowered his head and suppressed all his aura. The cuckoos seemed puzzled, but did not flee, continuing to hunt the small insects nearby. "Don't spot me, please don't spot me." The closer he got, the more nervous he became. His right arm brushed against a leaf, producing a faint rustling sound. Startled, the cuckoos instantly took flight. At the same moment, the Tang Saber long prepared executed a swift slash, and over a dozen birds fell from the sky to the ground. No more gnawing on compressed biscuits. Nearly 20 birds seemed plentiful, but with 9 people each could have at most 2. Given their current hunger, they wouldn't even fill the gaps between their teeth. Better than nothing, better than nothing. Lin'er quickly had the others process the birds while she gathered dry branches nearby. Flames rose, and the women smiled as they roasted the bird meat. Liu Shuai, however, lay sideways on a rock holding a tattered, ancient map. He muttered, "Is there nowhere else to go?" After reviewing all possible routes in his mind, he found no better place. He shook his head with a bitter smile. "Shuai Shuai, come eat the bird." Liu Shuai flipped over, took the meat, and was about to eat it when he frowned. Why does this phrase sound so strange? Strange? What's strange about it? Liu Shuai looked at the slightly blackened bird meat and instinctively lowered his head. Lin'er happened to glance over, her pretty face flushed instantly. She spat at him and cursed, "Player." Liu Shuai pulled her into his arms, his face drawing closer. Hey, what are you doing? Hee, isn't this what a player does? No, they're watching." He grinned foolishly and released her, running a hand through his hair with a roguish smirk. The women burst into laughter, their tense and anxious hearts gradually calming. Though the food was scarce, it replenished some strength. The group decided to press on. After walking a short distance, a vast forest appeared on the horizon. "Let's go. Why aren't we moving?" Liu Shuai exchanged a bitter glance with Lin'er and Chen Shuang, saying nothing. "Are you worried about danger inside?" Zhang Jiao, having recently learned much military knowledge, finally understood. Yes, even setting aside the possibility of zombies, the hidden perils of the dense forest could spell utter doom for us all. "We're already here. Do we turn back? Better to be cautious." The group instantly split into 2 factions, each arguing their case. Amid the quarrel, Liu Shuai grew exasperated, but Lin'er was the first to erupt. "You go your way, we'll go ours." With that, she pulled Liu Shuai, Chen Shuang, Xiaomei, and Zhao Xiaoying away. Zhang Jiao looked at Bian Shuangzhu and Yang, her face darkening to its limit. "Senior sister, have we gone too far?" Yang didn't fully understand social nuances, but she grasped one thing: they were alive only because of Liu Shuai's blood. "I think senior sister has overstepped too." Bian Shuang chimed in. You all." Zhang Jiao tried to control herself, but rage surged uncontrollably. Everyone now seemed insufferable. The Tang Saber had already struck. Fortunately, Yang's weapon was attached to her arm, or she would have been slain outright. "Senior sister, you." Zhuer's face also darkened. Was this still the caring senior sister they once knew? Die. The Tang Saber came faster with each stroke, forcing Yang into a desperate retreat. Zhuer tried to intervene, but as her iron-bone fan was about to touch their locked weapons, they both turned and slashed at her throat. Bian Shuang quickly pulled her down, and 2 blades swept over their hair. A lock of long hair drifted softly to the ground. "Have you both lost your minds?" Zhuer could no longer contain her fury. The iron-bone fan opened, its sharp, double-edged blades glinting in the sunlight. The 3 clashed in a chaotic melee, leaving Bian Shuang on the verge of tears. "Help me separate them." The newcomer was Liu Shuai. He offered her a reassuring smile before charging straight in. Bian Shuang didn't hesitate. She wielded the Kylan ribbon with dizzying speed, keeping Zhang Jiao temporarily at bay from Yang and Zhuer. Liu Shuai seized the moment to reach them, smearing his cut finger across Zhang Jiao's lips. "You..." She stared at him in confusion, then noticed Zhuer and the others fighting. Just as she was about to call for a stop, Liu Shuai said, "Sit cross-legged and circulate your energy." Zhang Jiao hesitated, but a sharp pain in her abdomen forced her to sit down obediently. Strangely, the pain vanished the moment she assumed the cultivation posture. The battle between Yang and Zhuer had reached a fever pitch. Even the hidden darts from the iron-bone fan were deployed. "You 2 lunatics, will you ever stop?" The scolding only made them more frenzied, their attacks accelerating. Bian Shuang, fearing injury to them, became too cautious. Not only could she not separate them, but the Kylan ribbon could no longer get within a meter of them. "Take care of Zhang Jiao. Leave them to me." Liu Shuai had no other choice. He sprinted toward the combatants, and just before reaching them, leaned back sharply. In the instant they adjusted their moves, he wrapped an arm around each of their waists. A surge of masculine energy flooded into them, striking their frantic hearts like a sudden blow. Though brief, this moment was enough for Liu Shuai, who had prepared well. I need to restrain them, but how do I administer the antidote? Hundreds of thoughts flashed through his mind in a second, all dismissed until a bold idea emerged. Their struggles grew fiercer. Liu Shuai steeled himself and pressed his lips directly onto Zhuer's. As his saliva entered her mouth, an electric shock coursed through her body, and she struggled violently. Liu Shuai ignored it, continuing the kiss. Soon she fully recovered and pushed him away shyly. The force was strong, and Liu Shuai couldn't steady himself, falling to the ground. Due to inertia, Yang fell with him. They'll kill you, kill you. Her eyes had turned blood red as she flailed her arms wildly. Others might have been easier, but her arms were fitted with 2 sharp blades. One misstep could cost his life. Liu Shuai narrowly dodged the right blade. As he reached to grab it, the left blade came at him, forcing him to retreat. The blade tip still slashed his arm. Just what I needed, thank you. Liu Shuai twisted his body and smeared the wounded arm across her face. As blood splattered onto her, a few drops landed on her lips. Anyone would instinctively lick their lips in such a situation, and she was no exception. Soon after, she vomited and snapped back to reality, patting her pained chest in lingering fear. Liu Shuai was about to check on her condition when an extremely strange sound came from afar. Who's there? There was no answer from that direction, but the sound continued. He crept toward it with trepidation, only to be startled by a large dark silhouette. A sound like a wild boar reached his ears, and Liu Shuai was almost convinced it was indeed a boar. He shook his head vigorously, muttering, "It can't be a boar." As he drew closer, the shadow seemed to sense an approaching creature and turned its head warily. 2 emerald-green eyes gleamed with eerie light, and a sharp protrusion adorned its forehead. What in the world is that? Before the thought had even finished in Liu Shuai's mind, the creature charged toward him. A roar erupted, and in an instant it was close to Liu Shuai. So it's a leopard. Scared me for nothing. Just as he thought he was right, the moment it came fully into view, he immediately knew it was no leopard. It must have been transformed by the peculiar environment around here. As he speculated, the mutated leopard's forepaws descended. Liu Shuai quickly stepped back, barely evading the claw strike, but the leopard's horned head then thrust at him like a blade. The sound of tearing wind preceded the slash across his clothes. What a terrifying leopard! Liu Shuai stood his ground, brandishing his Tang Saber as a thin layer of force began to coalesce along its edge. Haha, a blessing in disguise. His excitement caused his inner energy to surge, yet the aura on the saber dissipated instantly. The mutated leopard seized the rare opportunity, lashing its tail from the left flank. Just as Liu Shuai dodged, the right claw, which had remained unused, struck him heavily on the back. 3 long, deep gashes appeared. The mutated leopard showed an unusual interest in his blood, licking its claws before charging again with greater speed. Liu Shuai quickly sidestepped, catching some of the dripping blood with his left hand. He brought it to his lips, and his vision instantly expanded. Damn, so this place is already shrouded in toxic mist. No wonder Zhang Jiao and the others fell for it. Realizing this, he was struck by another thought. Are they in danger too? No, Lin'er is with them. The mutated leopard, sensing his unusual behavior, hesitated to attack, with full force slowing the pace of its claw strikes. Liu Shuai welcomed this, pushing his speed to the limit. As the Tang Saber slashed forward, the zombie cleaver in his left hand aimed for its belly. A feline it was indeed. Even in this situation, it managed to curl its body with agility, the blades grazing only its fur. A roar followed. The leopard grew and raged, its attacks becoming increasingly fierce. Minutes later, Liu Shuai was scratched in many places. Without his freakish regenerative ability, he would have succumbed to dozens of wounds. Now blood loss left him with little strength. He tried to force the mutated leopard back with the Tang Saber, but it gave him no chance, clinging relentlessly. This leopard's intelligence is almost human. Once he realized this, his restless heart calmed. He stopped parrying unless the attack was unavoidable. Amid the dodging, Liu Shuai secretly traded for some recovery potions and held them in his mouth. The more the mutated leopard fought, the stronger he grew, eventually exhausting itself. My turn. Yet despite his words, Liu Shuai dared not close in, merely using the Tang Saber and zombie cleaver to restrain it. The leopard was deeply frustrated. No creature in this area had ever dared to insult it so. A roar. You think you're the only one who can roar? Liu Shuai's casual mimicry unexpectedly made the mutated leopard flinch. He roared again, and it kept retreating. Knowing its fear, Liu Shuai's anxiety melted away. He placed the Tang Saber in his left hand and quickly traded for more recovery potions, stashing them in his pocket. The moment distance opened, he downed the recovery potion. High as its intelligence was, the mutated leopard couldn't comprehend the concept of doping in battle, backing away with a bewildered gaze. Yet they maintained a distance of about 5 meters. Meanwhile, Lin'er had dealt with the poison companions. Worried about Liu Shuai, she gave a few brief instructions and headed his way. Too preoccupied, she failed to notice her flanks. A hiss. A cyan serpent as thick as an arm lunged at her legs. Lin'er reacted a moment too slow, but the cold lightning silver spear erupted with a menacing purple glow, causing the serpent to hesitate. That brief pause gave her enough time to leap up using the spear. Though she avoided the sharp fangs, the serpent's coiling body locked onto the weapon's shaft. Oomph. Before the second exclamation faded, a stronger purple radiance emanated from the spear. The serpent, unable to evade, was jolted into convulsions. Seizing the moment, Lin'er withdrew the spear and slashed through the serpent's scales, trying to flee. In a few swift strides, she intercepted it and thrust the spear into its vital spot. A hiss. The agonized cry grew faint as the serpent fell unwilling into a pool of blood. Shuai, please don't be in danger. Lin'er, disregarding her own safety, rushed toward the direction Zhang Jiao and the others had taken. Meanwhile, Liu Shuai had gradually gained the upper hand, waiting only for the mutated leopard to reveal a fatal opening. It seemed aware of this, protecting its vitals well no matter how dire its situation. I'm in no hurry. Let's see how much stamina you have. Minutes passed, and the mutated leopard's steps grew unsteady, its twitching mouth as if cursing, "You shameless bastard. Who the hell uses potions in a fight? Master Liu is just that generous." The mutated leopard seemed to truly understand, trembling slightly with agitation. One more minute, and it's harvest time. Fearing it might escape, Liu Shuai sealed off the area with his twin blades. A slash, a roar. The mutated leopard lost its horn, its presence diminished by about a third. A faint smile curled at Liu Shuai's lips as the zombie cleaver descended from the left. Terrified, it tried to dodge, but the Tang Saber pierced its belly. A roar of agony. It knew staying meant death. Wrenching itself free, it fled with its wounds. Just as it thought it had escaped, a swift spear pinned it to the ground. Are you alright? I'm fine. But Lin'er, do you have to steal my kill every single time? You... Liu Shuai realized his slip and quickly forced a smile, planting a kiss on her cheek. Stop it. You're getting drool all over me. Hee, this is a treasure. Before finishing, he sprinted back. Lin'er glanced at him, then at the slain leopard, delighted. Now we can fill our bellies. Wait, that's not right. I used to drink some of Shuai's blood and wouldn't need to eat. Why doesn't it work now? Unable to figure it out, she let it go and used the cold lightning silver spear to hoist the leopard back. Meanwhile, the others, now detoxified, rushed over only to find the slain serpent. They had been hesitant, but as their stomachs growled, all eyes fixated on it with hunger. The young ladies soon found the python somewhat unsettling and were considering drawing lots to deal with it when Liu Shuai appeared in their sight. Zhang Jiao nodded to everyone, her face stern as she snapped, "Considering you saved us, I'll let today's matter slide. But you must show sincerity in your apology." Liu Shuai was baffled until he followed her finger to the python and instantly understood. He chuckled, "If you want meat, just say so. Why all this fuss?" Giggling. During this time, Liu Shuai had already cut through the snake's scales with his Tang Saber and found this serpent was extraordinary, so he circled to its tail to search carefully. "What are you doing?" "Looking for the sinew." Yang Yang's curiosity piqued, joined the search. "Is this it?" "Yes, your insight is impressive." Liu Shuai carefully sliced open the scales, revealing a white, thread-like object thinner than a baby's finger. Suppressing the urge to laugh out loud, he cautiously cut forward. After over 10 minutes, he finally reached the head, severed it, and swung it a couple of times, muttering with satisfaction, "It's far tougher than rope, but not heavy. Truly a treasure." Chen Shuang snatched it, swung it a few times, then tossed it back with disdain. "I'm exhausted. Someone help." Lin'er appeared carrying the cold lightning silver spear, drenched in sweat. Yan Shuang and Zhu'er hurried over to help her carry the leopard. "Great, we don't have to eat it." Despite her boisterous nature, Yang Yang had an aversion to snakes and nearly jumped for joy at the sight of the leopard carcass. "If you want to eat, go gather firewood." "Okay." Find branches as thick as a baby's arm, at least 25. On it. Only he, Lin'er, and Zhao Xiaoying remained. The leopard was quickly dressed, but the python's lengthy body would take time to process, so they waited for the others to return and help. About half an hour later, everyone was back. Liu Shuai secured the leopard on a branch and said to Zhang Jiao, "You handle the turning. Don't let it burn." "Don't worry." As everyone busied themselves, Zhao Xiaoying said, "I'll find some natural seasonings nearby. Be careful." 20 minutes passed, and she hadn't returned. Liu Shuai felt a growing unease. "They'll check on her. Don't slack off." They rolled their eyes at him. He moved forward and soon found a shallow footprint, muttering, "Did something happen to her?" He rushed over, but the tracks vanished. Puzzled, he heard a cry from above. Instinctively, he dodged aside, catching a glimpse of a falling figure. He dashed over, caught her, and rolled to absorb the impact. "Get off me." A whisper-thin voice came. Liu Shuai snapped back to reality, stood up quickly, and rubbed his head apologetically. "I didn't mean anything by it. Don't misunderstand." Zhao Xiaoying's cheeks were already flushed with embarrassment, his words only deepened the color. She shot him a glare, picked up the scattered wild seasonings, and headed back. Liu Shuai wanted to follow quickly, but thought better of it. He waited until her figure disappeared before slowly returning. When he got back, everyone was staring at him with knowing smiles. "What?" Admiring the handsome guy, they chorused. He rolled his eyes, drawn by the rich aroma of roasted meat, grabbed a piece, and bit into it. "Delicious." Of course, it was touched by Xiaoying's lips. "What?" He turned to see an irate Zhao Xiaoying and quickly offered the meat. "You..." Quick-witted Liu Shuai withdrew it and grabbed another piece for her. Zhao Xiaoying took it and evenly sprinkled some powder over it. The rich fragrance wafted far and wide. Everyone's eyes lit up, fixated on that piece. Zhang Jiao was the fastest, snatching it and taking a bite, exclaiming, "Delicious." The others couldn't resist, tearing off pieces and devouring them. "Wow, so good. This is divine. How can it be mortal food? I want more." Zhao Xiaoying had no choice but to sprinkle the natural seasoning on everyone's meat. When she was about to eat, everyone closed their eyes, faint smiles on their lips. Something tugged at her heart. As she nibbled on the roasted meat, her smile grew, and she finally let out a laugh. So this is what happiness is, simple yet profound. Fragments of memories flickered through Zhao Xiaoying's mind, her smile bittersweet. This is the apocalypse. No one can escape. Why must I dwell in pain? Liu Shuai chimed in exactly. Whether we laugh or cry, we still live. Why not be kind to ourselves and choose laughter? Thank you. That's a rare thank you from you. They exchanged a smile and fell silent, gazing at the horizon. 3 hours passed in a flash, and everyone awoke refreshed. Lin'er watched Liu Shuai busily working. You haven't slept. It'd be a waste to leave all this meat uneaten. I've turned it into jerky for emergencies. Very thoughtful. Lin'er began packing the jerky into bags, and everyone helped. We've lingered too long. I'm worried the zombies might have infiltrated. When we move on, be extra cautious. Understood. They changed their formation with the agile Zhang Jiao scouting ahead, and Yang Yang bringing up the rear. Liu Shuai was in heaven, his gear carried by Lin'er and the others, while he was surrounded by 4 beauties. The intoxicating fragrance of musk and orchid made it hard to move. Honey, what's wrong? Xiao Mei asked, nervously drawing varied reactions. Lin'er supported his left arm, Chun Shuang his right. Liu Shuai glanced around slyly, thinking, I've outdone that guy. He had 7, I've got 8. The others caught his lecherous grin, plotting mischief again. No, wouldn't dare. Oh, so you are. Sisters, let's teach him a lesson. Yes. Before the words faded, Liu Shuai was surrounded, his ears, arms, and hair grabbed simultaneously. Ouched. Still faking it. Chin, your turn. The lone moon whip cracked, and Liu Shuai's rear stung. I'm sorry, ladies, stop. Not sincere enough. Plea rejected. Another lash brought him to tears. He forced himself to calm down and said, beautiful, gentle, elegant young ladies, I was wrong. I want dare again. Well, forgive you this time. They released him, and Liu Shuai bolted from the circle, gasping for fresh air. After the recent incident, everyone's mind and body had settled into the utmost tranquility, and an indescribable sensation gradually crept into their hearts. At first this feeling was faint, but as time passed it grew more intense. Lin'er thought she was the only one experiencing this sensation, but upon asking Zhang Jiao and Qin Shuang, she discovered that not only did they share the feeling, but their states seemed even stronger than hers. Zhang Jiao was about to move forward when a cracking sound came from her dantian. A breakthrough. The thought flashed through her mind as she quickly sat cross-legged, the sound from her dantian growing louder. Everyone sit cross-legged and calm your minds. Most sat down, leaving only Liu Shuai and Xiao Mei exchanging bewildered glances. In their confusion, the fleeting strange state vanished instantly. What isn't yours can't be forced, he muttered, quickly positioning Xiao Mei on the left flank while he stood on the right. Soon wisps of vapor rose from the heads of Zhang, Jiao, Yang Yang, Bian Shuang, and Zhuer. When the vapor was thickest, faint mist also appeared above Qin Shuang, Lin'er, and Zhao Xiaoying. Damn, is this like the martial arts masters in wuxiao novels? Liu Shuai's voice, though not loud, reached Zhuer's ears, and a flicker of pain crossed her serene face. Realizing he had nearly caused trouble, he sat down very gently. As time passed, Zhang Jiao was the first to open her eyes. The moment she raised her hand, her face lit up with unrestrained joy. She remained composed, making no loud noise, and stood quietly aside. Soon after, Yang Yang and Bian Shou also awoke, one after another. After some more time, everyone else had awakened except Zhuer. Liu Shuai suddenly thought of something and quickly recounted the incident to Zhang Jiao. It couldn't have been because of you. Hearing this, his anxious heart finally settled. An hour passed, and she still showed no signs of waking. It's almost dark. This place is too open, and it's easy to get drowsy at night. The nocturnal creatures will catch you off guard. Then should we wake her? Junior sister is at a critical juncture. If we wake her now, at best she'll never advance another step, at worst her meridians will be severed. Liu Shuai gasped and slowly walked to a distance. Since we can't leave, let's set up some simple traps. He got to work, quickly fashioning crude arrows and sharpened stakes from branches. The others, with nothing to do, joined in the crafting. Night fell quickly, and strange, beastly roars echoed from far away. Try to drive it away, whatever you do, don't fight. Zhang Jiao and Lin'er slowly approached the area. Meanwhile, Zhuer's bottleneck finally showed a glimmer of loosening, and a faint smile emerged on her tense lips. Her hand resting on her dantian slowly lifted upward. Crack, crack, crack. The bottleneck fissured more and more, threatening to shatter at any moment. But no matter how hard Zhuer tried, it wouldn't break. Just as she prepared to give it one last full effort, a violent tremor shook the ground beneath her feet, and the earth swelled upward. As she was thrown off balance, a long scythe-like leg descended. Her strange state was interrupted, her inner energy couldn't circulate, and her body was frozen, unable to move. The scythe-like legs seemed to sense her immobility, descending with the utmost speed. As they drew closer, Zhuer braced herself for death, but a pair of strong arms grabbed her and rolled her swiftly aside. Boom. Damn, a giant mantis. Heavens, are there really mantises this big in the world? Everyone was shocked, but not a single person panicked. 3 long weapons attacked in succession. The mantis was no simple creature either. With a light flap of its wings, it instantly lifted into the air. The others couldn't reach it in the sky, so they had to place their hopes on Qin Shuang and Bian Shuang. The lone moon whip and the Kirin ribbon completely sealed off the area, forcing it back to the ground. Zhang Jiao was the fastest, a silvery light already glimmering on her Tang Saber. Sizzle. The mantis couldn't dodge in time, and the tip of its wing was sliced off. Squeak squeak. Enraged, it charged recklessly at Liu Shuai and Zhu'er. You think I'm a pushover? He flipped the Tang Saber, and a sharp blade beam flashed past. The mantis hadn't expected this man to be so formidable, and it recoiled in fear, backing away repeatedly. Trying to flee. Lin'er's cold lightning silver spear had already sealed off the area, and a rich fragrance left it dizzy and disoriented. As its body slid backward, its sharp blade-like arm thrust straight at Zhu. She couldn't dodge, now pinning her hopes of survival on Liu Shuai. He shouted, throwing the Tang Saber, and a zombie-slaying cleaver appeared in its place. If the mantis dared to harm Zhu'er, the flying Tang Saber would pierce its body. Though a beast, it valued its life, lifting its body slightly and using its wings to shoot into the air. At the same time, Xiao Mei leaped up, slashing repeatedly with her laser sword, forcing the mantis to flee diagonally to the right. After rising beyond the reach of their weapons, it let out a chilling cry. The sound grew more and more piercing, causing their eardrums to ache faintly. What kind of monster is this? A mutant. The words spoken without thought struck a chord. Liu Shuai immediately thought of the zombies. If these creatures were infected, it would be a devastating blow to the survivors. We must wipe them all out. Everyone could sense Liu Shuai's deep concern and nodded solemnly. The pincer attack grew faster, and the mantis could no longer evade the fierce strikes. Its left leg was severed. As its shrill cry rang out, a similar cry echoed from far away. Damn, these things are social. Liu Shuai's words sank everyone's hearts. They struggled to stay calm, forming a defensive circle back to back. The wounded mantis thus managed to escape with its life. Boom. Rumble. The ground kept cracking, and one by one giant mantises burst forth from the earth. Don't separate. Zhang Jiao's face was grim as she wielded her Tang Saber to its fullest, barely managing to fend off the relentless assault. Zhu'er and Yang with their shorter weapons had no chance to attack. As time wore on, frustration simmered in their hearts. Their anger created many openings in their defensive stances, and a mantis arm from behind slashed directly at Zhu'er's nape. Simultaneously, her muscles reacting to the danger instinctively shifted her slightly to the side. Though her face was spared, a jagged gash was carved below her cheek. Oh, he'll destroy you all. What woman doesn't love her beauty? A woman of her ethereal caliber valued her appearance above all else. Enraged, she recklessly chased after the mantises, slaughtering them. Come back, come back. Everyone was frantic, but none dared to rush over and pull her back. She charged straight into the swarm of mantises, her iron bone fans sweeping through them, severing hands, feet, or throats with every stroke. Zhu'er grew increasingly furious, her attacks disregarding her own safety. After killing over a dozen mantises, a huge opening appeared on her back, and the waiting mantis struck with both claws. She dodged to the side, barely evading the left claw, but the right claw landed precisely on her right cheek. Zhu'er's psychological defenses crumbled in an instant, her face drenched in blood as she clutched it. The closest to her was Zhao Xiaoying, who, to reach her in time, unhesitatingly slashed out 2 cyan sword beams. Calm down, calm down. Upon hearing this voice, Zhu'er grew even more terrified, lashing out wildly at everything nearby. At the same time, the mantis arm blade struck her left back again. I don't want to live anymore. Zhu'er wasn't just speaking idly as she threw herself directly onto the mantis' long claws. Though Zhao Xiaoying severed the mantis arm, it still pierced the other's chest. Ha ha ha, I never thought I'd end up like this. Zhu'er's spirit had also shattered, her demeanor turning somewhat deranged. Zhang Jiao, Yang and Bian Shuang appeared almost simultaneously in the distance. Seeing their fellow disciple covered in blood, an indescribable rage surged straight to their heads. Yang in particular saw the color of her Yuanyang blades change as her anger flared. With each strike of her fist blades, several to a dozen mantises were slain. Unsatisfied with this tally, she pushed her power to its peak, instantly annihilating swaths of mantises. During this time, Liu Shuai finally managed to draw near. Fearing that a loud voice would agitate Zhu'er, he said softly, "Heal your wounds, and you'll still be the goddess in my heart." The last 2 words made her tremble all over. She turned around, mechanically asking in confusion, Really? Really? Zhu'er took 2 steps forward, but suddenly stopped, shouting, "You're all lying to me, you're all lying to me." Her agitated voice attracted the attention of a larger mantis which descended from the sky with a swarm of underlings. Liu Shuai took in the scene, rushed over to support her, and in that instant kissed her directly on the lips. The intense masculine scent entered her body through her breath, and Zhu'er's restless heart gradually began to calm. Whoosh! The giant mantis arm blade cleaved down from the heavens. With Zhu'er in his arms, he couldn't fight properly and could only roll to the side. Zhu'er's back was injured, and when it scraped against the dead leaves and branches, a sharp pain shot through her. The moment she came to her senses, she found herself held in a man's arms, her mouth sealed by his. In a panic, she tried to push him away. The force was too great, and Liu Shuai's tongue was bitten. A faint taste of blood flowed into her, and a unique power surged straight to her dantian. A breakthrough. Zhu'er's first instinct was correct, she eagerly sucked at Liu Shuai's blood. The accumulated energy grew stronger and stronger, and the long stagnant bottleneck shattered directly. Her dantian brimmed with energy, and the aura emanating from Zhu'er intensified rapidly. Seeing she was fine, Liu Shuai tried to release her, but she clung to him tightly. Sigh. He sighed inwardly as two mantises attacked simultaneously, forcing him to roll to the right, with Zhu'er still in his arms. The wound struck a larger dead branch, and Zhu'er cried out in pain. At the same moment, their rolling bodies halted abruptly. The tip of a mantis claw grazed Liu Shuai's arm, but just as the blood splattered, the wound began to heal rapidly. After a half-second pause, Zhu'er exclaimed in wild joy, "His blood can heal me." Before the words faded, she lunged at him with her mouth wide open. "Milady, please don't." Liu Shuai was on the verge of tears. Ever since he met Lin'er, he had become a walking blood bank for this group, drained whenever they needed it. The mantises, however, cared nothing for this and attacked even more ferociously. Just as they were about to be struck, Bian Shuang's Qilin ribbon yanked a mantis away to the right diagonal. Her angle was peculiar. Liu Shuai's shoulder partially blocked her view, making the scene appear as if the two were locked in a long kiss. 19th senior sister, can't you read the room? Liu Shuai heard this and desperately wanted to push Zhu'er away, but she clung to him like an octopus. At that moment, a herd of 10,000 grass-mud horses galloped through Liu Shuai's mind. Crack! The sound of the lonely moon whip cutting through the air rang out near them. Zhu'er abruptly released her bite and mumbled, "Am I healed? Am I healed?" Her face was so covered in blood that nothing was visible. Eager to return to the fray, Liu Shuai replied, "All good, all healed, and no scars." "Uh-huh." She laughed loudly and planted 2 vigorous kisses on his cheek. Liu Shuai picked up his Tang Dao, cursing inwardly, "Are you out of your damn mind? What kind of people are these?" As he stood up, his peripheral vision caught her sylph-like figure, and his bitter face instantly broke into a smile. In high spirits, his strikes became more unrestrained, and any mantis daring to approach was slain. Lin'er the fragrance. She heard him, but the image of Zhu'er clinging to him flashed before her eyes. She pouted and pretended not to hear. Liu Shuai called out several more times before she slowly turned to look at him. "Finished your dalliance before dawn." Liu Shuai could feel the thick jealousy in her expression and words, so he hurriedly rushed over while explaining, "It's not what you think. Men are indeed all no good." Liu Shuai was speechless, thinking to himself, "Lin'er is acting strange today." The battle was too intense to dwell on this. He reached her side and kicked the handle of the cold lightning silver spear. A faint fragrance emanated, and everyone felt a lightness in their bodies. "Everyone gather close." Lin'er's command brought them all together. As Qin Shuang approached, the lonely moon whip glowed with a crimson light, turning as hard as iron. When she swung it, it stirred up a terrifying wave of force, and any mantis struck within a 5-meter radius was reduced to chunks. "Wow, Sister Chun is getting more formidable. Little girl, you're such a sweet talker." Yang Yang gave a simple, honest smile, then fired her fist blade at a nearby tree. Boom crackle. A cluster of mantises at the farthest distance were killed, including 2 of the Mantis King's guards. It was thoroughly enraged and charged recklessly. Liu Shuai had been looking for an opportunity to get close to it, and this foolhardy creature charged right in. As he swung his Tang Dao, he also slashed horizontally with the zombie cleaver. Both strikes were incredibly fast. Whether it dodged one, it would be wounded by the other. The Mantis King made a decisive choice, sacrificing one of its legs. Its dual blades aimed straight for Liu Shuai's heart and Dantian. It was too fast to evade. Just as he was about to be struck, Xiao Mai's laser sword severed the claws, and she shouted coldly, "Don't you dare hurt my husband." Having lost both arms and a leg, the Mantis King couldn't even fly. It could only watch in terror as several weapons landed on its body. The moment the king was slain, its most loyal guards and the elite of the Mantis swarm charged from multiple directions. Though they came swiftly, they underestimated the assembled group. Only when they were enveloped in a dense net of blade light did they realize how terrifying these people were. Crackle boom. Terrified cries echoed into the distance. The emboldened mantises halted, instantly glanced at their king's corpse, and fled in all directions. Everyone back to back, form a circle. Hurry now. They all stood guard, watching their surroundings vigilantly. As time passed, and the fleeing mantis did not return, the group finally allowed their suspended hearts to settle. "I'm exhausted." The moment Liu Shuai lay down, Lin'er followed suit and sat beside him. One by one, everyone else also sat down, trying to recover their severely depleted strength. Zhu'er suddenly recalled something of utmost importance. She snatched Zhang Jiao's Tang sword and slowly pointed it towards her own cheek, which had been slashed by the mantis. The area was covered in blood and grime, and with the dim light, nothing was clear. "Little junior sister, you're the most honest. Quick, take a look for 19th senior sister." Yang Yang carefully brushed away the nearby clots of blood, and the jagged scar beneath made her freeze. "Tell me what's wrong with me." Zhu'er was agitated, pulling hard at her hand. Several others saw it too, and their hearts ached for her. Zhu'er was no fool. Seeing the shift in Yang Yang's expression, she already knew the answer. Now, seeing the deep sorrow on her eldest senior sister's face, her heart instantly plummeted to rock bottom. Have I become a hideous monster? No. She threw her head back and laughed, tears already streaming from her eyes. 19th senior sister, please don't be like this." Bian Shuang and Yang Yang choked out their pleas. Zhu'er's heart had long since shattered, yet she kept on laughing wildly. "They are all women, their words don't count. As the only man here, my opinion carries the most weight. You truly are beautiful." Liu Shuai's words made her slowly turn her gaze towards him. "If I gave you a chance, would you dare to have me?" "I dare." Zhu'er didn't answer. Instead, she directly pulled up her top and shouted, "Come on, prove it to me." The 8 of them were stunned by her actions. But Bian Shuang and Yang Yang reacted first, each grabbing one of her hands and quickly fixing her clothes. Although Liu Shuai was also startled for a moment, he turned his head away immediately. Woo, woo woo. She wept bitterly, and no one could console her. Zhang Jiao, however, signaled for everyone to back away. Liu Shuai stepped back as well. Lin'er shot him a meaningful glance, urging him to go and comfort her. He didn't want to, but thinking of a beautiful young woman disfigured, his conscience pricked him. He braced himself and walked over to her. Miss, please don't be sad. I meant what I said, you are truly beautiful. Zhu'er didn't stop crying, but she took his hand and placed it on the jagged wound. Now tell me, is it beautiful? Let me take a closer look. After a pause of a few seconds, he said, it's not ugly, but it's not beautiful either. Zhu'er knew he was trying to comfort her. She gave a cold, bitter laugh and said, thank you. I want to be alone for a while. Go over there. She had suddenly become so calm that Liu Shuai didn't dare leave her alone. He sat down beside her and said, I'm going to sleep. I won't disturb you. The moment he lay down, Zhu'er lunged at him. Liu Shuai quickly tried to push her away, but she clung desperately to his clothes. Knock her out first. A hand-chopped blow landed on her neck. He laid the unconscious Zhu'er flat on the ground, and her other delicate, flawless cheek came into his view. He swallowed hard and thought to himself, what a bewitching siren. Hey Zhang Jiao, come over here and take care of her. Before his words faded, the 3 of them had already rushed over. She might try to harm herself again when she wakes up. You'd better keep a close watch. Wait. Zhang Jiao gestured for him to follow. The area was already deserted, but she didn't stop. Liu Shuai, unable to ask, could only continue following her. Not long after, she suddenly stopped and asked very seriously, can't your blood really heal her wound? I really don't know. Can you? Can you bear to see such a beautiful person turn into a monster? I really want to help her, but I truly have no way. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Mai's voice rang out, he's lying. Zhang Jiao's grim expression instantly transformed into ecstasy. She rushed over to her in 3 long strides, grabbed her arm, and asked, how do we do it? Xiao Mai's pretty face flushed crimson. She shyly uttered 2 words, that thing. What thing is that thing? Zhang Jiao's voice was very loud, and Liu Shuai heard it. At first he didn't get it, but after a moment's thought he turned and ran back. No, don't get any ideas about me. Watching his panicked retreat, Zhang Jiao murmured to herself, a man of such character is worthy of my junior sister entrusting her life to him. Only after saying this did she remember Xiao Mei was still beside her. Just as she was about to explain, Xiao Mei spoke first, sis, if it were before the apocalypse, I would never be so generous. But everyone knows the situation we're in now. Since our man's blood can keep everyone alive, why should I be so selfish? Zhang Jiao never expected that the usually delicate and weak Xiao Mei could utter such righteous words. She gave her a big tight hug. Sis, how about you join in too? You naughty girl, your mind is full of dirty thoughts. Are you going to say you have no feelings for my husband? The image of Liu Shuai flashed through Zhang Jiao's see, and her cheeks burned. See, you're embarrassed now. Zhang Jiao wished she could find a hole to crawl into. When everyone returned to the resting area, the atmosphere turned strange. All of them kept stealing glances at Liu Shuai. It was bearable for a short while, but as time went on he couldn't take it anymore. He rushed over to Xiao Mei and sealed her little mouth with a kiss. MMPH, what are you doing? At this, the onlookers' faces turned bright red and they all dispersed. Oof, can't handle you, can I? Amateurs. Liu Shuai released Xiao Mei with a grin. Honey, if you do that again, he'll really be angry. Looking at the pouting Xiao Mei, Liu Shuai pulled her into his arms and said softly, I was just joking with you, don't take it seriously. My Xiao Mei is the most forgiving one, isn't she? You always know how to sweet-talk me. I wouldn't bother sweet-talking anyone else. The little bit of displeasure in Xiao Mai's heart had already vanished into thin air. She buried her head in his armpit and slowly closed her eyes. Just before dawn, a sharp scream jolted everyone from their sleep. What's wrong? Zhu'er is awake. It's okay, I'll go talk to her. Xiao Mei went over to her and saw Yang Yang and Bian Shuang holding her back tightly. She said, if you don't want to recover, then go ahead and keep destroying yourself. Zhu'er froze, asking half believingly, you have a way. Without answering, Xiao Mei took out a small knife and cut her own arm. She gently ran her finger over the wound, and the spot that had been bleeding freely was completely healed. Although there was still a very faint scar, it was slowly fading away with time. How did you do that? How did you do that? Xiao Mei whispered something in her ear. Zhu'er was stunned for a long time. When she finally snapped out of it, her face was bright red, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Is there no other way? I wish you wouldn't agree. He is my husband after all. This is a bit sudden. Let me think about it. Xiao Mei scrutinized her carefully and whispered, could it be that you're still pure? Zhu'er became even more flustered and gave a slight nod. Morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, lifting the tense spirits of the group as they gathered to discuss their next steps. Zhang Jiao carefully compared the terrain and said, if we push hard today, we should be able to reach the vicinity of the friendly steel plant. Don't get your hopes up. Who knows what dangers still lurk in these woods? To be safe, I suggest we only cover half the distance for now. I have no objections. Neither do we. All right, everyone prepare. We leave in 3 minutes. As Liu Shuai stood up, Xiao Mei bumped into him, her gaze hinting, I have a surprise for you tonight. What? A nothing. Xiao Mei turned away, thinking to herself, why did I ever let that dumb pig seduce me? If he's a pig, what does that make me, a sow? What are you mumbling about? Nothing at all. After Xiao Mei ran off, she replayed the moment in her mind, relieved they hadn't heard her. The group quickly crossed the area, arriving at a place carpeted with decaying leaves. Danger ahead, stay sharp. Chen Shuang probed the ground with her solitary moon whip. It reached nearly 5 meters without triggering any threat. Was I overthinking it? She wondered, stepping cautiously forward. The rotten leaves were soft, and her feet sank to her calves. Liu Shuai frowned at the scene, sensing something amiss, but unable to pinpoint it. Get back. The moment the words left his lips, something beneath Chen Shuang's feet stirred rapidly, startling her into a leap. Her whip lashed down, carving a wide gash. What the hell is that? Only a small part of it was visible enough to guess it was an invertebrate. Meanwhile, Bian Shuang's Qilin ribbon had already pulled Chen Shuang back. Stay put. He'll check it out. Liu Shuai bounded over in a few swift strides, his Tang Dao slashing down with urgency. Sensing the threat, the creature slithered faster toward the center. Is it an earthworm? He wondered as his blade released a faint, sharp aura. Terrified, it exposed part of its body. Damn, it really is an earthworm. Men might not fear it, but the women shuddered at the sight of the writhing invertebrate. Zhang Jiao and the others swallowed hard, stepping back in dread. Liu Shuai's Tang Dao had already nicked it. The worm sped away in pain. Catch it. Use it as transport. The wild thought struck him. He sheathed his blade, unbuckled the snake's sinew from his waist, looped it around the worm's head, and held on tight. The earthworm thrashed violently, nearly flinging Liu Shuai off several times, but he used the sinew to cling to its back. After 10 minutes of struggle, the worm's strength waned. Stop fighting, and I'll ease the sinew. He spoke on a whim, but to his surprise, the creature seemed to understand, freezing in place. Its compliance stunned Liu Shuai. After a long moment, he snapped back to reality, thinking, good thing it didn't attack. I'd be dead without knowing how. All right, little worm, turned back. He tugged the sinew left, and the earthworm obediently shifted, its massive body moving slowly. Soon Liu Shuai came into view, laughing and shouting, check out my ride. Pretty cool, huh? The ladies looked over, their hearts suddenly pounding. Don't come any closer. Bian Shuang, who had congenital asthma, nearly had an attack from the shock. Luckily, Yang Yang reacted quickly and gave her a puff of medicine. You idiot, why scare us like that? Liu Shuai was at a loss for words, his face grimacing as he halted at a distance. If we want to get through, we need it. Going around would take at least a month or two, and that area isn't even marked on old maps. Probably just as dangerous, if not more. Zhang Jiao's words quelled their resistance. They climbed on, clinging tightly to each other. The earthworm seemed to sense their fear, moving gently and keeping the ride steady. This is way too slow. The frightened ones realized their pace was barely faster than a crawl. They slowly let go of each other, stretching out their arms. Everyone followed suit, closing their eyes. Liu Shuai glanced at them and urged the worm forward. 2 hours later, the earthworm stopped abruptly, trembling. Get ready to fight. The group snapped out of their reverie, scanning for threats. Coo. The sound sent the worm into a panic, writhing wildly. No matter how Liu Shuai tried to steady its head, it wouldn't obey. Fine, go. He released the sinew, and the earthworm burrowed underground without looking back, vanishing in moments. The eerie sound persisted, tightening everyone's nerves. Liu Shuai signaled Lin'er to watch the left flank. She turned and screamed, look out. Boom. Thanks to her warning, Bian Shuang and Zhao Xiaoying dodged the massive foot. Spread out, but stay within 3 meters. Liu Shuai charged at the giant limb. His Tang Dao flipped, and the zombie-slaying blade arced through the air. The foot shifted slightly, evading the strike. Boom. The ground shook as a towering spider several meters high emerged before them. The creatures they'd encountered lately were all the ladies' worst nightmares, enormous and repulsive. A chill ran down everyone's spine. Liu Shuai was equally terrified, but he refused to let it harm the women. With a roar, he leaped off a spider leg, driving his Tang Dao toward its abdomen. The giant spider wouldn't make it easy. It twisted, jabbing several legs like spears. Watch out. Lin'er and Chen Shuang, seeing him in danger, cast aside their fear and rushed forward recklessly. Liu Shuai dodged the swift attack and caught sight of the two, charging in, warmth spreading through his heart. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiao ordered Bian Shuang to watch Zhu'er as she and Yang Yang joined the fray. With the 5 attacking together, the giant spider could no longer hold its ground, retreating in disarray. They'll go in, you hold it off. Chen Shuang used Lin'er's cold lightning silver spear as a springboard, landing on a spider leg. Her solitary moon whip struck at its head from a tricky angle. The whip's force filled the spider with deep fear. It arched backward, its 2 front legs lunging at Liu Shuai and Chen Shuang. It came swiftly. Liu Shuai barely dodged it thanks to the distance, but Chen Shuang's arm was grazed. The moment her blood dripped, the giant spider became frenzied. The instant its 4 legs struck simultaneously, its massive maw followed. Polearm users were already at a disadvantage in close combat, and under the spider's relentless assault, it was only Liu Shuai's coordination that kept them from being wounded. Sister Chen, fall back. Though reluctant, she resolutely obeyed Liu Shuai's command. Zhang Jiao, Yang Yang, and Xiao Mei had already taken her place. The 3 of them swiftly reversed the tide. Particularly with Xiao Mei's laser sword, the spider recoiled far with every slash. As time wore on, a gap widened between those in combat and those who were not. Follow me. The moment Bian Shuang and the others vacated their previous position, the ground burst open, and a colossal serpent's head loomed into their sight. With pursuers behind and the spider blocking the path ahead, they were forced to cluster together and fight. Worried about venom, Lin'er stayed at the center wielding her cold lightning silver spear, its rich fragrance warding off all noxious auras. Free from such concerns, their attacks quickened. The python was so immense they had no idea how to fight it. In their hesitation, a massive tail whip sent them all flying. You seek death. Zhao Xiaoying had never suffered such a loss before. Her long sword shimmered with cyan light, then unleashed a terrifying blade radiance. Swish, clang, such hard scales. Crack, boom. Chen Shuang was no expert in melee, but in ranged combat, she was like a queen descending upon the world, frightening the python into a frantic dash to the side. Inadvertently, this also deflected a lethal blow aimed at them. Meanwhile, Bian Shuang retreated to another direction, both long weapons attacking in tandem. Liu Shuai's side was not faring well. The giant spider seemed to read their minds, evading every coordinated assault before it could land. This won't do. Fall back. Liu Shuai, Yang and Zhang Jiao immediately disengaged from the battle. Xiao Mai's strikes were swift. Her laser sword left long afterimages in the air, surrounded by green light. With fewer opponents, the giant spider grew fearful, and in its dodge lost a leg. Hiss, hiss. The giant spider no longer wished to tangle with her. As it retreated, it crashed into a large tree. The trunk shook and a cascade of leaves fell. With its vision obstructed, the spider seized the rare opportunity, its attacks growing more vicious. Xiao Mei welcomed its approach. She tossed her laser sword to her left hand, and upon catching it, slashed horizontally forward. Rip! One of the giant spider's legs was severed by a third. As it retreated, Liu Shuai appeared behind it, his swift Tang sword striking at an extremely tricky angle. Unable to evade in time, it lost another leg. Now with only 6 legs, the giant spider was desperate to flee, shrieking as it charged in another direction. Stop it! Zhang Jiao had been observing from a distance. She noticed that while the spider retreated, it was always protecting a bulge on its right flank. Yang went to check and found it was full of spider eggs. Though Liu Shuai and Xiao Mei were quick, the spider was faster. The first row of eggs was already crushed by its collision. Crack, crack, crack. At the first sound, the surrounding eggs began to fissure. Stop it! Liu Shuai, with no other option, used the shark demon eagle to distract it. The loud noise indeed unsettled the spider. At that moment, Xiao Mai's laser sword struck its abdomen. The terrifying beam instantly sliced open the giant belly. Bile fluids rained down like a storm. The giant spider's life force ebbed away, yet it stared fixedly at the eggs on the verge of hatching. On the other side, the giant python, affected by the disturbance, let out an enraged hiss. A tail whip swept across. Zhu, unable to dodge, was sent flying. Fortunately, Bian Shuang reacted swiftly, catching her with the Kylan ribbon. Even so, her chi and blood churned violently, leaving her temporarily unable to fight. The 4 of them were already struggling against the python. Now, with 1 melee fighter down, the remaining 3 fought even more arduously. Chen Shuang had pushed her lone moon whip to its limits, drawing most of the attacks to herself. The python yearned to lunge forward and crush her, but was blocked by the Kylan ribbon. Zhao Xiaoying had been circling, but now she saw the perfect moment to strike, channeling all her remaining power into her long sword. Cyan light slash. The sword emitted a chilling cyan green radiance, which gathered swiftly until the entire blade was the same color. The moment the blade radiance took form, it shot forth like a raging gale. Its speed was nearly that of the wind itself. As the python began to evade, a piercing pain struck its neck. As it thrashed, the massive serpent head plummeted, blood gushing like a fountain. Watch out! Chen Shuang's warning came too late. Zhao Xiaoying couldn't react in time, bracing the gaping snake mouth with her long sword. Bian Shuang quickly wrapped the Kylan ribbon around her and pulled with all her might. Zhao Xiaoying's heart pounded as she escaped. Get my sword back. Chen Shuang didn't reply. Instead, she controlled the lone moon whip to loop around the sword hilt and yanked hard. It didn't come free easily, instead carving a long gash in the serpent's head. Let me help. Bian Shuang's Kylan ribbon wrapped around the hilt from another angle. Together they exerted force, slowly cleaving through the serpent's head. As they escaped one crisis, another deepened. The cracking spider eggs ceaselessly spawned spiders of various sizes. They were pitch black, exuding a nauseating aura. Lin'er brandished her cold lightning silver spear, its fragrance instantly neutralizing the foul stench. Fall back! Fall back! Liu Shuai and Zhang Jiao simultaneously unleashed a storm of blade radiance, temporarily holding back the tide of spiders. Their shouts reached Chen Shuang and the others, wiping the joy from their faces. Bian Shuang and I will cover each other. You two guard the flanks. There were simply too many small spiders. No matter which direction they retreated, they couldn't shake them off. Meanwhile, Zhu calmed down. Scanning the area, she spotted a tree not far off that would take dozens of people to encircle. Everyone retreat to that tree. Hurry! Time was of the essence, and no one had time to think. They followed her in that direction. Faster! Faster! The tree was smooth, but they used their weapons to climb to the first branch. Xiao Mei was the last. Her stamina was nearly spent, her steps faltered, and her laser sword swings grew erratic. A little closer. They'll pull you up. The lone moon whip shot toward her, but it was too far to reach. Just as she was about to be struck, Chen Shuang and the others opened fire with their pistols. Gaining a brief respite, Xiao Mei grabbed the whip's tip and shouted, "Pull me up." With everyone's help, she landed safely beside them. The spiders let out furious shrieks, charging forward even faster. The small spiders quickly surrounded the area, but did not attack. What are they trying to do? Everyone shook their heads. Liu Shuai frowned deeply. After carefully observing the surroundings, he exclaimed in alarm, "They're waiting for the others to hatch. We must not give them the chance." There was no safe landing spot below, and they dared not descend recklessly. Zhuer's composure once again helped everyone find a solution that was better than nothing. "You all hold your ground here. Zhuer, come with me." Liu Shuai moved swiftly, already reaching the second large branch, and began hacking at it with his tang blade. The branch was enormous. They had been working for a long time, but still could not sever it. Zhuer drew closer and whispered softly, "I can help you." Just as he wondered how she would assist, Zhuer's small lips pressed against his. As her sweet saliva entered his body, Liu Shuai's depleted stamina began to recover rapidly. "You rest a moment." Worried about the spiders below, he had no time to think of anything else. He swung the tang blade with both hands, striking the branch. Creak. Seeing hope, he intensified his efforts. After several minutes of effort, the branch finally fell. It was 7 or 8 meters above the ground, and its rapid descent instantly crushed a large number of spiders. How this method works. Liu Shuai was somewhat excited and quickly rushed toward another branch. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Zhuer looking weak, so he decided to bring her along. Meanwhile, the spiders near the tree began tentatively climbing upward. Chen Shuang and Bian Shuang struck them down immediately with their long weapons. The spiders did not retreat, instead they accelerated. Xiaomei suddenly tossed her laser sword to Chen Shuang and shouted, "Use this to attack." Chen Shuang quickly retrieved her lone moon whip and tied the laser sword to it. Wherever it passed, spiders were slaughtered in droves. As time passed, few spiders remained nearby, and everyone's anxious hearts finally eased. Crash. Boom. Crack. Another large branch fell, crushing another patch of spiders farther away. Coo coo coo. The light around them dimmed, and Liu Shuai warily looked higher up. Black crows. It's black crows. Zhuer was in bad shape and couldn't dodge at all. Fortunately, Liu Shuai protected her with all his might, or she would have been torn apart. Strangely enough, the flock of black crows only attacked Liu Shuai and Zhuer, completely ignoring those below. Liu Shuai had to take care of Zhuer while fighting on the branches, and many avoidable strikes hit him. Many parts of his body were bloodied from their claws. "Don't worry about me, just go." "What are you saying?" Liu Shuai's breathing was ragged. His tang blade was too long to use conveniently, so he temporarily switched to a zombie machete. The black crows, emboldened, charged in even more ferociously. Zhuer, protected behind him, saw everything clearly. After making a crucial decision in her heart, she sealed his lips with hers. As his depleted stamina rapidly recovered, a faint cold gleam appeared on the zombie machete. The black crow dodged too slowly, and its back was slashed with a long gash. Blood dripped onto the spiders below, stirring them into restless motion. Sensing their agitation, Lin'er quickly pulled Zhang Jiao and said, "Didn't you go through military training? Quickly make some simple bows and arrows from nearby materials. Hurry." "Okay, you all help." Only Chen Shuang, Bian Shuang, and Lin'er remained on defense nearby. Everyone else went to make simple bows and arrows. Zhang Jiao and the others worked efficiently, and soon had one for each person. Bundle the dead leaves into balls and coat them with resin. Everyone followed the instructions. Xiaomei did not join them. Instead, she slowly moved the laser sword close to the bundled arrows. Flame shot up. Aim for the farthest ones. Volley. The arrows landed on the dead leaves, igniting them instantly. Thick smoke drove back a large number of spiders. Everyone was excited and ready to shoot more fire arrows, but Lin'er shouted, "Don't set the entire area ablaze." Everyone suddenly came to their senses, feeling a chill at their near mistake. Fortunately, the ground was damp enough that the flames didn't spread far before extinguishing. However, the thick smoke and scorching heat kept the spiders at bay. By now, Liu Shuai and Zhuer were in dire straits, as the giant black crows above were not just one, but over a dozen. Liu Shuai had hoped to wear them down with recovery potions, but he hadn't expected the black crows to cooperate. Half attacked fiercely, while the other half rested. "Looks like we're really going to die here today." Zhuer was exhausted, barely able to move her eyes. With a resigned expression, she said softly, "If we die, we die." Before they could react, a black crow's large claw knocked Liu Shuai's tang blade away. As he reached for the zombie machete, a heavy force struck his arm. Amidst the scream of pain, the zombie machete also slipped from his grasp and fell. Zhuer struggled to hand him her iron-bone fan, but just as his hand was about to reach it, a huge beak pierced through his shoulder blade. Excruciating pain surged through him, and Liu Shuai's vision went dark. "I can't die. I have to save her." This belief kept him from collapsing. As he moved, blood trickled past Zhuer's lips. Without a second thought, she swallowed the blood in large gulps. The black crow seemed to relish his suffering, tightening its grip with its beak. With searing pain and blood loss, Liu Shuai grew terribly weak. If he couldn't break free, he would bleed to death. "I won't give up." His conviction fully awakened his latent potential, and he pushed the black crow away with all his might. At the same time, Zhuer snapped back to reality and carefully steadied them both. Seeing Liu Shuai covered in wounds and bleeding profusely, Zhuer's anger surged. "Coo coo coo. So even you know fear." Before her words faded, the nearest tang blade appeared in her hand. With a casual swing, she severed the black crow's proud beak. A piercing screech had just rung out when the blade swept across its neck. The black crow could never have dreamed that the two ants it had toyed with could suddenly become so formidable. As it fell, the nearby black crows charged down fearlessly. The largest one, however, grabbed Liu Shuai directly. Put him down. Zhuer chased after them, but was too late. Forcing herself to calm down, she picked up the weapons from the ground. Stowing them away in an instant, she leaped directly onto the smallest black crow. It was terrified and shook its body violently, trying to throw her off, but she clung tightly to its feathers. After more than 10 seconds, it still couldn't shake off its enemy and kept crying out for help. A stranger sound came, and the black crow hesitated before flying upward. It wants to take me up. Having reached this conclusion, she didn't resist, but carefully memorized everything around her. On the other side, a groggy Liu Shuai found himself in a very bright place with something resembling a nest nearby. As they drew closer, the nest that had seemed small turned out to be hundreds of square meters in size. The black crow holding Liu Shuai disdainfully threw him down hard, and he fell into complete unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Zhuer was nearing the summit of the towering tree, only to be immediately besieged by a greater number of black crows. As long as I remain on its back, these encircling crows dare not strike with lethal force. What followed unfolded exactly as she had anticipated. After prolonged combat, the crows had grown weary, yet they dared not cease their assault. It seems this little black crow is of great importance to them. Zhuer pressed her tang blade against its neck and cried out, "If any of you come closer, I will slay it." Though they could not comprehend her words, they sensed the fierce, killing intent and cautiously retreated. Zhuer then thought of Liu Shuai and gestured toward him. The largest crow, being quite intelligent, grasped her meaning after 3 attempts and promptly brought Liu Shuai over. Gazing at his lifeless form, Zhuer's heart began to flutter with panic. In that brief moment, 2 small crows stealthily drew near her. Unaware of their approach, Zhuer continued gesturing to exchange the captive for Liu Shuai. The great crow slowly advanced, with Liu Shuai signaling for her to release the small one first. Amidst the bargaining, the 2 small crows simultaneously collided with her. The impact was so fierce that Zhuer fainted before hitting the ground. After an unknown span of time, Liu Shuai awoke with a splitting headache, finding himself in pitch-black darkness, forced to explore by touch alone. His left hand encountered an icy sensation. Upon closer inspection, it was a woman's hand. Hey. The person did not awaken, but her body grew ever colder. Is it Zhuer? With this thought, he hastily pulled her up, but his right hand inadvertently brushed against the scar on her face. How are you? No matter how he shook her, she would not wake. Her body grew colder still, and Liu Shuai could only hold her tightly against his chest, yet she did not warm. Instead, she turned even chillier. I can't let her die, I can't let her die. Liu Shuai searched himself, but found nothing to save her. In his despair, the word system flashed through his mind. He quickly opened it, and a faint glimmer of light appeared nearby. Zhuer, how are you? Her pallid face flickered with an expression of intense agony. No time to think. Liu Shuai knelt and began performing CPR. After several minutes of effort, she finally breathed again, and her body temperature rose slightly. Seeing hope, he pressed on with greater vigor. Cough, cough. Zhuer slowly opened her eyes and asked weakly, Where's this? Liu Shuai shook his head, indicating he did not know. You are very weak now, you need to rest. Once you recover, we'll find a way out together. Zhuer slowly closed her eyes and soon fell asleep. After holding her for a long while, an uncontrollable fragrance of musk and orchid drifted into his nostrils, quickening the flow of his blood. You despicable scoundrel, what are you thinking at a time like this? After scolding himself, he instantly calmed down. Just as he was about to adjust her sleeping position, Zhuer clung tightly to him. Don't think wild thoughts, don't think wild thoughts. To avoid looking at her, Liu Shuai dismissed the system interface, plunging the surroundings into impenetrable darkness. His restless heart finally settled, but the alluring scene he had glimpsed flashed before his eyes. Liu Shuai endured agonizing torment, his right hand rising and falling, rising and falling. Zhuer awoke at some unknown moment and whispered softly in his ear, "Stop holding back. This is not good, not good." He struggled to restrain himself, his clenched nails nearly embedding into his palms. Zhuer had not fully accepted him before. This suggestion was born of circumstance. Yet witnessing his actions, her heart was utterly conquered, and she slowly unbuttoned her clothes. Meanwhile, Lin'er and the others had tried numerous methods without any word of Liu Shuai. Where do you think they've gone? If my judgment is correct, they should still be within this great tree. Have you noticed that while we fought the spiders, they were battling some other creature? Now that you mention it, I do recall seeing black feathers. Xiaomei looked upward and said, "This tree seems endless. They may have already reached the very top. Besides, given our husband's abilities, even if he cannot win, escaping should not be a problem." Her words eased the anxiety in their hearts. Everyone rest now, we don't know when the next battle will come. Zhang Jiao and the others took turns resting to ensure safety. Over an hour later, in the dark chamber, Liu Shuai held Zhuer and said softly, "With a little more recovery time, I can return to my peak state." By the way, husband, why do I feel brimming with power now? Are you sure? Don't believe me. Look. She gripped Liu Shuai's hand with full force, crushing his bones until they creaked. I believe you, let go, let go. Zhuer was elated and instinctively touched her face. At first she didn't react, but after a second touch her heart jolted. She ran her hands over the scars on her face and neck, finding the skin there smoother than the surrounding areas. Xiaomei wasn't lying after all. Liu Shuai, hearing the cryptic remark, frowned and asked, "What did she tell you?" She said. Zhuer's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. After a minute of silence, Liu Shuai let out a long breath of turbid air and exclaimed joyfully, "The unruly energy inside me now moves at my will." "Congratulations, husband." Their excited voices were too loud and caught the attention of a patrolling crow. It opened the observation hatch, but as it approached, Liu Shuai had already rushed over. His fingers like sharp swords plunged into the crow's eyes. Cuckoo. As it fled, Zhuer used the light to straighten her clothes, then stepped back and sprinted at full speed. Boom. The observation hatch was kicked apart, and stronger light streamed in. "Once we're out, head to the 3 o'clock direction to get the weapons. They'll hold them off as long as I can. Let me go instead." Liu Shuai did not reply, but simply swatted her bottom. Zhuer stood by, cheeks flushed, waiting for him to break open the nest. Boom clang. As the door burst open, Liu Shuai charged toward the 5 o'clock direction and shouted, "You damned crows, your grandfather Liu Shuai is here for revenge. Come out." Zhuer also dashed forward, glancing at him from the corner of her eye, and thought, in this lifetime, to find such a man is to have no regrets. A smile lingered on her lips when a crow guarding their weapons slashed at her with a wing as sharp as a blade. Oomph. With a second cold snort, her hand blade struck the wing, and a crisp crack of bone rang out. The injured crow could no longer fly, and could only attack with its beak. Zhuer had already predicted its strike, sealing off its escape routes so that whether it advanced or retreated, it would pay a heavy price. Meanwhile, Lin'er and the others had grown increasingly restless, repeatedly tempted to go search, but feared a stealthy ambush by the spiders. Are we simply to stand here consumed by anxiety? I too long to find them. Yet as you can see, the spider swarm has not withdrawn. The moment our defenses falter, they will launch a frenzied assault. Liner's concern is justified. Let us endure a little longer. Zhang Jiao stepped forward and calm settled over the group. Though inwardly each prayed silently, "May you stay safe. Husband, retreat now." Though Zhuer's warning came just in time, Liu Shuai reacted a fraction too slowly. A razor-sharp claw slashed across his left shoulder. He rolled instinctively, narrowly evading the follow-up strike. Black crows swarmed ever closer. Before he could even rise, they sealed off every escape route around him. A gamble it is. 2 crows lunged simultaneously from the left flank. The brief gap between their flapping wings offered a fleeting opening. The window was vanishing. Lin'er's success demanded precise calculation. With no time to refine his estimate, Liu Shuai committed, leaping forward without hesitation. Most of his body cleared the gap, yet his shoes and the back of his trousers were shredded by scythe-like wingtips. Heart pounding, he tumbled forward in rapid succession, then sprang upright with a fluid kip-up. "Come quickly." Zhuer, now armed, sprinted toward him. "Don't come closer." Liu Shuai refused to draw her into the encirclement. Pushing his speed to its limit, he surged forward, only for a blinding tide of black crows to descend and bar his path at the final instant. Bare-handed combat was futile. He had no choice but to charge straight toward Zhuer. En route, he downed a vial of restorative elixir. Though stamina returned sluggishly, it edged just ahead of depletion. When did this potion grow so potent? 1,000 questions flared in his mind, but there was no time to dwell. He accelerated further. With every stride, his legs grew lighter, trailing faint afterimages behind him. Unaware of the change, Liu Shuai focused solely on reuniting with Zhuer. Moments later, he seized the Tang sword and zombie cleaver, swung lightly, and the claws of nearby crows severed cleanly. Crimson rain poured down. "Zhuer, cover my rear. Leave it to me." Her iron-boned fan flickered rapidly, and to her astonishment it moved with uncanny fluidity, as if guiding itself without wrist effort. 2 more casual strikes followed. Its twin blades sliced deep into a crow's thigh. The creature recoiled in agony, crashing blindly into another, shattering their carefully formed encirclement. Breakthrough. Liu Shuai swung both blades in furious arcs, radiating an aura of chilling, overwhelming slaughter. Ordinary crows hesitated, slowing their convergence, granting precious seconds to flee. 20 meters onward, the branch ended abruptly. What now? Liu Shuai scanned the surroundings. Only a leap onto another branch offered escape, but the gap stretched several meters wide. Countless strategies flashed through his mind. Then his hand brushed against the python's sinew coiled at his waist. "Yes, use it," he cried, exhilarated. "Buy me 3 seconds." Though Zhuer uttered no reply, her iron-boned fan whirled faster still, keeping every crow at bay. "Grr, shush." The crow sovereign, utterly enraged, plummeted from above. "Even if I die, I will hold it back." Zhuer leapt high, fully unfurling her fan, then slammed her palm hard against its ribs. SSSSS. Dozens of needle-thin steel darts shot upward toward the crow sovereign. Dismissing them at first, it sensed true peril only as they closed in, veering sharply left at the last instant. Most darts missed, but one pierced its tail. Beyond sharp pain, it felt nothing, screeching wildly as it charged onward. That split-second exchange was all Liu Shuai needed. He seized Zhuer and swung downward in a sweeping arc. Grr, grr. A roar of apocalyptic fury echoed far and wide. The entire flock surged forth in mass. "Husband." Madare Zhuer buried her face against Liu Shuai's chest, just as they neared the next branch. With absolute focus, he landed smoothly upon it. His right hand flicked. The python's sinew snapped back into his grasp. Find a way out. I'll hold them off. Be careful. She cast him one anxious glance before vanishing into the distance. No sooner had Liu Shuai recoiled the sinew than the crow sovereign struck. Liu Shuai leaned back, driving the Tang sword upward. To avoid impalement, it would need to ascend. As predicted, it surged higher, only for the zombie cleaver to slash viciously across its tail. Flesh and blood tore away, its rage now bordering on cannibalistic hunger. Shush! The flock froze. This cry had not sounded in decades. Its return heralded one truth: unbridled, consequence-free annihilation. Shoo! Crows descended from every angle. Liu Shuai's expression hardened. He retreated, swinging both blades wildly. Though space widened, the crows sealed all exits, plunging the world into utter suffocating blackness. No time to activate his tactical flashlight. He relied solely on memory to evade two lunging crows. Once clear, he rolled sideways, and the beam flared to life. The sudden light startled the crows. They instinctively recoiled. Now, before the thought finished, he shot through the opening. As his head cleared the gap, both blades struck, slitting a crow's abdomen open. Entrails spilled outward just as he burst past. Grr! The shriek pierced the flock's ears, echoed instantly by identical cries of despair. Liu Shuai wasted no breath. He sprinted, closing the distance to Zhu'er in heartbeats. Husband, your speed. What about it? She began to explain, until crows closed in, forcing her to drive them back first. Take this. Find a spot where you can swing across. Understood. Zhu'er snatched the python's sinew and dashed farther away. Simultaneously, the crows seemed to awaken, to converge upon both targets with terrifying coordination. Zhu'er fared better, but Liu Shuai faced an overwhelming tide so dense he could no longer track individual threats. Claws raked bloody furrows across his chest and back, yet he didn't so much as grunt. The Tang sword spun, a blur, and two ill-fated crows lost their heads. Blood erupted like geysers. The crow sovereign burned with hatred for these two. It ignored its own wounds, fixated solely on killing him. Black fiend, I Liu Yi stand right here. Come if you dare. Even as he spoke, two more crows fell to his blade. Outwardly calm, Liu Shuai inwardly prayed they'd delay, giving him precious moments to replenish his near-depleted stamina. As if reading his thoughts, the crow sovereign charged, heedless, unstoppable, inevitable. Blood rained, and massive carcasses kept falling from above, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Trouble, the blood is driving the spiders into a frenzy. Everyone prepare yourselves. Zhang Jiao's words plunged their hearts into the abyss. Squeak, squeak. After devouring the bloodstains, the baby spiders rapidly grew in size. The smallest now matched the largest they had seen before. Splash, splash. Watch your defenses. Lin'er, use your aroma shield. Chun Shuang swung her lone moon whip, slaying two, but several more charged onto the tree, trunk the fastest among them closing in. Bian Shuang. The Kirin ribbon descended, instantly killing the leading spider. Yang, be ready. Once they break through, unleash your special ability immediately. Okay. The young girl's face turned grim as she stared fixedly below. The spider's probing attack ceased as they swarmed forward with incredible speed. Strike. Yang's full-force blow sent most of the spiders on the trunk plummeting. The rest of you guard the flanks and the rear. Zhang Jiao's command was impeccable, holding the spiders at bay for now. At the very top, Liu Shuai and Zhu'er were cornered, forced to defend back-to-back. The black crows attacked from multiple directions, leaving them unable to even counter. Husband, you should go. Liu Shuai gazed into her tearful eyes and replied with a smile, am not leaving. You. Zhu'er choked up, tears streaming down her face. Dark fiend, if you want to kill me, come on. Liu Shuai's hand stealthily reached for the shark demon eagle. The Black Crow King had suffered at his hands before, and wouldn't be fooled again, commanding several other crows to launch a fierce assault. If I don't act now, I'll surely die. But once I reveal my final trump card, I won't be able to trap the Black Crow King later. After an inner struggle, he resolutely decided to resolve the immediate crisis. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, and 2 black crows were shot in the head. The deafening noise startled the nearby crows, causing them to momentarily abandon their attack. Liu Shuai, hoping they would stay away, secretly gulped down a bottle of recovery potion. Time trickled by until the Black Crow King snapped out of it and charged recklessly. A gunshot echoed, striking its arm. The Black Crow King shuddered briefly before charging even faster. Heh. Liu Shuai narrowed his eyes and folded his arms, exuding utter contempt. The Black Crow King slammed on the brakes, eyeing him warily. So this fool is so easy to trick. Now I have a plan. He stood still and spoke from his throat, don't move. In the past, Zhu'er wouldn't have understood, but now she grasped it instantly. Hold the right flank, hold the right flank. Zhang Jiao and Zhao Xiaoying had run back and forth countless times, now utterly exhausted. Yet the spiders still surged up the tree. Chun Shuang and Bian Shuang were the most drained, their faces deathly pale, barely able to retract their weapons after striking. Cough, cough. Junior sister. Oh no, her asthma's acting up. Zhang Jiao frantically searched for the inhaler, only to find it empty, tears welling up. Try this. Taking a blood vial, she poured it directly into Bian Shuang's mouth. Bian Shuang struggled to swallow, so Zhang Jiao in desperation filled her own mouth and fed her. As the blood entered her stomach, Bian Shuang's heaving chest gradually steadied, and color returned to her cheeks. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a spider larger than before reached the branch. Fight back to back. With Chun Shuang and Bian Shuang incapacitated, the remaining few had to battle, while protecting them their movements hampered. The spiders seemed endless. No matter how many were slain, more kept charging. As time wore on, everyone's stamina ran dry, but finally the spider numbers dwindled. They thought it was due to scarcity, but a glance at the tree base revealed the truth. The piled corpses forced the spiders to climb longer to reach them. No choice, prepare fire arrows. Most understood the implications, but with no other option, they had to drive the spiders away. The fire arrows struck distant dry leaves, igniting flames. A small blaze quickly grew into a massive fire, spreading rapidly outward. Move them higher, quick. Zhang Jiao and Lin'er, in the best condition, held the rear. Squeak, squeak. The searing heat terrified the spiders, sending them fleeing in all directions. Sisters, hurry, the fire's almost here. With united effort, they finally reached the next branch. The blaze below also affected the black crows above, those at the lowest perches flapping their wings uneasily. Lin'er and the others must be in danger. I need to find a way to help them. Liu Shuai's concern for those below subtly shifted his expression. The Black Crow King caught this and launched an attack instantly. Simultaneously, the smaller crows surged forward. This assault was different, faster, and ferocious. No escape, I have to take a risk. Making up his mind, he grabbed Zhuer's hand and shouted, let's gamble. Without a second thought, she jumped with him. The sudden move caught the crows off guard, forcing them to dive. Soon they were caught up, barely dodging sharp claws and beaks. Rip, tear. Liu Shuai took every unavoidable blow with his body, now covered in wounds. Husband. Silly girl, with my healing ability, they can't hurt me. Does it hurt a lot? Not at all. Though the crows couldn't understand, they sensed the deep affection, hesitating momentarily in their attack. Liu Shuai seized the chance, looping a snake's sinew around a crow's neck. With a sharp yank, he and Zhuer swung over. The choking crow thrashed violently, plummeting straight down. Hold tight, don't look down. Wind roared in their ears, her heart raced, but she didn't scream, clinging tightly to Liu Shuai. The crow, fearing for its life, stabilized its flight. Liu Shuai tugged the sinew hard and barked, if you want to live, obey me. Though the crow didn't understand, it felt the killing intent, and out of instinctive fear of a predator, flew downward steadily. This kept the pursuing crows at bay. Husband, look over there. Following her gaze, Liu Shuai spotted Lin'er and the others. Go lower quickly. Hearing Liu Shuai's voice, relief flickered across their strained faces, but the sight of the dark mass of crows soured their expressions again. Catch her. As Zhuer was thrown down, Liu Shuai yanked the sinew hard. The pained crow shot upward. The black crows swooping down had all their attention fixed on him, completely unaware of the group hidden behind the branches. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh my ass, come and catch me if you can. Liu Shuai's words infuriated it, and it recklessly led its minions to block him. He quickly slipped through the gaps, hurriedly binding the snake's sinew around his waist, and drew a blade in each hand. Earlier, he had worried the black crow wouldn't cooperate, but as he twisted his waist to the left, it obediently turned in that direction. Hey, riding an aerial mount feels damn good. If the Black Crow King understood that it would either be furious or coughing up blood. Cuckoo, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Try a different language if you want to talk to me. It still didn't understand, but could glean the gist from his utterly contemptuous expression, rage surging to its head as its crown feathers instantly bristled, its appearance ferocious. Liu Shuai had spent all this time just to make them focus entirely on him. Now that he had succeeded, he quickly controlled the black crow to fly upward. Angry caws rang out incessantly as ordinary black crows converged from multiple directions, trying to kill Liu Shuai. After several perilous evasions, the back of the crow carrying Liu Shuai was grazed by a wing. Caw! With its mount injured, stable flight became impossible. Teetering on the brink, it nearly had its body pierced by another giant claw. They no longer see you as one of their own, why keep fighting for them? Liu Shuai used his Tang blade to block another attack, for it speaking from the heart. The black crow didn't understand his words, but it saw that this enemy had just saved it. After a brief hesitation, it let out an extremely furious, mournful cry. Whoosh, whoosh. A dozen black crows halted in place, staring at it in confusion. At the same time, the charging Black Crow King understood its meaning, screeching for nearby crows to attack. They moved forward slightly, but did not strike. Cuckoo, whoosh whoosh. The Black Crow King's authority was defiled. With a sharp claw strike, it directly pierced the back of the nearest black crow. A screech of agony rang out, and the black crows nearby retreated in haste. Thus only the small black crow and Liu Shuai remained nearby. What's this? Wanna onion duel? Before the words faded, the Black Crow King had already charged its blade-like wings, slashing down swiftly and fiercely. It came too fast, evading with the small black crow was utterly impossible. In desperation, he twisted his body continuously, and the constantly shifting wings didn't even graze his clothes. When did my agility become this strong? Delight welled in his heart as his boda's flexibility grew even greater. The Black Crow King exhausted itself, but couldn't even touch the hem of his garments. The more it fought, the angrier it became, and flaws began to appear in its relentless attacks. Liu Shuai wasn't in a hurry, simply biding his time with it. As time passed, the Black Crow King's stamina waned noticeably, its claw strikes, once capable of shattering steels and splitting rocks, became utterly feeble. Black Ghost, is that all you've got? Liu Shuai knew it couldn't understand, but he kept wagging his index finger which held the Tang blade left and right. The extremely provocative gesture drove it completely mad. It charged in a frenzy using both claws and even its beak. Liu Shuai intended to find an opportunity to kill it, but the small black crow carrying him suddenly dropped. To keep from falling, he yanked hard on the snake's sinew around his neck. Snap! Crack! The small black crow's neck snapped instantly. Damn it! He quickly leaped from its back onto a nearby massive branch. At the same time, the Black Crow King, now hating him with a vengeance, charged close, its claws tearing off a large chunk of bark. Liu Shuai's heart raced. He dared not be careless. As he retreated, he downed another restorative potion. The Black Crow King had completely lost control, recklessly destroying everything around. Large amounts of bark and leaves fell, and sawdust reduced visibility nearby to near zero. Invisibility wasn't the deadliest part. The flying sawdust would invade the body through the mouth and nose, making you sneeze uncontrollably. In such a state, forget attacking. Even basic evasive moves would be impossible. Damn bird, you're clever. The Black Crow King actually understood that, and its ugly expression shifted. Could it be like this? The thought flashed, and as he rolled diagonally to the left, he said, "Beautiful king, your feathers are as dazzling as gems, your big eyes like brilliant stars in the night sky." Liu Shuai rambled on endlessly, eventually even grossing himself out. Yet the Black Crow King was enjoying it, occasionally squinting during its attacks. Liu Shuai kept telling himself, wait a little longer, wait a little longer. Half a minute later, the Black Crow King's attacks had lost all strength, and its awe-inspiring presence had vanished. Liu Shuai knew the moment was ripe. He lay down on the ground and thrust both the Tang blade and the zombie cleaver almost simultaneously. The Black Crow King was startled, moving back quickly, but a stabbing pain shot through its lower abdomen. Who told you that everything you see with your eyes is real? As he spoke, the Tang blade slashed directly across its head. The Black Crow King died, without ever understanding how this man had managed to wound it. It was actually a sophisticated variation of illusion attack. Liu Shuai had used rapid movement to create a highly realistic shadow on the ground. When the Black Crow King mistook it for him, Liu Shuai threw the zombie cleaver from the opposite angle, successfully striking its abdomen. Kukuku. The joy on Liu Shuai's face vanished instantly as he warily gripped the Tang blade and scanned his surroundings. The crows were still cawing, but none stepped forward. Are they all afraid of me? To confirm his guess, he cautiously approached the Black Crow King and retrieved the zombie cleaver. They still didn't move, but their calls changed to kuhush kuwoosh. Liu Shuai slowly moved forward a bit, and they still didn't budge. This time he didn't test them. He strode toward the path leading to the next branch. The few crows nearest to that spot directly retreated into the air. Stay calm, stay calm. Soon he reached a place that wasn't even fit to be called a ladder. Liu Shuai sheathed the zombie cleaver and Tang blade, shot them a contemptuous glance, and jumped over. The crows still didn't move. Hurry, hurry, he prayed inwardly. Enduring the torment, he reached the next level, but the crows suddenly let out a high-pitched caw. Liu Shuai couldn't understand, but he could tell they meant no harm. His expression remained icy, but inside, he was terrified. Finally landing on another branch, Liu Shuai let out a long sigh of relief. Fearing the crows might come to their senses and pursue him, he mobilized all the strength he could muster. Good thing I bluffed them, or 100 lives wouldn't be enough. After descending another level, he was certain they wouldn't chase him and leaned against a big tree to catch his breath. Damn, how are they? Realization struck, and he quickly climbed down. Half an hour later, he could faintly hear a woman's voice. His tense heart instantly eased, and a smile gradually spread across his grim face. As Lin'er and the others caught sight of Liu Shuai in his tattered clothes, a radiant smile of immense joy gradually spread across their faces. As soon as she drew near, Zhura leaped into his embrace, her small fists relentlessly pounding against his chest. "Why, I thought I'd never see you again. I've got a long life ahead of me. See, I've returned in one piece." Liu Shuai habitually tapped her delicate nose. Zhura finally broke into a smile through her tears, but her peripheral vision caught sight of Zhang Jiao and the others tilting their heads, causing her pretty face to flush crimson. She quickly broke free from his embrace and stood to the side, head bowed. Yan Shuang and Zhang Jiao simultaneously blocked his path and asked, "What did you do to her?" Liu Shuai seemed unfazed, but Zhura wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She stomped her foot and covered her face. "If you're all so idle, I could arrange something for you too." Xiaomei chuckled as she looked at them. "You wicked girls, so vulgar. Aren't you ashamed?" As the group joked around, Yang Yang kept his ears covered, yet those indecent words still seeped into his mind. "Can you please stop corrupting the youth?" The group finally remembered Yang Yang's age, and blushing fell silent. Ahem ahem. Everyone is exhausted. Let's rest here for a while, then figure out a way to leave. All right. The group fell silent, each using their own special methods to recover from their immense exertion. They were far too high above the ground to see what was happening below. The spreading wildfire had ignited the vicinity, and nearly every living creature in the forest had perished. The fire was still spreading rapidly, with billowing thick smoke and leaping flames. The black crows were the most severely affected. Though they dwelled in the highest places, they required a vast amount of food to sustain themselves. With their food supply nearly exhausted, they were forced to forage in distant lands. That area had now become a contaminated zone. The black crows that had fed on the rotten flesh had transformed into a new kind of creature, something between a living being and a zombie. Guided by their memory of their nests, they had gradually begun to reappear in this region. Several hours later, Liu Shuai and the others had recovered to their peak condition, yet a vague sense of foreboding lingered in their hearts. Zhang Jiao, danger is certain to strike again. For safety, you lead the martial arts school group, and he'll look after the ladies. If we encounter peril, well, use the special communicators to stay in touch. You want to split up? No. This is just our contingency plan if we face a crisis. My Lin'er is so clever. Liu Shuai intended to tap her nose, but as he raised his hand, he noticed the crowd around them. He quickly withdrew it and rubbed his own nose bridge instead. The awkward gesture drew a round of tinkling laughter from the group. You always manage to lighten the mood when we're tense. You deserve praise. Zhang Jiao's words were barely spoken when Xiao Mei chimed in. How about something more tangible? Zhu directly pushed her head, and her small lips landed squarely on Liu Shuai's cheek. Is that tangible enough? Zhang Jiao felt like giving her a beating, but on second thought she decided it wasn't worth it. She shot a murderous glare around her. Senior sister Yang Yang hasn't offended you, has he? The young girl spoke earnestly, her big eyes blinking innocently. Their spirits greatly lifted, making the descent much easier. Upon reaching the second branch, Zhao Xiaoying pointed to a place far in the distance. Are those zombies over there? You Jinx, can't you say something? Before she could finish, Qin Shuang immediately clamped her mouth, shut her brow furrowing. Liu Shuai had already dashed to the first branch shouting, everyone hurry up. The group turned serious and quickly made their way down. Let's see which direction we should take now. Zhang Jiao didn't even bother with the map and replied, follow me. The ground was covered in ash and crow carcasses, slowing their progress. A few minutes later, Liu Shuai spotted the very crow that had carried him. He deftly untied the snake's sinew and said, you're a treasure. If it weren't for you, I'd probably have lost my life. Rustle, rustle. A strange sound came from near the corpse. Liu Shuai quickly retreated, but the sound abruptly stopped. When he drew closer, the noise resumed. How strange. The young ladies all gripped their weapons tightly, yet nothing happened around them. Rustle, rustle. The sound grew more urgent and closer. Everyone prepare for battle. And keep an eye on the ground and the sky. The words were barely spoken when the crow's corpse was flung into the air and the ground began to bulge. Stay alert. Liu Shuai had recognized the creature, which was why his expression had turned so grim. An enormous earthworm was already unsettling enough, but infected with corpse poison, it was not only eerie, but also utterly nauseating. The cold lightning spear spun, and the foul odor vanished instantly. Qin Shuang and Bian Shuang provide cover. Xiao Mei with me. With the laser sword shielded by the Tang Saber, they successfully breached the zombie earthworm's defenses, carving a gash over 2 meters long. The earthworm writhed in agony for a few moments before collapsing limply to the ground. But Liu Shuai left no room for future trouble. He swung his Tang Saber and utterly slew it before rejoining the group. Time is running out for us. Everyone keep up. Zhang Jiao had been acting as the vanguard. The surrounding area had been thoroughly ravaged by the fire, leaving nothing but ashes and a few charred giant stumps. Visibility was excellent, so hidden dangers couldn't harm them. They ran at full speed, but everyone was now exhausted and yearned for a place to rest. Over there, head over there. Dragging their weary bodies, they arrived near a large rock. Everyone rest for now. They'll find a water source. Liu Shuai's words only made things worse. Everyone began licking their parched lips. Silently cursing damn, he quickly went off to search. The surroundings were heavily scorched, making it easy to spot any water. Just as he was about to search elsewhere, a black object suddenly shot up from a spot. There really is water. He quickly collected some, tasted it to ensure it was safe, then filled a pouch and returned. The weary group, strengthened by water and jerky, soon recovered. Croquois, looks like we're in big trouble. Everyone move. The group scrambled to their feet.